In penning this novel, I find myself deeply intrigued. The trajectory of technological advancement evokes a profound realm of imagination for me. I do not anticipate substantial financial gain from this endeavor, perhaps, not even a solitary penny. Nevertheless, chronicling my passions and interests through the medium of fiction is, in itself, a beautiful undertaking. Human technology has a mere history of 1 or 2 centuries as of 2021. From the inception of the steam engine to the present day, a span of over 300 years has elapsed, marked by the vigorous onset of the first industrial revolution, which reached its conclusion in the late 18th century, barely 200 years ago. The transition from the steam era to the electric age took approximately 150 years. Following the completion of the Second Industrial Revolution, humanity experienced a significant technological leap, a phenomenon that has persisted for just over a century. The contemporary world is gradually transitioning towards artificial intelligence, and thus, in the near future, it is reasonable to believe that technology will liberate humanity's hands, ushering us into the era of AI. Post the AI epoch, humanity will undoubtedly harness its ingenuity and will not remain stagnant. It will inevitably develop even more advanced technologies, which are destined to delve into the realm of microparticles. Only through breakthroughs in this domain can humanity hope to embark on interstellar exploration and the quest for new Earths, alleviating the pressures on our planet. This narrative commences at that pivotal juncture. After centuries of civilization, with technology reaching extraordinary heights and rapid advancements in artificial intelligence, colossal aerospace motherships have emerged and combat mechs have been successfully developed. The global military balance has tilted towards the opposing nation of the Dragon Kingdom, known as the United States. The United States has continually imposed obstacles upon the Dragon Kingdom, inciting profound resentment in its leader, Xin Yuan Dun. However, constrained by the Dragon Kingdom's relative weakness, he is forced to endure humiliation and seek compromise. Ostensibly engaging in jovial discourse with the United States, he secretly vows to surpass them in technological prowess. Yet, achieving such breakthroughs necessitates extensive and objective research and development time. As the aging leader of the Dragon Kingdom faces the twilight of his life, unwilling to succumb to fate, he places all his hopes upon the shoulders of the brilliant scientist Xiao Luo, hoping he can successfully develop the elixir of immortality, allowing the leader to witness the technological ascendance of the Dragon Kingdom and its triumph over the United States. The protagonist of this tale, Xiao Luo, hails from humble beginnings and is destined to become a quantum scientist for the Dragon Kingdom in the next century and a half. His exceptional intellect and extraordinary aptitude for mathematics led to his exceptional admission into the prestigious Xianyuan Long Academy at the tender age of 15. True to expectations, he excelled during his 4 years of academic training, earning the admiration of the esteemed scientist Xianyuan Tianshi. The latter recommended Xiao Luo for research in the field of quantum science, envisioning a future contribution to the Dragon Kingdom. Upholding Xianyuan Tianshi's teachings, Xiao Luo successfully attained a doctorate in quantum science. Xiao Luo's prodigious abilities eventually caught the attention of the Dragon Kingdom's leader, Xianyuan Dun, prompting a directive for him to pursue studies in the life sciences. Indeed, at the age of 35, he successfully obtained a doctorate in life sciences as well. By this time, Xiao Luo had become a dual PhD holder in quantum and life sciences, ascending to the position of intern scientist at the Dragon Kingdom's Academy of Sciences. The leader, Xianyuan Dun, personally commanded Xiao Luo to delve into the research of the elixir of immortality at the Academy of Life Sciences, marking a transformative turn in Xiao Luo's life. The Dragon Kingdom classified his personal information as top secret, forbidding any social interactions without high-level approval. Even familial visits required special arrangements, and romantic pursuits were deemed an extravagant luxury. Despite these restrictions, Xiao Luo's life did not escape the notice of a junior female student, who pursued him relentlessly amidst their academic endeavors. However, Xiao Luo remained entirely devoted to his studies, oblivious to matters of the heart, until their relationship was finally established through her persistent concessions. As Xiao Luo and his female companion began to contemplate marriage, her parents demanded an exorbitant dowry, disparaging Xiao Luo's peasant origins and doubting his ability to provide the happiness she desired. Following Xiao Luo's entry into the Academy of Life Sciences, their connection dwindled to mere online communication. Eventually, due to the passage of time, his companion chose to fulfill the societal expectations of adulthood, marrying another, while Xiao Luo remained resolute in his commitment to serve the Dragon Kingdom, tirelessly pursuing scientific endeavors. In a tragic twist of fate, Xiao Luo inadvertently ingested the sole vial of the elixir of immortality, painstakingly developed by the esteemed scientist Xianyuan Tianshi, leading to the latter's untimely demise. Originally intended for the aged leader of the Dragon Kingdom, Xianyuan Tianshi, in his deep affection for his pupil, refrained from placing blame on Xiao Luo. Instead, on his deathbed, he imparted a parting remark: "Your only flaw is your nervousness." The passing of Xianyuan Tianshi shattered the leader's dreams of immortality, and within a few years, he too departed from this world. Faced with this unforeseen calamity, Xiao Luo was engulfed by overwhelming guilt and willingly assumed the responsibility for developing the elixir of immortality. Yet, a century has since elapsed without success. Chapter 2. Strange dreams. The colossal real-time observation screen of the Starship emitted an urgent alarm. Attention, new Earth discovered. Attention, new Earth discovered. Requesting instructions, requesting instructions. Xiao Luo promptly issued a biological wave directive, letting out a sigh, knowing it would take 6 years to gather data. Nevertheless, this news was indeed worthy of celebration. In the control room of the Starship, celebratory music filled the air, accompanied by the sounds of fireworks, applause, and cheers orchestrated by the Artificial Intelligence Control Center. Subsequently, a festive venue was arranged by robots. Xiao Luo was adorned with a garland around his neck by the robots. Standing on stage, he observed the myriad expressions of joy and exuberance from the humanoid robots below, unable to suppress a smile. "Thank you, Master, for your appreciation." The central processor of the artificial intelligence promptly acknowledged through Xiao Luo's intelligent helmet. "Enough of this insincere display, MOMO. What delectable treats have you prepared for me?" Reporting to Master, 100 grams of myoglobin, 40 grams of vitamin 35, 10 grams of fiber, and 30 milliliters of champagne, the humanoid robot wheeled the food towards Xiao Luo. "Ah, splendid. It is indeed time to indulge," he remarked as he settled down to dine. The humanoid robot effortlessly positioned a comfortable ergonomic chair behind him. Once seated, the robot promptly draped a napkin around him and stood by, ready to serve. "Thank you for your hard work, Xin, Xiao Luo said softly to the humanoid robot. "Serving Master is my duty," Xin replied, and Xiao Luo smiled, preparing to enjoy his meal. Xin immediately handed him a fork. Xiao Luo delicately speared the food on his plate, savoring the flavor. This is to my liking." The space cuisine melted in his mouth. The caloric content meticulously calculated according to Xiao Luo's energy expenditure. The jumpsuit he wore constantly monitored his energy consumption, relaying the data in real time to MOMO, who then communicated the calculated requirements to the Starship's food production system. Within a mere 10 seconds, the system would generate the meal for Xiao Luo's enjoyment. "How long has this champagne been stored?" 10 years, 121 days, 15 hours, 3 minutes, and 40 seconds, he said, raising the glass to his nose for a deep inhale. The aroma is exquisite," he mused before downing it in one gulp. "Send a message to headquarters. New Earth discovered. 3 light years from Earth. Today is a holiday. MOMO, prepare my holiday gear. I am off to soar over the sea." "At your command," MOMO responded. Xiao Luo's jumpsuit promptly detached, collected by Xin, who also stowed away the intelligent helmet. Xin then produced a pair of flying boots, which slid effortlessly to Xiao Luo's feet as if eager to greet their master. With a mere lift of his foot, the boots snugly enveloped him. In an instant, Xiao Luo's body lifted off the ground, and Xin, having packed the jumpsuit and helmet into a backpack, followed suit, ascending alongside him. The flying boots initially maintained a steady pace, and 10 minutes later, upon exiting the control center, they accelerated toward the artificial ocean, situated 50 kilometers away. In the blink of an eye, they reached the vast expanse of the sea, where the cool ocean breeze greeted them, and the waves danced playfully under the radiant sunlight. Just as Xiao Luo was about to inquire about the growth of marine life with Xin, the flying boot suddenly lost power, plunging into a free fall toward the ocean's surface. Chapter 3. Xiao Luo's worries awakened by a terrified scream echoing in his dreams. Xiao Luo sprang from his bed, his hands frantically grasping at the air. It was only after a few hurried breaths that he realized it had all been an illusion. How wonderful it would be if this were real, he uttered softly, as a yearning began to blossom within him. If only the dream were true, he mused. He would roam freely aboard a starship, embracing the wonders of nature, frolicking with blue whales in the ocean, chasing squirrels through the forest, and galloping across the meadows. After all, is life not meant for enjoyment? Yet, in stark contrast, he found himself under relentless pressure from superiors demanding experimental results, while capitalists scrutinized his life-extending enzyme. Little did they realize, these were merely experimental samples. Success would not come swiftly, not in a decade, perhaps not even in a century. This life-extending enzyme was derived from his own life, and the outcome remained uncertain. Alas, such concerns were of no interest to those around him. Suddenly, a thought flickered through Xiao Luo's mind. Achieving this dream was not impossible, it merely required time. Thus, he began to contemplate the necessary conditions to transform his dreams into reality. Yes, that is the way forward. Once he had resolved this, he settled back down, surrendering himself to slumber. A gentle breeze caressed his cheek, accompanied by the soft chirping of birds and the fragrant aroma of osmanthus wafting towards him. Xiao Luo understood this was nature's call to rise. It was time to begin his day. As his sleepy eyes gradually opened, he propped himself up with his hands, inhaled deeply, and slipped into his slippers. The domestic assistant robot, detecting his movements through infrared sensors, chimed with a crisp, mechanical voice, "Good morning. Xiao has prepared your clothes. Please dress accordingly. Wishing you a pleasant day." Ugh, how tiresome, he thought, weary of the daily refrain. "Good morning. Xiao has prepared your clothes. Please dress accordingly. Wishing you a pleasant day." Dragging his drowsy feet towards Xiao Du, he neatly donned the garments laid out for him, glancing at his reflection in the mirror. Yes, he still retained the handsome visage of his 35-year-old self. Afterward, he made his way to the washroom, where he washed his face, brushed his teeth, and shaved before heading to the dining area to pour himself a glass of water. Xiao Du glided beside him, its belly compartment opening to reveal his briefcase, exclaiming, "Please take your briefcase." "Thank you." As he finished his glass of water, he retrieved the briefcase from the robot's compartment, which then closed its door. "Thank you. Xiao, you're welcome. I'm off to work now." Xiao understood. "Wishing you a pleasant workday." Xiao Luo hurriedly stepped outside, where a guard had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing him, the guard immediately saluted, "Good morning, Xiao Luo. This way, please." The guard swiftly opened the door of the flying car, and after Xiao Luo entered, the guard took his place in the passenger seat. The flying vehicle roared to life, setting off towards the quantum laboratory, marking the commencement of another day in the cycle of laboratory life. For a century, this was how Xiao Luo's daily routine began. 100 years ago, Xiao Luo, then 35, had entered the laboratory of his dreams, overwhelmed with excitement upon meeting his mentor. In his eagerness, he unwittingly consumed a liquid that resembled plain water, later discovering it was the life-extending enzyme his mentor had painstakingly developed over decades. To protect him, his mentor had insisted that he work in the laboratory until a new life-extending enzyme was created, allowing the Academy's leadership to lift the sanctions imposed on Xiao Luo. Tragically, his mentor succumbed to despair as a result. Thus, Xiao Luo vowed before his mentor never to create a life-extending enzyme and to remain in the laboratory indefinitely. A century has passed, yet success remains elusive. Xiao Luo's scientific achievements have garnered recognition at the highest levels of government, nearing those of his mentor, particularly in the realm of quantum science, where he has provided invaluable theoretical contributions to military technology. The military urgently required Xiao Luo's research to enhance their new equipment. After 100 years of diligent work, the leadership, having observed his dedication, ceased to dwell on the initial failure of the life-extending enzyme. In light of national defense priorities, the military was keen for Xiao Luo to break through the barriers and achieve significant results. Consequently, they dispatched capable guards to ensure his protection, ostensibly for his safety, but in truth, to prevent his potential escape. Chapter 4. Xiao Luo's report upon entering the Life Sciences Institute. Xiao Luo was met by his devoted disciple, Hu Guiqiang, who approached with utmost respect, extending his hands towards Xiao Luo's briefcase. "Teacher, I hope you have rested well," he said, his demeanor reverent despite his advanced age of 90. Xiaoluo, maintaining an impassive expression, handed over his briefcase and commanded, "Gather everyone for a meeting immediately." Hu Guoxiang appeared momentarily perplexed, yet understanding the gravity of his master's order. He replied, "Understood. I will attend to it right away." Xiaoluo strode purposefully towards the conference room and took his seat at the head of the table, awaiting the arrival of his colleagues. Within 5 minutes, all the scientists of the Life Sciences Institute entered the room and took their seats. "Is everyone present?" Xiaoluo inquired of Hu Guoxiang, who leaned in close and whispered, "Everyone is accounted for except for those on duty." Xiaoluo, still expressionless, declared, as per the director's announcement, "We shall proceed according to his directives. Moving forward, I will diligently fulfill my responsibilities. Should there be any shortcomings, I welcome your guidance." With that, Xiaoluo made his way to the parking lot where a flying car awaited him, its door opening to greet his arrival. Once inside, he instructed the driver, "To the Science and Technology Commission." The driver acknowledged, and the vehicle took off. In the flying car, Xiaoluo opened his briefcase and retrieved a portable notebook, promptly beginning to draft his report. "Esteemed leaders, I, Xiaoluo, Director of the Life Sciences Institute and Chief Scientist of the Quantum Institute, wish to report that despite my years of dedication to the fields of life sciences and quantum sciences, the achievements thus far have been insufficient to propel our nation towards groundbreaking technological advancements. In pursuit of this goal, I have worked tirelessly, often wishing to seize every moment. However, all aspirations must be grounded in the principles of scientific law. Regrettably, during my century-long endeavor with the Immortal Enzyme Project, I have yet to surpass the accomplishments of my predecessors, and the inability to successfully produce the immortal enzyme weighs heavily upon my heart. In the realm of science, I firmly believe that breakthroughs in national defense technology must begin with quantum science. Firstly, it is imperative to develop a large-scale quantum computer within 1 to 2 years. Such a computer is essential for the study of microparticles. Its absence would hinder research progress. The computational speed of a quantum computer promises to elevate our existing capabilities to a cosmic level, enabling the swift processing of extensive mathematical models. Secondly, substantial investment in quantum science is crucial. I am confident that significant research outcomes can be achieved in the short term, which will be applicable to military equipment, extraterrestrial resource development, and even interstellar travel. This would be a tremendous boon for our Dragon Nation and indeed for humanity as a whole. While the immortal enzyme may benefit individuals, the project is fraught with challenges. Conversely, quantum technology holds immense promise for both our nation and the world. Weighing the pros and cons, I have decided to suspend all work at the Life Sciences Institute, dedicating myself entirely to the pursuit of quantum technology. I earnestly seek the approval of my esteemed leaders. Sincerely, Xiaoluo, Director of the Life Sciences Institute and Academician of the Quantum Institute, August 8, 2156. Upon completing the report, he promptly sent it to the organizational email, and after entering his password, the transmission was successful. Only then did Xiaoluo relax, leaning back against the soft seat. At that moment, the flying car had yet to reach the office building of the Science and Technology Commission, allowing Xiaoluo a brief respite to contemplate the forthcoming research projects. For the site selection, it should ideally be in the mountains, where experimental failures would not adversely affect nearby residents. As for personnel, all scientists from the Quantum Institute are essential, and it would be prudent to recruit a few seasoned experts from our Dragon National Academy, as well as select promising talents from universities. The funding should be as substantial as possible. Preliminary estimates suggest a need of at least 20 trillion, with additional funds to be allocated as necessary, primarily for laboratory setup and personnel accommodations. He resolved to compile a detailed list to present directly to the leaders. With these thoughts in mind, Xiaoluo opened his eyes, resumed working on his computer, and meticulously drafted the site selection and the list of project leaders and members. After outlining the construction cost of the project laboratory and the necessary equipment, he saved the document, exhaling in relief, noticing he still had half an hour until arrival. He leaned back once more and closed his eyes for a brief rest. Chapter 5. The meeting. The crisp sound of an email notification echoed from the office computer of the head of the Advanced Technology Research Group, Zhang Jian. Utilizing voice control, he commanded the Artificial Intelligence Central System, Xiaodu, print the email. The printer whirred to life, and an A4 sheet emerged. Upon grasping the report, Director Zhang promptly picked up the red telephone on his desk, pressed several buttons, and dialed the office of the leader of Longhua. Standing tall, and with a serious countenance. He reported, "There is a report from Elder Shao that needs to be uploaded, as per the leader's instructions. Any request from Elder Shao must be promptly sent to the leader's office. Please grant the necessary permissions." After the call, Zhang Jian eagerly placed the report onto the transmission device, entered the access password, and pressed the send button. He then picked up the black telephone on his desk, dialed, and instructed, "Please notify everyone to gather in the conference room." Having conveyed the message, he hung up and solemnly proceeded towards the meeting room. 10 minutes later, Zhang Jian pushed open the door to the conference room, where all the attendees were already seated. Upon his arrival, everyone stood in unison and greeted him, "Leader Zhang." Holding the report in his hand, Zhang Jian walked directly to the front position, gestured for everyone to be seated, and only after he settled did the others follow suit. Zhang Jian commenced. At this moment, the secretary hurriedly entered the room and whispered to Zhang Jian, "Elder Zhao's flying car has arrived." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jian addressed the attendees, "Please review the report. I will go to welcome Elder Shao." "There's no need. I have already arrived," came Xiao Luo's voice from outside the meeting room. Recognizing the familiar tone, Zhang Jian smiled broadly, exclaiming, "Haha, Elder Shao, you remain as youthful as ever. How have you been lately? The higher-ups have been concerned about your health. Have you been sleeping well? Are there any discomforts?" Zhang Jian clasped Xiao Luo's hands, feeling an incessant desire to extend the gesture. "Thank you for your concern, Leader Zhang, and for the organization's attention towards this 135-year-old man. I have been well, enjoying my meals. Please do not worry about me. Rather, focus your energies on scientific research," Xiao Luo replied with a warm smile. The other attendees stood, mirroring his laughter. Zhang Jian held Xiao Luo's hand, guiding him to a seat beside him, and warmly addressed the attendees, "Now, let us invite Elder Shao to speak." Following this, Zhang Jian initiated applause, which was echoed by the leaders present. Seeing this, Xiao Luo humbly responded, "Leader Zhang, what merit do I possess to address you all? It is better that you speak." Just as he attempted to take a seat beside him, Zhang Jian firmly stopped him. Xiao Luo, noticing this, said, "In that case, I will respectfully comply and say a few words." Subsequently, Xiao Luo shared his new project ideas conceived during his time in the flying car, concluding with a request for the leader's support. He continued, "Though I am 135 years old and may appear as a youthful 35, life is unpredictable. My mentor dedicated his life to the scientific endeavors of Longhua. I have no excuse not to strive diligently. The only thing I can do is work for our dragon nation while I still have the breath of life." Zhang Jian, moved by his words, remarked, "Elder Shao has canceled all his holidays for work, and his entire salary is donated to the organization for research." Xiao Zhang, Xiao Luo replied, "What need do I have for a salary? My sole joy is in my work. Any small achievement brings me immense happiness. What do I lack? My clothing is provided by the organization, my housing is allocated by the unit, and even my household robot was gifted to me by Longhua, worth 20 million. I bear no expenses for water, electricity, or meals. I even have a dedicated vehicle for transport. Were it not for the repeated requests, the leaders would have built me a quantum teleportation device, costing 10 billion. How extravagant. I always advise the guards not to accompany me. After all, I am merely an old man. Who would wish to harm me?" "You are a treasure of Longhua," Zhang Jian interjected promptly. Chapter 6. Xiao Luo meets the leader of the Dragon Kingdom. Xiao Luo was engrossed in a meeting when suddenly, his briefcase's phone rang. He thought it strange, as his phone was set to silent. Glancing around, he swiftly retrieved his mobile device, realizing it must be the leader calling. "Hello, this is..." Before Xiao Luo could finish, a jovial voice came through the receiver. "Old Xiao, it's been ages. I've missed you. Please come over for a home-cooked meal and a drink at noon today." Reporting to the leader, Xiao Luo will certainly attend on time, he replied, ending the call. He turned to Team Leader Zhang and said, "I apologize, but the leader has invited me for lunch. I must leave promptly." Without heeding the colleagues' pleas to stay, he hurried out of the conference room towards the flying car. An hour later, the flying car landed smoothly at the designated parking area of the national leader. As Xiao Luo stepped out, the leader's secretary, Zhang Wentian, recognized him at once, beaming as he approached. "Old Xiao, the leader has been eagerly anticipating your arrival. He has been waiting for quite some time." Xiao Luo responded courteously, "Oh dear, how can I keep the leader waiting?" He quickly made his way to the leader's residence. Beneath the blue tiles and red beams, at the grand entrance adorned with a 5-meter-tall gate and flanked by stone steps, stood an elder of 8 meters tall. His countenance radiated warmth, dressed in a traditional Zhongshan suit. Those signs of age marked his face with spots and a pallid complexion, while his cheeks glowed with vitality. Upon seeing him, Xiao Luo felt a pang of alarm. Oh no, the leader may not have many years left. He might be seeking my eternal enzyme. But I cannot produce it. What shall I do? Despite his trepidation, he continued towards the leader, quickening his pace. Xiao Luo rushed forward to support the leader, exclaiming, "How can I allow the leader to come out and greet me?" The leader chuckled, "Old Xiao, it has been 10 years since we last met. Ever since you were transferred to the Quantum Academy for critical research, I haven't had the pleasure of seeing you. Today, I am finally fortunate enough to welcome you." Xiao Luo, feeling remorseful, replied, "It is my fault. I have this old habit I cannot shake. Once I immerse myself in work, I cannot bear to emerge without yielding results, fearing I waste public funds and lose face." The leader remarked, "Your achievements are remarkable. Having resolved the energy barrier issue for nuclear fusion power plants, allowing the populace to enjoy free electricity. Moreover, you successfully developed a quantum transporter capable of moving objects 3,000 kilometers. Indeed a marvel of technology." Xiao Luo modestly attributed these accomplishments to collective effort, saying, "But we agreed on a few drinks, didn't we? Where's the wine?" The two shared hearty laughter as Xiao Luo assisted the leader into the dining hall. The room was adorned with pure wooden decor, polished redwood walls, and the fragrant aroma of rosewood wafting from the table, complemented by a flawless black stone floor that resonated with the echoes of lively conversation. The leader gestured towards the drinks on the table. "Old Xiao, this is your favorite champagne." Upon seeing the champagne, Xiao Luo exclaimed joyfully, "Ha! The leader has an excellent memory. 10 years ago, I mentioned it casually, yet you remembered." Xiao Luo, in high spirits, proclaimed, "Huh? The leader manages countless affairs yet still finds time to care for this old man. I can only strive to contribute to the Dragon Kingdom." He raised his glass and downed the drink in one go. "Ah, exquisite wine." The leader gestured for them to sit and enjoy their drinks. After several rounds of toasting, the leader inquired with a smile, "Are you truly considering pausing your work at the Life Sciences Institute? That has been your domain for a century. Can you bear to part with it?" The leader continued, "Old Xiao, do you have confidence in this endeavor?" He reflected, "Our Dragon Kingdom has faced numerous tribulations. For over 200 years, we have finally achieved the status of the world's leading economy. However, with a population of 2 billion, our per capita wealth still lags behind. In terms of military strength, we are still at a disadvantage compared to the Alakian nation. We have plans for a space aircraft carrier, but it requires miniaturization of the nuclear fusion reactor. How long will that take?" Xiao Luo replied solemnly, reporting to the leader, "This project necessitates breakthroughs in quantum science and technology. With current capabilities, the cost of realizing the space aircraft carrier project would be astronomical, at least 1,000 trillion. The leader gasped, "Oh, that amounts to a year's worth of national GDP. Is there a way to economize?" The leader concluded, "Very well. We must convene a meeting to discuss this thoroughly. Now, let us continue drinking and savoring the meal." Chapter 7. The Divine Brother. As Xiao Luo engaged in a lively discussion with the leader of the Dragon Kingdom, the restaurant door abruptly swung open, revealing a graceful lady carrying a soup pot. Standing at 175 meters tall, she exuded an air of poise and elegance, her luxurious silk evening gown billowing delicately around her. Following closely behind was a young girl, her long hair cascading down to her waist, tall and slender, adorned in a princess-like veil, her youthful face radiating innocence, as she clasped a bowl of fruit in her hands. Upon spotting Xiao Luo, the girl exclaimed, "Divine Brother. Truly, there are living deities in this world." The two ladies approached the ebony round table with measured steps, placing the bowl on the dining surface. "Let us enjoy some detoxifying soup to alleviate the effects of the wine," the lady said, before settling beside the leader of the Dragon Kingdom. "Divine Brother, please indulge in the fruit." Xiao Luo glanced at the spread: peeled, egg-sized seedless lychees, organic green grapes, watermelon slices, and hami melon, all fruits he cherished. Salivating at the sight, he couldn't resist plucking a seedless lychee and popping it into his mouth, relishing the burst of sweetness that filled his palate. "Ah, so sweet," he exclaimed, while the girl, Wang Yuan, gleefully added, "If it's sweet, eat more." "Daddy, have you been drinking?" Wang Yuan asked playfully. "Today, your divine brother is visiting. He must be in high spirits," and indulged a little. Xiao Luo recognized the young girl as the leader's daughter he had met a decade ago when she was merely 8 years old. "Oh, it's little Wang Yuan. 10 years ago, you barely reached my waist, and now you stand taller than me." He chuckled. The lady remarked, 10 years ago, the leader often spoke of living deities. And I was skeptical. Now, I truly believe. Xiao Luo, you appear not only unchanged but even younger. Flattered by her praise, Xiao Luo jested. There are no deities in this world. I have merely lived a few more years than others. The leader interjected, Xiao Luo. You've lived far more than just a few years. At 135, you resemble a man in his 30s. If that isn't divine, what is? His words were laced with admiration. Surprised, Xiao Luo quickly responded, since taking the immortality enzyme, the side effects have been significant. At 80, I lost all my teeth. But they eventually grew back. Occasionally, I am plagued by bizarre nightmares. Through my century of observation, I have discovered that while the enzyme can extend life, it does not grant invulnerability. Pain still accompanies injuries, and recovery takes time. Furthermore, as one ages, bones calcify, making movement less convenient. I believe that injecting the enzyme may yield better results. To eliminate side effects, we must match it precisely to the DNA of the test subjects to ensure safety before human application. This is merely a theoretical hypothesis, and developing it requires extensive time. Calculating all DNA profiles would take at least a millennium with current quantum computing capabilities. Hence, I am eager to urge the leader to initiate a project to conquer the challenges of large-scale quantum computing. This is vital not only for military advancements but also for the immortality enzyme project. Is it truly so miraculous? The leader inquired in astonishment. Xiao Luo nodded affirmatively. Indeed. The lady expressed her concern. I fear the leader may not live to see that day. At 90 years old. The leader still worked tirelessly for hours on end, neglecting his health. Reflecting on their marriage, she recalled that when the leader was 72, she was just 20. And they had finally welcomed Wang Yuan into their lives. I had hoped to bear him another child, but alas, I am unable, she lamented, glancing at the leader. The Dragon Kingdom leader chuckled. Ah, age does catch up with us. The lady continued earnestly. Wang Yuan is exceptionally gifted. It is unfortunate she is a girl. Our clan requires Xiao Luo's assistance. She then took Wang Yuan's hand and placed it in Xiao Luo's. The leader recounted, a decade ago, I intended to betroth Wang Yuan to you. But you claimed you needed to establish yourself in the Dragon Kingdom and refused. Now, you are a distinguished scientist, your achievements unparalleled. Entrusting our clan's future to you would allow me to leave this world with a smile. Papa, I don't want to marry anyone. Wang Yuan pouted, turning her head away. The lady comforted her. Every girl must eventually marry. You have often expressed a desire to meet your divine brother. He has been a great benefactor, saving our people a lifetime of electricity costs, an impressive sum. But, Wang Yuan protested. The leader asserted, we live in an age of technology. Those who master it will dominate humanity. Our enemies harbor ill intentions, frequently showcasing their aerial warships in our skies. We must strive for dignity and technological supremacy. I am old, and the doctors warn that I may not have another decade. Xiao Luo, you and Wang Yuan's descendants are my kin. Despite your age of 135, you remain unmarried. Is it not normal for the unmarried to wed now? Wang Yuan, do not dismiss him for his height. It does not hinder intellect. Realizing the leader was intent on drawing him into high-stakes conflicts, Xiao Luo felt a pang of urgency. He sought an excuse to extricate himself. Yet it depended on Wang Yuan's willingness. In matters of research, I am confident, but is it not unfair to Wang Yuan to marry an old man like me? Wang Yuan understood but struggled to accept it. Father, mother, I appreciate your intentions, but my feelings for divine brother are purely respectful. There is no romantic inclination. Why must you complicate matters for us? Seeing her agitation, the lady advised, feelings can develop over time. Besides, Xiao Luo surpasses mere mortals. Marrying him is a boon. But Wang Yuan insisted, casting a hopeful glance at Xiao Luo, seeking his support. Xiao Luo, aware of the weight of her gaze, felt the urgency of the moment. However, he was preoccupied with his own predicaments, avoiding her pleading eyes. The lady placed Xiao Luo's hand atop Wang Yuan's, declaring, Xiao Luo, I entrust Wang Yuan to you. You shall consummate your union today, and once she conceives, you may return to your research. Xiao Luo felt a surge of panic, wishing to vanish into thin air. He turned to Wang Yuan, his eyes pleading for rescue. I agree to marry Xiao Luo, Wang Yuan declared, unwavering in her gaze. Xiao Luo's mind reeled in disbelief. Wang Yuan, I am merely an old man, shorter than you. Are you truly willing to marry me? He lamented, nearly on the verge of tears. He had come to the leader's home for support, only to find himself ensnared in a predicament. Refusing would shatter his dreams. Yet accepting would tether his fate to the leader's whims, extinguishing his hopes for freedom. Chapter 8 I am willing. Juana declared, lowering her head as tears, resembling large pearls, cascaded onto Xiao Luo's hand. Stunned, Xiao Luo pondered whether this was the burden of being in a high position, where one's fate is dictated by others, even in matters of lifelong significance. Though he understood the harsh reality, his heart ached for this young girl on the cusp of adulthood. While the concept of eternal life could theoretically be passed down genetically, it remained just that, an abstraction. As Xiao Luo gazed upon her youthful visage, the innocence and cleverness in her eyes became clouded by the veil of reality. He gently lifted her chin, only to find her eyes devoid of their former spark. "Juana, have you truly thought this through?" he inquired. "Yes," Juana affirmed with a nod. The leader, sensing her distress, comforted her. "Juana, come here, give your father one last embrace. From this moment forth, you shall be Xiao Luo's wife, destined to support him and raise children." With that, he opened his arms wide. Juana immediately rushed into his embrace, and the leader began to weep. The lady of the house came over, wrapping her arms around Juana's shoulders, joining in the sorrowful display. This poignant scene of separation unfolded before Xiao Luo, leaving him overwhelmed with conflicting emotions, feeling utterly lost. The lady reassured Juana, "Do not cry, my dear. You are now an adult, no longer a child. I understand how difficult it is to part from your parents. Even as you marry Xiao Luo, you will always be our child. You are exceptionally gifted, and with Xiao Luo's remarkable achievements, the children you nurture will undoubtedly bear great responsibilities. Your father is still alive, able to pave the way for you and your children. Should he pass, the uncertainties that follow would bring suffering to many." Recognizing the moment was ripe, the leader addressed Xiao Luo earnestly. "Xiao Luo, I entrust my precious daughter to you. Focus on your research. You need not worry about anything else, for I have made arrangements. I may not live to see eternal life, but if my grandson achieves it, I shall have no regrets." Upon hearing this, Xiao Luo yearned to ask for more time to contemplate. Yet, it seemed that refusal was not an option. Compelling him to acquiesce, he turned to Juana, holding on to his last flicker of hope. "Juana, do you truly wish to marry me?" She turned to him, her gaze resolute as she replied, "I do." In that moment, Xiao Luo's final glimmer of hope was extinguished. He slumped into his chair, his right hand instinctively seizing a glass of champagne, which he drained in one swift motion. Leaning back against the chair's support, he closed his eyes, rapidly devising a strategy. 2 seconds later, he opened his eyes, the phrase play along emerging in his mind. The lady observed Xiao Luo slumped in his chair and assumed he had indulged too much. She said to Juana, "It seems Xiao Luo has had a bit too much to drink. Juana, please assist him to rest." "Yes," Juana responded dutifully. She placed Xiao Luo's arm around her shoulder, helping him up with a heavy heart, while the lady aided them. Xiao Luo, with determination, insisted, "No need, I am not intoxicated. I can manage on my own." With that, he withdrew his arm from Juana's shoulder, straightened his attire, and bowed to the leader, saying, "Father, your son-in-law, and Juana take their leave." The leader nodded in acknowledgement, watching as the three departed. Juana reached out her small hand, intertwining it with Xiao Luo's arm, guiding him out of the dining hall. The lady led the way, taking them towards the master bedroom. At this moment, Xiao Luo was in a daze, utterly oblivious to the fragrant flowers and exquisite artistry along the path. Minutes later, they arrived at the wedding chamber prepared for them. Upon opening the door, the sight of a grand 2-meter round bed was striking, with a warm, plush carpet covering a sprawling 150 square meters. The pure marble walls boasted exquisite reliefs, complemented by a vanity, wardrobe, and a spacious 50 square meter bathroom. The 3-meter-high room was adorned with an opulent crystal chandelier. Xiao Luo realized he could not escape this predicament. The lady said to them, "Go on in." Once Xiao Luo and Juana entered the room, the lady stepped out and closed the door behind them, leaving the two in an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Juana lowered her head, suggesting, "Perhaps you should take a shower." Xiao Luo's face flushed, his heart raced at her words. He stammered in acknowledgement before making his way to the bathroom. Chapter 9. According to your method after entering the bathroom. Xiao Luo stood motionless as the glass door of the shower stall slid open automatically. A curtain of water cascaded down from the ceiling, measuring 50 centimeters in diameter, while the thermometer indicated a temperature of 37 degrees. At that moment, Xiao Luo's face was ashen. He had no desire to bathe. Yet he could not conceive of a better solution. The water curtain splashed onto the shower floor with a gentle rustle. "Why not take a shower?" Juana inquired. "What about a test tube baby?" Xiao Luo finally proposed. Juana deemed his suggestion too time-consuming and cumbersome. "What if we find a surrogate?" He thought again, yet he felt that it would be best to have their own child. Besides, His father would never allow otherwise. Warner, are you truly willing to accept this arrangement? It's not too late to back out. Just say you don't want to, and I will inform the leader immediately. My father's orders are difficult to contest, but I believe he has his reasons. I hold no resentment toward you. Xiao Luo felt powerless and could only speak up for Warner. Warner, this is unfair to you. Warner paused, tears almost spilling from her eyes as she looked upward, suppressing her emotions. Life is inherently filled with inequities, whether fair or unfair. Being part of a clan entails making sacrifices for it, even at the cost of one's life. Stop standing there, go take a shower. Xiao Luo gazed at Warner, who seemed resigned to her fate, and his heart ached for her. Reflecting on the past, he recalled his former girlfriend from over a century ago, stirring a deep melancholy within him. Can true affection truly be overshadowed by dowries, parental commands, and companionship? Xiao Luo's heart was filled with turmoil as he sought support from the higher-ups to achieve breakthroughs in quantum technology, all the while yearning for the carefree life he envisioned in his dreams. For a century, his existence had been confined to the laboratory and dormitory. 100 years had dulled his memories of family and love. Only the pursuit of scientific research remained indelibly etched in his mind. Guilt toward his mentor drove him to work tirelessly, unafraid of hardship, wishing only to bring a smile to his mentor's face in the afterlife. Yet, despite a century of effort, his research had made little progress, with the elusive immortality enzyme being the source of his deepest frustrations. He was unwilling to accept defeat and refused to relinquish hope. Having finally ventured into the realm of quantum science, he glimpsed a sliver of hope. He firmly believed that breakthroughs in quantum physics could lead to advancements in the development of the immortality enzyme. Thus, he accepted the leader's arrangements, considering his own discomfort trivial. Having endured countless hardships at the age of 135, however, he could not bear to drag Warner into this predicament. She was entirely innocent. As the water curtain cascaded down, tears streamed down Xiao Luo's face. After Pan finished showering, Warner took Xiao Luo's hand and walked toward the bed. Her steps seemed burdened by a weight, each movement excruciatingly slow, mirroring Xiao Luo's own sense of being a mere shell of a person. Eventually, they lay side by side under the covers, both staring blankly at the ceiling. Reality felt surreal. They both wished it were merely a dream. Time passed, and Xiao Luo succumbed to drowsiness, leaving Warner to reflect on their conversations at the dining table and the joyful moments spent with his parents, tears slipping down her cheeks. She turned toward Xiao Luo. However, she needed to verify something. As Warner settled down, she took Xiao Luo's pulse. Is it really that quick? She asked. It could be determined, he replied. As Warner turned away from him, is there a result? She ventured again. Not yet, Xiao Luo answered, turning to face her. In a weak voice, Warner said, I don't want to move anymore. Reluctantly, Xiao Luo echoed, I don't want to move either. But the task assigned by my father remains unfinished. Warner whispered into his ear. Xiao Luo, maintaining his rationality, stated, This cannot be rushed. Science must take its course. What do you suggest we do to fulfill my father's task? Warner's voice grew softer, her face flushed. Xiao Luo recalled his scientific findings and replied, I may have a solution, which is, then let us proceed according to your method, she said, closing her beautiful eyes and gently wrapping her arms around Xiao Luo's neck. Yet, Xiao Luo felt no spark of interest and wished to drift off to sleep. Feeling his stillness, Warner opened her eyes, her gaze bright and compelling. What's wrong? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Luo began to explain the fundamental scientific principles of conception to her. Upon hearing this, Warner could not help but chuckle, gazing at Xiao Luo with amusement. Chapter 10. I want to hit you. I have come to realize that you are truly adorable, Warner remarked with a chuckle. However, her laughter faded as she inquired, Is there a way to conceive a boy instantly? Xiao Luo pondered for a brief moment before responding, There is indeed a method, but... Warner tilted her head inquisitively. But what? It requires your cooperation, Xiao Luo replied, turning to face her. How do I cooperate? Warner asked with a smile, her cheeks slowly flushing. Unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, Xiao Luo devised a plan. Let me show you something, he suggested. What is it? Warner inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Xiao Luo turned to the nightstand and called out to his phone, Xiao Du, connect to the projector. Xiao Du here, searching for projection devices. Please hold on. As he spoke, the projection screen descended slowly, successfully connecting to the projector. At that moment, the screen displayed his phone's interface. Activate viewing mode. Xiao Luo commanded. Viewing mode is being activated, the screen's audio announced. Subsequently, all the lights dimmed, leaving only the screen illuminated. Xiaodu, play Biological Research Document 135. Playing Biological Research Document 135. Before long, the screen exhibited clear educational visuals accompanied by crisp sounds, causing Wanner's face to flush with color. Realizing the implications, she stared at Xiao Luo, exclaiming, "What is this? You naughty boy." She playfully tugged at his ear. "Ouch, that hurts." Xiao Luo protested as Wanner released her grip. He quickly clarified, "Aren't you eager to conceive a boy? This is a research achievement from our Academy of Sciences. I wouldn't show it to just anyone." Seeing Xiao Luo's earnest expression, Wanner became serious. "Is it really like that?" "Indeed." Xiao Luo nodded, adding, "These are the fundamentals." "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." Wanner conceded, lacking a better alternative. Time passed, and after their playful endeavors, Xiao Luo and Wanner embraced and drifted into slumber. "Let us check." Wanner expressed her desire to know the outcome, feeling accomplished with the task entrusted to her by the leader. "All right, this time I'll be particularly attentive." Xiao Luo replied earnestly. After a while, he confidently declared, "Yes, it's happening." "Really?" Wanner exclaimed with delight. "Indeed, it is." "Is it a boy?" She sought further confirmation regarding the gender of the child she carried, knowing that their lives would be intertwined by this impending arrival. Wanner retorted, "Didn't you say that following that method would ensure a boy?" "Ah," Xiao Luo exclaimed, realizing the strength of the method. Wanner, panting, threatened, "I feel like hitting you." "Humph, I'm going to sleep now." With that, she turned her back to Xiao Luo and closed her eyes. Xiao Luo gazed at her back, gently wrapping his arms around her as he too succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, the particle aggregator whirred to life, engulfing the intense beams of light before it. From the rear of the colossal machine, a prototype spacecraft began to take shape. The machine's expansive spherical exterior was ablaze with rolling flames. The closer one got to the front, the denser the flames appeared, resembling a terrifyingly red inferno. Yet, Xiao Luo stood by, unperturbed. Could this be the particle aggregator he had longed for? This machine had the capability to delve into the sun's core to absorb high-energy particles, enabling the synthesis of any material, provided a large quantum computer programmed it appropriately. In essence, possessing this machine would effortlessly yield planet-scale interstellar spacecraft. Not only would it fulfill his dreams, but it would also assist the leader in constructing aerospace carriers and producing gold in mere moments. As these thoughts coursed through Xiao Luo's mind, he couldn't help but burst into joyous laughter. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Chapter 11. 10 years younger Xiao Luo's laughter roused Wanner from her slumber. Recalling the suffering she had endured, she propped herself up and gazed at Xiao Luo, raising her hand to slap his face. Startled, Xiao Luo covered his face and uttered a soft "Oh." "Is it amusing?" Wanner, still irked, followed up with another slap. "I was merely dreaming." Xiao Luo hastily clarified. "Even in dreams, you find it amusing? You deserve a beating." Another slap followed. Xiao Luo found himself at a loss for words, trapped in silence. With a cheerful demeanor, he embraced Wanner's slender waist. "I truly do not know why I laughed." "Does it still hurt? And you dare to say that?" She scoffed. Wanner lay back, taking a deep breath, and slowly remarked, "Father's mission is accomplished. It is time for us to part ways. Indeed, I must hurriedly return to my work to expedite the development of the large quantum computer." Wanner rolled her eyes, exasperated. "Why is your mind solely occupied with work?" Suddenly, she noticed a multitude of white hairs scattered across Xiao Luo's pillow. "Hey, why have you lost so much hair?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Luo quickly sat up to examine the evidence, discovering a significant amount of white hair on his pillow. He hurriedly grabbed his phone and took a selfie with the front camera. Could this be a reaction from the immortality enzyme? Xiao Luo pondered in disbelief, noticing that there was not a single white hair on his head. "Wanner, can you check if I have any white hair left?" Wanner sat up and meticulously searched through Xiao Luo's hair, but could not find a trace of white. "This is unbelievable. You had white hair yesterday. Yet today it is all black." A thought struck her. Could it be? She stared at Xiao Luo, perplexed. "I am uncertain. Ever since I ingested the immortality enzyme, I have never conducted such research, so I cannot confirm if this is related." "Wow, you jumped so high?" "Yes. I too did not expect this. I have never engaged in this area of study before. I feel as though I am an entirely different person. It is astonishing." "Is it possible that after doing that, one becomes younger?" Wanner inquired. "Wanner, have you experienced any changes in your body?" Xiao Luo sought her confirmation. Wanner promptly stood up, only to be met with a sharp pain coursing through her body, which caused her to hesitate in getting out of bed. "Ouch. It just hurts, nothing more." Xiao Luo understood her plight and refrained from pressing further. It seemed that only those with the immortality enzyme would exhibit its effects. He wondered what their future children might be like. Would they also possess eternal youth? If that were the case, I would be at a loss. But at least it would be a boon for our children, he mused aloud. And what about me? Will I be like you? I cannot say for certain, after all. You do not possess the immortality enzyme. What exactly is this immortality enzyme? It seems so wondrous. The immortality enzyme was developed by my mentor over 50 years. There is but one sample, which I regrettably consumed. Hence, I have lived to be 135 years old, yet still appear youthful. Really? If only we could give it to father, and mother too, then our entire family could enjoy eternal life. One heir exclaimed with enthusiasm. That is indeed a possibility. But since my mentor's passing, I have not succeeded in my research after a century of attempts. Moreover, we cannot risk experimenting on animals for fear of creating abominations. This research is classified. Only the leader is privy to it. Oh, no wonder even I was unaware. When will the research on the immortality enzyme be successful? I want eternal life too. One heir's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Xiao Luo. Oh, one heir, do you truly wish for eternal life? However, I fear that with the present technology, it may take several hundred years before we achieve success. Will I still be alive by then? No wonder father insisted on having children with you. He wishes for our clan's legacy to endure, one heir whispered. However, there might be a solution. Perhaps in a decade or so, we can achieve success. Really? If it is developed in a decade, can I take it? Our entire family could live forever. One heir's face radiated joy at the prospect. However, only one dose can be produced at a time. Then father would have no hope left? Mother mentioned that he may not survive another decade. Xiao Luo sighed in resignation. Yet, with mother by my side, with you and our child, I find contentment. I too am anxious. I came here seeking the leader's support for my research. This endeavor requires substantial funding and collaboration from numerous scientists to succeed. It is a monumental task that necessitates the backing of our dragon nation, and we cannot afford any mistakes to ensure it is realized within a decade. One heir, lost in thought, felt a surge of admiration for Xiao Luo, which only deepened her affections. I will speak to father, but do not disclose the immortality enzyme to him. This is a classified project. Your mother must also remain uninformed. Just state that we require support for the advancement of future technologies, particularly the large quantum computer project. I will handle it with discretion. Chapter 12. Rise and obtain the marriage certificate. I miss you, Warner said. Oh, did you sleep well at your mother's? Xiao Luo inquired. Yes, quite well. Dad asked me to go with you to get the marriage certificate tomorrow, Warner replied. Oh, that's good. Why didn't you tell me about your previous girlfriend? Well, it all happened so suddenly that I didn't have the chance to mention it. Besides, you never asked, Xiao Luo scratched his head. Mom has already called the doctor for an examination. Yes, just as I told you, I am pregnant, Wana stated. Aren't you happy? Wana asked. In 10 months, our child will be born. By then, you will be a father, and I will be a mother, Wana continued. Xiao Luo responded. Have you thought of a name for our child? A name? Let me think. Dad said the child should have the surname Xianyuan, like mine. Oh, Xianyuan? Then let's name him Xianyuan. Xianyuan. What do you think we should name him? I don't know. I haven't thought about it. How about Xianyuan Xian? What do you think? What does that mean? It's just a name. Let's go with Xianyuan Xian, the mysterious Xian. All right then. Good night. Wana said. I miss you. Wana repeated. I miss you too. I don't know what else to say, Xiao Luo admitted. I want to be with you, Wana continued. But you are pregnant. Once the baby is born, we can live together. Okay. Now, you should rest well. You too, bye. Xiao Luo, are you up? Wana's voice echoed through the room. Xiao Luo rubbed his blurry eyes and asked, What time is it? It's already 10 o'clock. Hurry up and get ready to go. Okay. Xiao Luo yawned, stretched lazily, and got out of bed. After freshening up, he chose a blue suit, put on white sneakers, grabbed his phone, and headed out. Mr. Xiao, you're up? The secretary of the leader had been waiting at the door. Upon seeing Xiao Luo, she quickly approached to greet him. Good morning, Secretary Zhang, Xiao Luo greeted Zhang Wentian. The car is ready. Let us go, she said, leading Xiao Luo to the parking area. Xiao Luo took the elevator down to the first floor of the building, where he found Wana waiting for him at the front desk, accompanied by Xianyuan Bauer. Xiao Luo hurried over. Wana, you're here, Xianyuan Bauer said with irritation. Hey. Sister Bauer, good morning. Xiao Luo replied. It's almost noon, shut a scientist, making two beautiful ladies wait for you so long. How shameful. Xianyuan Bauer remarked. Sorry, Sister Bauer, I woke up late, Xiao Luo explained. That is something you should tell Wana, Bauer added. Sorry, Warner, for keeping you waiting. Xiao Luo quickly apologized to her. It's all right. I just arrived, Warner said nonchalantly, wearing oversized sunglasses. Take a seat. It will be our turn soon. I've already called for our number, and there aren't many people today. After saying this, she sat down on a nearby public seat. Sister, you sit too. Warner told Bauer. Okay, Bauer replied, sitting beside Warner, while Xiao Luo took a seat next to Bauer, as there was no space on Warner's other side. Bauer began chatting with Warner, treating Xiao Luo as if he were invisible. Warner also ignored Xiao Luo, leaving him to entertain himself with his phone. Customer number 68. Please proceed to window number 1 to process your business, the announcement echoed. Xiao Luo, let us go. It's our turn, Warner said. Okay. Xiao Luo quickly stowed his phone and followed Warner to the window. Please present both of your identification cards, household registration book, or household proof, the staff member requested. I didn't bring mine. Xiao Luo hurriedly exclaimed to Warner. I have mine, Warner said, presenting her identification card, household registration book, and Xiao Luo's household proof to the staff. Xiao Luo quickly retrieved his identification card and handed it over. Upon seeing Xiao Luo's ID, the staff member exclaimed, You are 135 years old? Incredible. How come you look like you're 25? The staff member immediately entered Xiao Luo's identity information for verification and breathed a sigh of relief. How extraordinary. They continued, entering Warner's information, and exclaimed again, You are the daughter of the leader? Yes, Warner replied, removing her sunglasses. Please allow me to represent the Municipal Civil Affairs Bureau in officiating your marriage. I hereby declare, from this moment onward, you shall become lawful partners in the Dragon Kingdom. Congratulations to you both on your union, and I sincerely wish you a blissful marriage and a fulfilling life together. Please exchange a kiss as a token of your commitment. As the staff conducted the ceremony, other newlyweds began to kiss one another. Warner and Xiao Luo were unsure where to begin, but influenced by the atmosphere. They shared a kiss as well. The simple wedding ceremony concluded amid laughter and joy. Chapter 13. The Grand Marshal of Technology. Master, your phone is ringing. The crisp sound of Xiao Luo's ringtone filled the air, prompting him to hurriedly retrieve his phone. Xiao Luo, come to the assembly hall immediately. The leader's voice resonated from the other end. Understood, Xiao Luo promptly replied, turning to Warner, who was exiting the Municipal Affairs Hall. I have to attend a meeting. Warner acknowledged, lifting her head and striding directly out the door. At that moment, Secretary Zhang approached. Old Xiao, the flying car is ready. Follow me. Xiao Luo cast a glance at Warner's receding figure, nodded, and followed Secretary Zhang into the elevator. 10 minutes later, the flying car descended onto the designated parking area beside the assembly hall. Upon disembarking, military personnel arrived to receive him. Are you Old Xiao? I am here to assist you, he said, saluting Xiao Luo. Hello, comrade, Xiao Luo responded. Together with Secretary Zhang, he followed the reception officer into the assembly hall. They underwent identity verification, passed through security, and entered a private passageway, where the doors opened to reveal a resounding announcement echoing through the venue. We hereby declare the decision of the assembly. Comrade Xiao Luo is awarded the rank of Grand Marshal of Technology. We invite Comrade Xiao Luo to the stage. Old Xiao, please allow the reception officer to guide you. Secretary Zhang remained in place, awaiting his return. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today, Xiao Luo began, confronting the microphone as the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. The reception personnel signaled for him to take the stage. And with a steely resolve, he approached the podium where a prepared speech awaited him. Esteemed comrades, ladies and gentlemen, here, 500 words have been omitted. And in pursuit of our noble cause, the hall reverberated with fervent applause once more. Xiao Luo made his way towards the reception personnel, following them out of the assembly hall. At that moment, 10 young men clad in black suits, lacking ties, with closely cropped hair, sharp features, piercing gazes, robust physiques, and standing approximately 175 meters tall, approached him. They halted before Xiao Luo and saluted in unison, startling him momentarily. The reception personnel informed Xiao Luo. These 10 individuals will now serve as your security detail, responsible for your safety around the clock. This is a direct order from above. Although he contemplated declining, the nature of the command compelled him to accept graciously. Please, lead the way, one of the security personnel instructed Xiao Luo, while the others immediately assumed combat-ready positions, escorting him out of the assembly hall. Leader, we are now headed to the Kunping mountain range. The security personnel guided Xiao Luo to the quantum transporter located in the basement of the assembly hall. The officer presented a card to the magnetic sensor at the door, which swung open, revealing a dazzling bright circular space, measuring a full 20 meters in diameter. Once everyone had entered, the door sealed behind them. Following a series of mechanical sounds, the door reopened in less than a second. "Leader, we have arrived at the Kunping mountain base," the security personnel announced to Xiao Luo. "All right," Xiao Luo acknowledged, as the 11 of them exited the quantum transporter in succession. Chapter 14. The inception of the Kunping Mountain Quantum Project. The Grand Marshal and the attendees had been waiting at the entrance of the quantum teleporter for some time, with the leading figure being the esteemed director of the Quantum Academy, Xiao Zhangwo. Upon noticing their presence, the security personnel promptly stepped forward to establish a safe distance. Maintaining a vigilant stance, they positioned themselves 2 meters away from Xiao Luo and the director, preventing others from approaching. "Director, you are here," Xiao Luo exclaimed, quickly moving to support Director Xiao Zhangwo. The director, with a gentle smile, replied, "Indeed, I received an urgent notification yesterday and arrived via the teleporter." Observing the elderly director, whose hair was silver and face marked by wrinkles, Xiao Luo felt a pang of compassion. At the age of 93, the director was still tirelessly dedicated to scientific research, despite his mobility issues and occasional health setbacks. Throughout Xiao Luo's decade at the Quantum Academy, Director Xiao Zhangwo had generously imparted his invaluable research insights. In Xiao Luo's heart, the director would forever remain the most revered mentor. "Oh dear, Director, at your age, why are you still running around? It pains me to see you like this," Xiao Luo remarked empathetically. "Huh, if we're speaking of age, I'm not as old as you. You're already 135. I'm merely 93. Contributing to the Dragon Nation is a small matter," Xiao Zhangwo jested with a twinkle in his eye. "Oh, have you retired?" Xiao Luo inquired, puzzled. "I'm not ready for retirement yet. I can't sit idle," he replied with a hearty laugh, prompting Xiao Luo to join him in laughter, which elicited chuckles from the others present. "Follow me," Director Xiao Zhangwo said, taking hold of Xiao Luo's hand as they walked together, engaging in heartfelt conversation along the way. Shortly after, they entered a modest conference room, already filled with familiar faces. Approximately 500 individuals gathered closely. Upon the arrival of the director and Xiao Luo, everyone rose to their feet, their eyes fixed on Xiao Luo. The security personnel swiftly entered the room, maintaining vigilance at the podium, the entrance, and behind Xiao Luo. As the director approached the podium and addressed the microphone, he announced, "Please take your seats." The crowd settled down, and Xiao Zhangwo continued. "I hereby announce an order from above. Comrade Xiao Luo is appointed as the director of the Quantum Academy and chief engineer of the Kunping Mountain Quantum Science Project, responsible for overseeing all operations of the project. I, Xiao Zhangwo, will serve as an advisor to the Quantum Academy, assisting the chief engineer." A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted within the conference room. Director Xiao Zhangwo then stated, "Now, I invite the Grand Marshal of Technology, Director Xiao Luo, to the stage to speak." The director turned to Xiao Luo, who then stepped to the center of the podium and began an impromptu speech. "Comrades, do not applaud for me. Reserve that energy for the work ahead. The time has come when our Dragon Nation needs us. We are not yet affluent. Although our national GDP reaches 10 trillion each year, with a population of 2 billion, the average annual income per person is merely 500,000, revealing a significant gap compared to developed countries. The disparity in wealth remains vast, while some individuals possess fortunes in the trillions. The majority of the populace earns only modest incomes, and we have yet to implement 16 years of compulsory education after achieving 12 years. A few years ago, through our collective efforts, we made progress in resolving energy issues. The people no longer pay electricity bills, fuel vehicles have been phased out, electric vehicles are widespread, and air quality has improved. However, this is still insufficient. Our adversaries' aerospace carriers frequently intrude upon our airspace. Are you content with this?" A unified response echoed through the room. "No," Xiao Luo continued. "Therefore, 2 days ago, I submitted a report to the higher-ups, proposing the establishment of various quantum science projects. To my astonishment, approval was granted in merely 2 days. What does this signify? It indicates that the Dragon Nation requires breakthroughs in the quantum field. Only then will our adversaries think twice before encroaching upon our airspace, and the citizens will gain dignity on the international stage. As researchers nurtured by the Dragon Nation, what should we do? I believe we must devote all our energy to the tasks ahead. Do you agree?" A fervent chorus of agreement resonated from the assembly. Upon concluding his speech, Xiao Luo picked up an A4 sheet from the table, which listed a series of positions. He proceeded to read aloud the names and distribute work certificates and appointment letters. After the address, Xiao Luo raised his voice, declaring, "I hereby announce the official commencement of the Kunping Mountain Quantum Research Project." With a resounding round of applause, the meeting drew to a close. Chapter 15. Awaiting your good news, Master. Master, your phone is ringing. The ringtone of Xiao Luo's mobile phone, resting on the bedside table, echoed in the room. He opened his eyes and, upon glancing at the screen, saw it was a video call. As he activated the video, the image of one heir appeared before him. "Xiao Luo, hurry to the dining hall. I have cooked today." Her voice resonated cheerfully through the phone, catching Xiao Luo by surprise. "Oh, I am currently engrossed in work. The project has commenced, and it will take at least 10 years to complete. I apologize, one heir." "Oh, that's all right. Just do your best, okay?" 4. One heir hesitated, then winked suggestively, and Xiao Luo instantly understood. "Yes, I will strive to finish the project as soon as possible, for you and for our child, hee. Xiao Luo exclaimed joyfully. "How did you know the child is a boy?" she asked, astonished. "The doctor said it would take 3 weeks to confirm, and right now, the baby is merely a cell, so tiny that it is hardly discernible." "Well, that's just my personal research insight, hee." Xiao Luo scratched his head, taken aback by her prowess. "Your father mentioned you are now a technological grand marshal. Is that true?" One heir continued. "Indeed. I received the orders just at noon, and was even sent a grand marshal uniform. It's quite splendid." "Is that so? Show me. It wasn't broadcast on television." "Here it is," he said, leaping from the bed and standing upright, presenting his phone's camera to one heir. "Wow, how cool," she exclaimed, transformed into an adoring fan in an instant. "By the way, can this technological grand marshal lead troops into battle?" she inquired eagerly. "Not really. I am not stationed in the military, so I can't lead troops into combat. It's merely a nominal position, intended for better work opportunities. However, I have been assigned 10 bodyguards, each exuding an intimidating aura. How impressive." "Really? Dad, doesn't he even have that many bodyguards?" "Wow, you have 10. One heir's expression was one of pure admiration. "Make sure you work hard, and we can chat later. This is my father's phone. It took a lot of convincing for him to let me use it." "Yes, I shall work diligently. You must take care of yourself as well. You needn't worry about me. Mother is taking excellent care of me. She is incredibly attentive. Also, Sister Bao Air frequently chats with me and has bought me plenty of delicious treats. By the way, do you know how much gift money they transferred to me last night?" "How much?" "Over 10 billion. This is the first time I've seen such a sum. Just my grandparents sent me 88 billion. One heir's face lit up with joy at the thought. "I've never seen that much either. I donate my entire salary to the unit, so I do not require it." "Why not? By the way, how much is your monthly salary?" "I am unsure. I estimate it to be around 1 billion a year. The salary isn't much, only 10,000, but the bonuses are substantial. 1 billion a year is quite a lot. You could buy a house in the city center." Cough. "I don't need it." "Huh? Why not? Everything I eat, wear, and live in is provided by the unit. I have no need to purchase a house." "What about when the child grows up?" "Oh, indeed. I must work hard to save money for Xian Heir to have a spacious home." Xiao Luo nearly broke into a cold sweat. Hi, look at how scared you are. "As long as you work diligently, you need not worry about Xian Heir's housing. I currently have 152 billion on hand." "Ah, that is true. Nonetheless, I shall work diligently. I am certain I can secure the funds. I'll share a secret with you. Once this project is completed, it will be capable of producing gold." "Is that for real?" "Shh, don't tell anyone, only I know." "Wow, you're so impressive. Does that mean you can have as much money as you want?" "Well, theoretically, yes." "All right, I await your good news. Goodbye for now. We are about to eat." One heir waved her hand at Xiao Luo, content with the call ending. After the call, Xiao Luo felt invigorated, as though he had been electrified, wishing to make the most of every day. He promptly approached his computer desk, opened his laptop, and began to type fervently. Chapter 16. Kunping Mountain Laboratory Director He, the engineering blueprints require modification. The updated schematics have been dispatched to you. Please proceed with construction accordingly. This is a permanent laboratory, and we must guarantee the quality of the construction. The exterior walls and roofing must be coated with wave-absorbing materials. Concerning budgetary matters, I have submitted a request to higher authorities for an additional 100 trillion. Rest assured, simply adhere to the blueprints. Xiao Luo conveyed these instructions via quantum communication to He Lianqing, the construction supervisor at the base. Little he expedite the production of our quantum computer modules. The more, the better. Xiao Luo then contacted Zhang Ziqing, the Vice President of the Quantum Academy. Director Zhang, could you allocate a nuclear fusion generator set to Kunping Mountain? Just one will suffice. Thank you. Subsequently, Xiao Luo reported the nuclear fusion power station to Director Zhang at the Science and Technology Commission. Dean Liu, greetings. This is Xiao Luo. When will the members of your Materials Science Academy be departing? The base requires your support. The roster has been sent to your work email. Please take note. Thank you, Elder Liu. Professor Yang, greetings. This is Xiao Luo. Our national project is contingent upon the robust support of your design institute. We require Professor Yang to dispatch several of your top GS to assist us. The list has been transmitted. Kindly review it. Space Flight Administration? This is Xiao Luo. We have a national project that necessitates the support of the Space Flight Administration. The required personnel and departure times have been transmitted. Please prepare accordingly. Little Who. Yes, it's me. Our Academy of Life Sciences requires several comrades to participate in the project. They must be prepared to report at any time. The list and departure times have been sent. Please review them. Good. We'll chat properly when we have time. Yes. Xiao Luo made a series of calls. Requisitioning personnel and equipment from the Academy of Life Sciences, the Quantum Academy, the Materials Research Institute, the Design Institute, the Space Flight Administration, and the Science and Technology Commission. He also notified several universities to send numerous undergraduates majoring in relevant fields, including artificial intelligence and computer programming, keeping him exceptionally occupied. Amidst the fervent construction by thousands of colossal unmanned engineering vehicles, the Kunping Mountain Laboratory finally welcomed its acceptance day after 8 months of construction. It was now April of the following year. The laboratory stood at an imposing 1,000 meters, its towering stature rivaling the adjacent snow-capped mountains. Spanning an area of 500,000 square meters, its expanse stretched beyond the horizon. Viewed from above, it resembled a city encased within an eggshell, its exterior adorned with environment-simulating colors. Nestled amidst the surrounding mountains, the laboratory blended seamlessly with its environment, easily mistaken for a natural mountain at first glance. "Good heavens, how magnificent!" exclaimed the chief administrator. Leading the project acceptance was the chief administrator, whose rank was second only to the supreme leader, underscoring the high-level importance of the project. The leaders emerged from the quantum teleportation device and were immediately greeted by the magnificent laboratory. "To witness it firsthand surpasses all reports," one of the elder statesmen remarked. "I had only heard of the project's grandeur in reports, but I could never fully envision its splendor. Seeing it now is truly awe-inspiring. To witness such a majestic undertaking in one's lifetime is a privilege," another elder with silver hair added. "Esteemed leaders, if you maintain your longevity, you will witness even grander structures," Xiao Luo responded. "Then I must take good care of my health and strive to live to see that day," the elder laughed. Xiao Luo accompanied the inspection team, commencing the project acceptance process. "Indeed, such a monumental undertaking is unparalleled globally, particularly this colossal spacecraft, which piques my interest." "How large is this spacecraft?" the chief administrator inquired. "So vast. Could it accommodate the entire global population for interstellar immigration? If so, it would be immensely beneficial in alleviating the burden of overpopulation." The chief administrator continued, "What additional funding will be required? We intend to conduct research on microparticles. If successful, we will not only cease requiring funds but also generate wealth. We can produce gold." "Produce gold?" Scientists posit that gold is formed only after the collision of two neutron stars. Current human technology lacks the capability to create the high pressure required for gold formation. Do you have a superior method? Furthermore, a single aerospace carrier requires 1 trillion in funding, equivalent to a year's gross national product. At the current gold price of 2,000 yuan per gram, 500,000 tons of gold would be needed. Absolutely certain. I have discovered a shortcut for producing gold. Otherwise, I would not have requested such a substantial budget from the nation, Xiao Luo asserted resolutely. If we can truly produce such a quantity of gold, the investments in these projects would be exceedingly worthwhile, the chief administrator responded with a relieved smile. "Rest assured, Chief Administrator, I, Xiao Luo, will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to this endeavor." "Excellent. That is sufficient. If you have any personal needs, please do not hesitate to inform me. Wanner's pregnancy is quite advanced. Congratulations on becoming a father." The chief administrator gestured toward Wanner's pregnant state. Xiao Luo was overjoyed, struggling to articulate his excitement. He grinned foolishly. "Oh, I had almost forgotten. I am going to be a father. Wanner asked me to convey that you should focus on your work and not worry about the child. She is doing well. It is not too late to visit her after the project concludes, the chief administrator said, lost in the joy of impending fatherhood. Xiao Luo was inattentive to the chief administrator's inspection. His preoccupation was immediately noticed. Understood, chief administrator. Chapter 17. No one can speak. Xiao Luo and the director of the state council emerged from the quantum teleporter, exchanging pleasantries before parting ways. At that moment, the leader's secretary, Zhang Wentian, appeared. Xiao Lao, the leader invites you to his home for a visit. Ah, splendid. Xiao Luo was eager to see Wanner immediately. The car is over there, Zhang Wentian indicated, and Xiao Luo followed him towards the flying automobile, as it was an official visit to the leader's residence. No security personnel accompanied them. In less than 10 minutes, the flying car landed in the leader's parking area. Zhang Wentian led the way, with Xiao Luo closely following. How is the leader's health? I've been preoccupied for the past 8 months and haven't had the chance to inquire. It's been 8 months, and I truly miss him. Xiao Luo spoke a disingenuous line. His foremost concern at that moment was, in fact, Wanner and the child she carried. Although the leader's self-interest was difficult for Xiao Luo to accept, his dedication to the nation's future earned Xiao Luo's admiration. 110 trillion. He could summon that amount at will, mobilizing thousands of researchers to advance the nation's technological progress, all for the sake of ensuring the populace lives with dignity. Weighing public and private interests, the leader's contributions far outweighed his selfish motives. Oh, the leader's health isn't very good. He occasionally suffers from his old ailments. He often inquires about you, Xiao Lao, Zhang Wentian remarked. Then I must hurry to see the leader and see if I can be of assistance, Xiao Luo replied. After a few minutes of walking, they finally reached the leader's courtyard. From 100 meters away, Xiao Luo spotted the leader seated in a wrought-tin chair in the pavilion, contentedly observing a birdcage. Leader. Xiao Lao has arrived, Zhang Wentian quietly informed him. Your son-in-law is here at your behest. You haven't seen Wanner in 8 months, have you? Absence makes the heart grow fonder, the leader chuckled. Wanner often murmurs to me, asking if Coimping Mountain is cold and if there are many mosquitoes. The girl has grown up. She no longer cares for her old father, he laughed. Dad, how could I not care for you? Wanner, her belly prominent, emerged from the corridor, supported by her mother. Wanner, you will always be Daddy's little darling, Xiao Luo exclaimed, rushing over to support her. Noticing this, the mother smiled and said, I shall leave you two to your private world, and walked towards the leader. Wanner, you've worked hard. Your belly is so large now. Is Shinner behaving? The first pregnancy is indeed challenging, but compared to your 8-month stay at Coimping Mountain, my struggles are trivial, she replied, gently caressing her belly. Shinner kicks me sometimes, quite the rascal. Really? Xiao Luo inquired, gently placing his hand on her belly. Shinner, be good and stop kicking mommy. Once you are born, Daddy will prepare delicious food for you and take you to fun places. Ouch! Shinner kicked me. Wanner gasped. Are you all right? Xiao Luo quickly asked, feeling as if the pain were his own. Shinner, be good. Don't make mommy suffer. Listen to Daddy, he softly urged, and Wanner chuckled. Shinner hasn't even been born yet. How could he understand? Ah, in our Life Sciences Institute, we call this prenatal education. The fetus can indeed hear external sounds while in the womb. How can you know everything? By the way, could you check my pulse and see how my health is? Wanner asked, and Xiao Luo promptly obliged, taking her pulse. Strange. Your pulse seems similar to mine. Could it be because you were carrying my child? He wondered aloud. The last time I checked, it wasn't like this. Could it be that the immortal enzyme has been passed to Shinner through genetics, and as he grows in your womb, it is gradually absorbed by your body? Over time, it spreads throughout your entire being? This means you might already possess the immortal enzyme, hence the similarity in our pulses. If that were true, could we achieve eternal life? You, me, and Shinner would all live forever? In theory, it is plausible. However, we have never conducted such experiments. Our focus has been on developing the immortal enzyme rather than studying its effects on the human body, as we currently lack the enzyme. Let us hope your theory holds true. That way, I shall remain forever 19, Wanner mused, lost in dreams of eternal youth. If this theory is valid, then the amniotic fluid in your womb might also contain the immortal enzyme. On the day you give birth, we can collect the amniotic fluid for verification. Of course, we must keep this a secret for now. Xiao Luo, if what you say is true, and we collect the amniotic fluid, can we extract the immortal enzyme from my father? He is already 94 years old and in poor health. Let him share in our eternal youth, so our family can always be together. What do you think? Wanner gazed hopefully into Xiao Luo's eyes. All right, I will conduct the test first. However, This matter must remain confidential. No one can know, including your father. Okay. Warner, if my theory is valid, the immortal enzyme could be replicated in numerous quantities. How so? Consider this. If we extract the immortal enzyme for your father and his health improves, then when he and your mother have another child, the immortal enzyme would also be passed to your mother and your future brother. Indeed, so that means my mother could also achieve eternal life? That would be wonderful. Wano exclaimed, taking Xiao Luo's hands and drawing closer. However, if the number of people receiving it increases, won't the population continue to rise? Eventually, the Earth may become overcrowded. What shall we do then? Xiao Luo pondered. Wano nestled against Xiao Luo's chest, whispering, yes, that is indeed a concern. If only we could immigrate to a new Earth. A new Earth, yes, it is a place I have always yearned for. If this project succeeds, we could indeed migrate to a new Earth. Really? That would be fantastic. Our entire family, myself, dad, mom, grandpa, grandma, uncles, aunts, and even Xiang'er and Xiaodong, we could live carefree lives on the new Earth, eternally together and youthful. Isn't that right, Xiao Luo? Yes, but I worry. What if the immortal enzyme falls into the wrong hands? How could we live carefree lives if evildoers gain eternal life? You have a point. I am also concerned that Xian Yuan Hong might obtain the immortal enzyme. My father is particularly displeased with him, believing he engages in misdeeds. If he were to acquire the immortal enzyme, who knows what heinous acts he might commit? Then let us proceed as you suggested. Keep this a secret. No one can know. They both fell silent in contemplation. Xiao Luo assisted Wano in lying down, and the cool April breeze wafted through the room, creating an intoxicating ambience. As Xiao Luo watched Wano drift into slumber, he too succumbed to fatigue, having worked tirelessly for 8 consecutive months, falling asleep almost instantly. Chapter 18. Bauer's affection. Jenner, quickly open the door and see what delicacies I have brought for you. The cheerful chime of the doorbell echoed through the room, rousing Jenner from her slumber. Noticing Xiao Luo still peacefully asleep, she cautiously descended from the bed to answer the door. Jenner, look, I've brought you breakfast. Bauer greeted her warmly. Good morning, Bauer. I just woke up, Jenner replied, stretching lazily. Take it easy, Jenner, Bauer cautioned. It's all right. Oh, is that 8 treasure porridge? Thank you, Bauer. Please take it in and enjoy it slowly. You've just risen and haven't washed your face yet, so go freshen up first. All right, Jenner agreed, swinging the door wide open before turning to wash her face. Bauer entered, placing the breakfast on the dining table, and began to wander idly around the room. Upon noticing a figure lying on Jenner's bed, Bauer approached to discover it was Xiao Luo. She then sought out Jenner to gossip. Yesterday evening, while you were rinsing your mouth, your husband has been elusive. You haven't seen him in 8 months since your marriage. Surely, he isn't misbehaving outside, is he? What does he do that keeps him so mysterious? I'm not entirely sure. He claims to be part of a confidential organization, and I'm too indifferent to pry into his affairs. Even if he is busy, he should at least call or send a message. 8 months have passed with no word. Don't you worry he might be getting up to no good? He wouldn't do that, Bauer. I'm off to breakfast now, Jenner declared, heading straight for the dining table without waking Xiao Luo. She eagerly scooped up the 8 treasure porridge and began to savor it. Jenner, as someone with experience, I must tell you, men can appear sweet on the surface, yet behave quite poorly behind your back. I only wish to look out for you. This porridge is delightful, hee. Jenner replied, her mouth full. Take your time. There is also fresh beef and milk. Bauer continued, then inquired, is it true that Xiao Luo is indeed 136 years old? He hardly looks it, appearing more like a youthful 25-year-old. Perhaps he has undergone cosmetic surgery? No, he truly is 136. He told me he practices health preservation, which has helped him maintain his youthful appearance. Jenner fabricated to appease Bauer. What miraculous health methods! I must have him share them with me. I too wish to remain 25 forever. Look at me. I've engaged in beauty treatments, body sculpting, fitness, and yoga. Yet the passage of time has still left its mark, especially at 54. All right, I'll go wake him, Bauer said, rising to rouse Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo, deeply entrenched in slumber, seemed reluctant to be disturbed. However, out of respect for Bauer, he whispered her name a few times. Xiao Luo, Xiao Luo. Jenner, is that you? Xiao Luo inhaled deeply, preparing to rise, only to realize Bauer was beside Jenner. Bauer, what brings you here? I bring breakfast for Jenner every day, and there is still some on the table. Hurry and eat. Thank you, Bauer. I'll freshen up first. As he threw off the covers, Xiao Luo inadvertently revealed himself entirely. Seeing this, Bauer gasped silently, astonished that a 136-year-old man could possess such vitality. His health preservation methods must be exceptional. I simply must learn them. Jenner, feeling embarrassed, quickly turned away, pretending not to notice. Xiao Luo, realizing the situation, hastily covered himself again. Once both women had left the room, he donned his robe. In the washroom, Xiao Luo scrubbed his teeth thoroughly, both front and back, while feeling the weight of Bauer's gaze. Hey, Bauer, why do you keep staring at me? Don't mind me. I'm merely observing your health preservation methods. Just act normally. Pretend I'm invisible. I aspire to be like you, 136 yet akin to a 25-year-old. Oh, I thought it was something serious. It must have been Jenner who told you. Xiao Luo finally pieced it together. I haven't said a word, Jenner interjected quickly. Bauer, it's quite simple. Maintain a regular routine, eat healthily, and keep your mind clear. That's the secret to eternal youth. Xiao Luo improvised boldly, showing no signs of embarrassment. Specific methods must be tailored to the individual. There are numerous health preservation strategies, and not all will suit you. A personalized approach is essential for optimal results. He continued as he approached the dining table. I can accept that. The first step is a comprehensive physical examination. We'll determine what adjustments you need based on your results. Thus, a full checkup is paramount, he asserted. That makes sense. It has been quite a while since I had one. Very well, I'll follow your advice. After breakfast, I'll head to the hospital for an examination. Watching Xiao Luo enjoy his meal, Bauer remarked, Please give me your contact number. If any issues arise, I'll reach out directly. Of course, Xiao Luo replied, providing his number. After jotting it down on her phone, Bauer hurriedly exited the room, making her way to the hospital. Xiao Luo, are you truly planning to instruct Bauer on health preservation? I was merely placating her. I know little about such matters. It's all nonsense, he confessed. You did claim to have knowledge of health preservation. I thought you were speaking the truth. Jenner chuckled. Looks like you've been cornered by Bauer. I suspected this all along. But since you mentioned it, I feel compelled to support you. Don't you think, my dear wife? Indeed. Now hurry up and finish your meal. I'm already full. Chapter 19. Money is no object. I am about to begin my online course. And there is a computer available for your use. After Juan finished speaking, she turned on the projector and started preparing for her class. You go ahead with your lesson. I won't disturb you, said Xiao Luo. A few minutes later, he finished eating, cleared the dining table, and opened the computer to check the news. A real estate pop-up advertisement appeared, occupying a significant portion of the screen. Accidentally clicking on it, Xiao Luo found himself on a property sales page. Luxuriously furnished 3-bedroom, 2-living-room ready-to-move-in apartment, 200 square meters available for a limited-time purchase. The first 200 buyers only need to pay $500,000 per square meter. Prime location, beautiful surroundings. Ample natural light, north-south ventilation, and a boutique suite for both residential and commercial use. Act quickly. For inquiries, call 188XXXXXXXX. Following the advertisement was a gallery of images and a video presentation of the property. After viewing it, Xiao Luo found it appealing and began to browse further. Wow, this isn't cheap. It's casually $1 million per square meter, he exclaimed. Hey, Juan, which elementary school in Kyoto is the best? Xiao Luo was unsure about the elementary school situation, having not paid attention to such matters in a century. Elementary schools in Kyoto? What's the matter? One replied, Well, I want to buy a house there so that when our child is born, it will be convenient for schooling. That's true. Once Xian is born, we have to register him, and it wouldn't be ideal to list your address as mine. All right, you look for the best large house, with better decor than ours. As for the money, just tell me how much you need. I have 2 billion in my account, one said from across the room. How can I use your money? I have my own, Xiao Luo chuckled. Don't worry, I'll find an installment plan. The down payment won't take much. Indeed. We shouldn't be so formal. The house is for Xian. I will certainly contribute. Besides, you are so busy. It's uncertain if you'll have time to stay there. Most of the time, it will just be Xian and me living there. So we must buy the best. You're right. My project won't be completed for at least a decade, and the site is 3,000 kilometers away from Kyoto. Okay, we'll do it your way. However, I don't need cash. I'll transfer my entire salary to your account to contribute my share. All right, do as you see fit. Come here. I'll give you my account password. Feel free to use it. Okay. Although Xiao Luo wished to assert his status as the head of the family, reality defeated him. Without money, what dignity could there be? He approached Juan, watching as she pulled up her digital currency account on her phone. Wow, that's quite a sum. Xiao Luo marveled at the lengthy balance displayed on her screen. Here, the inquiry code, transaction password, and login password are all the same. Our wedding date, 560808. I'll send you the account number. All right. By the way, if you're looking to buy a house, you should head directly to the real estate sales department. I've heard that the Wong Group's properties are quite renowned. After you've seen them, give me a video call. I won't go with you. Okay. Then focus on your class at home. I'll head out now. Xiao Luo copied the account details one provided into his own linked account. To transfer funds, he would only need to click a button, avoiding the need to input the account number again to prevent errors. Go ahead. Mom will come to call me for lunch. You can eat out if you like. I'll take care of myself. All right. I'll get everything ready and give you a video call. With that, he exited the room. Xiao Luo searched for the Wong Group's property sales department on his mobile map and followed the navigation. After leaving the leader's residence, he summoned the rideshare vehicle, which arrived in less than 5 minutes. Hello, passenger with the last 4 digits 6688, please confirm your ride and get in. The rideshare app chimed as he successfully paid 200 yuan, indicated by a notification on his payment software. Xiao Luo glanced at the navigation and, after walking for 2 minutes, arrived at the Wong Group's Kyoto sales office. Welcome. I am Xiao Du, delighted to assist you, announced a roller skating reception robot at the entrance. Gliding smoothly into the sales department, prompting Xiao Luo to follow. Welcome, sir. What type of property are you looking for? Let me introduce you to our offerings. A woman in her mid-20s, dressed in a black suit and holding a property brochure, approached. I am interested in a villa in a school district. Preferably the one closest to Kyoto Elementary. Xiao Luo stated his requirements. Oh, this way, please, the sales representative politely gestured for him to follow. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Li, and my given name is Yuan. You may call me Xiao Yuan or simply Li, she said, presenting her business card with respect. Xiao Luo accepted the card. Oh, I am Xiao Luo. Nice to meet you. They shook hands, and Xiao Luo followed Li Yuan into the VIP reception area, which was opulently decorated. Please take a seat in this genuine leather massage chair. Would you like something to drink? We have beverages and tea, all complimentary. Oh, I only drink plain water. Thank you. Please wait a moment. Here is the floor plan for your review. All right, he replied. Taking the floor plan Li Yuan handed him and examining it closely. In less than a minute, Li Yuan returned with a glass of warm water, placing it on the transparent glass coffee table in front of Xiao Luo. Here is your plain water. Enjoy, she said. Thank you for your efforts, Xiao Luo said politely. What is your budget, sir? We have a variety of property types available, Li Yuan inquired. Budget is not an issue. I want the finest. My son is about to be born, and I wish to purchase a school district property for his convenience. It must be a villa with a garage and charging station. And the decor should be environmentally friendly and comfortable. The community must have excellent surroundings, ample greenery, and fresh air, Xiao Luo declared. Upon hearing that budget was not a constraint, Li Yuan eagerly promoted the most expensive property. How about this? It is a standalone 3-story villa, covering a total area of 600 square meters, with an indoor garage and 2 outdoor parking spaces. It also includes a 60 square meter yard and is less than 200 meters from Kyoto Elementary, approximately a 10-minute walk to school. Furthermore, there is a bustling commercial street nearby, and a kindergarten within the community. What do you think? And what is the total price? Xiao Luo inquired. This one is 2 million per square meter, totaling 1.2 billion. You would be exempt from property fees for 10 years. 1.2 billion. Xiao Luo exclaimed in astonishment. I need to think about it. Noticing Xiao Luo's hesitation, Li Yuan suggested a compromise. How about this, sir? I can take you to see the model home for your reference. What do you think? All right. Let's go take a look. Xiao Luo was indecisive, as it was Wan's money, and spending too much would be difficult to explain. Mr. Xiao, please follow me, Li Yuan said, leading him out of the sales office. Manager, prepare a car for Mr. Xiao to view the Kyoto No. 1 villa. Li Yuan instructed the sales manager over the phone. Mr. Xiao, the car is ready and waiting by the roadside, she informed him. Good, he replied absently, continuing to glance at the floor plan. Mr. Xiao, the car has arrived. Oh, good. Xiao Luo looked up and saw a well-dressed woman, approximately 1.7 meters tall, respectfully standing by the car door. This is our sales manager, Li Yuan introduced. Hello, sir. I am Yang Chunling, the sales manager. You may call me Xiao Yang, she said, extending her fair hand towards Xiao Luo, who politely shook it. Hello, Manager Yang. Let's get in the car and talk, she said, gesturing for Xiao Luo to enter. Xiao Luo settled into the back seat, accompanied by manager Yang and Li Yuan. While Yang Chunling took the rear seat to conveniently promote the property to Xiao Luo, Li Yuan occupied the front passenger seat as the electric vehicle seamlessly transitioned into autopilot mode, gliding smoothly forward. That's wonderful. My son is about to be born, and I must secure the finest property in an esteemed school district, Xiao Luo remarked. Sir, what is your intended budget? Manager Yang inquired. As long as the property is suitable, any budget will suffice, Xiao Luo replied. Ah, sir, should you proceed with the purchase, we can offer you delightful surprises. Manager Yang said, her sparkling eyes fixed on Xiao Luo. Upon hearing the word surprise, Xiao Luo raised his gaze towards Manager Yang and Li Yuan, both ladies smiling warmly at him. What kind of surprise? Xiao Luo asked, puzzled. Just wait a moment, and you shall find out, they replied playfully. I've heard that real estate sales come with commissions, is that correct? How much do you earn? Xiao Luo continued. To be candid, it's 10%. Manager Yang disclosed. So, if you sell a property, wouldn't that mean you earn over 120 million? Xiao Luo mused. Indeed. So, Xiaoge, we are counting on you. Once you sign, we assure you satisfaction, Manager Yang said, leaning slightly closer to Xiao Luo. Rest assured, I have over 10 billion in my account. If you don't believe me, take a look, Xiao Luo said, opening his phone to show Manager Yang. Wow, there really is that much money, 3 billion. Yang Chunling exclaimed, astonished. Is it true? Let me see, Li Yuan chimed in, eager for a glimpse. Xiao Luo turned the phone screen towards her. 1, 10, 100,000. Indeed, it's 3 billion, Xiaoge, Li Yuan confirmed. I'm curious about the surprises you have in store for me, Xiao Luo pressed. Xiaoge, don't rush. We will reveal everything once we reach our destination, and I assure you it will be to your satisfaction, Manager Yang replied. Her demeanor shy yet inviting as she playfully brushed her thigh against Xiao Luo's. Li Yuan smiled joyfully, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Xiao Luo contemplated whether this was what they referred to as the unspoken rules of sales. Intrigued, he decided to play along and discover the true nature of these sales conventions. Chapter 20. The Unwritten Rules of Selling Houses Upon Entering the Residential Community. The vehicle was parked, and the three individuals exited in succession. Manager Yang Chunling enthusiastically greeted Xiao Luo, saying, Brother Xiao, we have arrived. This is the model house. And these 2 parking spaces are complementary, each equipped with a charging station. She gestured towards the charging stations located behind the parking spaces. This is excellent. Charging will be much more convenient in the future, Xiao Luo remarked with satisfaction upon noticing the charging stations. Let us go take a look at the model house, he suggested, following Manager Yang, who led the way. Li Yuan trailed behind them. Manager Yang surveyed the surroundings and commented, the greenery here is quite nice, isn't it? It truly is, Xiao Luo replied, glancing around. Manager Yang guided Xiao Luo into the courtyard, stating, come on in. Our main entrance is equipped with a static induction anti-theft lock, so you needn't worry about security. Additionally, there are surveillance cameras nearby, ensuring comprehensive monitoring around the villa. After this assurance, Manager Yang touched the electronic lock, and the door swung open. Impressive, Xiao Luo exclaimed, taken aback by the lavish decor that greeted his eyes. Brother Xiao. The first floor primarily serves as the reception area, along with the kitchen and dining room. With an area of 200 square meters, it is quite spacious, Manager Yang explained. The rooms feature floor-to-ceiling double doors, allowing you to enjoy tea or relax in the courtyard during your leisure time. What do you think? Manager Yang continued her introduction. And Xiao Luo nodded appreciatively at the prospect of such a residence. Observing Xiao Luo's satisfaction, Manager Yang continued, let us head up to the second floor. Xiao Luo, filled with anticipation for the second and third floors, followed Manager Yang upstairs. The second floor is primarily dedicated to fitness and wellness, Manager Yang explained. Once you move in, you can indulge in luxurious baths. We have provided a 2-meter diameter bathtub. Not only can you enjoy a soak alone, but there is ample space for you and your wife to share. After this, Manager Yang led Xiao Luo to admire the large bathtub in the bathroom. Li Yuan chimed in with a laugh. Brother Xiao, with such a large bathtub, you and your wife can have quite the time. Manager Yang shared a knowing smile. And Xiao Luo marveled at the extravagant bathtub, noting its grandeur far surpassed that of the marital suite at the leader's residence. The third floor is specifically designed for your master bedroom and a secondary bedroom, along with a unique feature, Manager Yang stated. Let us take a look. Xiao Luo replied curiously, following Manager Yang and Li Yuan to the third floor. The third floor includes a soundproof room specially designed for Xiao Luo, where he could sing, listen to music, and turn the volume up to the maximum without disturbing anyone outside. The three entered the soundproof room for a tour. Shall do. Activate the audio-visual mode. Manager Yang called out to the artificial intelligence system within the soundproof room. When Xiao Luo opened his eyes, he noticed a clothes rack adorned with 2 complete suits along with their laundry. Sensing the awkwardness of the situation, he hurriedly exited the soundproof room and settled onto a chair on the 3rd-floor balcony. The 2 women, unsure of how to respond, quickly gathered their clothes and followed him outside. I will purchase the house, but Xiao Luo's mind raced with confusion. Brother, don't worry. We will keep everything confidential, I swear, the 2 women promised in unison. Xiao Luo began to contemplate, thinking, even if they can keep it a secret, what if they become pregnant? Wouldn't he that grant them a form of immortality? That seems excessively unfair. If others discover this, they will surely suspect me. What if someone extracts the immortality enzyme from them for ulterior motives? I would be unable to evade responsibility. He finally voiced his concern. What if you become pregnant? The 2 women exchanged a laugh. No need to worry, I will buy the house. As for you two, I'm not interested. I prefer someone younger, Xiao Luo stated, leaving the soundproof room and leaving the 2 women staring at each other in surprise. Xiao Luo reclined on a lounge chair on the 3rd-floor balcony, gazing at the picturesque scenery outside the villa, feeling the gentle breeze caress his face. Eventually, Li Yuan and Manager Yang re-emerged, now fully dressed. Brotherly, if you're not satisfied with us, I can introduce you to my sisters, Manager Yang offered. Indeed, the Manager's sisters are all incredibly beautiful, and many are quite young. If that doesn't work, I can introduce you to my sisters as well, Li Yuan chimed in eagerly. Please fetch me a glass of water. Thank you. Xiao Luo continued to admire the view. Li Yuan turned to fetch water, bringing it back to Xiao Luo. Brother Xiao, here's your water. Thank you, he replied, taking a sip. I worry about disappointing you. You are both in the prime of your youth. While I may create a modest achievement for you, it will only be a fleeting moment. I have a family to consider, and I must be responsible for them. I cannot cater to your feelings. Brother, I understand your perspective. We don't need you to take responsibility, truly. With prices soaring, what else can we do but work hard to earn money? Manager Yang replied. Indeed, what can we do without money? Xiao Luo took another sip of water, deep in thought as the 2 women watched him intently. Money is a wonderful thing. It can buy a beautiful home, a nice car, and provide a glorious life for one's family. However, it cannot always buy affection. If my wife were to discover my dealings with you, how would she react? Xiao Luo glanced into Manager Yang's eyes before resuming his gaze at the scenery and slowly continued. I cannot betray my wife. She has already sacrificed so much for me. Brother Xiao, we were wrong, Manager Yang admitted. Yes, Brother Xiao, please forgive us, Li Yuan added. To keep a secret, one must not act. If today's events were to unfold, even if you kept silent, my wife might eventually find out. She is not an ordinary person. The clients we previously served would often attempt to take advantage of us. Yet, Brother Xiao, you are a man of integrity, Manager Yang noted. Indeed, Li Yuan echoed. What integrity do you speak of? I simply wish to avoid unnecessary troubles. I am an ordinary man. To be honest, I nearly succumbed to temptation earlier. Your figures are quite appealing, but I cannot proceed. That would be unjust to you. You are capable of earning a living through your professional skills without having to resort to such measures. When I first entered this industry, I thought similarly. However, without making such sacrifices, many contracts would not materialize. What choice do I have? To survive, what else can I do? A flying car costs 10 million. I desire to own one too. A modest apartment starts at 200,000 to 300,000 per square meter. If I cannot secure contracts, how can I afford any of it? I see that you are a good person, worthy of friendship. Let us exchange contact information. It would be nice to chat occasionally. Let us connect on social media. Xiao Luo thought it harmless and added both women's accounts as friends. I must show my wife the video of this house. If she approves, we will sign the contract, he said, picking up his phone and dialing Wana. The screen instantly displayed her face. Wana, I'm looking at a house. I think it's quite good. Take a look. After switching to the rear camera, he filmed various aspects of the villa and the surrounding scenery. Is this a completed property? This is a model house. The completed properties are fully furnished in this style. Is there any odor? I can't detect any. It's odorless. That's good. Let us buy it. The total price is 1.2 billion for 600 square meters at 200 million per square meter. And it comes with a courtyard. Go see the completed property. If it's like this and odorless, we'll buy it. Understood, Xiao Luo replied, hanging up the phone and turning to the 2 women. My wife said to check the completed property, and if it has no formaldehyde, we'll proceed with the purchase. The two women, upon hearing this, were filled with excitement. Brother, don't worry. We will ensure you have the best arrangements, they exclaimed, leading Xiao Luo downstairs to the vehicle for a visit to the completed property. Chapter 21. The stock market virtuoso Xiao Luo, feeling rather bored in his newly acquired villa, meticulously examined the premises and discovered that, aside from the furniture, appliances, and bathroom fixtures, there was no computer present. Consequently, he decided to purchase a desktop computer via a shopping app on his phone. The specifications were exceptionally high, featuring 64 gigabytes of memory, a 20 terabytes high-speed hard drive, and a graphics card with a frequency of 16 megahertz. Considering that Warner and Schinner would also make use of it, he ordered 3 units, spending nearly 30 million in total, with an additional 10,000 for immediate delivery. After confirming the payment, Xiao Luo reclined in the leather massage chair in the living room for a brief respite. In less than a day, he had already expended over 1.2 billion, a staggering amount that made him acutely aware of the financial pressures of living in Kyoto. Reflecting on the actions of Yang Chunling and Li Yuan, he found their rationale quite understandable. He realized that he would need to purchase a vehicle for transportation, ideally an electric car equipped with autonomous driving capabilities for the convenience of picking up Schinner from school. The cost of a flying electric car was exorbitant, starting from tens of millions, which seemed unnecessary. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Luo dialed Warner. Warner, I wish to buy a car. What do you think? All right, go ahead. Feel free to use the funds in the account, she replied. Oh, you've just purchased 3 computers? I require a laptop as well. Please send me the address so I can place the order. I also need clothes, shoes, and a crib and stroller for Schinner, along with some additional clothing. Sure. I will send you the address. You can order whatever you desire. I will receive the packages for you. Great. I'm off to buy the car now. I will video call you later. Okay, bye. I'll inform my mother and move in this afternoon. Understood. Bye. After hanging up, Xiao Luo received another call. It was the delivery service, informing him that the computers had arrived at the villa and required his acknowledgement. He brought the computers into the living room, where the delivery personnel assisted him in setting them up. After half an hour of diligent work, the 3 computers were installed, 1 in the soundproof room and 2 in the study on the 3rd floor. Once the setup was completed, Xiao Luo took a taxi to the car dealership. Everything went smoothly, selecting the car, signing contracts, making payments, and obtaining the vehicle registration. In under 2 hours, he drove away with a spacious, long-range, comfortable electric car that featured autonomous driving capabilities, and he promptly navigated to the vehicle management office for registration. By the time he finished, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. He navigated to the residence of the leader and called Warner. Warner, I've brought the car. Please come out, as I cannot enter without a pass. Just a moment, she replied. After hanging up, Xiao Luo sat in the car and began to peruse his phone. He checked his account, discovering 108 transactions, presumably from Warner's shopping spree. Upon reviewing the balance, he noted a mere 13.6 billion remained, with the house costing 1.2 billion, the car 6 million, and the computers 30 million. The remaining 500 million had been spent by Warner on online shopping. The realization of financial strain struck him. After merely moving, such exorbitant expenses had already accumulated. Life would indeed be a continuous stream of expenses, and without income, survival would be challenging. Leaning back against the seat, he contemplated how to generate revenue. Master, your phone is ringing. Xiao Luo answered the call. Xiao Luo, please bring the car over. I'm waiting at the entrance. Okay, I'll be right there. After ending the call, he promptly navigated to the entrance. A minute later, he spotted Warner with her mother. Once the car was parked, Xiao Luo hurriedly exited to open the doors for both women, carefully assisting Warner into the back seat while her mother settled in beside her. Xiao Luo took the front passenger seat and activated the autonomous driving mode, setting the navigation to their new home at Kyoto No. 1 Courtyard. As they drove, Xiao Luo turned the front passenger seat to face Warner, engaging in light conversation. After a short while, the car came to a steady stop in front of the villa. The trio exited simultaneously, with Xiao Luo supporting Warner as they entered the house. This residence is quite impressive. The top floor is adorned with glazed tiles, reminiscent of an ancient palace, quite grand, Warner remarked, glancing upward. I've heard that properties in Kyoto No. 1 Courtyard are quite expensive. How much did this one cost? Her mother inquired. Not too bad. As long as you both are satisfied, spending a little is no issue, Xiao Luo replied, leading them inside. He opened the main door and set up access permissions for Warner, registering her information in the system. It's quite spacious and devoid of any formaldehyde odor. Wonderful. The lighting is ample, the air is fresh, and there's even a garden outside. It's truly delightful, Warner expressed with satisfaction. The decor is nice. Does it have underfloor heating? Asked Xiaoluo's mother. Indeed, all 3 floors are equipped with it. Is there an elevator? Warner is pregnant, and climbing stairs might be inconvenient. She continued. There is one, though it's a bit small. It accommodates only 2 people, Xiaoluo informed her. That will suffice. As long as it's convenient for Warner, his mother remarked. If only we had a domestic assistant robot, then Warner wouldn't need to handle household chores, she added. I've already ordered one online. It will arrive in a few days, Warner mentioned. Mom, I'm perfectly capable of taking care of myself. Besides, Xiaoluo is here to assist me, she said, glancing at him. And who will care for Dad? His health isn't great either, Warner continued. Now that you've moved out, you can focus on taking care of him, she urged. You're right, Dad's chronic issues do require attention. And it's hard to manage without someone around, Xiaoluo's mother mused. Then I entrust Warner to you, Xiaoluo. Rest assured, I will take good care of her. Xiaoluo affirmed. My package has arrived. Could you fetch it for me? Warner checked her phone and instructed Xiaoluo. Of course, I'll retrieve it right away. He stepped outside to collect the deliveries from the parcel locker at the entrance. Xiaoluo returned, cradling several packages in his arms as he entered the living room. What did you buy? There are so many items, he inquired. Toiletries, pajamas, towels, bathrobes, slippers, and the like, Warner explained. Oh, I completely forgot about those, huh? She chuckled as she unwrapped and organized the parcels. The domestic assistant robot will be delivered tomorrow afternoon, so we won't need to cook, she added. Really? That is wonderful. I can't cook at all, Xiaoluo replied with joy. Warner, the cost of living is exorbitantly high. We've already spent $7 billion in just one day. Who knows how much more we'll need in the future? It's truly difficult to manage without income. Don't you think we need to devise a way to earn money? Currently, I have no job and cannot work yet. I haven't even graduated from university, she replied. To earn money, we might have to explore online avenues, such as stock trading, Warner suggested, seated comfortably on a single sofa, glancing at her phone. Stock trading? I've never dabbled in that before. After dinner, I'll delve into some research, she resolved. After tidying up, Xiaoluo collected the takeout that had arrived. And the 2 of them sat down at the dining table to eat. We've spent so much, all from your funds. I feel a bit guilty, Xiaoluo admitted. We're already married. What's mine is yours. Besides, I benefit from the house, the car, and everything else, Warner reassured him. Well, it's spent. So it's spent. However, if you wish to trade stocks, feel free to use the funds in the account. Just remember to be cautious, she advised. I understand. Xiaoluo replied. After finishing their meal and taking a shower, they ascended to the 3rd floor. Xiaoluo entered the soundproof room to study stocks while Warner retreated to the study to focus on her studies. Xiaoluo began by logging into the stock trading software using Warner's account. Employing auxiliary software, he gathered stock information and organized it into tabular format. Inputting variables to identify several stocks he believed would experience significant growth. Why have technology stocks been performing so poorly, enduring consecutive days of declines? This cannot stand. I must work to elevate the technology sector. Xiaoluo gazed at a technology stock with a mere market capitalization of $5 billion and promptly injected $40 billion to acquire 80% of the shares. Once the transaction was successfully completed, his phone rang. Mr. Xiao, good evening. This is the Fund Management Department of the Kyoto Stock Exchange. May I confirm whether the $40 billion stock transaction you executed at 2012 today was conducted by you personally or authorized by you? On the other end of the line, the voice inquired, Xiaoluo, have you purchased stocks? Yes, I acquired 2 stocks. Spending such a considerable sum. I assumed you would only invest a few billion for a modest venture. I did not expect you to commit $120 billion in one go. Are you confident in this decision? I have researched these 2 stocks. They are both promising. These companies merely lack the necessary capital, yet their products are of exceptional quality. I firmly believe that with my investment, both companies will thrive. You are so assured? Well, I hope so. If what you say is true, you truly are a master of stock trading. Chapter 22. The limit up at 7 a.m., Xiaoluo awoke as per his long-established routine. A habit cultivated over the course of 101 years, no alarm needed to rouse him. Warner had already risen to attend her online classes in the study. After completing his morning rituals, Xiaoluo descended to the 1st floor, intending to order takeout, only to find a delightful breakfast laid out on the dining table. Touched by Juan Air's thoughtfulness, he sat down to enjoy the meal. If only every day could unfold like this, basking in the warmth of the sun. Xiao Luo felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He settled into the wooden rocking chair by the door, closing his eyes to soak in the sunlight. Master, your phone is ringing. The shrill tone of the telephone jolted Xiao Luo from his reverie, the sun now perched high above. Answering the call. He heard Juan Air's voice. Xiao Luo, what would you like for lunch? Oh, Juan Air, anything is fine. I'm easygoing. All right, then I shall order takeout. Yes, please do. After concluding the call, Xiao Luo glanced at the clock, realizing it was already 11 a.m. And he couldn't help but reflect on how devoted Juan Air was. Waiting for the delivery, he took the opportunity to check the stock market. The stocks had indeed reached their limit up, an outcome he had anticipated, yet it did not elicit even a hint of joy from him. A few minutes later, the takeout arrived, and Xiao Luo arranged it on the dining table before heading upstairs to summon Juan Air for lunch. Juan Air, the takeout is here. Let us eat. Okay, she replied, and Xiao Luo assisted her into the elevator down to the first floor. How did the stocks you bought last night perform? Juan Air inquired. Really? Let me see, Xiao Luo responded, opening the stock app to confirm for her. Who would have thought you were such a stock trading expert? Juan Air gazed at him with a look of wonder. Didn't I mention? These two stocks are potential gems. I merely activated their potential. They will rise further. So, we could earn 2 billion in a day? Let us eat first, Xiao Luo said, helping Juan Air to her seat. How did you manage to identify two potential stocks so effortlessly? It's nothing extraordinary. I majored in quantum science, accustomed to handling vast datasets. The data for these stocks is child's play for me. Quantum science, is that impressive? Indeed, if you're interested, you can learn as well. Your words pique my interest. Now that you're practically immortal, you have plenty of time to learn. Who knows, you might even join our research team, and we could be together every day. That's a fair point. I'll consider it. Let us eat first. After their meal, Xiao Luo tidied the dining table, guiding Juan Air to the sofa on the first floor to rest while she turned on the television. Hey, isn't that Sister Bao Air? I didn't realize she was still a star, Xiao Luo remarked, watching the screen. Yes, Sister Bao Air has been in the industry for over 30 years. With works in film and music, yet she never achieved stardom. She has appeared in many films. I thought her role in Heaven and Earth Heroes was quite popular, featuring nearly all of the major domestic stars. Xiao Luo chimed in. That was merely the clan investing 20 billion in her production. Although she was the lead, the audience didn't buy into it. It was the supporting cast that gained notoriety. Alas, Sister Bao Air merely indulges in her passion, in terms of acting. She doesn't compare to the extras. Having watched television for a while, Juan Air retired to the bedroom for an afternoon nap. Xiao Luo finished his tasks and continued watching, specifically seeking out works featuring Xian Yuan Bao Air. Quite impressive. How could she not be famous? He mused as he watched, feeling unsatisfied with just the television, and began searching for information about Xin Yuan Bao Air on his phone. Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder she hasn't made it big, Xiao Luo reflected aloud after perusing some of Xian Yuan Bao Air's gossip. Chapter 23. Earning Money from Foreigner's Master. Your phone is ringing. Upon hearing the ringtone, Xiao Luo hurriedly answered the call. Mr. Wang, you are too kind. We are comrades on the same front now. I will continue to monitor the company's development, and I hope we can all work together to promote its growth. Please rest assured, Mr. Xiao. We will not disappoint your expectations. All right, goodbye. After hanging up, Xiao Luo received another call from Lu Jinxiang, the chairman of Fengxiang New Energy Company, Limited, with a conversation of similar nature. Once the call concluded, he resumed watching television to pass the time. In the afternoon, he received several packages, including the life assistant robot that Wano had ordered. By 4:30 p.m., Xiao Luo ventured out to buy groceries and gather some daily necessities. He returned home by 5:30 p.m., placed rice and water into the rice cooker, prepared the vegetables, and set them in the kitchen. He selected the dishes on the robot's touchscreen, pressed start, and went to the third floor to find Wanner. Wanner, are you done? The food will be ready soon. Yes. I'll read a bit longer and call you when I'm ready. All right, I'll go check downstairs. Feeling a sense of ennui, Xiao Luo made his way to the first floor to check on the meal. The robot had already served the dishes onto plates, cleaned the pots, and arranged everything neatly on the dining table. It then turned to Xiao Luo and announced that the meal was ready for his enjoyment. Indeed, the more expensive the item, the better it performs. This 300 million was well spent, Xiao Luo mused. He checked the rice cooker and, seeing that the rice was cooked, served it into a bowl, and placed it on the dining table to cool before covering it with a food dome and returning to the third floor to call Warner for dinner. Warner, dinner is ready. Come downstairs. Okay. Seeing Warner rise, Xiao Luo quickly went to assist her. Don't worry, I can manage, Warner replied. With your belly so big. You must be careful. Just walk slowly. Xiao Luo supported Warner as they descended to the first floor, where the delightful aroma of the dishes enveloped them. Wow. It smells wonderful. What did you cook? Warner inquired. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, pork rib and black chicken soup, stir-fried beef, and some greens. Do you like it? Let me see how it looks, Warner said as she approached the dining table and lifted the food dome. It looks good. Thank you for your hard work. I'm not the one who worked hard. The robot did all the cooking, Xiao Luo replied, gesturing to the robot beside the table. Thank you for the compliment, master. The robot chimed in. Hey, this robot can talk. Warner exclaimed with amusement. Xiao Du not only speaks, but also cooks and does housework, the robot added. Indeed. Just as the merchant claimed. I'll give it a 5-star review, Warner said joyfully. Serving the master is Xiao Du's greatest pleasure, the robot replied. With laughter. The two began their meal. After finishing dinner, as they stood to clear the table, the robot interjected, Master, I can handle the housework. Allow me to serve you. Vaoa said she was going for a health check, but I wonder how that went. Very well. Vaoa called you. Why not invite her over for a visit? I'd prefer not to. Why not? She always tries to persuade me to enter the entertainment industry, and I'm not interested. Oh, Xiao Luo. Those 2 stocks you bought are quite profitable. When do you plan to sell? Not yet. I must wait until they've multiplied tenfold before selling. Otherwise, the share prices of those 2 companies will plummet. Oh, are you so certain they will rise tenfold? They are potential stocks. Once they start to rise, they will soar uncontrollably. Tenfold is just the beginning. Are you not afraid of a decline? Not at all. Once they appreciate tenfold, they will be able to develop independently. Selling the stocks will not affect them. Tenfold? That would be 120 billion, right? Yes, with some tax deductions. Wow, how could one possibly spend 120 billion? Everything is so expensive now. 120 billion doesn't go far. What will you do with 120 billion? I'll save it. There will be needs in the future. That makes sense. Do you not wish to continue trading stocks? Since you were so confident, why not invest in foreign stocks? What do you think? Warner suggested tentatively. Why? Investing in domestic stocks means earning money from our own people. Wouldn't it be better to earn from foreigners? That does make sense, but we currently have only 6 billion. We want to earn much. Money is not an issue. I'll call my uncle. How much do you need? The more, the better. All right. Warner said as she dialed her uncle's number. Hello, uncle. Could you transfer some money to my account? Whatever you can. I'm investing in stocks. Xiao Luo knows how to trade. He made 2 billion today. Aren't there limitations on foreign stocks? I want him to buy some. Warner hung up and turned to Xiao Luo. All right. The funds should arrive shortly, at least 1 trillion. Wow, that's a lot. What business does your uncle run? Yes, in trade. But business hasn't been great lately. It's becoming increasingly difficult to operate domestically. So I thought, since you're so skilled in stock trading, why not let you manage the funds to earn money from foreigners? Once we have money, we can earn even more from them, contributing to our country in the process. Warner, I didn't realize you were so patriotic. I'll make sure to earn well. I believe in you. They exchanged smiles. Chapter 24. Will it rise again in the soundproof room? Xiao Luo was intently focused on his computer, analyzing a plethora of stock data. His primary interest lay in the foreign stock market, particularly the stocks of the United States and Ukraine. The relations between these nations and Longhua were rather strained, especially with the United States, which had viewed Longhua as an adversary for 2 centuries. It was no wonder that Warner urged Xiao Luo to seize an opportunity in the stock market. Not only could he amass substantial wealth, but he could also vent his frustrations. The United States boasted a formidable economy, with a staggering annual gross domestic product of $150 trillion, which was 5 times that of Longhua. The exchange rate was 1.3, meaning $1 could be exchanged for 3 yuan. The technological prowess of the United States allowed it to refuse the sale of military and high-tech equipment to Longhua, leaving its citizens in a state of discontent. The United States stocks are difficult to acquire. They often have protective measures in place. Once a significant amount is bought, selling becomes quite challenging. However, I have noticed some vulnerabilities in the stocks of Longhua that we could exploit, Xiao Luo remarked, gazing at the screen. Warner, engrossed in her phone, exclaimed, The money from Uncle has arrived. Great. I'll exchange it for dollars, Xiao Luo responded, swiftly converting 1 trillion Longhua yuan into dollars. He then decided to invest all of it into a particular electronic stock from Hanwha. Are you investing everything? Wan Er inquired. Yes. Investing this amount is necessary for the Hanwha electronic stock to appreciate. Tomorrow, the news from Hanwha will be widely publicized, prompting investors to follow suit, resulting in a meteoric rise in stock prices. Moreover, Hanwha's stock market has no limits on price fluctuations, making it ideal for significant trades, Xiao Luo explained to Wan Er. Do you truly have confidence in this? This money belongs to Uncle. After all, Wan Er expressed her reservations. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Wan Er woke Xiao Luo, exclaiming, Xiao Luo, wake up. The stocks have surged. They have risen? He mumbled, ready to drift back to sleep. Look, Xiao Luo, they have doubled. Haha. Wan Er could hardly contain her excitement, dancing about. They will rise further, Xiao Luo murmured, still half asleep. You're incredible, Xiao Luo. I must tell Uncle to share in the joy, she declared, preparing to call her uncle, but Xiao Luo interrupted her. No, Wan Er, you mustn't tell anyone. This news, once released, will attract speculators from Longhua who will flood the market with their money. We are the sharpshooters. We need to withdraw our funds after making a profit, but those speculators will suffer. Once we pull out, the stocks will plummet. Wouldn't that harm them? Half an hour later, Wan Er called Xiao Luo for breakfast. Xiao Luo, breakfast is ready. We have beef. Beef? Is there champagne? Xiao Luo responded eagerly. Yes. You bought some yesterday, and I've taken it out from the fridge, Wan Er smiled. You are too good to me, Xiao Luo exclaimed, quickly getting out of bed to wash up. You are my husband. Of course, I must treat you well, she replied with a smile before leaving. Elated, Xiao Luo hurried downstairs to the dining table. Why didn't you take the elevator? Wan Er asked. The elevator is too slow, he replied, making his way to the table. Do you really enjoy beef and champagne that much? During school, I often saw my classmates boasting about it. And I longed to try it, Xiao Luo shared as he took his seat. Last time, seeing you eat beef made it clear you enjoy it. This meal is a celebration of your success, Wan Er said, handing him a glass of champagne. Thank you, my dear, Xiao Luo said, raising his glass and downing its contents. Wait, how can you call me wife at just 19? Wan Er playfully protested. Shall I call you daughter-in-law instead? He chuckled. That sounds rather old-fashioned, she responded. Then how about mistress? This is amusing, she laughed. Seeing her joy, Xiao Luo raised his glass and drank again. Take it easy, husband. No one drinks like that, she cautioned. All right, I'll heed my mistress's advice and sip slowly, he replied, savoring his drink, as they enjoyed their breakfast. The warmth of this domestic scene moved Xiao Luo deeply. Since their marriage, Wan Er had seldom regarded him with affection, and he had noticed but remained indifferent. To him, their union felt like an unavoidable transaction devoid of genuine emotion. However, through their time together, they had gradually accepted their roles. Xiao Luo's accomplishments had garnered Wan Er's respect, especially his talent in the stock market, which had completely won her over. Wan Er embraced their marriage, viewing Xiao Luo as a worthy partner for life, wholeheartedly fulfilling her role as a homemaker and engaging in open conversations with him, thus strengthening their bond. Husband, I have an online class now, so I want to be able to chat with you. Feel free to watch television and call me if you need anything. Wan Er announced, rising from the table. Sure, my dear, Xiao Luo said, quickly helping her up. No need to assist me. I just have a bit of a full stomach. It's nothing serious. As husband and wife, we support each other, he chuckled, guiding her to the study on the 3rd floor for her class before returning to the soundproof room to continue his stock research. Chapter 25. The fish is yet to bite. I approached him and took Wan Er's phone, activating the earpiece. Hello, Uncle, this is Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo, Wan Er mentioned you're a stock market genius. You transferred funds to her account yesterday, but why haven't I heard from you since? Uncle, I've already commenced trading with your funds. The stock market is quite stable at the moment, showing no significant fluctuations. I anticipate that within a week, you will receive good news. Are you confident? Can we really make a profit in a week? Rest assured, Uncle, I would never engage in an endeavor without certainty. A week it is then. As long as we don't incur losses, I'm just inquiring. Haha, Xiao Luo, please take good care of Wan Er. With her belly so large, it must be quite inconvenient for her. If necessary, I can arrange for your aunt to assist. Don't worry, Uncle. I'm at home every day tending to Wan Er. You're both busy, so there is no need to trouble Aunt. I'll ensure Wan Er is well cared for. That is good to hear. Let us chat again when you have the time. Okay, Uncle. Xiao Luo ended the call, and returned the phone to Warner, offering her a subtle smile. A week? That's rather swift. Warner approached Xiao Luo, peering at his computer. I can withdraw in a week. I'm merely waiting for a consortium to take over. In a few days, I'll sell a portion to entice them. Once they bite, I can gracefully exit with substantial profits. Is that true? How much do you anticipate earning? This stock could multiply tenfold within a week. But I plan to liquidate when it reaches 8 times its value. Does that mean we could earn 7 trillion? Not quite that much. Taxes will be deducted. And I cannot liquidate everything at once, or else there won't be anyone to take over. Even 6 trillion is an extraordinary sum. Wana gazed at Xiao Luo in disbelief, clearly astonished. That's merely pocket change. In the United States, even a single consortium's capital can soar into the hundreds of trillions. Our earnings of 6 trillion are insignificant in comparison. They are but a drop in the ocean. Are they truly that wealthy? How much do you plan to share with Uncle once we profit? 50-50. Well, we contribute nothing and profit 3 trillion. Darling, you're remarkable. Warner exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Xiao Luo's neck. It's actually 4 trillion. Oh, then should I help him earn even more? Xiao Luo inquired of Warner. That would be ideal. As long as you assist Uncle in making money, you can ask me for anything. Warner smiled coyly at Xiao Luo. Even having a second child? Xiao Luo teased. Yes. Warner nodded eagerly. I was joking. Having Xian'er is sufficient, don't you think, Xian'er? Xiao Luo gently caressed Warner's pregnant belly. Darling, what do you think? Should we opt for a cesarean or natural birth when Xian'er arrives? Cesarean. Why? Because you possess a longevity enzyme, which aids in a swift recovery, benefiting Xian'er as well. Additionally, collecting amniotic fluid makes cesarean the best option. All right, I'll defer to your judgment on this. Warner responded, bestowing a sweet kiss upon Xiao Luo, who reciprocated with surprise. They reluctantly parted after a few seconds. Now, I'll prepare dinner. What would you like to eat? My love? Warner asked, still draped around Xiao Luo's neck. You shouldn't be doing such laborious tasks. Allow me. I'll handle it, he replied, slowly releasing Warner and standing to make his way to the kitchen. Let us cook together. Warner insisted, following him out. You rest. I can manage alone. Isn't there still Xiaodu? Haha. Warner chuckled at the mention of Xiaodu. The couple made their way to the first floor, where Xiao Luo encouraged Warner to sit on the sofa and watch television while he busied himself in the kitchen. In less than 10 minutes, he returned to her side. Darling, a package will arrive this afternoon. Can you fetch it? Sure. Just let me know when it arrives. What fruit would you like? I can get it for you. Just apples will do. All right. In a flash, Xiao Luo went to the refrigerator, rinsed the apples, peeled them, and arranged them on a fruit platter, placing it on the coffee table. Here are the apples, he said, spearing a piece with a small fork and offering it to Warner, who opened her mouth to receive it. Thus, their life continued in a rhythmic cycle until the 6th day in the soundproof room. Darling, how is it going? Warner inquired nervously, sitting beside Xiao Luo. Everything is fine. I've already sold 20 of the stock, and a buyer has taken the bait. Once the stock price doubles again, we can exit completely. It's already multiplied tenfold. Why haven't we sold everything yet? Patience, my dear. The big catch hasn't bitten yet. If we sell now, the fish will flee. It seems trading stocks isn't as simple as it appears. Indeed, the stock market carries risks. One must never be complacent. Look, it's risen again. Shouldn't we sell now? Warner anxiously pointed at the stock chart on the screen. Let us wait a bit longer until that big fish finishes off my 20 bait. The screen displayed a rapid decrease in the number of shares held, and within 10 minutes, it was completely depleted. Darling, the 20 has been liquidated. Shouldn't we sell now? Let us wait until tomorrow, Xiao Luo softly replied, observing the stock price chart. I'm a bit frightened, Warner confessed, gazing into Xiao Luo's eyes. Don't worry, we've already secured 2 trillion in earnings, netting 1 trillion in profit. We're in a solid position. Let us go have dinner. True, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Oh. Watching the stock is truly nerve-wracking. Thankfully, we've profited. I'll stop watching it. Let us go eat. Warner's tension melted away as she stood to follow Xiao Luo out of the soundproof room. Shouldn't we have a grand feast to celebrate? Warner suggested cheerfully. Not just yet. Let us wait until we've sold the remaining stocks before we celebrate, Xiao Luo said nonchalantly. When the time comes, let us invite Uncle over to join us in the celebration. With your belly so large, can you handle the excitement? If you eat too much, Xian'er might gain weight, and that would be quite painful during delivery. Upon reaching the first floor, Warner turned on the television. The news reported a tenfold surge in the stock price of Hongguo Electronics Group, shocking Xiao Luo. Oh no, we must sell immediately. he exclaimed, swiftly racing up the stairs to the soundproof room, where he sold the remaining 80 of the stock at a price 11 times what he had paid, finally allowing himself to relax as he descended the elevator. Seeing the puzzled expression on Warner's face, he explained, "The news has broken," indicating that buyers are beginning to emerge. Such announcements attract investors, causing stock prices to rise. At that point, the market makers will pull back, and the stock price will plummet. Thus, I had to sell everything, or we wouldn't make much profit. Oh, I see. No wonder you were so anxious. Even running instead of taking the elevator. 92 trillion. Warner's eyes widened with delight. Darling, you're incredible. What dish would you like? I'll make it right away. Let us call the hotel and have them deliver the food. Their cooking is far superior, Xiao Luo suggested. Or we could dine at the hotel, Warner chimed in. I was concerned about your comfort, Xiao Luo explained. All right then, let us have the hotel prepare our meal for delivery. After saying this, Warner picked up her phone to place an order. Once completed, the hotel's front desk called to confirm. The couple settled onto the sofa, watching television as they awaited their meal delivery. 30 minutes later, Warner's phone rang, prompting her to call for Xiao Luo to open the door. 4 hotel staff members arrived, each carrying a copper serving tray with matching lids. The staff meticulously arranged 4 exquisite dishes on the dining table. Then in unison wished them a pleasant meal before departing. What did we order? Xiao Luo inquired, intrigued by the grandeur. Let's take a look, Warner suggested, motioning for Xiao Luo to lift the covers off the platters. Wow, tomahawk steak. Buddha jumps over the wall. Lobster. Abalone. Xiao Luo exclaimed in astonishment. Do you like it? These are the hotel's signature dishes, she replied. Must have cost a fortune, Xiao Luo remarked. Only 2 million. Just a small celebration, she said with a smile. All right, let's dig in, Xiao Luo declared, reaching for the champagne as they began their feast. As the clock approached 8 p.m., Xiao Luo's phone rang. He answered while continuing to eat, and a voice came through. Hello, Mr. Xiao. This is Dong Washing, president of Kyoto Bank. Your account has been upgraded to Diamond VIP status. We have processed an unlimited credit card for you, which will be delivered within 3 days. Should you require funds, do not hesitate to call this number. We can offer you a loan of 8 trillion. Hello, President Dong. I will reach out if needed. Thank you, Xiao Luo replied. Very well, Mr. Xiao. Wishing you a pleasant day. Goodbye. Goodbye, President Dong, Xiao Luo said as he hung up the phone, glancing at his account. Really? He mused, checking his phone. The stocks are all sold, and the funds have been fully credited. Warner, equally curious, opened her account as well. Wow, over 102 trillion has really arrived. Exceeding our expectations by over 20 trillion, she exclaimed in delight. Let us transfer Uncle's share to him, Warner proposed eagerly, swiftly maneuvering her phone. Go ahead, Xiao Luo encouraged. I've transferred 50 trillion to Uncle. What do you think? Sounds good, he replied. In less than 30 seconds, Warner's phone chimed. Yes, right, haha. She responded dismissively before hanging up, turning to Xiao Luo. Uncle praised you. He said had he known you were so capable, he would have raised more funds for you to invest. After that, Warner poured herself a bit of champagne. Xiao Luo chuckled in response. Cheers to our success. Warner raised her glass, and Xiao Luo promptly clinked his against hers before downing his drink. She took a small sip as the two of them continued to chat and eat, reveling in the joyous atmosphere. Chapter 26. Continuing stock trading. A successful venture into the stock market allowed Warner to taste the sweetness of wealth, garnering tens of billions in mere days without stepping outside her home. The rapid influx of money kept her awake at night. However, Xiao Luo remained composed. To him, making money through stock trading was merely a means of survival, not his ultimate aim. His true aspirations lay in quantum technology, the quest for a new Earth, and interstellar migration. Xiao Luo and Warner conversed in their bedroom until the early hours of the morning. Honey, now that we have such wealth, how do you wish to spend it? I haven't given it much thought. Don't you want to buy anything? I'm uncertain about what to purchase. If you have ideas, feel free to spend as you wish. I want to buy a plethora of clothes, shoes, cosmetics, travel the world to savor all its culinary delights, and perhaps acquire some jewelry. That should suffice. Sounds good. We can go shopping at dawn, and you can buy whatever your heart desires. Being pregnant is a bit tiring. Then let us shop online. I prefer to choose things in person. Deliveries take days. Then we can wait until Shienner is born. That seems to be the only option. By the way, dear, don't you want to continue trading stocks? After all, you have been idle for the past 2 months. Indeed. I find myself at a loss for how to occupy my time. Stock trading it is. How about this? I will transfer 20 trillion to your account. You can trade as you wish. Even if you lose it all, it won't matter. What do you think? All right. Warner promptly took out her phone and transferred 20 trillion to Xiao Luo's account. Done. Xiao Luo's phone chimed with a notification. He glanced at it, then clasped his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. Hey, darling, why don't you invest in these stocks? The United States has such wealth. You could easily profit from them. The financial system in the United States is relatively sophisticated. Although there are some loopholes, breaching them would require hundreds of trillions, which I currently lack. Moreover, even if I succeeded, their conglomerates would unite to resist, making it difficult for me to withdraw, potentially leading to significant losses. What about Japan? Japan is peculiar. Whenever its financial system is threatened, a mysterious force appears to avert the crisis. Their citizens are quite united and can rally to counteract adversity, making them formidable opponents. With the little capital I possess, I can only engage in minor trades and earn modest gains. What if your father intervened? That would be a national affair, fundamentally different in nature. Our actions constitute private financial management. If my father were to step in, the implications would be vast. A massive influx of capital into another country could devastate its economy, leading to widespread suffering. Should it fail, it would also trigger a financial storm in our own country, resulting in severe losses. Thus, we must proceed with caution. True. Unless, of course, my father has the intention to punish another nation. Forget about that for now. Actually, my current trading could also impact the stockholders in Han. Many will likely face bankruptcy within days. Sigh. Indeed, it seems prudent to tread carefully in stock trading. One misstep could lead to irrevocable regret. Thankfully, we sold in time today. Otherwise, we would have lost a substantial amount. Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. Having pondered these thoughts, Warner felt her mind settle and gradually drifted into slumber, leaving Xiao Luo to lie awake, gazing at the ceiling. It was already 4 a.m. when Xiao Luo checked his phone and decided to close his eyes, surrendering to sleep. The following day, he awoke slowly at 10 a.m., finding that Wano had risen early. After washing up, he felt no hunger. So he drank a glass of warm water from the coffee table on the 3rd floor and stepped onto the balcony to enjoy the breeze and warm sunlight. Stretching languidly, he felt utterly relaxed, settling into a recliner on the balcony, reveling in the tranquility of the moment. Master, your phone is ringing. The chime of his phone interrupted his reverie. Hello? Xiao Luo, it's your uncle. How are you? Did you rest well? Uncle, I just woke up and slept quite well. Have you found any stocks worth investing in? Share with me. Just a moment, let me check. Xiao Luo promptly stood and walked to the soundproof room. Actually, my uncle doesn't know much about stock trading. How about we collaborate again, splitting the profits 50-50? How much do you wish to invest, uncle? 50 trillion. We could split it 60-40, with you receiving 60 and me 40. What do you think? That amount is quite substantial. I need to carefully consider which stock would be suitable. Most public companies cannot accommodate such a large sum. As he spoke, Xiao Luo operated his computer, the screen filled with a flurry of data. The domestic stock market was sluggish, so he could only take risks in international stocks. While conversing on the phone, he checked stock market trends. Whatever you decide, I will transfer the funds immediately. Wait, uncle, transfer it to my account. Warner doesn't want me to touch her funds. All right, send me your account details. I'll transfer it right away. Xiao Luo shared his salary account with his uncle. Within 5 minutes, he received a notification that his account had increased by 50 trillion. Combined with the previous 20 trillion, he now had 70 trillion. After diligently analyzing data on his computer, Xiao Luo identified several potential stocks. Suddenly, he noticed an unusual stock from the United States. He quickly used auxiliary software to gather all available information on this stock and discovered evidence of manipulation. Its value had remained stable until recently when it experienced a dramatic decline, clearly indicative of market flooding. Without hesitation, Xiao Luo decided to act, converting the entire 70 trillion into the stock. As anticipated, the stock price began to rise, even showing signs of substantial growth. Within a mere 3 hours, its value had already doubled. Xiao Luo remained glued to the screen, scrutinizing all the data. After several hours, he concluded that he could sell the next day. He headed downstairs for a meal. As he settled at the dining table, his uncle called again. How's it going, Xiao Luo? The investment has been made, and the trend looks promising. I can sell tomorrow. How much do you expect to earn? Approximately 4-fold. That has quite a return. 4 times is substantial. Keep at it. Indeed, uncle. I'll inform you of any updates. All right, take care. After hanging up, Xiao Luo resumed his meal. Shortly after, his phone rang again. It was Wanner. He answered promptly. Honey, are you awake? Yes, I'm having breakfast. I saw you were sleeping so soundly, so I didn't wake you. I made you a delicious meal. How does it taste? Delicious, truly delightful. Hee. I'm about to finish my class. Once I'm done with my online lecture, let us go out for a stroll. Sounds great. After hanging up, Xiao Luo hurriedly finished his meal. With a swift motion, he washed up and dressed before heading to the third floor to await Wanner's return from class. Have you been waiting long? Wanner emerged from her study. Not at all. I was quite idle. Xiao Luo stood, adjusting his attire. Let us take a leisurely walk in the community park. With that, she linked her arm with his, and together they stepped out. Under the golden sun, amidst the azure sky and fluffy clouds, the fragrant greenery along the roadside perfumed the air. The expansive lawn stretched vibrantly, and on the winding stone path, Xiao Luo and Wano engaged in cheerful conversation, resembling a couple deeply in love. With Xiao Luo's youthful 25-year-old visage and Wanner's 19-year-old model-like figure, they were indeed a match made in heaven. It's been ages since I breathed in fresh air, Wanner remarked, feeling utterly rejuvenated in this natural oasis. Indeed. I have spent much of my time ensconced within the confines of my room, seldom venturing outdoors. Now that the holiday has arrived, I find myself remaining at home once more. I yearn to immerse myself in the bounties of nature and feel the blessings of the Creator. My dear, how wonderful it would be if only the two of us remained in this world. Ah, I believe that dream will eventually come to fruition. We have become ageless beings, with ample time to wait. Thank you, Xiaodu, for bringing joy to my heart. I never expected you would prepare a meal for us in advance. Your efforts are truly appreciated. Xiaolu also expressed gratitude, stating that serving the master is Xiaodu's duty. The cheerful sounds of Xiaodu's service resonated in the air as the two of them approached the dining table, indulging in their meal while reveling in playful banter, creating a delightful atmosphere. The following day, at 7 o'clock, Shilu rose punctually, completed his morning routine, and proceeded directly to the soundproof room. Wana brought him some food before heading to her study for class. Shilu gazed intently at the stock market's fluctuating graphs, murmuring thoughtfully, who possesses such ruthlessness? How can they consume so voraciously? Observing the upward trajectory of the stock prices on his screen, Xiaolu decisively sold all his shares at double their usual price. The graph continued to rise, and the number of shares he sold diminished rapidly. As the moment approached when his stocks reached zero, the price plummeted sharply. What a close call. Xiaolu exhaled a sigh of relief, converting his stock earnings into Longhua currency, amounting to a staggering 110.51 trillion. He then transferred 55 trillion to Wanner's uncle, prompting his phone to ring immediately. Ah, Xiaolu, why have you sent me such a large sum? We agreed on a 6-4 split, did we not? Please tell me the total amount received so I can return your share. It feels unsettling to receive so much without doing anything. The total amount received is 110.51 trillion. Such a vast sum. Oh my, Xiaolu. You truly are a stock market genius. Allow me to supplement your share with 11 trillion. Shortly thereafter, a text notification alerted him that 11 trillion had been credited to his account. Thus, Xiaolu's total balance now stood at 66.51 trillion. Chapter 27. Successfully extracting the immortal enzyme. The stock market in the United States is experiencing significant turmoil. Our station has just received news that after soaring 16-fold, the stock prices have plummeted dramatically, reaching historic lows and triggering a financial storm in the country. Reports indicate that, as a result of this financial upheaval, gold prices have also hit record lows. Honey, that stock you bought, right? Wana asked as she and Xiao Luo sat on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Yes, I made quite a profit, Xiao Luo replied calmly. Wow, how much did you make? Wana inquired eagerly. Over 60 trillion, Xiao Luo responded nonchalantly. That's a staggering amount. Indeed. I didn't expect to earn so much. Perhaps certain conglomerates in the United States were simply too greedy. Yes, their greed has led to this financial crisis. The stock manipulators in the U.S. could easily profit in the tens of trillions, while I merely dipped into the waters to reap some benefits. What stocks can we still buy? Wana asked. Gold, Xiao Luo suggested. It's priced at 2,000 per gram, quite steep. Then let's purchase gold, Wana replied. Let us wait a week. By then, the prices will have dropped to their lowest, and we can buy in bulk, Xiao Luo remarked. His gaze fixed on the television screen. All right, I'll follow your lead, Wana said, resting her head on Xiao Luo's shoulder. Master, a call for you. Xiao Luo's phone rang, and he activated the speakerphone. Xiao Luo, which stock are you planning to buy today? Shall we collaborate again? came the voice of his uncle from the other end. I'm not buying any stock right now. Oh, really? Then I suppose I'll have to find something to occupy my time. I'm at a loss for what to do, his uncle chuckled. Patience is key. The U.S. stock market is volatile, affecting the entire globe, making it difficult for us to act. Well, they brought this upon themselves. As long as our country remains unaffected. That's what matters. Our country is insulated from the storm, and we initiated financial alerts to mitigate any impact. All right, keep me posted on any developments. Let us collaborate as we did last time. You take 60, and I'll take 40. Don't give me more than that. Of course, Uncle, Xiao Luo replied. Ending the call. Are you collaborating with your uncle? Does that mean we made over 100 trillion together? Wana asked. Indeed, a total of 110 trillion. Xiao Luo confirmed. Goodness, no wonder it's caused a financial crisis. The greed of the conglomerates in the U.S. is astonishing. We can only imagine how many people have gone bankrupt. Yes. By the way, how are the two stocks we purchased domestically faring? They're doing quite well, having tripled in value. Should we sell them then? It's just a small amount. Let us consider it a long-term investment, Xiao Luo decided. Right. Just over 300 billion. That's reasonable. We'll support our domestic enterprises. Time passed, and a week later, it was late April. In the morning, Xiao Luo was still seated in his soundproof room, scrutinizing the data on the screen. It's time to make a move, he murmured to himself, dialing his uncle's number. Uncle, this is Xiao Luo. I'm ready to invest. How much do you plan to contribute? I'll be transferring a substantial amount, came the reply. Good. Let us proceed. Xiao Luo concluded the call. Within 5 seconds, his phone buzzed with a notification of 100 trillion received. It seems my uncle is quite serious. Xiao Luo thought as he began typing on the keyboard, converting his account as 160 trillion into currency, purchasing gold at 500 per gram, which translates to 1,500 per gram in exchange rates. Thus, Xiao Luo acquired over 100,000 tons of gold. The curve on the screen began to rise slightly. We'll need to wait 3 months, Xiao Luo said, calling his uncle again. I've made the purchase. I expect a third of the profit in 3 months. A third? That's a wait. But as long as there's profit, that's fine, his uncle replied, before hanging up. Xiao Luo reflected, a yes, in 3 months. Xianer will be born. He shut down the computer and went to find Wanner. Wanner, let me check your pulse, Xiao Luo said as he entered the study. Wanner was attending an online class and glanced at him before returning her focus to the screen. Go ahead, she said, extending her right hand while seated in a leather executive chair. Xiao Luo pulled a chair closer and began to take her pulse earnestly. Your health is good. Xianer is due next month. We need to prepare, Xiao Luo informed her. I almost forgot about that. I'll follow your lead, Wanner said, continuing to watch the lecture. The online course only transmitted the teacher's voice. The teacher could not hear the students unless they signaled to speak. I'll cook while you attend your class, Xiao Luo said. All right, Wanner replied. Xiao Luo tidied the chair and left the study to prepare lunch. He washed the vegetables and selected a menu on the touchscreen in the kitchen, then stepped outside to stretch. After a good stretch, he leaped lightly, effortlessly bounding over the villa's roof. Startled, he quickly landed back down. Wow, I fell from such a height without a scratch. Am I becoming a Superman? He attempted another leap, easily completing it, and then executed a backflip with equal ease. It appears that the immortal enzyme truly grants everlasting life, contrary to mere words. Concerned about attracting the neighbor's attention and causing unnecessary trouble, he decided against further attempts. Thus, time moved forward to late May, with Wanner lying in a hospital bed at the Kyoto Gynecology Hospital, awaiting childbirth. Just 2 more days. Hold on a little longer, Xiao Luo reassured her, holding her hand. But it hurts so much, Wanner grimaced. When your mother gave birth to you, she experienced the same, but the pain subsided quickly, his wife comforted. This hospital is the best gynecological facility in the country. Everything will be fine, his uncle's wife added. We'll have a cesarean. That will ease the pain, Xiao Luo suggested. Okay, Wanner responded softly. Don't worry, I'm here for you, his sister assured. All right, thank you. You're all such a help, Wanner replied gratefully. We're family. There's no need for thanks, his sister chuckled. Wanner, I plan to request the hospital to collect your amniotic fluid for research under the pretext of scientific inquiry. I'll ask them to cooperate in preserving it. And if the immortal enzyme truly exists, I can extract it, Xiao Luo proposed. Do you think the hospital will agree? Wanner asked. Well, I'll need to discuss it with the director, Xiao Luo responded. Once Wanner agreed, he took out his phone and called the director of the Kyoto Gynecology Hospital. Hello, Director? I'm a family member of the patient in VIP Room 1. I have a request that I hope you can assist with. Is that possible? Of course. Feel free to state your needs. I will come right over. Please hold. The director replied before hanging up. What did the director say? Warner inquired. The director is on her way, Xiao Luo informed her. In less than 5 minutes, there was a knock at the door, and Xiao Luo rose to answer it. Oh, you must be the esteemed scientist, Xiao Luo. What a pleasure to meet you. The director exclaimed, shaking Xiao Luo's hands warmly. Hello, director. Please come in. Xiao Luo invited her into the room. Thank you. The director entered and introduced herself to Warner. I am Li Qian, the director of the Kyoto Gynecology Hospital. If you have any requests, please feel free to share with me. Hello, Dean Li. I previously engaged in life sciences research, and we have always maintained a keen interest in the amniotic fluid of pregnant women. Regarding this area of study, I hope to gain your support, Dean Li. You are still a scientist in life sciences, correct? What kind of assistance would you like from our institution? Please do not hesitate to express your needs. I will certainly cooperate with your work to the best of my abilities. Well, we need to collect amniotic fluid samples from mothers for our research. As it happens, my wife is about to give birth, so I thought it would be convenient to use her amniotic fluid as a sample. You would just need to provide a container for collecting the fluid, ensuring that the sample remains viable. Additionally, I would require equipment to conduct the tests myself. Could you assist with this? As for the costs, I can take care of that. Would 1 billion be acceptable? Oh, that is absolutely no problem. I will fully support your work. Dean Li, please share your account details with me, and I will transfer the funds immediately. After Dean Li provided his account number, Xiao Luo promptly completed the transaction on his phone. It is our honor to contribute to scientific research in any way we can, and we will certainly cooperate fully with your work. Do you have any further requests? Thank you, Dean Li, for your contributions to life sciences. I will reach out if I encounter any issues. Very well. Do not hesitate to contact me if you need anything. After saying this, he gently closed the door behind him. Indeed, money can indeed work wonders, Warner remarked. 2 days later, in the delivery room of the Kyoto Gynecology Hospital, Warner lay on the operating table while Xiao Luo, clad in full protective gear, held her hand. The doctors were diligently performing the surgery, with Dean Li personally supervising from the side. Everything proceeded smoothly, and the child was successfully delivered with cries filling the air. Extract the amniotic fluid, Dean Li commanded. The physician at the side responded, and a tube from the collection container was inserted into the incision, extracting the amniotic fluid in less than 2 seconds. Following that, the wound was immediately sutured, and within moments, the incision was closed and disinfected. Mr. Xiao, the amniotic fluid has been extracted, Dean Li said as he handed the fluid to Xiao Luo. Thank you for your hard work. It is my duty, Xiao Luo replied, whispering to Warner. I will go conduct the tests now. Please wait for me with Shinner. Yes, go ahead, Warner said, turning to comfort the newborn Shinner, who was crying. Oh, Shinner, do not cry. Mommy is here. Hearing Warner's voice, the baby's cries gradually subsided. Seeing the situation stabilize, Xiao Luo hurriedly exited the delivery room with the container. In the laboratory, he was immersed in urgent testing. Indeed, there is something here. Xiao Luo turned to Dean Li beside him. I need to extract the components. Do you have the necessary equipment? Certainly, I will arrange it immediately, Dean Li replied, leading Xiao Luo to the hospital's laboratory. In the lab, Xiao Luo operated the equipment personally. A substantial machine produced only 2 drops of colorless, transparent liquid, which were then sealed in a special device. Only 2 drops, Xiao Luo sighed, holding the minuscule quantity of a mortal enzyme. This equipment is the best purification device in the country. It can only yield this much, Dean Li explained. Oh, thank you, Dean Li. You have truly been a tremendous help. It is my pleasure, Dean Li responded as they exited the laboratory. Should you require anything in the future? Do not hesitate to ask. Thank you, Xiao Luo said, shaking hands with Dean Li before rushing to Warner, clutching the special device containing the immortal enzyme tightly. Upon reaching the delivery room, Xiao Luo learned that Wano had already been moved to VIP Room 1. He hurried to the room and found it filled with Wano's relatives, including her mother, aunt, grandparents, and Xinyuan Bauer. Xiao Luo quietly entered, and everyone turned to look at him. Shoo, the baby is sleeping, Warner's mother whispered to Xiao Luo. He nodded in acknowledgement, walking over to Warner. Are you feeling better? He asked, taking her hand. Yes, much better. The pain has diminished significantly. How about you? Everything went smoothly. Good. That puts my mind at ease, Warner sighed, glancing at the swaddled Shinner. Xianer is so well-behaved. After I fed him, he stopped crying. He is simply adorable, Juana said with a loving smile. Xiao Luo also looked at Xianer. Indeed, Xianer resembles you. Naturally, he is charming. He gazed at their child with a tender expression. Yes, he takes after Waner. What a handsome grandson. Waner's mother chuckled. He resembles Xiao Luo a bit too, Bauer remarked. Still, he looks more like Waner, the aunts chimed in. I agree, the grandmother said, while the grandfather joyfully added, I have a great-grandson now. I am truly a patriarch. Laughter filled the room. Shiano let out a few soft sounds, prompting the laughter to quiet down. Let us step outside to talk, so as not to disturb the baby. Waner-san suggested. All right, the grandmother replied, gazing lovingly at Shianer as she reluctantly exited the room. Let's go outside to chat. The grandfather followed suit, with everyone else trailing behind. Please take good care of yourself, Waner's mother said before leaving, and Waner responded, Yes, thank you, Mom. Please take care. As Xiao Luo was about to rise to see his mother off, she gestured for him to remain seated. He complied, watching everyone leave. Bauer was the last to exit, gently closing the door behind her while casting a puzzled glance at Xiao Luo, as if she had 1,000 words to say but found herself at a loss for words. We must quickly administer the immortal enzyme to Dad, Waner urged Xiao Luo. How about this? You call the leader and ask him to come here. I will personally administer the injection. All right, Wana said, sitting up to look for her phone. Wana, are you okay? Let me check your wound, Xiao Luo exclaimed, eyes wide in concern. It doesn't hurt at all. This immortal enzyme is truly miraculous. My wound has healed so quickly. She inspected her injury, finding it completely healed without a trace. How astonishing. I need to call Dad, she said, dialing the number. Dad. Please hurry to the Kyoto Gynecology Hospital, Wana urged anxiously. What's wrong? Her father's serious voice echoed from the other end. Please come quickly. I have something important to discuss with you. Wana emphasized once more. Okay, I'll be there right away, her father responded, and Wana sighed with relief before hanging up. 20 minutes later, the leader entered the room, accompanied by 2 security personnel who thoroughly checked the area before stepping outside, leaving a bodyguard on alert within. Xiao Luo pulled a chair beside the bed for the leader, saying, Dad, please sit. The leader slowly took his seat, looking intently at Wana. Wana, what urgent matter do you have? He inquired, focusing on her. Wana paused, glancing at the bodyguard behind her. Understanding her implied request, the leader waved his hand, signaling the security personnel to leave the room. The bodyguard acknowledged and exited. Now, with only the 3 of them present, the leader urged, please share what is urgent. The immortal enzyme, Wana whispered. What about the immortal enzyme? The leader asked. Xiao Luo has successfully developed it, Wana replied. Where is it? The leader inquired about Xiao Luo's presence. Here I am, Xiao Luo replied, producing a special container to indicate his purpose. Oh, who else is aware of this matter? Only the 3 of us know, came the response. The leader nodded thoughtfully. I summoned you to administer the immortality enzyme. It will restore your health. Observe my wounds. They have healed. Waner, having spoken, rose from the bed to show the leader her own injuries. Is the immortality enzyme truly that miraculous? The leader asked. Father, you must inject the immortality enzyme promptly. Your condition is dire. Very well, the leader acquiesced, calling for a guard. Upon the bodyguard's arrival, he inquired. What are your orders? Immediately secure the hospital. No one is to enter or exit. Additionally, suppress any information regarding my presence here. After the bodyguard saluted, he exited to implement the directives. The leader then asked Xiao Luo, what is the dosage of the immortality enzyme? Only 2 drops, Xiao Luo replied. 2 drops? It seems we can only administer it to 1 person. For research purposes, it may be insufficient. I had hoped to replicate the immortality enzyme for the benefit of humanity. Father, replicating it may be unfeasible. If it fails, your health. Your concerns are valid. In that case, I shall defer to your judgment. All right, Xiao Luo said. I must retrieve a syringe from the hospital. It must be a professional research-grade syringe. Upon hearing Xiao Luo's words, the leader summoned a guard to relay his instructions. 10 minutes later, a plainclothes guard entered the ward, carrying a box. Standing at the doorway, another guard saluted, reporting, the syringe has been delivered. Please advise. Prepare another ward. I require hospitalization, the leader instructed as the bodyguard exited to make arrangements. Let us proceed. The leader gestured for Xiao Luo to follow. All right, Xiao Luo agreed. Turning to Waner, Waner, please stay here with the child. I will handle this. Understood, Waner replied. The plainclothes bodyguard led the way as the leader and Xiao Luo exited the ward. The corridor outside was deserted, with plainclothes guards stationed at every corner, all saluting upon seeing the leader. They were escorted to a VIP ward, spacious as a presidential suite. "Leader, please enter," the bodyguard indicated, as two guards stood at attention on either side of the door. Once inside, the bodyguard reported, "Leader, everything is arranged. Dr. Zhang's team is here. They will oversee your medical care and daily needs. Do you have any further instructions?" "You may all leave, Xiao Luo may remain," the leader commanded. Xiao Luo held the syringe box in the container of the immortality enzyme, awaiting the departure of the others. "Let us begin," the leader urged Xiao Luo. "Very well, father. Please stand. After the immortality enzyme is administered, you may move slightly before reclining on the bed." "Agreed." Xiao Luo opened the syringe box filled with various syringes. Selecting an appropriate one, he applied disinfectant to the leader's right deltoid before drawing the immortality enzyme from the container, ensuring it was entirely extracted, and then injected it into the leader's arm. "Father, please move your limbs slightly," Xiao Luo instructed, observing the leader. The leader acknowledged, moving his arms and legs before lying back on the hospital bed. "How do you feel?" "I feel nothing unusual. When I ingested it, I felt nothing initially. It took half a month for my body to react." "What kind of reaction?" "First, I experienced profuse sweating, day after day, expelling a great deal of oily substances. It seemed to detoxify my body. After about 2 weeks, I began to feel better. Once that period passed, I felt remarkably lighter and more energized, with no sense of fatigue. Indeed, the immortality enzyme is truly extraordinary. No wonder you have pursued its study for a century without results." "Indeed. Research on the immortality enzyme requires extensive data calculations, which is why I proposed the development of a large quantum computer specifically for this purpose." "Thank you, father." "For what?" "We are family. There is no need for formality. Allow me to check your pulse to assess your health." "You can take my pulse." "Indeed," Xiao Luo replied as he proceeded to check the leader's pulse. "I have worked in the Institute of Life Sciences for a century. I learned to take pulses long ago." You predicted Warner's pregnancy last time. I was initially skeptical. Yet, it turned out precisely as you said," the leader chuckled. "Father, your health is stable. There is nothing to worry about. You should tend to Warner. My medical team is here to care for me. I will notify you if needed." "Very well, father. I shall go see Warner now." "Go ahead," the leader affirmed, and Xiao Luo exited the room to find Warner. Chapter 28 Miracle. The essence of the eternal enzyme lies in its remarkable ability to catalyze all the cells in the body back to their primordial state, thereby ensuring that the human form remains unchanged. The reason for Wan Er's rapid healing of her wounds is attributed to the action of the eternal enzyme, which allows the damaged cells to swiftly rejuvenate. As for the leader, due to his advanced age and the multitude of damaged cells within him, he requires prolonged care to expel the impurities lingering in his body, thus maintaining a youthful state. Conversely, Xiao Luo has harbored the eternal enzyme within him for an extended period. However, the lack of external influences has led to a decline in the enzyme's activity, resulting in the appearance of white hair and the calcification of his bones. Yet, with Wan Er's stimulus, the activity of the eternal enzyme has been reignited, allowing Xiao Luo to regain 10 years of youth, effortlessly leaping to heights exceeding 10 meters and performing somersaults with ease. "How is Xiao Luo?" Wan Er anxiously inquired about the injection of the eternal enzyme into the leader. "Oh, everything proceeded smoothly," Xiao Luo replied, gazing into Wan Er's eyes. "That's reassuring." Wan Er sighed with relief. "Hey, Xiao Luo, where did you just go?" The leader arrived briefly and then departed. "We were chatting outside when suddenly the guards ushered us into the dean's office," the lady remarked. "Oh, I see. Come here and hold Xian Er. Let me see your son," she chuckled, handing Xian Er to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo carefully cradled the child in his arms, observing Xian Er's bright eyes and moving lips. "Utterly adorable. Xian Er, call daddy," Xiao Luo encouraged. With great effort, Xian Er managed to utter a sound, prompting everyone to burst into laughter. Indeed, Xian Er is quite obedient, Xiao Luo playfully engaged with his son. Upon witnessing this, Wan Er, filled with joy, also wished for Xian Er to call her mama. Extending her arms, "Come, let me hold you." Xiao Luo gently passed Xian Er to Wan Er. "Xian Er, call mama," Wan Er coaxed, and Xian Er, with pursed lips, managed to mumble "ma." This elicited another round of laughter from the group. "Xian Er, call grandma," the lady urged, eager for Xian Er to address her. "Hey, he is already speaking at such a young age," the grandfather remarked. "Xian Er will surely achieve great things when he grows up," the uncle added, while Bao Er, intrigued, leaned closer. "Xian Er, Call Auntie. Observing the surrounding faces, Xian'er began to smile, and the room was filled with laughter as everyone played with him. In the afternoon, one by one, they found excuses to leave, restoring tranquility to the room. Xian'er, your wound is healed. You should call the doctor to remove the stitches. Xiao Luo reminded her. Ah, indeed. I nearly forgot about that, she replied, pressing the service button at the head of the bed. It's still better to be hospitalized. Xian'er is so small, and there are doctors here to help us. Xian'er let out another sound, which delighted Xian'er, and Xiao Luo shared in her joy. At that moment, a knock echoed, and a nurse entered. Hello, how may I assist you? Oh, hello, nurse. I would like to have my stitches removed. My wound is healed, Xian'er requested. You gave birth only this morning. How could your wound heal so quickly? The nurse asked, stepping forward to examine Xian'er's injury. Xian'er set Xian'er aside and cooperated by lifting her hospital gown for the nurse's inspection. Indeed, it has healed remarkably fast, a miracle. I will inform the doctor to prepare for the stitch removal, the nurse said, astonished. In my 30 years of practice, I have never witnessed such rapid healing. And there are no scars whatsoever. Truly miraculous. Doctor, may I remove the stitches now? She inquired. Do you still feel any pain? The doctor asked. Not at all. Xian'er responded. I would like to conduct a thorough examination. Would that be acceptable? The doctor proposed. No need. I feel perfectly fine. I simply wish to have the stitches removed, Xian'er insisted. Yes, I have already examined her. Everything is in excellent condition, Xiao Luo added. And you are? The doctor questioned Xiao Luo. Oh, I have worked in the Life Sciences Institute for many years, continuously engaging in human anatomy research, Xiao Luo replied. Very well then. I shall prepare to remove the stitches, the doctor concluded, instructing the nurse to wheel Xian'er's bed to the operating room. But she promptly interjected. No, I can walk there myself. Ah, the nurse exclaimed in surprise as Xian'er immediately rose from the bed and exited the ward. Noticing the nurse had not followed, she called out, Come along. Responding to her call, the nurse complied, and the three made their way to the operating room. Leaving Xiao Luo to remain in the ward, playing with Xian'er. All done, Xian'er asked upon returning. Yes, it's finished. I have no issues now, she replied, spinning around joyfully. Thus, the family of three spent an entire month together in the VIP room number 1. Chapter 29. I want to learn master. Your phone is ringing. Humph. As Xiao Luo's ringtone echoed, he quickly answered the call. Son-in-law, could you come to my place for a moment? All right. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Xiao Luo briefed Xian'er before heading directly to the chief's VIP ward. Please, come in. The guard outside the ward guided Xiao Luo. Upon seeing the door ajar, he stepped inside. Ah, my son-in-law has arrived. How are Xian'er and Xian'er doing? They are both well. Father, your health has improved significantly. Oh, I hadn't noticed. Just a few days ago, as I mentioned, I was sweating profusely and had to change outfits several times a day. The examination showed my health is good, yet I don't feel much better. Walking is still as inconvenient as it was a month ago. Father, there is no need to rush. Let me take your pulse. Oh, all right. Go ahead. Thus, Xiao Luo began to check the chief's pulse. Now, you're not sweating as before, which means your limbs are more agile, correct? Father, please don't be anxious. The cessation of sweating indicates that the impurities in your body have been expelled. However, due to your prior health issues, there are many damaged cells that the longevity enzymes need time to repair. This process is lengthy, taking as little as 6 months and as long as several years. During this time, it is crucial to maintain a diet of natural and unpolluted foods to expedite your recovery. Of course, moderate exercise is permissible, but avoid anything too strenuous. Once the longevity enzymes restore your cells, you shall attain eternal youth. That is feasible, but you must ensure you rest for 16 hours each day. Father, I do not find it burdensome. It is my heartfelt wish to see you healthy. Indeed, you have devoted yourself entirely to our Xianyuan clan. You have toiled in the laboratory for a century for the sake of these longevity enzymes and made remarkable contributions to the nation's quantum science and technology. Your efforts are commendable. Whatever desires you have, I will fulfill. Contributing to the nation is my duty. I merely wish to return to work soon to offer my modest assistance. What did you need me for, Father? 20 years. Xian'er gradually approached Xiao Luo, wrapping her arms around his waist. The project is vast. It cannot be completed in a short time. You must take good care of yourself. I will look after Xian'er, so do not worry. Just don't forget about me. How could I forget you? You are my wife, and your image is indelibly etched in my mind. I shall never forget. Xian'er nestled her head against Xiao Luo's chest. How about we take a family portrait? This way, we can cherish the photo whenever we miss each other. Sure, let us also take some wedding photos. We never had a proper wedding, and we didn't capture those moments. Finally, the photos were taken. Hee, Shinner seems to enjoy it, Juana said, cradling Shinner on the sofa. While Xiao Luo noticed Shinner's joy and leaned closer. Shinner loves being photographed. Let us do this again next time. One when Shinner is a month old. Another when he turns 1, and let us make it an annual tradition. How does that sound? Yay, Shinner chimed happily. All right, we shall take pictures of Shinner every year. Juana said to Shinner, who waved his tiny hands joyfully, erasing the fatigue of the day for the couple. After the family finished dinner and washed up, Juana stayed in the bedroom with their son, while Xiao Luo spent some time with them before heading to the soundproof room to check on the stock market. It had been a month since he last checked, and the price of gold had risen significantly, reaching 670 lira in just 2 months. As he typed away, a flurry of information filled the screen. It appears to be another pump and dump scheme, Xiao Luo remarked before calling his uncle. Hello, uncle, it's Xiao Luo. Oh, my dear nephew. Haha, how is Juana? I hear from your aunt that Shinner is adorable, already speaking since birth. Haha, I'm eager to meet my grandson. Indeed. Shinner is eager to meet his great-uncle too, haha. By the way, uncle, the gold we purchased, like the last stock, is part of a pump and dump scheme but is projected to rise. I believe this is related to the current financial crisis affecting various countries, as some are in dire need of gold to weather the storm, thus driving up the price significantly. I have been monitoring this financial storm and share your perspective. Feel free to operate without any concerns. All right. After his uncle hung up, Xiao Luo continued to peruse the data on the screen. Still checking stocks? Juana, you're here. Whereas Shinner? Shinner is already asleep. Juana sat beside Xiao Luo. You must be tired too. Rest early. I'll just watch for a bit longer, Xiao Luo replied. I'll keep you company. Juana gazed at Xiao Luo affectionately, and he instinctively wrapped an arm around her waist. The stock market is unpredictable. It initially dipped but has risen significantly. I must study it thoroughly, Xiao Luo said, glancing at Juana before resuming his analysis of the screen. How much did you invest this time? A total of 160 trillion. So much. Juana exclaimed, astonished. Did you invest all your capital? What if it incurs losses? She asked, concerned. It has already risen by 170 points. There is no risk of loss, Xiao Luo assured her, gesturing toward the screen. Oh, that's a relief. Juana sighed in relief. Darling, teach me too. I want to learn. You? Xiao Luo questioned. What? Do you underestimate me? Juana retorted anxiously. No. It's just that this is quite mentally taxing, and I worry you might not persist, Xiao Luo explained with a smile. Just teach me. There is nothing I can't learn. Very well, I shall start with the mathematical models. Xiao Luo patiently began his instruction. Juana, however, felt perplexed and muddled after a while, and said, let us pause for today. I'm tired, and will go rest now. You should sleep early too. After yawning, she stood up, preparing to retire for the night. Chapter 30, Benefactor. This is a conspiracy. Xiao Luo merely gazed at the computer screen and uttered a single phrase. Immediately thereafter, he began to strike the keyboard with remarkable speed. This is meant to drive numerous countries into a dire predicament. Consequently, Xiao Luo sold all his gold stocks at a price of 2,000 Li Yuan, which is 4 times the purchase price. Human calamity, what can I do? With a sigh, Xiao Luo shut down his computer and indulged in a blissful slumber in the soundproof room. It was already past 4 in the morning. Master, your phone is ringing. A sudden ringtone jolted Xiao Luo awake. Groggy, he fumbled for his phone and answered, hello? My dear nephew-in-law, the gold prices have surged. Oh, it's uncle. Have we sold our stocks? It's at 800 points. We could earn quite a sum. Let us sell. Oh, I've already sold all of them. Ah, that is splendid. Hee. Upon hanging up, Xiao Luo glanced at the time. It was already 10 o'clock. He and T heard the alarm. Rising, he went to the bedroom to check on Juana and their son. Upon entering, he found the room in perfect order but devoid of people. Hurriedly, he made his way to the study. Wake up. Breakfast is ready for you. Go eat. I'll take Shinner to class. Juana smiled at Xiao Luo. Shinner loves attending classes, doesn't he? Juana said, turning to the little one in her arms. Yes. Seeing his son dance with joy filled Xiao Luo's heart with happiness. You both go to class. I'll have breakfast. Goodbye, Shinner. Bye. Shinner replied with a sound. In a slightly improved mood, Xiao Luo closed the door and proceeded downstairs to wash up and have breakfast. After finishing, he began preparing lunch. After setting everything up with the robot, he reclined on a sun lounger outdoors to bask in the sunlight. The June sun was rather warm. Yet Xiao Luo relished it, enjoying the caress of the sun, the cleansing of the air, and the unparalleled relaxation it brought to his body and mind. Before the phone could ring completely, Xiao Luo answered, "Hello? Dear nephew-in-law, the stocks have soared to over 800 points. Have you received the proceeds from your sales?" "Haha. Oh, uncle, I didn't sell at 800 Li Yuan. Then at what price did you sell?" Uncle S' laughter abruptly ceased. "I sold at 2,000 Li Yuan." "What? You sold so high? What if it drops?" Uncle said nervously. "Let us wait a week. I assure you it will sell out by then. I'll notify you at the first opportunity. Are you confident in selling at such a high price?" "I am confident. That is all the capital I can mobilize." "Ah, 800 is already a considerable profit. Why take unnecessary risks?" "Uncle, I never engage in ventures I am not confident about. Just wait for my good news." "Since you say so, very well." With that, Xiao Luo hung up and continued to recline on his lounger, feeling the breeze, murmuring to himself, "Birds perish for food, and men pursue profit." A week later, Xiao Luo's family was playing on the sofa in the first-floor living room. Master, your phone is ringing again." "Hello. Uncle. My dear nephew-in-law. Gold has risen to 2,000. Ha. We are in for a fortune. Indeed, that is splendid news. My benefactor, you are simply amazing. A week ago, when you said you would sell at 2,000, I was genuinely worried. What if it didn't reach that point? My 100 trillion would have gone to waste. Now, my burdens have finally been lifted. You are my savior. If you ever need my assistance, just say the word, and I will act immediately." "Uncle, you're too kind. We are family. No need for formality." "Very well then, let us split it 60-40. Don't give me too much." "All right, as you wish," Uncle concluded before hanging up. "Did Uncle call again?" One Air inquired. "Yes, it's about the stocks. He is relieved it has reached 2,000 points." "Has it truly reached 2,000? Let me see." One Air wanted to confirm, and Xiao Luo opened the stock app on his phone for her to check. "It's exactly at 2,000, but your stocks haven't been sold yet." "What if they drop?" One Air expressed her concern. "I've already sold 40, so there is no need to worry." "What if it really drops?" One Air looked at Xiao Luo anxiously. "It will rise shortly. Don't fret." "Oh, I won't check anymore. My heart can't take it." Currently, gold is in high demand. Many are eager to make quick profits, which is entirely normal. Look, the decline isn't significant. It's only dropped a few points. I suspect they don't hold much gold anyway. They're simply anxious to liquidate. It's inconsequential. I think I'll avoid stocks. My heart can't handle it. Well, it's almost sold out. Yes, many developing countries, especially those in turmoil, urgently need gold as a substitute for currency to weather financial crises. Thus, gold is indeed a necessity. It's sold out. "Yay. Husband, you're incredible. I admire you so much." One Air exclaimed, bestowing a heavy kiss upon Xiao Luo. "Well, let us also share some with Uncle." Xiao Luo broke the silence between them. "Wow, we have so much money now. Husband, you're amazing." One Air jumped with joy at the sight of their wealth. "Indeed, we are now quite affluent," Xiao Luo said before dialing Uncle S' number. "Hello, Uncle." "Haha. My dear nephew-in-law, my benefactor. I've received the funds. Let us gather soon. I must express my gratitude to you, my great benefactor." "Ah, Uncle, you're too courteous. Tonight, at the Imperial Hotel, we shall not return until we are inebriated. But Xian Air is still so young, it's rather inconvenient. Bring Xian Air along. I will personally come to fetch you. I shall greet my benefactor in the finest vehicle." "Well, all right then." "Agreed." Xiao Luo hung up and told One Air, "Uncle wants our entire family to dine at the Imperial Hotel tonight to express his gratitude." "That sounds wonderful. The Imperial Hotel is a 10-star establishment. I've heard it's even more opulent than an ancient palace. Just one night's stay can cost 10 billion, and it's charged per person. So, if 10 people go, it's 100 billion just for the lodging. Moreover, there is a requirement to pay a 50 billion deposit to stay. Thus, only the wealthy or noble can afford to visit the Imperial Hotel. It is a true symbol of status. The renowned dishes there are exquisite. I've never tasted them before. They can serve a full Manchu Han imperial feast, and patrons are treated like emperors. Despite the steep prices, the hotel is perpetually booked. And having money doesn't guarantee a reservation." One Air spoke animatedly, clearly filled with anticipation. "Well, hearing you describe it makes me eager to experience it together." "Yay." One Air cheered. Chapter 31. The Emperor Hotel Greetings, esteemed guest. This is the customer service department of the Emperor Hotel. How may I assist you today? I would like to reserve 5 rooms for 12 distinguished guests. I will promptly transfer the room fees and deposit to you. Very well. Kindly provide the identification numbers for each esteemed guest so we can ensure an exceptional experience for you. The email has already been sent to your inbox. With that, the call ended. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of the call disconnecting resonated from the front desk of the Emperor Hotel's customer service department, followed by the rapid tapping of a keyboard. The front desk then called the customer service manager. Manager Liu, we have a reservation for esteemed guests. The total amount of 72 billion has been received for the room fees and deposit. I need you to grant permission as I have forwarded the guest information to you. Understood. I will attend to it immediately. Manager Liu's serious voice came through the line. After hanging up, he proceeded to input the reservation details one by one into the computer for verification, only to be met with a warning window, unauthorized access. Could it be? Manager Liu hesitated, immediately dialing the hotel chairman. Chairman, there are 4 guests on the reservation list who require your authorization for inquiry. I have sent the list to you. All right, I will handle it right away. The hotel chairman hung up the phone and opened his email to meticulously verify each guest on the list. This is odd. How could the household registration system yield no results? Could they be high-ranking guests? The hotel chairman quickly entered the highest level of authorization password. Revealing only one piece of information, Xiao Luo, a resident of Nanhai, awarded the title of National Meritorious Scientist in 2155. The remaining 3 guests still displayed unauthorized access. Thus, the hotel chairman picked up the red phone on his desk and made another call. Hello, Brother Xinyuan Hong. This is Xiao Fu. Could you please assist me in checking the information for 3 esteemed guests, Xinyuan Chuanwan, Xinyuan Xian, and Ouyang Xiren? No need to check. The information is confidential. Please extend the highest standard of service. Xinyuan Hong's voice came through clearly. Yes, brother. After hanging up, the hotel chairman dialed Manager Liu again. Manager Liu, please ensure that these esteemed guests receive the utmost level of service, with no room for error. Yes, Chairman. Manager Liu replied, immediately arranging the reception details for the guests. At this moment, the clock struck 3 in the afternoon. At Villa Number 1 in Kyoto, Xiao Luo's phone rang. Benefactor, I have arrived at your doorstep. Haha. The voice of his uncle echoed on the line. Oh, uncle, you are remarkably swift. Just as Juan and I finished changing our clothes, you're already here. Xiao Luo said as he walked towards the door to open it. Benefactor, hee. At last, I have found you. If it weren't for my little sister guiding me, I wouldn't have known where to find you. His uncle stepped down from the mobile home, closely followed by his wife, Ouyang Xiren. Xiao Luo admired the imposing mobile home that stood 4 meters tall and complimented, Uncle, your mobile home is quite magnificent. Haha, magnificent? If you like it, I shall give it to you. His uncle beamed with joy. Well, this mobile home isn't worth much. It can't even fly. Feel free to enjoy it. His wife added. All right, as my little sister wishes, hee. Where's Juan? His wife inquired. She sighed. I truly didn't expect mother to come as well. Isn't it because I miss my grandson? Xian, come here and give grandma a hug. His wife walked straight into the room. Mother, you're here. Juan greeted her son, Xian, as she embraced him. Ah, come here. Let me hold my grandson. Xian, grandma is here, look. Juan said to her son. Ah. Xian opened his mouth wide, delighted, and straightened his little body, gazing adoringly at his grandmother. My precious grandson, do you miss grandma? His grandmother said as she took Xian from Juan's arms. Xian was overjoyed to see his grandmother, wasn't he? Juan said to Xian, let us go. Uncle has brought the car around. His wife said as she exited the room, with Juan closely following. Haha, mother, how was your experience at the Emperor Hotel? Juan asked cheerfully. It's just like a palace. Our family should indulge a little. His wife playfully teased Xian in her arms. Is it really that enjoyable? I've always wanted to go, just never had the opportunity. This time, Uncle has covered the expenses for 5 rooms. We shall have a splendid time together. Your grandparents are also coming. Really? Huh, I miss them so much. Juan exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy. Let us head to the car. Uncle called out as the family joyfully boarded the 12-meter-long, 4-meter-tall mobile home. Uncle, is this mobile home self-driving? Xiao Luo inquired as they walked. Indeed. Xiao Luo marveled while exploring the interior of the mobile home. It's quite comfortable in here, Juan said as she sat on the leather sofa while his wife, cradling Xian, joined her. Once we finish our meal, we'll gift you a new vehicle. Haha, this vehicle is equipped with the highest specifications produced by the company. So you can go anywhere you like. Uncle stated. Really, Uncle? You've never been so generous before. Juan replied excitedly. Ah, well, business was not flourishing, you see. This time, the benefactor has helped me earn a great deal. Gifting you a vehicle is nothing, Uncle said, activating the navigation, and the vehicle began to move. Indeed, nowadays, hydrogen cars are scarcely sought after. Everyone is turning to electric vehicles. Charging an electric car is free, which saves quite a bit. Our vehicle is priced at only 100 million, quite a bargain. His wife continued to amuse Xian. Darling, how wonderful it would be to travel in this car in the future. One said to Xiao Luo. Our decor is the finest in the nation. Uncle added beside Xiao Luo. Xian responded, and everyone shared a joyful laugh. An hour later, the grand mobile home arrived at its destination, the Emperor Hotel. This hotel is styled like a grand estate, surrounded by a fence, with an unremarkable entrance, a simple 2-meter-high wall bearing the name Emperor Hotel. Upon entering, one is greeted by a tree-lined, concrete driveway leading to a circular plaza with a radius of 100 meters, where the hotel faces south and is bathed in sunlight around the clock. To the right stands a palace-like structure, resplendent in gold, towering at 9.5 meters, symbolizing supreme authority. Above the palace hangs a grand plaque inscribed with the words Emperor Hotel in small seal script, prominently displayed. Behind the palace is a building shaped like a sword, intricately carved, soaring 95 stories high, embodying the same symbolism of supreme authority. A welcoming staircase made of marble leads from the plaza to the hotel entrance, flanked by 2 massive lion sculptures standing 5 meters tall. The entrance features a grand, 3-meter-high door, leading into a lavishly decorated interior reminiscent of a palace. 20 meters straight ahead lies the Golden Throne Hall, adorned with a replica of an ancient emperor's dragon throne, which gleams with gold. The path leading from the throne to the entrance is covered in a luxurious red carpet, flanked by 2 rows of robots dressed as civil and military officials. As soon as the esteemed guests sit upon the dragon throne, all robots kneel and exclaim, "Long live the Emperor," allowing guests to experience the grandeur of imperial rule. Guests need only utter the command "rise," and the robots will stand. Once the guests descend from the throne, a bespoke personal butler will guide them to their reserved rooms, providing elite butler service throughout their stay. The hotel's decor is entirely inspired by the grandeur of royal palaces, utilizing materials identical to those found in ancient imperial residences, epitomizing opulence. As Xiao Luo and his companions entered the exclusive dining room, they were greeted by the presence of Wanner's grandfather, grandmother, second uncle, and aunt, along with Xiao Xiang and Xiao Tong, who were already seated. "Oh my, Wanner, you look absolutely stunning today," exclaimed the aunt as she approached Wanner to exchange pleasantries. "Indeed, you have not changed a bit. You look just as lovely as you did before your marriage," added the second aunt, who had also come over. "Aunt, you all have arrived." Wanner warmly welcomed them. "We just got here as well," the aunt replied. "Father, mother, it's wonderful to see you both." "I hope the journey wasn't too tiring," said the lady, cradling Shinner as she walked over to sit beside her grandparents. "Let me see my great-grandson. I can hardly contain my joy," the grandfather exclaimed with delight. "Shinner, you are simply adorable. Look at that smile. Come here and give your great-grandmother a hug," the grandmother said as she took Shinner from the lady's arms, while Xiao Xiang and Xiao Tong joined in to play with him. "Let us take our seats," the elder uncle suggested to Xiao Luo. "Father, mother, I truly appreciate your efforts. Today is a joyous occasion, and I specially invited everyone to gather together. Second brother, you've come as well. I hope your journey was smooth," the elder uncle continued, acknowledging the grandparents and the second uncle. "Brother, that is hardly the case. It's only a half-hour journey. It was no trouble at all," the second uncle replied modestly. "I came to see my precious great-grandson, not for myself," the grandfather remarked, prompting hearty laughter from everyone. Xiao Luo and Wanner, along with the aunts, then took their seats. "Father, little do you know, your son-in-law is quite the genius. His stock purchases are always spot on, truly remarkable," the elder uncle remarked to the grandfather. "I always said, Wanna marrying Xiao Luo would be a wise choice," the lady added. "It seems I am growing older and a bit forgetful." "Haha," the grandfather chuckled, eliciting laughter from the others. "Oh, Grandpa, with such good health, how can you be old?" Xiao Luo jested, bringing further joy to the gathering. "Ah, Grandpa, I promise to make Wanna happy," Xiao Luo declared earnestly. "Xiao Luo has indeed done wonders for our family, bringing in substantial profits. Our company has not seen such gains in years. Now we can afford to take it easy for decades," the second uncle remarked. "Yes, he is truly our benefactor, Isntihi," the elder uncle addressed the group. "Indeed, he is our benefactor," the second uncle affirmed. "Please, Do not say that. We are all family. It is my duty to help, and should you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask, if it is within my means. I will certainly oblige, Xiao Luo promised. Then let us commence the feast, the elder uncle announced, instructing the staff to serve the dishes, one by one. Exquisite delicacies grace the grand circular table. Abalone, lobster, Buddha jumps over the wall, bear paw, deer antler, foie gras, caviar, an array reminiscent of a modern-day imperial banquet. If only Jinhua and Jinxiang were here, our family would be complete, the grandfather lamented. Yes, they have both engaged in significant projects, and when I inquired, they remained tight-lipped. I suspect it must be a confidential endeavor, the second uncle responded to the grandfather. Ah, Ouyang Jinhua and Ouyang Jinxiang, those names sound quite familiar. Could it be they are involved in that major project? Xiao Luo pondered aloud. Those boys are promising. They must certainly be working under you, the quantum scientist. The grandfather replied, beaming with pride. Indeed, my Jinhua is thriving, the elder uncle added with amusement. Dear benefactor, please keep an eye on those two at your workplace. The elder aunt expressed her hopes to Xiao Luo. Yes, we entrust our Jinxiang to you for your care, the second aunt echoed. With a benefactor like you. I feel reassured, the elder aunt concluded. Just as the lively dining atmosphere reached its peak, the grand entrance swung open, revealing a robust man dressed in a sharp suit. His hair dark and glossy, his eyes sharp and full of vigor, a man in his 60s exuding an air of masculinity. Chapter 32. The uninvited guest welcome, esteemed relatives. To my humble abode. I apologize for my inadequate hospitality. Here, I, Xin Yuan Hong, toast to you all and seek your forgiveness. With that, he lifted a porcelain goblet held by a tall, voluptuous beauty and drained its contents in one gulp. The unexpected arrival of the uninvited guest subdued the lively atmosphere among the dining group of Xiao Luo. Ah, it is the second young master. Please, take a seat. It is a rare occasion to dine with you. The elder uncle broke the silence. Thank you for your kind invitation, but I must decline the meal. I have come uninvited, drawn here by the divine aura of General Xiao. My admiration for him is beyond words. I humbly seek guidance from the esteemed general. And I hope for your understanding regarding my boldness, Xin Yuan Hong said, a slight smile gracing his lips. General? My heavens, when did my benefactor become a general? The elder uncle gasped in astonishment. Just 10 months ago, the day after my younger sister's wedding, my father personally appointed him, Xin Yuan Hong replied, leaning slightly forward in respect. So this establishment is yours? The lady inquired. I merely hold a small stake in it, Xin Yuan Hong replied with a smile. Oh, naturally. My second brother wishes for my guidance. I am truly humbled. Although I have lived for 136 years, I have been engrossed in research since I began working at 35. Knowing little beyond the realm of work. What wisdom could I possibly offer my second brother? Xiao Luo stood up and addressed Xin Yuan Hong. General, you are too modest. If it is not too much to ask, might I have a moment of your time in a more private setting? Xin Yuan Hong responded respectfully. Since my second brother has offered such heartfelt hospitality, how could I refuse? With that, Xiao Luo exited the dining hall, leaving behind a group of bewildered onlookers. Xin Yuan Hong stepped aside to lead Xiao Luo, taking the elevator to the building's top floor. As the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by 2 rows of exquisitely dressed beauties, each tall and voluptuous, standing for a full 20 meters, with a crimson carpet laid between them. Welcome, the ladies chimed in unison. Xiao Luo was taken aback, pondering whether this was a ploy, realizing Xin Yuan Hong was not to be underestimated. Reluctantly, he followed Xin Yuan Hong through the gauntlet of beauties. General, feel free to choose from these ladies. Each one is untouched, and I assure you, no one will know. Xin Yuan Hong gestured elegantly towards the rows of women. I appreciate your generous offer, but I have my beloved one, Xiao Luo replied, not even glancing at the ladies. Oh, I did not expect the esteemed general to be so devoted. As men, we must bear responsibilities. A husband must care for his wife. A father must provide for his children. A gentleman walks with integrity, deserving of the Creator's blessings. Your teachings are profoundly enlightening. Listening to you is more rewarding than studying for a decade. I have gained invaluable insights. Xin Yuan Hong ordered the ladies to exit, leaving only 2 to accompany Xiao Luo. Your broad-mindedness is admirable. Please, shall we move to converse? He gestured towards a gaming table at the end of the carpet. My second brother. Gambling is illegal, Xiao Luo inquired with confusion. This is merely a hobby of mine. I would be honored if the general would indulge me in a game. Xin Yuan Hong replied respectfully. Very well, Xiao Luo conceded with resignation. Xianyuan Hong instructed his subordinates to prepare, and the two took their seats at the gambling table. Surrounded by a throng of beauties. General, what stakes do you usually play? This is the Hong Kong style, and I typically start with a minimum bet of 100 billion. What do you think? As you wish, Xiao Luo responded calmly. At that moment, a beautiful dealer presented a deck of cards for Xiao Luo to inspect. He took the cards, shook them lightly, and noticed something odd. The weight of the cards was uneven at both ends. Could it be that Xianyuan Hong had tampered with them? It seemed he aimed to win at my expense. I must consider how much he wishes to win. Should he win too little, he may look down upon my wealth, but if he wins too much, the loss would be considerable. Perhaps I shall win a bit. Then lose a few trillion to give him a taste of reality. After contemplating, Xiao Luo smiled subtly at Xianyuan Hong and said, I shall follow my second brother's lead. All right, deal the cards, Xianyuan Hong commanded. The dealer proceeded with the game. Mr. Xianyuan, you have 9 points. Mr. Xiao, you have 6 points. Mr. Xianyuan, please take your turn, the dealer prompted. Xianyuan Hong nonchalantly pushed a stack of chips towards the center of the table, declaring, I usually bet 100 billion. Small amounts are rather dull. Mr. Xiao, please proceed, the dealer encouraged. I shall match your bet, Xiao Luo replied confidently. The dealer continued dealing. Mr. Xianyuan has 10 points. Mr. Xiao has 5 points. Mr. Xianyuan, your turn again, the dealer announced. 200 billion. Xianyuan Hong pushed 2 stacks of chips forward. Xiao Luo matched him with an equal amount, and the dealer dealt the next round. Mr. Xiao has 6 points. Mr. Xianyuan has 5 points. Mr. Xiao, your turn. The dealer said. 100 trillion. Xiao Luo pushed 10 stacks of chips forward, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. Brother-in-law, do you truly possess such wealth? Xianyuan Hong inquired. Transfer me your account number. I will first transfer 100 trillion as chips, Xiao Luo stated. Xianyuan Hong, upon hearing this, instructed his subordinates to bring a specialized computer to Xiao Luo's side. Xiao Luo took out his phone and transferred the 100 trillion to the account on the computer. Xianyuan Hong was taken aback, having heard rumors of Xiao Luo's extraordinary stock market gains, but now witnessing it firsthand. Brother Luo, you are indeed remarkable. I am in awe. Today's meeting was merely to ascertain your credibility, and I sincerely apologize for any offense caused. Fold, Xianyuan Hong said, tossing his cards lightly onto the table. Brother, you are no longer playing? Xiao Luo questioned. Mr. Xianyuan folds. Mr. Xiao wins, the dealer announced, collecting the pile of chips from the center of the table and placing it before Xiao Luo. Brother Luo, I must confess, after decades of hard work, I have merely amassed a few tens of trillions in savings. How could I dare to compare my wealth to yours? Please take these bets. I only wish to collaborate with you once. You flatter me, Xiao Luo replied. My recent stock market success was merely a stroke of luck. Winning is not guaranteed every time, and if I were to lose, how could I explain it? You are being modest. You once acquired shares in Hanguo Electronics for 10 trillion and earned a 16-fold return. Then you invested 160 trillion in gold and gained over 600 trillion in just 3 months. Your prowess is well known. Do not downplay your achievements. I only seek one opportunity to collaborate with you. What say you? Since you are aware, I shall be candid as well. Trading stocks can trigger widespread repercussions. It can lead to countless families facing bankruptcy or, at worst, ignite global economic turmoil. We must tread carefully, as long as we can make substantial profits. Especially from foreign investors, what is there to fear? Our nation has endured enough suffering. 3 centuries ago, how much wealth did those nations plunder from us? Did they ever express remorse? In the last century, how many of our people were slaughtered? Did they show mercy? Xianyuan Hong stood up, fervently continuing. We are merely using lawful means to earn our wealth. What is wrong with that? If you agree, I can immediately mobilize 1 trillion to you for trading. And upon success, we shall split the profits evenly. 1 trillion. Such a vast sum? Should this amount enter the stock market, it would undoubtedly impact the global economy, including our own. While we may profit, the collapse of other nations' stock markets would lead to widespread unemployment and soaring prices. By that time, our nation's export enterprises will undoubtedly face a dire situation of significant losses. Xiao Luo also rose, speaking passionately. So, in accordance with Brother Luo's intentions, Brother, presently no nation's stock market can absorb such an influx of capital. Once such a colossal sum is injected, it will inevitably provoke a counterattack from the financial conglomerates of that country. Not only will we fail to profit, but it could also result in mutual destruction, potentially leading to total financial ruin. Brother, then, in that case, Luo Ge, you may proceed with the management of this capital. A smaller investment would suffice, as long as we can yield a profit. How about this, Luo Gu? I shall provide you with an account. I will deposit the funds initially, allowing you to manage them even while you work. Should you achieve profits, you may take half for yourself. What do you think? 1 trillion must be allocated wisely. It is essential to invest in multiple stocks concurrently, which will undoubtedly disperse my focus. I cannot assure that all will be profitable, especially with my work commitments. The stock market is volatile, and any oversight could be perilous. Well, if the leader grants me leave, I shall consider it. Very well, Luo Gu, it is settled then. This sum shall serve as your welcoming gift. Henceforth, you may reside at the Imperial Hotel for as long as you desire, treating it as your home. All expenses will be covered, including today's expenditures. The 100 ladies from earlier are always at your service. There is no need for the ladies. I must inform Wanner first, Xiao Luo stated, rising to take his leave. Ah, Luo Gu, allow me to escort you downstairs. Chapter 33 with great difficulty. Xiao Luo arrived at Wanner's room accompanied by Xin Yuan Hong, when suddenly his phone alerted him of an account credit of 100 trillion Longhua coins. He picked up his phone and glanced at Xin Yuan Hong, who smiled and nodded in affirmation. Pushing open the door, he found Wanner and his mother anxiously discussing on the sofa. Where is Xianer? Xiao Luo inquired. Xin Yuan Hong, you haven't done anything to Xiao Luo. Have you? His mother questioned sternly at the door. Mother, we are family. How could I possibly harm my brother-in-law? Xin Yuan Hong explained to her. Oh, dear wife, mother. My elder brother only wished to discuss matters of our Longhua. There are no ulterior motives, Xiao Luo added. Upon hearing this, Wanner and his mother felt a sense of relief. As long as there are no issues, please come in, his mother said. Mother, I shan't disturb your rest any longer. Wishing you a pleasant night, Xin Yuan Hong declared before taking his leave. Once they saw Xin Yuan Hong had departed, the three did not insist on keeping him and closed the door, settling onto the sofa to discuss matters that arose after Xiao Luo's departure. Didn't he harm you? Did he? Wanner asked with concern. No, elder brother merely learned of my profitable stock trading and wishes to collaborate with me, Xiao Luo replied. Collaboration? What mischief is Xin Yuan Hong up to now? His mother remarked. Indeed, darling, you must remain vigilant, Wanner urged anxiously. What kind of collaboration did he propose? His mother inquired earnestly. Oh, elder brother mentioned he would invest 100 trillion for me to trade stocks, and we would split the profits 50-50, Xiao Luo stated. 100 trillion? That is no small sum. What did you say? His mother asked. I said, unless the leader grants me a holiday, I would be willing to try, Xiao Luo responded. 100 trillion? Let us hold off on any rash actions. I will call Xin Yuan Hong immediately to discuss and ascertain the details. His mother's voice came through the phone. All right, ensure you rest well. I shall hang up now. After hanging up, his mother sighed with relief. So this is the kind of person elder brother is. Indeed, darling, you must avoid associating with someone like Xin Yuan Hong. You could easily fall into his trap. Wanner cautioned. Yes, I understand. However, let the leader decide on this matter. The risks are far too great, Xiao Luo concluded. Proceeding to the living room computer to work. What are you doing? Wanner approached him with curiosity. I am assessing the feasibility of this plan, Xiao Luo replied. Typing away at the keyboard, the screen displayed a plethora of scrolling data, leaving Wanner and his mother bewildered. How is it? His mother asked. There is an overwhelming amount of data to analyze. I need a moment, Xiao Luo stated, his eyes fixed on the screen. This is challenging. The recent financial storm has just swept across the globe, and nations are tightening financial policies to counter it. Entering the stock market now is akin to sending infantry to brazenly assault a well-fortified city. Losses are inevitable, and the chances of victory are exceedingly slim. Xiao Luo murmured after hours of analysis. He organized the data and compiled an analytical report, printing it out. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already past 3 in the morning. With a yawn, Xiao Luo shut down the computer and retired to his bedroom to rest. Chapter 34. Are you confident? Hubby, wake up. Oh, it's Wanner. What is it? Xiao Luo inhaled deeply, struggling to lift his heavy head. He was utterly exhausted, having not rested well these past few days, feeling mentally and physically drained. Dad is here, waiting for you in the living room. Oh. Xiao Luo tossed aside the covers and swiftly got out of bed, heading to the washroom. Breakfast is on the dining table in the living room. Wanner called out to him. All right. In less than 2 minutes, Xiao Luo finished washing up, dressed neatly, and walked into the living room. Dad, what brings you here? Have a seat. Last night, I consulted Xin Yuan Hong, and he made some valid points, so I wanted to hear your thoughts. You could have just called. No need to come in person. For such a significant matter, I must come in person, otherwise, I wouldn't feel at ease. I'm feeling much better now, haha. I feel as if I have boundless energy, walking briskly, he chuckled. Now that you're better, I can rest easy. I owe it all to you and Warner. I was prepared for the worst, but unexpectedly, a miracle happened. This longevity enzyme is truly a miraculous medicine. It has restored my health. So it is only right we do whatever we can. Do you have confidence in this matter? The leader inquired of Xiao Luo. Dad, please wait a moment. Let me show you the analysis report I compiled on the recent global financial market last night. With that, Xiao Luo retrieved the printed report. Here, take a look. Xiao Luo presented several A4 sheets to the leader. This analysis report is exceptionally thorough. It almost summarizes the recent financial policies of countries around the globe. The leader remarked as he meticulously reviewed the report. Dad, it's incredibly challenging. The financial storm has only just begun, and the risks are immense, Xiao Luo continued. It is normal to encounter risks. However, based on your recent performance, I trust you to handle this. Do you have a 50% chance? No. Xiao Luo shook his head. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't feel confident. But you, I believe in you. As long as we can cripple the economy of the United States, even if there is only a 10% chance, it is worth pursuing. Even at the cost of trillions. Be clear with me. Do you have that 10% chance? Yes. Good. It's settled then. We will proceed according to Xianyuan Hong's arrangement. He will provide you with an account, and he will gather the funds. You will handle the operations personally, under the guise of personal finance. If there are profits, you will take 70%, and Xianyuan Hong will take 30%. I discussed this with him last night, initially. It was a 50-50 split, but Xianyuan Hong made two decisions detrimental to you, so reducing his share by 2% serves as a warning. If he dares to make another misstep, I will not spare him. Son-in-law, you can proceed boldly. Ensure the United States is brought to its knees. To avenge our nation's centuries of oppression. My late father often sighed about this. His greatest regret was not confronting the United States directly. Before his passing, he grasped my hand tightly, saying that we had endured in silence for far too long, and if the opportunity arose, we must avenge our nation's humiliation. He left this world with that sentiment heavy on his heart. I once thought I would follow him, unable to fulfill his wish, living with that regret forever. Who would have thought that heaven would assist our nation? Now, as the financial storm ravages the U.S., it is indeed the time to strike while they are weak. We must take advantage of the chaos and ensure they face utter ruin. The leader proclaimed with fervor. All right, Dad, I promise to accomplish the task. Xiao Luo replied, equally excited. With your assurance, I feel at ease. After I leave, Xianyuan Hong will handle all arrangements. Feel free to express any requests. Come sit. The leader gestured for Xiao Luo to sit beside him, and he complied. Do you think my appearance will return to how it was in my youth? Dad, let me check your pulse. All right, go ahead. After the leader rolled up his left sleeve, Xiao Luo took his pulse, pondering thoughtfully. The pulse is lively, but speak freely. To restore your youthful appearance would require decades of time. However, congratulations are in order. You have already attained immortality. With your immortal state, time is not an issue. All you need is to nurture yourself well. Oh, so I can work now? Working is certainly feasible, but you must prioritize rest. Ensuring at least 10 hours of sleep daily, complemented by a natural diet. That will suffice. Great. I can finally work. I've been cooped up in the hospital for months, and it's made me restless, haha. The two exchanged pleasantries before the leader exited the room. Warner approached Xiao Luo to inquire about the situation. Hubby, how did the conversation with Dad go? Oh, he wants me to collaborate with my second brother. After the success, I will take 70% of the profits, and my second brother will take 30%. Do you feel confident? Not very much. Then why did Dad choose you for this? He said that as long as we can bring down the U.S. economy, even if we fail, it's acceptable. Did Dad really say that? It seems he is resolutely determined to engage in a stock market battle with the United States. He is right. Our nation has suffered under the U.S. for centuries, and it's time we vent our frustrations. Now that the financial storm is sweeping through various sectors in the U.S., striking at this moment will ensure they can never recover. Indeed, I support you. Warner nodded, intertwining her fingers with Xiao Luo's. Chapter 35. Take care. The doorbell rang at Xiao Luo's room. Oh, it's my second brother. Please come in. Xiao Luo opened the door to see Xianyuan Hong. Luo, go. We are ready. Please follow me, Xianyuan Hong said, stepping aside to signal Xiao Luo to exit. Wait a moment, Xiao Luo replied, turning to walk towards One Air. Dear, I know what you want to say. Xianyuan, I will take good care of you, she said, giving Xiao Luo a warm embrace and whispering in his ear. You must take care of yourself too. After releasing Xiao Luo, One Air said, One Air. Xiao Luo could no longer contain the tears welling in his eyes. He stood on tiptoe and tightly embraced One Air, nearly breaking into sobs. He whispered in her ear, Thank you. I know you have endured much hardship since we married. Although you do not voice it, I can sense it. All I can do is provide you with a comfortable living environment. Releasing One Air, Xiao Luo continued. I am someone who is accustomed to work. Once I immerse myself in it, I tend to neglect you both. I was once alone and indifferent. But now that I have you and Xianyuan, I truly feel guilty for you both. You are 8 months pregnant. And I was not by your side to care for and accompany you. That is my failure as a husband. Xianyuan has just been born for a month. And I must leave you both. I am so sorry. Unable to hold back any longer, Xiao Luo broke down in tears. One Air, witnessing her husband's sorrow, felt a pang in her heart and embraced him, crying alongside him. Observing this scene, Xianyuan Hong suddenly wondered if he had made a mistake. Yet he still believed he was in the right, as he needed Xiao Luo to generate income. All right, Xiao Luo said, forcing back tears, regaining his composure, and releasing One Air. Take care, he called, turning swiftly to leave the room, with Xianyuan Hong following closely behind. Xiao Luo was led by Xianyuan Hong to the basement of the Imperial Tower. Upon entering, he beheld a U-shaped stock trading room filled with machines, covering an area of approximately 100 square meters. In the center was a control hub overseeing stock operations, while the machines on the U-shaped platform displayed real-time graphs of various stock fluctuations. Provide me with a quantum computer, Xiao Luo instructed Xianyuan Hong as he surveyed the trading room. Certainly, I will arrange that immediately, Xianyuan Hong replied, instructing his subordinates. Luo Ge, is there anything else you require? Xianyuan Hong inquired again. This is an extensive stock battle. I need accounts for 10 shell companies in America. And I also need to acquire a reputable financial analyst from there. Understood. I will take care of it, Xianyuan Hong said, dispatching his subordinates to execute the tasks. Do you often trade stocks here? Xiao Luo asked as he walked towards the trading room. Oh, I just dabble occasionally, Xianyuan Hong replied proudly. Xiao Luo approached the central trading console, surveying the entire room before remarking, not bad. Indeed an excellent place for trading stocks. What are your plans for trading, Luo Ge? Xianyuan Hong smiled, eager to hear his thoughts. No rush, let us first understand what stocks are, Xiao Luo replied thoughtfully. Stocks represent a portion of ownership in a corporation and serve as a certificate of ownership issued to shareholders as a means of raising funds. They are a form of securities that allow shareholders to receive dividends while also assuming the risks associated with corporate operations. Each share of stock symbolizes a basic unit of ownership in the enterprise. Every publicly listed company issues stock, and each share of the same class represents an equal stake in the company. The size of a shareholder's ownership share depends on the number of shares they hold relative to the company's total equity. Stocks are integral components of a company's capital and can be traded. They are the primary long-term credit instruments in the capital market. Although one cannot demand a return of their contributed capital from the company, the stock market is the venue for the transfer, trading, and circulation of already issued stocks, encompassing both exchange markets and over-the-counter markets. Because it is built upon the issuance market, it is also referred to as the secondary market. The structure and trading activities of the stock market are more complex than those of the issuance market, primary market, and its influence is considerably greater. The formal stock market first emerged in America. It is a bustling arena for both speculators and investors, serving as a barometer of economic and financial activities in a nation or region. Adverse phenomena in the stock market, such as short selling without shares, can lead to stock market crashes and other detrimental consequences. One unchanging aspect of the stock market is its constant state of flux. The stock market comprises both exchange markets and over-the-counter markets. It serves as the venue for stock issuance and trading, consisting of both the issuance market and the circulation market. Corporations quickly gather substantial funds through public stock issuance to achieve large-scale production, while investors, motivated by profit-sharing and risk-bearing principles, invest in corporations to seek wealth appreciation. 1. The functions of the circulation market. The stock circulation market encompasses all activities related to stock trading. Its existence and development create a favorable fundraising environment for stock issuers, allowing investors to buy and sell stocks at their discretion based on investment plans and market fluctuations. By alleviating investors' concerns, they can confidently participate in stock issuance market subscriptions, facilitating long-term capital procurement for companies. The smooth circulation of stocks actively promotes stock issuance. For investors, participating in the circulation market allows them to convert long-term investments into short-term liquidity, enabling seamless transitions between stocks and cash, thereby enhancing liquidity and security. The prices in the circulation market reflect economic trends, serving as a barometer that sensitively indicates changes in supply and demand, market conditions, and industry outlooks, making it an essential metric for forecasting and analysis. For businesses, the transfer of equity and fluctuations in stock prices serve as indicators of operational conditions and provide substantial information to aid in decision-making and management improvements, highlighting the significant role of the stock circulation market. 2. Methods of stock trading. 1. Negotiated trading and bidding trading. 2. Direct trading and indirect trading. Depending on the method of transaction, trading can be categorized into direct and indirect. Direct trading involves negotiations between buyers and sellers, with stocks settled independently, without intermediaries. Most over-the-counter transactions are direct. Indirect trading involves buyers and sellers not directly meeting or contacting each other, relying on intermediaries for stock transactions. The broker system in stock exchanges is a typical example of indirect trading. 3. Spot trading and futures trading, based on the settlement period. Trading can be classified into spot trading, where settlement occurs immediately after the transaction, and futures trading, where settlement occurs at a later date as specified in a contract. Terminology: opening price refers to the price of the first transaction of the day. Closing price refers to the price of the last transaction of the day, known as the closing price. Transaction volume refers to the quantity of stocks traded that day. Highest price refers to the highest transaction price among the various prices on that day. Lowest price refers to the lowest transaction price among the various prices on that day. Higher open indicates that the opening price is higher than the previous day's closing price. Lower open indicates that the opening price is lower than the previous day's closing price. Market consolidation refers to a scenario where investors are not actively buying or selling, adopting a wait-and-see approach, resulting in minimal fluctuations in stock prices for the day. This situation is termed market consolidation. Market strength: a gradual increase in stock prices is referred to as market strength. Market weakness, conversely: a gradual decline in stock prices is termed market weakness. Price gap: this refers to a significant movement in stock prices triggered by strong favorable or unfavorable news. Price gaps typically occur at the onset or conclusion of substantial price changes. Transaction volume: this denotes the number of trades executed for various stocks in a day. Transaction amount: this indicates the total monetary value of transactions for each stock on a given day. Final bid price: this is the price at which a buyer wishes to purchase a stock after the market closes. Final ask price: this reflects the price at which a seller is willing to sell a stock after the market closes. Bullish investor: an individual who holds a positive outlook on the future performance of stocks, buying shares in anticipation of selling them at a higher price for profit. Bearish investor: an investor who believes that stock prices have peaked and will soon decline, or that a stock currently in a downward trend will continue to decrease. Selling shares while prices are high. Price movement: this is determined by comparing the closing price of a stock on a given day with the previous day's closing price to ascertain whether the stock price has risen or fallen. This is usually denoted with a minus sign on the trading platform's announcement board. Price level refers to the unit of price fluctuation. The height of the price level varies according to the market price of each stock. Share allocation: when a company issues new shares, they are allocated to existing shareholders at a preferential price, below market value, based on their ownership stake. Asking price: quotation: the lowest price at which a seller is willing to sell a stock during trading. Market information board: large electronic screens set up by major banks, brokerage firms, and stock exchanges to provide clients with real-time stock market information. Break-even point: the baseline volume of stock transactions at which profits are realized. Transactions below this point result in losses. Dividend adjustment: prior to the announcement of a dividend, a stock's market price is approximately equal to its pre-announcement price plus the dividend to be distributed. Following the announcement, stock prices typically rise. After the dividend is distributed, stock prices often fall below their pre-dividend levels, with the difference approximately equal to the dividend. If post-dividend prices rise to or above pre-dividend levels, the difference is considered to be adjusted. Face value: the initial nominal value assigned to a stock by the issuing company. Bull market, a market characterized by rising stock prices. Bear market, a market characterized by declining stock prices. Market characteristics. 1. There exists a certain level of market liquidity, primarily dependent on daily trading volume, which is influenced by investor sentiment. 2. The stock market operates only from 9:30 a.m. to 4 o'clock p.m. in the United States, 3 o'clock p.m. in China, with limited after-hours trading. 3. The trading process involves multiple steps, increasing the likelihood of execution errors and mistakes. Market structure. The stock market is generally divided into two segments, the primary market and the secondary market. These two markets are distinct yet interconnected. Primary market, also known as the initial market. Stock issuance involves companies marketing newly issued stocks to investors, either directly or through securities underwriters, trust investment companies, or brokerage firms. Transactions in the primary market typically occur at securities counters or through trading networks. The scale of trading in the primary market reflects the capital formation of a country. Objectives of stock issuance. 1. To raise funds for newly established companies. 2. To expand capital for existing companies. Issuance methods. There are two primary methods. 1. Direct issuance by new enterprises or with assistance from investment firms, trust companies, and other underwriters. 2. Issuance contracted out to securities underwriters. Each method has its advantages and disadvantages, with the former generally incurring lower costs but requiring more time for fundraising, while the latter is quicker but incurs higher fees to be paid to investment firms, trust companies, or underwriters. Secondary market, also referred to as the circulation market, it encompasses 1. Securities exchanges, which are organized markets for trading stocks and bonds, where only exchange members, brokers, and dealers are permitted to enter trading halls. Stocks must be registered and approved for listing on the exchange. 2. Over-the-counter, OTC markets, also known as dealer markets, primarily dealing in stocks not listed on exchanges. Prices in the OTC market are determined through negotiations between buyers and sellers. OTC markets have fixed locations and generally conduct spot transactions, avoiding futures trading. Market functions through the issuance of stocks. Significant capital flows into the stock market and subsequently into the companies issuing stocks, facilitating capital concentration and enhancing the organic composition of corporate capital, thereby accelerating the development of the commodity economy. Conversely, stock circulation allows small amounts of capital to accumulate, further hastening capital concentration and accumulation. Thus, the stock market provides a fundamental venue for the trading and transfer of stocks, while simultaneously stimulating investor interest in purchasing stocks, thereby ensuring the viability of the primary market for stock issuance. Furthermore, as the trading prices in the stock market objectively reflect the supply and demand relationship, the stock market offers valuable references regarding price and quantity for the issuance of stocks in the primary market. The functions of the stock market encapsulate its inherent nature. In a market economy, stocks serve four primary functions. 1. Capital accumulation. Publicly traded companies issue stocks to raise capital. They delegate stock issuance to securities underwriters, who then distribute them to investors. As stocks are issued, capital flows from investors into the listed companies. 2. Capital transfer. The stock market facilitates the conversion of non-capital monetary funds into production capital, bridging the gap between monetary assets and their transformation into capital, which is crucial for capital replenishment and promoting economic development. Stock prices. Stocks themselves hold no intrinsic value, although they circulate in the market like commodities. Their prices are not inherently tied to the capital they represent. Stock prices only manifest upon entering the stock market, and the circulating price differs from its nominal value, which merely serves as a basis for dividend distribution and does not equate to its true capital value or price foundation. Prices may exceed or fall below the nominal value in the market, influenced by anticipated returns, market interest rates, and supply-demand dynamics. However, the existence of a stock market is essential. Without it, no variations in expected returns or market interest rates would impact stock prices. Thus, the stock market plays a pivotal role in assigning value to stock prices. Stock market cycles. The stock market cycle refers to the alternating phases of prolonged upward and downward trends, embodying a cyclical process of stock price fluctuations, commonly recognized as the interplay between bullish and bearish markets. Key characteristics of stock market cycles. 1. Stock market cyclic movements signify changes in the nature of the market, transitioning from bull to bear or vice versa, rather than merely reflecting numerical changes in price indices. Although differing in nature, bear markets can exhibit rising price indices, and bull markets can show declines. The critical aspect is whether these numerical changes accumulate to affect a qualitative shift in the overall trend. Stock Market Index. The Stock Market Index is a reference figure compiled by stock exchanges or financial service institutions to indicate fluctuations in stock market activities. Given the volatility of stock prices, investors inevitably face market price risks. Regarding the fluctuations in the price of a specific stock, investors find it relatively straightforward to comprehend. However, when it comes to understanding the price changes of multiple stocks, it becomes a cumbersome and tedious endeavor. To address this situation and meet the demand, certain financial service institutions have leveraged their industry expertise and market familiarity to devise stock price indices, which they publicly publish as indicators of market price movements. Investors can utilize these indices to assess the performance of their investments and to forecast trends in the stock market. Such stock indices represent the average prices reflecting the variations in stock market conditions. Typically, the construction of a stock index is based on a specific year and month, taking the stock prices from that base period as 100. By comparing stock prices from subsequent periods to the base prices, one can calculate the percentage changes, thus determining the stock index for that period. Investors can infer the trends in stock price fluctuations based on the rise and fall of the index. Furthermore, to provide real-time updates to investors regarding market trends, almost all stock markets promptly release stock price indices concurrently with price changes. After listening to Xiao Luo's lengthy discourse, Xianyuan Hong applauded and remarked, "Luoge, that was splendid." Haha. With a hearty laugh, Xianyuan Hong continued, "Do you need assistance in managing the trades, Luoge?" "No. Thank you, Ergo. I fear that errors in their operations may lead to significant repercussions. Since Luoge is confident, I shall follow your lead in all matters. Please feel free to instruct me as needed." Chapter 36. A fine performance. How are the funds prepared, second brother? Xiao Luo inquired of Xianyuan Hong. "Everything is ready. You can proceed at any time," Xianyuan Hong replied. "And my quantum computer?" Xiao Luo asked again. Xianyuan Hong gestured to his subordinates, who then brought in a massive 100-inch quantum computer. "This device is quite cumbersome to transport," Xianyuan Hong explained. As the computer was positioned in the center, Xiao Luo powered it on. "Good things do come at a price," Xiao Luo remarked. He began typing on the keyboard, and within a second, the main interface appeared. He accessed the public browser of the United States and input commands, causing a window to display an array of stock information. The speed of this quantum computer is astonishing. It has processed all this data in less than a second. Indeed, this computer is valued at 10 billion. I borrowed it and must return it after use," Xianyuan Hong noted. "To excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Rest assured, I will ensure it realizes its value," Xiao Luo affirmed as he continued typing. He refined the gathered data into a concise table, categorizing 5 stocks under the codes: military, energy, finance, capital, and technology. Xianyuan Hong observed in astonishment. "Brother Luo, how did you accomplish this? Teach me. My little sister once asked the same, but sadly she fell asleep within half an hour. If she could not grasp it, perhaps it is best left alone," Xianyuan Hong replied with a pained expression. "Would you like something to eat, Brother Luo?" Xianyuan Hong continued. "I wish to feast upon capital first," Xiao Luo said while gazing at the screen. Xianyuan Hong stepped back, startled. "I meant the stock coded as capital," Xiao Luo clarified. "Second brother, what about the 10 accounts you prepared?" Xianyuan Hong noted them down on the computer. "All set. Are they clean?" "All are under our 100 control," Xianyuan Hong confirmed. Xiao Luo opened 10 stock trading software windows, logging into each account sequentially labeled from 1 to 10. He then opened another window. "Now, please input our account details." Xianyuan Hong promptly entered the account with a staggering balance of 1 trillion. The window displayed the available funds. After confirming, Xiao Luo converted the 1 trillion Dragon Kingdom currency into 333 billion US dollars and allocated 30 billion to accounts 1, 2, and 3, purchasing military stocks priced at $1,500 each. Xiao Luo glanced at the time. "It's only 11 o'clock. Let us get something to eat. I'm hungry." "What would you like?" Xianyuan Hong asked, leaning closer. "Unfortunately, the seedless lychees from Cheong Island are out of season until next year." "What about organic grapes?" "We have those," Xianyuan Hong replied, signaling to his subordinates. "It turns out Brother Luo has a taste for these fruits. Once the seedless lychees ripen, I will ensure you receive plenty." "I appreciate your kindness, but I only need 2 a day. Let us not waste," Xiao Luo said with a laugh. As his subordinates brought in a plate of organic grapes, Xiao Luo expressed his gratitude, indulging in the fruit. "Brother Luo, why aren't you trading?" Xian Yuanhong inquired as he watched Xiao Luo enjoy the grapes. "Oh, I forgot to mention. I plan to sell a stock at $1,000 while the Americans are having their lunch. There's still half an hour left. So, our $30 billion will go to waste?" Xian Yuanhong pondered. "Wait, that doesn't make sense. Brother Luo, we are here to make money, not to incur a loss of $9 billion. Second brother, what I'm doing is short selling. Within a week, the military stock will plummet to $100. Xiao Luo explained while munching on grapes. "And then?" Xian Yuanhong asked. "Then we buy back in at the lower price," Xiao Luo replied. "Oh, I see now, Brother Luo. That is quite a cunning move," Xian Yuanhong realized with a laugh. "Indeed, the Americans have exploited our dragon kingdom for centuries. I'm merely returning the favor. Albeit on a smaller scale," Xiao Luo said. "Well said." Xian Yuanhong commanded his subordinates to prepare a feast. "Shall we have a drink?" Xian Yuanhong suggested. "I refrain from alcohol while working," Xiao Luo declined. "Suit yourself," Xian Yuanhong replied, and soon an array of delicious dishes was served. Xiao Luo wasted no time in savoring the meal alongside Xian Yuanhong. Half an hour later, Xiao Luo seized the moment and sold the stocks from account 1 at $1,000, causing an immediate drop in military stock prices. That account's original owner must be declared bankrupt on the news. The wider the spread, the better. Especially with the phrase, "The military stock of the United States has caused my bankruptcy." "You understand?" Xiao Luo instructed. "Brother Luo, you're getting more ruthless, but I like it." Xian Yuanhong chuckled as he pulled out his phone to give instructions. "Let us watch the news," Xian Yuanhong said. And the large screen across from them displayed a reporter conducting interviews. "What impact has this stock decline had on you?" the reporter asked. "This damned military stock has ruined me. I am bankrupt," the interviewee lamented. The scene transitioned to the studio. "Dr. Olis, what are your thoughts on the 30% decline of military stocks?" I was also surprised. Military stocks have always been very stable in our country and have never seen such a drastic drop. It may be due to the current financial storm, leading investors to lose confidence and causing this unprecedented decline. I urge all investors to be cautious. The stock market carries risks. As they enjoyed their meal, both men burst into laughter at the absurdity of the broadcast. Dr. Olis must have won the highest performance award in our country, the Oscar. Xiao Luo laughed. "I paid him $500 million to say that." Xian Yuanhong replied with a grin. "The bankrupt actor did quite well too," Xiao Luo added. "Now that military stocks have dipped slightly to 1390 points, what should we do next?" "Excellent plan, Brother Luo. Truly remarkable." Xian Yuanhong laughed heartily. Chapter 37. Everything under control through a short sale of the military-industrial stocks of the Olygian nation during noon. Xiao Luo executed a transaction buying at $1,500 A and selling at $1,000 A, transforming $30 billion A into $20 billion A. To maintain discretion, Xiao Luo transferred the $20 billion A from account 1 to account 4. At this moment, account 2 held 133,300 shares, and account 3 similarly held 133,300 shares, while Xiao Luo closed account 1. Just 1 minute before the market closed at 4 p.m., Xiao Luo sold all 133,300 shares from account 2 at the price of $800 A, causing the military-industrial stocks of the Olygian nation to plummet sharply from $1,500 A to $800 A. "Brother Luo, you shorted this stock of Olygian. And not only did we fail to make a profit, but we also incurred a loss of $4 billion A," Xian Yuanhong said, perplexed. "Then how are we supposed to make money?" he inquired further. "It will take a few more days before we can see a profit," Xiao Luo replied. "What shall we do now? The market has already closed. We must wait for tomorrow to take action. For now, all we can do is watch television," Xiao Luo concluded. Turning his attention to the Olygian television, Xian Yuanhong, still bewildered, had nothing more to say and left the basement as Xiao Luo continued watching. "Following the sharp decline in military-industrial stocks, what are your thoughts as an investor?" the reporter asked, handing the microphone to a stockholder. "I am quite worried. If the stocks continue to plummet tomorrow, I will have to sell to prevent further losses. This financial storm is too severe. I cannot bear such significant losses," the stockholder expressed. Xiao Luo switched through several television channels, finding them largely redundant, and then proceeded to operate on the quantum computer. A series of data appeared on the screen, which he began to trace. The screen quickly displayed a number of company names. "The big fish has yet to emerge. It seems we need to bait them a bit longer," Xiao Luo murmured to himself. He continued inputting commands into the computer, conducting a comprehensive data capture of global stock markets and compiling the statistics. For 3 consecutive days, Xiao Luo tirelessly operated within the trading room. By the end, accounts 1 through 9 had been completely drained, culminating in a loss of $20 billion. Remaining in account 10, he purchased 10 million shares at $208 each using $20 billion, while the previous day's closing price stood at $108. Brother Luo, although we have managed to bring the military-industrial stocks down to $108, we haven't made a single cent. Instead, we have squandered $20 billion. Shall we wrap it up for today? Xin Yuanhong suggested. The stock market carries risks. Trading must be approached with caution. Our capital exceeding $300 billion is considerable. Unless we lure in a buyer, we shall perpetually incur losses. Through these days of short selling and data analysis, it has become evident that the Odyssey Consortium is determined to salvage the military-industrial stocks in one fell swoop. Today, I shall probe further. As soon as the keyboard warriors take the bait, we will close in, Xiao Luo stated coolly. I have awaited this day. Today we must secure substantial profits. Xin Yuanhong replied excitedly. As the market opened, Xiao Luo fixed his gaze on the countdown to trading. The moment trading commenced, he sold the accounts 10 million shares at 80 points. Consequently, the military-industrial stocks plummeted further, with prices descending to 50 points. Recognizing the opportune moment, Xiao Luo swiftly utilized the $333 trillion from his main account to purchase all the undervalued stocks, listing them all at $1,500. His fingers danced anxiously over the keyboard, witnessing the stock price slowly rise from 50 points to 52, then to 55. Upon reaching 81 points, Xiao Luo sold $8 billion from account 10 at 85 points, acquiring 41 million shares, only to sell them again at $49, causing the stock price to dip once more. Finally, after exhausting the funds in his main account, the balance in account 10 dwindled, with stock prices fluctuating around 55 points. At last, I have completed the purchases, Xiao Luo sighed in relief. Brother Luo, this is utterly insane. You've amassed 60 trillion shares. Xin Yuanhong exclaimed, wide-eyed. I'm out of funds. Otherwise, I would continue buying. This price has reached its nadir, Xiao Luo replied. Are you indicating that you are bottom fishing? Xin Yuanhong asked. How else can one earn substantial profits? Xiao Luo responded, then rose from the computer to join the dining table outside the trading room. Xin Yuanhong reluctantly followed, taking a seat across from Xiao Luo. But Brother Luo, if you sold at such a high price, will anyone buy? Xin Yuanhong inquired anxiously. If there were no buyers, I couldn't sell at such heights. The Odyssey nation will not idly watch their military stocks collapse. Either they will instigate war or collaborate with the energy and banking consortiums to stabilize the market. At that point, who would fear a lack of buyers? I have been monitoring the primary accounts of these consortiums and noticed unusual financial movements. Both banking and energy stocks have seen declines, clearly indicating emergency sell-offs to secure liquidity. By the time their funds are consolidated, we will have completed our bottom fishing, and at that moment, who would doubt the stock's resurgence? Xiao Luo elaborated while dining. Indeed, everything lies within Brother Luo's grasp. Selling 60 trillion shares at 1,500 points would yield a staggering $900 trillion. Xin Yuanhong exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. Very well. I shall make the necessary arrangements, he added, his excitement tempered by newfound seriousness as he pulled out his phone to issue directives. Brother Luo, since we can guarantee substantial profits, let us take a moment to rest and celebrate, Xin Yuanhong suggested. Let us not forget our objective, to undermine the economy of Odyssey. Once we have sold the stocks, we must swiftly relocate our funds and launch an assault on the banking stocks anew. Indeed, all shall proceed according to Brother Luo's plan, Xin Yuanhong affirmed. The two settled at the breakfast table outside the trading room, while the stock market graph of Odyssey military-industrial stocks on the display screen rose steadily. Brother Luo, you truly are remarkable. It has now surged to 1,500 points, Xin Yuanhong remarked, gazing at the screen. With so many stocks, it will take considerable time to sell them all. What shall our next move be? Next, we will convert all the dollars into dragon coins, depositing the funds into another account, and then we will re-engage in trading. Once we convert to dragon coins, can we not then distribute the profits? Xiao Luo explained. Indeed, we can distribute the profits. Xin Yuanhong cheered, filled with exuberance. Chapter 38. A job well done as the stocks on Xiao Luo's main account were fully sold by 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He converted all his funds into dragon coins, receiving a total of 267.3 billion dragon coins, equivalent to 673 trillion. He transferred 87.19 trillion to Xian Yuan Hong's account, retaining 180.11 trillion for himself. Adding this to his original sum of 586 trillion, he now possessed a staggering 7,586 trillion. Just as the funds were credited to his account, his phone rang. "Ah, this is all within my duty. If you have any requests, please do not hesitate to ask. I will certainly fulfill them." "Well, I have but one request. I wish to make a donation." "Oh, there is no need. The profits you have earned are rightfully yours. You deserve every bit of it." "Then, Chief, I have one more request that you must promise me." "Speak." "However, we cannot delay the research projects. Son-in-law, you have dedicated a century of your life to work and have not truly enjoyed life. It is we who owe you. Previously, we lacked the means, but now that we do, we should make amends and allow you to reclaim your youth. It is settled." After the chief hung up, Xian Yuan Hong, who had been anxiously waiting beside Xiao Luo, asked, "What did father say?" "So, are we not trading anymore?" "No more trading," Xiao Luo sighed. "Why not? We have just made a fortune." The chief stated that our mission has been accomplished. He has initiated the economic plan. The United States no longer possesses the strength to oppose our dragon nation. Xiao Luo sighed again, realizing that his father had already prepared for this. Indeed, the chief never engages in unprepared battles. Now that our mission is complete, the subsequent arrangements will be handled by him. By the way, second brother, swiftly cancel our main account used for trading stocks to avoid detection by the intelligence agencies of the United States. Understood, Xian Yuan Hong replied, promptly operating his phone. The account has been canceled. What are your plans now, Luo Go? I wish to see Warner, Xiao Luo stated as he exited the basement. A few minutes later, Xian Yuan Hong led Xiao Luo to Wanna's room. Has Wanna been living here all along? She has always resided here. Wanna is my little sister. She must have the best room. We provide her only with the finest, so rest assured, Luo Go. Thank you, second brother. Luo Go, you are being too formal. We are family. Treating Wanner well is treating me well. Upon entering, Wanner immediately embraced Xiao Luo tightly. Father's task is complete. Seeing their closeness, Xian Yuan Hong remarked. Luo Go, you two catch up. I shall take my leave. With that, he stepped away, leaving Xiao Luo and Wanner in the room. It is not tiring. Mother comes every day to help with Xianer. Living here, we also have a housekeeper to take care of everything. I have no worries, except sometimes. Really? Xiao Luo released Wanner. Yes, she nodded. Does this mean the United States has been defeated by us? Wanner exclaimed with excitement. Indeed. That's wonderful. We can finally breathe easy. Husband, you are incredible. Let us go see Xianer. Saying this, Xiao Luo and Wanner entered the room. Xianer is so well-behaved, not crying or fussing. Sometimes he just calls out Dad. Dad, I know he misses you, Xiao Luo said, moving to the infant stroller, gazing fondly at his son. Dad, Dad, the baby in the stroller. Xian Yuan Xian exclaimed excitedly, waving his tiny hands as if reaching for Xiao Luo's face. Overwhelmed by the cuteness of his son, Xiao Luo tenderly kissed Xian's forehead. I miss you too. Xian Yuan Xian mumbled, seemingly making an effort to speak. Xianer is happy to see Daddy, right? Wanna lovingly said. Standing beside the stroller, Xian Yuan Xian looked up at her with his big, sparkling eyes, emitting soft sounds. The couple spent a moment together by the stroller, relishing the joy of parenthood. All right, let us take a photo of Wanner, Xiao Luo said, pulling out his phone to prepare for a picture. Why don't we hire a photographer to take the photos? Xiao Luo suggested. Okay, I will call the photographer who took our last pictures. Xianer, we are going to take a family portrait. Are you excited? Xiao Luo playfully engaged with his son. Xian Yuan Xian beamed at Xiao Luo with a radiant smile. With that, Xiao Luo pushed the stroller alongside Wanner as they exited the Emperor Hotel, where a large vehicle had been prepared for them by their uncle. The hotel's housekeeper assisted them in boarding the vehicle, and once the doors closed, they activated the navigation system. The family proceeded to the vehicle's bedroom, where Xiao Luo lay on the bed, enveloped in comfort. Finally able to relax, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. And as soon as he closed his eyes, he drifted into sleep. Xiao Luo was utterly exhausted. During his days in the basement, he had hardly slept or eaten, dedicating all his time to his duties. To fulfill the heavy tasks assigned by the chief, he had not allowed himself a moment of complacency. Remaining in a state of heightened tension, He was constantly analyzing all the data displayed on the computer, mentally processing vast quantities of information, with variables continuously running through his mind. To put it plainly, his brain functioned like a supercomputer, engaged in extensive calculations every moment, leading to inevitable mental fatigue. He slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Chapter 39. The ladies thought Xian Yuan Chanwan was utterly alarmed by Xiao Luo's deep slumber. After their vehicle came to a halt at the villa in Kyoto No. 1, no matter how she called out to him, he remained unresponsive. She gently placed her finger at his nose to check for breath, and her anxious heart eased somewhat upon feeling his faint exhalation. Yet, uncertainty gripped her, prompting her to call Xian Yuan Ziran. "Hello, mother, please come quickly. Xiao Luo is unconscious and won't he wake up no matter what I do." Unconscious? Wasn't he fine just a few days ago? Yes, he was perfectly well until he completed the task father assigned. The moment we left the hotel, he collapsed. At first, I thought he had merely fallen asleep, but after we arrived home, he remained unresponsive. "All right, I'll be there immediately." At 6:10 p.m., the leader and his wife, accompanied by a multitude of bodyguards, surrounded Kyoto No. 1, sealing off the area. No outsiders were permitted to enter, and all individuals, vehicles, and items were subjected to thorough inspections. They were strictly instructed not to disclose any information. Failure to comply would result in legal consequences. The vicinity around Xiao Luo's villa was cordoned off, with a 100-meter radius forbidding anyone from approaching under threat of forceful measures. 200 meters above the community, a large flying craft patrolled the airspace, ensuring vigilance at all times. Any aircraft entering a 50-kilometer radius of the neighborhood would be forced to land via electromagnetic weaponry. Civilian flights were halted, permitting only road and rail transport, plunging the entire city into a state of heightened alert. An aerial patrol continuously traversed the skies, while military police managed traffic below. "What is happening to Xiao Luo? Doctor, please attend to him." The leader urged the doctor who was close at hand. The physician promptly retrieved a stethoscope from the medical kit to examine Xiao Luo. "Doctor, how is he?" The leader inquired anxiously. "There is no serious concern. He is merely experiencing deep sleep due to exhaustion. A period of rest will suffice for him to awaken," the doctor assured. Upon hearing this, Wan Er and the lady felt a wave of relief wash over them. "He's simply worn out," the leader sighed, turning to those present. "Let us leave and allow him to rest." The gathering quietly exited the vehicle. "Xiao Luo has rendered unparalleled service to our dragon nation. He is utterly fatigued and in need of rest. If he awakens, inform me immediately," the leader instructed Wan Er. "Understood." The leader arranged for a medical team to monitor Xiao Luo daily and stationed a group of bodyguards for his protection, leaving the security measures at the villa intact. Following these directives, the city's alert status was lifted, though the community's defenses remained stringent, with airspace surveillance reduced to a 500-meter radius. "Do not worry, Wan Er. The doctor has assured us he will awaken once he is rested," the lady comforted her daughter. "Mother." Wan Er embraced her. "What if he does not awaken?" She fretted. "He will, Wan Er. The doctor has made it clear. He is simply overworked and will recover with adequate rest. There is no cause for concern," the lady gently reassured, patting her daughter's back. "He has been restless for too long. Ever since Uncle sought his collaboration in stock trading, he has frequently burned the midnight oil." After finally catching a break, Xian Yuan Hong drew him back into trading for several consecutive days. "Who can endure such strain?" "We have wronged Xiao Luo," the lady conceded, releasing her hold on Wan Er. "I acknowledge that our Ouyang family harbors selfish motives. We sought to leverage his abilities for our gain. Yet, I never anticipated that Xian Yuan Hong would obtain information about Xiao Luo's stock trading prowess and snatch him away during our celebration. This was utterly unforeseen." Xian Yuan Hong rallied the entire Xian Yuan clan to amass a staggering 1 trillion. Reports indicate he has taken Xiao Luo to the basement of the Imperial Hotel for clandestine dealings, forbidding anyone from approaching. The Xian Yuan clan has profited over 700 trillion, effectively destabilizing the economy of the United States. Wan Er was at a loss for words. "Wan Er, I am equally helpless. Our Ouyang family has long been suppressed by the Xian Yuan clan, suffering losses year after year. Without financial influx, we risk eventual decline. When fate presented Xiao Luo as a miraculous aid, we cannot afford to squander this opportunity. I learned from your father that Xiao Luo possesses the secret of immortality. This is why I urge the leader to betroth you to him. We hope to inherit his secrets. Even if our family business falters, as long as we attain immortality, the Xian Yuan clan will not intimidate us. Once they age and pass, we will have the chance to seize control." Wan Er was taken aback. realizing she was merely a pawn in the Ouyang family's game. No, she asserted defiantly. Perhaps I have been too impatient. The secret of immortality is not something he would reveal lightly. However, we must secure Xiao Luo, as long as he remains with us. The Ouyang family has nothing to fear from them. Do you recall how much we earned when we sought Xiao Luo's assistance last time? Over 200 trillion. That should sustain our family for centuries. Reliable sources indicate that Xiao Luo has amassed a considerable fortune. He now possesses 1 trillion. One heir. You must devise a way for him to share a portion of his wealth with us, even if it is just a fraction. That would suffice. Mother, am I truly your biological child? One heir suddenly inquired. Of course, you are my and the leader's genuine daughter. Why would you ask such a thing? Then what do you perceive me as? A mere pawn? A sacrifice? Or merely a tool? I understand this is unjust to you. Yet, for the greater good of our Ouyang family, I am compelled to act thus. One heir, I know this is difficult for you, but you must prioritize the family. Since your grandfather took over the family business, these years have not been easy. That does not justify using me as a pawn. You may have coerced me into marrying him, but look at what you have done to him. If he does not awaken, what will become of me and Xian heir? One heir could no longer contain her tears. One heir, I am sorry. I never envisioned things would unfold this way, the lady lamented, comforting her daughter while weeping. Though I am from the Ouyang family, I am also Xiao Luo's wife and Xian heir's mother. Xiao Luo has contributed immensely to the Ouyang family. I hope you will cease to burden him henceforth. Let us live peacefully as a family, shall we? Very well. From now on, I promise I will not compel him to do anything against his will. Chapter 40. A transformation. It is said that Xiao Luo, after having profited immensely from military stocks in the land of Ali, incited furious wrath among the higher echelons of the military stock sector. In response, they promptly raised the investment threshold for military stocks to a staggering 100 billion Ali dollars, thereby effectively barring retail investors from participation. Meanwhile, Xian Yuanhong basked in his substantial gains, his confidence soaring as he divided the 19 trillion he received from Xiao Luo. Although Xian Yuanhong had only invested 50 trillion, he reaped an astonishing 80 commission, amounting to 61.75 trillion, bringing his total returns to 63.02 trillion. Over the past 3 days, Xian Yuanhong had diligently studied Xiao Luo's trading strategies, observing how Xiao Luo amassed vast wealth in such a short span. His confidence ballooned, leading him to believe that he too could replicate Xiao Luo's success and secure a quick fortune. Thus, he ventured into the underground trading room, trading the Li stocks alone. Xian Yuanhong converted 30 trillion Dragon Yuan into 10 trillion Ali dollars, initially short-selling the military stocks of Ali with 1 billion Ali dollars. However, each time he attempted to sell at a lower price, the stocks were swiftly bought out, and the price quickly rebounded to 500 points. As his 1 billion Ali dollars seemed to vanish, he attempted to short-sell another 1 billion, only to face the same disheartening outcome. The following day, unwilling to concede defeat, Xian Yuanhong invested an additional 200 billion Ali dollars in short-selling. This time, fortune favored him, as military stocks plummeted from 500 points to 500 points. Seizing the moment, he purchased 8,012 trillion shares at the bottom with his remaining 906 billion Ali dollars, only to find the military stocks crashing to a mere 100 points. How could this happen? Why could Xiao Luo buy at the bottom while I face utter failure? Xian Yuanhong raged in the trading room, unwilling to accept his fate. He hastily deployed 30 trillion, converting it into 10 trillion Ali dollars, buying 1 trillion shares at 100 points, only to see no indication of a price increase by the close of trading. Devastated, Xian Yuanhong exchanged all his Ali dollars for Dragon Yuan, only to discover the exchange rate had plummeted to 1. Ultimately, he received a mere 12 billion Dragon Yuan, combined with the 39 trillion he had left, totaling 2 trillion, a staggering loss of nearly 600 trillion. From that moment onward, Xian Yuanhong refrained from any involvement in the Ali stock market. With a face ashen as death, Xian Yuanhong slumped in his office chair, his eyes vacant and unfocused. He could not fathom how Xiao Luo had managed to multiply his wealth by 27 times in just a few days while he had seen his fortune diminish by 600 times. He berated himself for his arrogance, resigning to the fact that he could not outmaneuver the market manipulators of Li stocks. Now, he had no choice but to acknowledge Xiao Luo's extraordinary prowess, finally conceding to the widespread rumor of Xiao Luo being a stock market deity. His hubris had exacted a heavy toll, costing him 600 trillion, a lesson painfully etched into his memory, one he wished to forget. However, the realization that his account still reflected an increase of 253.5701. 2 trillion brought him some solace. At least it was still a considerable profit. The setbacks within the banking system had hindered corporate production, leading to a supply-demand imbalance. Capital consortiums seized the opportunity to invest in the banking sector, reaping further profits. As businesses resumed normal operations, employment surged, steering the economy of Ollie back on course. Yet, the financial credibility of Ollie took a significant hit, prompting global investors to withdraw their capital, while prospective investors hesitated, redirecting their funds to the more stable Dragon Nation. Consequently, Ollie endured a full decade of recovery from the financial storm. Throughout this decade, the Dragon Nation implemented a series of economic policies designed to attract foreign investment, resulting in a remarkable surge in export trade. The Dragon Yuan emerged as a predominant global currency. Nations affected by the financial turmoil in Ollie opted to adopt the Dragon Yuan as a circulating currency, thereby mitigating the impact of the financial crisis and alleviating domestic production shortages. They successfully navigated the decade-long financial storm, while the Dragon Nation ascended to become the premier manufacturing and financial market globally, achieving the highest economic ranking in the world. Its gross national product quintupled to 50 trillion, signaling an extraordinary transformation in the world. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Chapter 41. The Awakening of Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo lay in slumber within the confines of the caravan for 3 days and nights, during which he was periodically examined by medical personnel, while his bodyguards vigilantly guarded his vehicle. The villa's perimeter was heavily fortified. Even Warner's elder uncle was denied entry. And apart from Warner's watchful presence, no one dared to intrude. At 5 o'clock on the third afternoon, Xiao Luo finally stirred awake. His gaze was sharp, glimmering with a cold light, as if he could see through everything. With a serene heart, he quietly descended from his bed. Observing Warner fast asleep at his bedside, he gently cradled her in his arms, intending to lay her down on the bed. However, his actions inadvertently roused her. "Did I wake you?" Xiao Luo inquired softly. "Darling, you're finally awake," Warner exclaimed, tightening her embrace around his neck. "Why aren't you resting on the bed?" He continued to question. "My love, do you realize you've been unconscious for an entire 3 days and nights? I feared you might never awaken." Xiao Luo, upon hearing this, set Warner down. 3 days and nights? Surely, that cannot be, he replied, puzzled. "Do you know? After learning of your condition, Father dispatched bodyguards to surround our home and arranged for medical staff to monitor you regularly," Warner explained. "I merely felt so exhausted that I fell asleep, not anticipating such an extended slumber." "What did the doctor say?" "The doctor indicated that you had simply overexerted yourself and that a good rest would lead to your awakening." "Oh, and what of Xian'er?" "Xian'er is at home, and Mother is helping to look after her." "Let us go see Xian'er," Xiao Luo said, wrapping his arm around Warner's waist. She, in turn, entwined her arm through his as they exited the caravan. "Oh, I nearly forgot. Father said you must call him immediately upon waking," Warner said as she took out her phone to dial the leader. "Hello, Father, Xiao Luo has awakened," she stated before hanging up. "Father says he will come right away," she added. "How thoughtful of him," Xiao Luo remarked as he and Warner entered the house together. "Ah, son-in-law, you're awake," exclaimed Warner's mother, who was in the living room with Xian'er. She hurried to greet them, scrutinizing Xiao Luo's condition with keen interest. "Mother, Xiao Luo has awakened," Warner announced. "Good, son-in-law, are you feeling well?" she inquired. "I am fine," Xiao Luo replied. "I heard from Warner that you were unconscious, which frightened us terribly. The doctor said you merely overworked yourself and would be fine after some rest. But who would have thought you would sleep for 3 days and nights? You needn't worry, Mother. Thank you for taking care of Warner and Xian'er during this time. It's no trouble at all. I merely came to keep them company," she said modestly. "Was Xian'er well behaved these past few days?" Xiao Luo asked as he approached the baby carriage. "Xian'er has been quite good, not crying or fussing, though he occasionally calls for his father," Warner's mother replied. Xian'er, with his bright, sparkling eyes, gazed at Xiao Luo as if recognizing him. Moments later, he babbled, "Dad." Xiao Luo, enchanted by his son's translucent skin and lively eyes, gently said, "Xian'er, did you miss your father?" He then lifted his son from the carriage, feeling an innate bond coursing through him. Xian'er stared at Xiao Luo, who felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He lovingly kissed his son's cheek, conveying profound affection. "Uh-huh," Xian'er squealed with joy. waving his tiny hands towards Xiao Luo, who permitted his son to grasp his face. Xiano held Xiao Luo's face as if he could never get enough of him. Father missed you too, Xiao Luo said, gently extricating himself from his son's grasp. He felt an inexplicable connection with his child, one that was unbreakable. Xianer, do you miss your mother? Wanner asked playfully. Xianer responded, his adorableness further endearing him to Xiao Luo. It's time for dinner. The robot has prepared the meal, Wanner's mother announced as she approached the dining table, lifting the lid to reveal a spread of steaming dishes. It smells delicious. Xianer, let us go eat, Wanner chimed. Xianer echoed in agreement. Are you hungry, Xianer? Let us eat, Xiao Luo said, carrying his son towards the table. The family gathered harmoniously for dinner. After dining, they settled onto the sofa to continue playing with Xianer. Before long, the robot announced, guests have arrived. Welcome. Everyone turned to the entrance, where the leader appeared, accompanied by a doctor clad in a white coat. Xiao Luo handed Xianer to Wanner and went to greet the leader. Father, what brings you here? How is your health? Xiao Luo asked. I am quite well. Please. Have a seat, he replied, guiding the leader to the sofa. Have you seen the doctor? I just woke up this afternoon. I haven't had a chance yet. Doctor. Please examine him, the leader instructed, gesturing to the physician at the door. The doctor approached Xiao Luo with a medical kit and began his examination with a stethoscope. I am perfectly fine, Xiao Luo assured. Whether you are well or not is for the doctor to determine, the leader stated. Indeed, the mother concurred. The doctor has not identified any abnormalities. All vital signs are normal, the physician reported after concluding his examination. That is a relief. Thank you, doctor. See, father? I told you I was fine, Xiao Luo said. 3 days ago, Wana called to inform me of your condition. I feared someone had poisoned you. So I dispatched my mobile unit to protect you. It seems I was overly cautious. However, I am still uneasy about your safety here. Tomorrow, you shall move to my residence, and I will arrange for you to receive a pass. You must not encounter any mishaps. You are a great asset to our dragon nation. No, I am hardly a significant contributor, Xiao Luo modestly replied. You are a distinguished scientist, and your precise strikes against the stock market of the United States have severely impacted their economy. Their higher-ups have come to me pleading for mercy, requesting timely supplies, or else chaos will ensue in their nation. How can you not be considered a great contributor? Did the American officials truly come to plead for mercy? I never anticipated their stock market to be so fragile. I had planned to target their banking stocks next. Let it go. One should always exercise restraint. Our objectives have already been achieved. Continuing this would only inflict suffering upon the ordinary citizens of the United States. Their conglomerates have not only avoided losses, but are now raking in profits. Indeed, the leader mused. Do you not think I appear somewhat younger? Father, you look much better. You seem younger than before, Xiao Luo replied. Do you suppose I could have another child at this age? Father, let me check your pulse. Very well, proceed, he granted. Xiao Luo carefully took the leader's pulse. Father, while your health has improved, attaining optimal vitality will require substantial recuperation, at least 30 years to reach peak condition. 30 years? By then, your mother will be 70. Indeed, that is a valid point. Is there any way to expedite the process? There is a method, but it involves high-intensity training to stimulate the production of longevity enzymes, which might be too taxing for your body. Let us take it step by step, begin with lower intensity. And if you handle it well, we can gradually increase the intensity. Well, there is something I am uncertain if I should mention. Son-in-law, please speak your mind. Given that the dosage of the longevity enzyme you received was insufficient, it will take a considerable amount of time for your body to produce its own. If we stimulate it prematurely, it may yield adverse effects. Even if fortunate enough to reproduce, the offspring would not inherit eternal youth, as the body's longevity enzyme has yet to undergo genetic encoding. Rapid depletion of the longevity enzyme could diminish its efficacy, making it difficult for the body to achieve immortality. The leader pondered thoughtfully, acknowledging the weight of the situation. As an expert in this field, your judgment holds merit. It appears that many matters cannot be dictated by personal desires. Otherwise, one risks facing dire repercussions. Take, for instance, your cousin Xinyuan Hong, who, after observing your profitable ventures for merely a few days, sought to indulge in similar gains, only to find himself losing an astronomical sum of 60 trillion within 3 days. Such is the nature of folly. Nonetheless, this failure has humbled him, instilling a newfound caution. Consider it a lesson learned. Your second brother wouldn't be. The leader inquired, nodding in understanding. No wonder. By the way, father, might we reconsider relocating to your estate? Perhaps we should select a more secure residence to avoid inconveniencing you. My concern is solely for your safety. Given the commotion I have stirred, it is likely to attract the attention of certain individuals who may pose a threat to you. Xiao Luo found it challenging to identify an absolutely secure location for residence. You need not reside in my estate. Simply find a safe abode, and I shall dispatch a protective detail to ensure your security, the leader assured. No, that won't be necessary. I believe I am not in danger of attracting any ill-intentioned individuals. My safety should suffice, Xiao Luo replied with a smile. The issue of safety must never be taken lightly. How about this? You can reside in the Marshal's villa in Kyoto. Given your status as a Grand Marshal of Technology, you are certainly qualified to stay there. The villa is guarded around the clock, which gives me peace of mind. It shall be settled. I will send someone to escort you there tomorrow. Very well. Chapter 42. Xiao Luo's relocation at 11:30 the following night. 2 military flying cars descended silently upon Xiao Luo's villa. An officer alighted and reported to the Xiao Luo family, Comrade Marshal, by order of higher authorities. You and your family are to relocate immediately with me. All other household items will be escorted by ground personnel to your new residence. Thank you for your hard work. Commander Liao Qihong, Xiao Luo replied. But can such a small child travel in a flying vehicle? Rest assured, Comrade Marshal, our flying vehicle maintains a constant slow speed that poses no danger to children. Oh, then I shall feel at ease. Under the escort of one flying vehicle, the Xiao Luo family was transported to the Marshal's villa, while their belongings were conveyed to their new home by military vehicles on the ground. The journey was executed with strict traffic control, and due to the late hour, the roads were nearly deserted, with no civilian flying cars in the air. After a 2-hour journey, they arrived safely and discreetly at the Marshal's villa. The new residence was already secured by personnel from the mobile regiment. After Commander Liao disembarked from the flying vehicle and completed the necessary handover procedures, he escorted the Xiao Luo family into their new abode, where their belongings had arrived in advance. At 1:30 in the morning, Xiao Luo, feeling fatigued, had little desire to explore the surroundings of their new home, especially since his son was already fast asleep. He hurriedly entered the house with Wanner, who was still cradling their child. The new home was an unassuming 2-story building, covering an area of approximately 80 square meters. Featuring a spacious front yard of similar size, all enclosed by iron fencing. Xiao Luo's vehicle was parked within the yard, with members of the mobile regiment standing guard at either side of the entrance. As night deepened, Wanner placed their son into a stroller, tidied up a bit with Xiao Luo, and soon fell asleep. The next morning, Xiao Luo arose at 7 o'clock and meticulously surveyed their new home. The second floor consisted of 2 bedrooms. The master bedroom served as their resting place, while the other, slightly smaller room, Xiao Luo envisioned transforming into a study for Wanner to attend online classes or for himself to work on his computer. There was also a simple washroom on the second floor, with bathing and toilet facilities adjacent to it. The living room was modest, accommodating only a tea table and a few chairs, while a balcony outside provided space for drying clothes. Xiao Luo stepped onto the balcony, relishing the refreshing summer morning breeze. On the first floor, adjacent to the staircase, was a simple restroom equipped with a sink and a toilet, featuring a window and an exhaust fan. Next to it lay the kitchen, also compact but fully equipped with an exhaust hood, cabinets, an induction cooker, and utensils. Both the kitchen and restroom had windows, with the kitchen extending approximately 50 centimeters beyond the restroom. Adjacent to the kitchen was an open dining area, where breakfast was already laid out on the table, presumably prepared by a robot. The dining area also boasted a window. Beside the dining area was a larger room that spanned across the dining space and the entire living room, directly facing the entrance. To the left of the entrance was a smaller room, which Xiao Luo planned to allocate to their son once he grew older, while he could then occupy the larger room on the first floor, converting the small room into a study. In the center of the living room stood a rectangular coffee table, surrounded by sofas. A television was mounted on the wall of the small room. And between the living and dining areas was a 3-seater sofa, with a single-seater positioned directly opposite the entrance and a 2-seater on the other side. All rooms featured windows, and Xiao Luo felt quite satisfied with the ventilation. A gentle breeze caresses the vegetable garden. The shade of trees invites fishing and cooking dinner. During leisure, my wife and child create a lively atmosphere, a glimpse of delightful moments, Xiao Luo mused to himself. Master, your phone is ringing. The ringtone must belong to Wanner. Wanner, are you up? Breakfast is on the dining table downstairs. Once you've washed up, please eat. I'm by the river. By the river? Which river? Came Wanner's voice from the other end. Just behind the yard. If you step onto the balcony, you'll see me. Oh, Warner exclaimed as she stepped onto the balcony and spotted Kaela. There really is a river. The environment is quite pleasant. It makes one feel so sleepy, she remarked. Indeed. I grew up in the countryside, so this setting feels especially familiar to me. That's why I lingered here a little longer. Has Shinu awakened? In a moment. I'll convert the smaller bedroom on the second floor into a study, so we can place all our computers there. What do you think? That sounds good. However, I'll be taking online classes, so please don't disturb me, Warner replied. How about this? I'll set up a study in the small room on the first floor. You can use the study on the second floor, and I'll use the one on the first floor. Does that work for you? Yes, that sounds good, Warner nodded. Once we finish breakfast, you can go to the second floor bedroom for your online class, and I'll tidy up the house, Kaela suggested. All right, Warner agreed. You know, there's an open space outside our yard where we could plant some vegetables. There's space for that. I'm not keen on gardening, she added. I'll take care of it, Kaela replied with a grin. And when the time comes, we can grow vegetables to eat. If we want fish, we can go fishing by the river. What do you think? This way, we won't have to spend any money. That sounds wonderful, Warner laughed. But all those daunting tasks will be your responsibility. Not a problem, Kaela responded cheerfully. After breakfast, Warner headed to the second floor bedroom for her online class. Multitasking between her studies and caring for their child, while Kaela began to organize the study. Fortunately, with the assistance of the mobile regiment personnel, he completed the setup in less than 2 hours. Chapter 43, Concept of Planetary Spacecraft. As night fell, Xiao Luo consistently found various excuses to avoid Warner. He was plagued by the concern that if their offspring multiplied excessively, it might spell trouble for the world. Immortality is a universal desire. Yet if everyone were to attain it, what would become of Earth? Xiao Luo pondered the implications of the immortality enzyme he possessed. Was it a blessing or a curse for the planet? By an unfortunate twist of fate, he had inadvertently passed his immortality enzyme to Warner, and they had welcomed a child named Xin Yuan Xian, who would also inherit the enzyme. Furthermore, his father-in-law, the leader of Huaxia, had also acquired the immortality enzyme. What if the leader decided to share this enzyme with countless others? To achieve interstellar migration, which could span decades or even centuries, those embarking on such a journey would also require the immortality enzyme. Otherwise, they would perish along the way, thwarting any hopes of migration. Muttering to himself, Xiao Luo began to employ mathematical models on his computer to calculate the feasibility of such a venture. His fingers danced over the keyboard as windows filled with dense data. Even if all migrants possessed the immortality enzyme, they would still need to derive energy from food to sustain their lives. The lengthy interstellar journey necessitated an immense supply of sustenance. Unless a self-sustaining ecosystem akin to Earth's could be created aboard the spacecraft, the notion of interstellar migration seemed increasingly impractical. After all, if such a colossal spacecraft could be constructed, why not simply reside within it? Contemplating these matters, Xiao Luo abandoned the idea of interstellar migration. However, in the event of a catastrophic disaster on Earth, the creation of a spacecraft mirroring Earth might become essential, even without interstellar migration. Finding refuge from natural calamities was a necessity. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he resumed typing on his computer, outlining the conditions necessary for the construction of a planetary spacecraft. If only the dream I had last time could come true, Xiao Luo sighed. He activated the particle collector, and the machine hummed to life, consuming the intense beams of light before it. From the rear of this colossal device emerged the embryonic form of a spacecraft, enveloped in swirling flames that intensified as one approached the front of the apparatus, the fire glowing ominously red. Yet, Xiao Luo stood beside it, unperturbed. Was this not the particle collector he had long desired? This machine could penetrate the sun's core to absorb high-energy particles, synthesizing any material, provided a large quantum computer supplied the necessary programming. In essence, with this machine, the realization of a planetary-scale interstellar spacecraft was within reach. Not only would it fulfill his dreams, but it would also aid the leader in constructing an aerial mothership and manufacturing gold with astonishing ease. To bring the particle collector to fruition, one could only hope for advancements in particle collider experiments. With that in mind, Xiao Luo drafted a report titled Urgent Implementation of Particle Collider Experiments. After sending the report to his superiors through office software, he began to devise the theoretical framework for constructing the particle collector. The materials for creating the particle collector must withstand high temperatures, at least 200 million degrees Celsius, to allow for the free synthesis of particles within the machine. It seemed the issue of materials would need to be entrusted to the Materials Science Institute. With this realization, Xiao Luo drafted another document titled High-Temperature Material Research Plan, completing it on his computer before sending it to the Materials Science Institute's email. Yet, these measures alone were insufficient. A terrestrial ecosystem was also required. Thus, he forwarded an email titled Research Plan for Artificial Earth Ecosystem to the Life Sciences Institute. The energy system of the planetary spacecraft would still rely on a nuclear fusion reactor, as it was the cleanest form of energy. The challenge remained: how to launch such a massive spacecraft into space. Pondering this dilemma, he sent a proposal titled Plan for Launching Superlarge Spacecraft to the Aerospace Bureau. With the particle collector, supermaterials could be produced. With supermaterials, the planetary spacecraft could be constructed. And with an artificial Earth ecosystem, life aboard the spacecraft could thrive for countless years, necessitating a superintelligent control system to operate it. Xiao Luo then sent an email titled Proposal for Designing a Superintelligent Control System to the Design Institute. The success of these research projects would directly impact the development of the planetary spacecraft. Contemplating this, Xiao Luo could hardly bear to linger in the Marshal's villa, yearning to teleport instantly to the Kuanping Mountain laboratory. However, he recognized the wisdom in the leader's words. Xian Yuan was still very young, and it would be unfair for Wanner to shoulder the burden of raising their child alone. After much contemplation, he could devise no better solution and eventually succumbed to slumber on the single bed in his study. The following morning, Xiao Luo was roused from his sleep by the shrill ring of his phone. Groggy, he answered, "Hello, who is this?" "Is this Xiao Luo?" "This is the leader. I received your email last night. Your ideas are quite forward-thinking. However, scientific research cannot rush to fruition. It requires a step-by-step approach. We shall not discuss your report for the time being." The leader's voice echoed through the receiver. "But the particle collector is a vital step in scientific advancement. Our early efforts will significantly benefit subsequent research. Although the journey may be long, once begun, realization will come in due time. Yet, funding is an unending abyss. If financial difficulties arise, I am willing to donate all my assets. There is no need to resort to your personal wealth. Currently, there is no necessity for such advanced equipment. Our primary focus must be on addressing the ongoing global economic crisis, leaving no room for the plans you've proposed. This matter ends here. We shall not discuss it further." The leader concluded the call, leaving Xiao Luo in a state of shock. Master. Xiao Luo's phone rang again. "Old Xiao, this is the Materials Science Institute. Regarding your high-temperature material research plan from last night, we believe it is currently unfeasible." "Oh, beep. The line went dead. Master. Xiao Luo's phone rang once more. "Master, your concept is extraordinary. The entire team at the Life Sciences Institute was invigorated after reviewing your email and has already devised a research plan. We are confident it will come to fruition in the near future. This is monumental for humanity." Excellent." The two conversed briefly before ending the call. Within minutes, his phone rang again. "Hello, old Xiao? This is the Design Institute. I've reviewed your proposal. It is indeed forward-thinking, and many of our colleagues are eager to engage with it. However, we require a large quantum computer. Once that is in place, your vision can be realized. Rest assured, we will strive to develop the large quantum computer." Xiao Luo replied excitedly. "Very well, we have initiated the project. We eagerly await your good news." "Thank you, Professor Yang," Xiao Luo exclaimed with enthusiasm. The phone rang yet again, and he promptly answered. "Old Xiao, I've reviewed your plan. It's feasible to deploy the particle collector into space. But launching such a massive planetary spacecraft is unrealistic. Why not construct the spacecraft in space using the particle collector?" "Indeed. How did I not consider that? Thank you for your insight." "There's no need for thanks. We are all working for Huaxia. Wishing you all success. Haha." Xiao Luo finds himself in a state of mixed emotions. While it appears that his planetary spacecraft project has gained a glimmer of hope, the leader doused it with cold water. Reflecting on this brings a touch of gloom to his heart. Chapter 44. It's just money. Xiao Luo received several phone calls, and although they brought a mix of joy and concern, he could not allow his planetary spacecraft project to be put on hold. He contemplated the leader's words, which essentially revolved around financial matters. As long as he could generate sufficient profits for Longhua, he was certain that the leader would eventually endorse his plan. Having devised a strategy, Xiao Luo opened his computer and resumed his money-making endeavors. "Darling, why aren't you eating?" Wanner called out to Xiao Luo, urging him to have breakfast. "Oh, I'm not hungry," Xiao Luo replied dismissively. "Are you buying stocks again?" Wanner entered the study. "Well, research requires funding," Xiao Luo casually remarked, his fingers incessantly tapping away at the keyboard. How much do you need? Several hundred billion, I suppose. I'm not entirely sure. The more, the better. What project requires such a hefty sum? That, I cannot disclose at the moment. It's a top-secret initiative. Oh, with that amount, are you confident you can earn it back? Absolutely, Xiao Luo affirmed with certainty. Wow, that's impressive. I finally grasped the patterns of the stock market. Making money from it has become exceedingly easy. Hee. Then share some profits with me, will you? Hee. How much do you want? 10 billion. What do you need that much money for? Isn't it obvious? To spend it. Of course. Can you ever have too much money? All right. How much are you prepared to invest? Xiao Luo lifted his gaze to meet One Air's. Invest? Just make me some money. One Air playfully tapped Xiao Luo on the head. Xiao Luo instinctively dodged and obediently replied, Okay, my dear wife. That's more like it. You go ahead and work. I need to check on Xin Air. All right, dear, please send my regards to Xin Air. What do you mean by that? Nothing in particular. Xin Air can come over to study with me when she has the time. It's only been a little over a month. What could she possibly learn? Children absorb everything through their surroundings. Let me tell you, even babies in the womb can understand their parents' conversations. Really? Indeed. When have I ever lied to you? That's true. But I still need to feed Xin Air. Fine, then let Xin Air accompany you to class. Okay, you focus on your work. With that, One Air left the study for the dining table. After a while of browsing on the computer, Xiao Luo withdrew his phone to deposit 100 trillion long coins into his military stock account in the United States, with the exchange rate having plummeted to 1. He converted the 100 trillion long coins into 100 trillion A dollars. Then, at a price of 500 A dollars, he purchased 100 million shares of military stocks. After acquiring the shares, he sold them at 1,000 A dollars, causing the military stock prices to plunge by 30, leading to market volatility and extensive coverage by the American media. However, after his 100 million shares were acquired, the stock price did not rise to 500 points but instead settled at 300 points. Xiao Luo then bought 48.07 million shares at 800 points using 38.46 billion A dollars and subsequently sold them at 400 A dollars. Through repeated transactions, he ultimately drove the stock down to a mere 50 points, leaving him with very little of his initial investment of 100 billion long coins. He then invested another 100 trillion long coins, exchanging them for 100 trillion A dollars, buying 2 trillion shares at 50 points and listing them at 500 points. However, the stock price not only failed to rise but continued to decline to 10 points. I've finally hooked one, Xiao Luo chuckled coldly. He continued to convert 1 trillion A dollars at a price of 10 A dollars to purchase 100 trillion shares, similarly listing them at 500 A dollars. The stock price skyrocketed to 500 points, only to plummet back down to 1 A dollar in the blink of an eye, leaving Xiao Luo with no sales from the stocks he listed. Persistently, he exchanged 50 trillion A dollars to buy 50 trillion shares at a price of 1 A dollar. And again the stock surged to 500 points. Xiao Luo listed all his shares, totaling 51.02 trillion at a price of 3,000 A dollars, causing the stock to soar to 3,000 points. At this juncture, he had invested a total of 610 trillion long coins and held 51.02 trillion shares. Yet, the stock price nosedived to 1 A dollar. Xiao Luo continued to exchange 100 trillion A dollars at a price of 1 A dollars to buy 1 trillion shares, listing them at 3,000 A dollars, which instantly surged to 3,000 points and stabilized there, leaving him with a total of 51 trillion shares. Master, Xiao Luo's phone rang. Hello? Esteemed Mr. Xiao, I am Prussia William, the Executive Director of the American Military Weapons Group. Congratulations on becoming the largest shareholder of our group, granting you compulsory acquisition rights and the right to inspect corporate accounts, as well as voting rights at shareholder meetings. We have prepared the citizenship registration materials for you to become a citizen of our country at your convenience, enjoying all the rights and privileges thereof. In order to maintain the normal price level of our weapons, please lower the stock price to 500 points. I can lower the stock price, but someone must purchase half of my shares. Otherwise, I will incur significant losses. Understood. I will convey your request to our Supreme Leader, Mr. Phils Johnson. Wishing you a pleasant afternoon. Goodbye. After hanging up, Xiao Luo left the study, where the dining table was already laden with an array of dishes. Come, it's time to eat. Xian Air is calling for Daddy. One Air, seated at the dining chair with their son, was waiting for Xiao Luo to join them. Sorry to keep you waiting. Xian'er, you must be hungry, Xiao Luo said, reaching out to cup his son's face with his hands. Hee. Xian'er giggled at Xiao Luo's playful gesture. Just came down, and the robot has already prepared the meal. Xian'er remarked. Wow, it looks amazing, Xiao Luo exclaimed, admiring the beautifully presented dishes. Thank you for the compliment, Master, the robot responded. Hee. Xiao can not only cook but also converse. Xian'er chimed in cheerfully. Let us eat. You must be hungry too. Xiao Luo served Xian'er some food before digging in himself. By the way, how are your stocks doing? No issues. I am now the major shareholder of the American military stocks. Huh? Major shareholder. So, doesn't that mean you can dictate their actions? Indeed. They must sell weapons to Longhua. Of course. However, I'm not particularly interested in their weapons. There's nothing new to offer. Their aerospace carriers are quite impressive. Let us have them sell those to us. Also, we should acquire their fighter jets and submarines. If the leader needs them, I can leverage the shareholder meeting to make it happen. However, I doubt the leader would be interested. Why's that? Their equipment is flashy but impractical. It might fool countries with weaker military capabilities, but we have far superior options. Really? Tell me more. This is confidential. I cannot disclose it. After the family finished lunch, they settled on the sofa to watch television, where the latest news broke in. We interrupt this program for breaking news. Supreme Leader Phil Johnson has urgently summoned all allied nations to the capital, Holy Shield, to discuss strategies to combat the global financial crisis. The American leader Phil is quite efficient, Xiao Luo mused to himself while watching the television. What is happening with the American leader? I want them to buy half of my shares, yet he's suggesting his allies contribute funds. That's quite a clever approach, He might also be worried that you would have the American military group sell weapons to us. He's not merely worried about that. He's concerned that I might inflate weapon prices, which would strain their defense budget. No wonder he's in such a hurry. Can you blame him? No. The authority to set weapon prices rests in my hands, and as I am not one of their citizens, I can determine the pricing as I please. Darling, you are truly remarkable, she giggles. By the way, have you sold your stocks yet? Aren't they in discussion? If all goes well, the funds should arrive in 2 hours. How much will it be, dear? Xian'er inquires excitedly. Over 200 billion, he responds. Wow, that's a staggering amount, she exclaims, her eyes widening. That is merely half of the stocks. What? Half the stocks yield such wealth? If all were sold, wouldn't it amount to 4 or 500 billion? Not quite. The remaining half will fetch less. Even so, it would still be around 3 or 400 billion. Indeed, it would. Darling, you are truly incredible, Xian'er exclaims, planting a deep kiss on Xiaolo's cheek. Hey, Xian Yuan squeals joyfully in his stroller. Xian'er also finds his father impressive. Xiaolo smiles at his son. Xian'er, observing her son's reaction, finds amusement in it as well. The family of 3 played in the living room for less than half an hour when Xiaolo received a notification of the funds arriving. He picked up his phone and examined it closely. Indeed, 15 billion had been credited. Rushing to his study, he adjusted the price of the remaining 505 trillion stocks to 1,500 yuan. Has it really arrived? Xian'er asked, following closely behind him. The funds have been credited. The efficiency of the Americans is truly commendable. I never expected it to be completed in under an hour. Oh, you are amazing, she exclaimed, embracing Xiaolo from behind. My 10 billion should be transferred to me now. Xian'er leaned forward to say, I will transfer it to you immediately, Xiaolo responded, promptly transferring 10 billion to her account. Upon receiving it, Xian'er leaped with joy. Thank you, darling, she chirped happily as she exited the study. Xiaolo stood frozen, watching her retreating figure. Master. Xiaolo answered the phone. Hello, son-in-law. It's you, Dad. Haha, congratulations. You are now a shareholder in the American military-industrial complex. Dad, you are aware? Leaders from various nations are informed. How could I not know? Regarding the project you mentioned in your report, I have approved it. However, you will need to contribute funds, as our Dragon Nation currently lacks the budget. What do you think? All right, how much do you need from me? 1 billion. How does that sound? No problem, Dad. Please send me the account number. I will transfer the funds immediately. Okay, great. After hanging up, Xiaolo checked his phone, where an account number had been sent. He excitedly saved the account for future transactions and promptly transferred 10 billion to the account provided by the leader. Chapter 45. The stock god Xiao Luo's speculative maneuvers concerning the military-industrial stocks of the United States sent ripples throughout the entire world. Initially, The financial consortium of the United States was utterly unprepared for Xiao Luo's unpredictable strategies. His methods bore a striking resemblance to those employed in his previous two forays, which led the operators of the military stocks to lower their guard, treating Xiao Luo as they had in the past. However, when Xiao Luo unexpectedly invested 100 trillion at a price of 50 points, the stock operators believed they had successfully hooked the fish, subsequently driving the stock price down to 10 points. To their astonishment, Xiao Luo then poured in 1,000 trillion to acquire the entirety of the shares. The operators, convinced that a bigger catch lay ahead, sought to offload 50 trillion shares at a price of $1, hoping to force the sale of the 100 trillion shares at below $1. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Luo seized the opportune moment to buy up all 50 trillion shares. Consequently, he acquired 50 of the military-industrial stocks, making him the largest shareholder in the military-industrial consortium of the United States, thereby gaining decisive influence over shareholders' meetings, a situation intolerable to the upper echelons of the United States, refusing to bear the consequences of their blunder. The United States hastily convened allies worldwide to devise a strategy. In blunt terms, the leadership sought to shift the financial burden of Xiao Luo's conditions onto their allies. Intimidated by the formidable presence of the United States, these allies found themselves in a predicament, unable to voice their grievances, yet still compelled to contribute financially. Among them, the Bay Island was the most proactive, contributing $50 trillion, equivalent to the collective income of its populace over the past 50 years. Other nations such as Han and the Eastern Isles contributed trillions, while allies from the Western continent offered upwards of 100 trillion. In essence, the economic resources of the world's most developed nations, accumulated over decades, flowed into Xiao Luo's coffers, including the extensive revenues of several major financial conglomerates in the United States. As a result, animosity brewed among these nations towards the United States, prompting them to redirect their investments to the more stable financial environment of the Dragon Kingdom. For Xiao Luo, amassing the wealth of the world to construct a planetary spacecraft was ultimately an endeavor for the benefit of all humanity. This operation was merely a strategic game against the financial consortium of the United States, as individual investors had already exited days prior. Armed with data analysis from several days ago, Xiao Luo navigated the stock market with remarkable ease, denying the operators of the military-industrial stocks any time for hesitation. Every action transpired in the blink of an eye. After experiencing a significant victory, the stock operators of the military-industrial stocks became overconfident, believing they could outmaneuver any speculator merely because they had access to back-end data. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Xiao Luo, who had employed quantum computing days prior to gain comprehensive insights into their operations. Their arrogance exacted a heavy financial toll, which, although transferred to other nations, culminated in the embarrassing reality of a citizen from the Dragon Kingdom being seated at the shareholder conference of the Military-Industrial Consortium, a profound humiliation for the haughty Americans. Master. Xiao Luo's phone rang. Hello, this is Mr. Xiao, he answered. Good day, Mr. Xiao. I am Amy Welsh, the chairwoman of the United States Federal Union Savings Group. I would like to discuss a transaction with you. Transaction? What kind of transaction? Xiao Luo inquired, taken aback. Our group is highly interested in the military-industrial stocks you possess. I believe we could reach a mutually beneficial agreement. Oh, I see. You wish to purchase my stocks. I have heard that your group engages in currency printing. I cannot transact with you, as your money is merely paper and holds no real value. Goodbye, Xiao Luo concluded, hanging up the phone. Master. Xiao Luo's phone rang again. Hello, who is this? Good day, Mr. Xiao. I am John Smith, the president of the United States Flower Period Bank. If you are agreeable, I believe we could have a pleasant transaction. Mr. Smith, if I am not mistaken, the transaction you refer to involves the sale of stocks, am I correct? Precisely. And how do you propose to execute this transaction? Our bank is prepared to purchase all the military-industrial stocks you hold at a price of $190 per share. If you agree, we can proceed immediately. Very well, we have a deal. Prior to this transaction, Xiao Luo's account balance stood at 72,975,860 trillion. After this stock sale, his balance soared to 345, 112, 870, 586 trillion. Following an expenditure of 20 trillion, his final balance amounted to 343, 112, 870, 586 trillion, solidifying his status as the wealthiest individual in the world. As a result, Xiao Luo was heralded as the stock god by global investors. while the upper echelons of the United States came to regard him as a living deity. This individual is no ordinary person who would dare to contend with him. Xian Yuanhong trembled in fear as he watched Xiao Luo's exploits on television, unable to fathom how Xiao Luo transformed 1 trillion into 343. 112 trillion in less than 8 hours, a staggering increase of over 3,000 times, unprecedented in history. Henceforth, he would never dare to disrespect Xiao Luo again. Chapter 46. Xiao Luo assumes command of the Shaoshan Command Center. It is said that Xiao Luo, having amassed a fortune in the stock market, generously donated 10 billion to the Dragon Nation, an amount equivalent to the total national production value accumulated over more than a century. The higher-ups no longer needed to allocate funds. They merely had to mobilize resources and talent, prompting them to initiate the planetary spacecraft project proposed by Xiao Luo. In the eyes of the Dragon Nation's leadership, this spacecraft represented the pinnacle of weapon development, offering an overwhelming advantage over the entire world. They were prepared to annihilate Earth if necessary, for within the spacecraft, they could sustain life for countless years. Should the technology mature, interstellar migration would become a possibility, rendering the project utterly beneficial for the Dragon Nation, thereby earning the chief's unique foresight their profound admiration. In the year of his interment, the chief secured a golden son-in-law, not only obtaining the elixir of eternal life which drastically extended his lifespan but also possessing rejuvenating properties. Moreover, this arrangement allowed for the creation of epoch-defining equipment without any financial expenditure, undoubtedly a monumental achievement for the Dragon Nation that would echo through the annals of history. Xiao Luo had successfully gathered decades of wealth accumulated by developed nations, leaving no country capable of rivaling the Dragon Nation. Additionally, the wealth amassed by the Golden Son-in-Law was inexhaustible and could be drawn upon in times of need. Thus, in the chief's eyes, Xiao Luo must not encounter any misfortune. Of course, within Xiao Luo's mind, he was acutely aware of the chief's intentions and the aspirations of the Xianyuan clan. Burying them deep within his heart, he sought to transcend his current circumstances, and the sole means to achieve this was to expedite the development of the planetary spacecraft, thereby attaining a carefree existence. To Xiao Luo, wealth was not a necessity. However, he was willing to invest his capabilities to fulfill his research needs. Accustomed to processing vast quantities of data, Xiao Luo's mind was exceptionally active. For an ordinary individual, this might lead to cerebral demise. Yet, endowed with the elixir of eternal life, his brain cells swiftly regenerated after damage, emerging even more formidable than before. Over time, Xiao Luo's mind became akin to a supercomputer. He could memorize any data he encountered effortlessly, and due to prolonged computational training, once he reviewed data, it would automatically engage in statistical calculations and analyses. Therefore, when faced with the military-industrial stocks of the United States, Xiao Luo was able to swiftly identify flaws in these stocks and make precise purchases. Initially, the quantum computer gathered an overwhelming amount of data in a short time, rendering Xiao Luo in a deep slumber for 3 days and nights. Following this transformative period, Xiao Luo's cognitive capabilities experienced a qualitative leap. Prior to his slumber, he resembled an ordinary quantum computer. Afterward, he evolved into a large-scale quantum computer, possessing terrifying computational prowess. Knock, knock. A sound echoed from outside Xiao Luo's door. "Who is it?" Xiao Luo inquired as he opened the door, revealing a middle-aged man in a white shirt, black trousers, and black shoes, approximately 40 years old, holding a black briefcase in his right hand. Upon seeing Xiao Luo, the man saluted and stated, "Comrade Grand Marshal, the superiors have sent me to escort you to Shaoshan. I am the liaison, Fu Jinxing." The liaison lowered his voice and continued, "The superiors have instructed that all operations remain confidential." He retrieved a mobile phone from his briefcase and handed it to Xiao Luo. "Comrade Grand Marshal, please hand over your phone to me. I need to process the location system on your device. From now on, you will communicate using this phone." "Oh," Xiao Luo replied, hurriedly taking out his phone and handing it over to the liaison. "Did the chief say anything?" he asked in a hushed tone. "Nothing further. Comrade Grand Marshal, rest assured, I only need to eliminate the location information and functionality. No other data will be harmed," the liaison assured. He then extracted a device from his briefcase, connecting it to Xiao Luo's phone. After 5 seconds, the liaison unplugged the data cable. "Comrade Grand Marshal, it's done. Let us go. Let me inform my wife," Xiao Luo insisted. "All right," the liaison replied. Xiao Luo quickly ascended the stairs. "Where are you going?" "The superiors have instructed me not to disclose that." "Oh, then you go ahead. I will take care of Xianer. Do not worry." I'm off." After speaking, Xiao Luo hastily descended the stairs. "Let us proceed," Xiao Luo said to the liaison, and the two exited the room. The liaison led Xiao Luo in silence, guiding him through an archway behind the house and into a small mountain area behind Xiao Luo's residence. They paused at a stone, which slowly shifted aside, revealing a passageway approximately 2 meters high and 1.5 meters wide, stretching around 20 meters in length. The liaison gestured for Xiao Luo to enter. "Let us go," the liaison said, leading the way, with Xiao Luo closely following. As they traversed the passageway, Xiao Luo recognized that they were undoubtedly entering a clandestine military command center. After navigating through 10 doors with several twists and turns, they finally arrived at the underground command center. The command center was spacious and featured a massive high-definition display measuring 10 meters in height and 20 meters in length, showcasing images from the Kunping Mountain Laboratory and Particle Collider. In front of the screen stood a long platform, measuring 10 meters in length, 2 meters in width, and 1 meter in height, displaying real-time holographic monitoring images of various global targets. A few individuals were gathered around the platform, with one of them being Xin Yuanhe, whom Xiao Luo recognized. Several meters in front of the platform was a row of integrated operational computers, presumably quantum computers, each manned by a scientist. The liaison hastily approached the podium situated between the screen and the platform and addressed the microphone. "Everyone, please pause." Instantly, all eyes turned to the podium. "I hereby announce the orders of the leader of the Dragon Nation, appointing Grand Marshal Xiao Luo as the commander of the Shaoshan Command Center, effective immediately. Additionally, former commander General Xin Yuanhe will serve as deputy commander, assisting Comrade Xiao Luo in his duties. I invite Comrade Xiao Luo and Xin Yuanhe to proceed with the handover." The liaison concluded his announcement and gestured towards Xiao Luo, who stepped up beside him, with Xin Yuanhe joining from the other side. The two exchanged a handshake upon meeting. "Please hand over the intercom to Comrade Xiao Luo," the liaison instructed, looking at Xin Yuanhe. Xin Yuanhe then presented Xiao Luo with his personal intercom, which Xiao Luo graciously accepted. "Let us all support Comrade Xiao Luo in his work and together elevate our Dragon Nation as scientific endeavors to new heights. Now, I invite Comrade Xiao Luo to address the assembly." With that, the liaison applauded and turned his gaze towards Xiao Luo, who was met with enthusiastic applause from the audience. Xiao Luo surveyed the unfamiliar faces before him and composed himself to deliver his speech. "I am grateful for the trust placed in me by the leader. I shall devote my utmost effort to fulfill my responsibilities and will not disappoint the chief's expectations." After his brief address, he looked towards the liaison. "Now, I invite Comrade Xin Yuanhe to speak," the liaison announced, turning his attention back to Xin Yuanhe. "I fully comprehend the leader's decision. Comrade Xiao Luo is a distinguished scientist of our Dragon Nation, having achieved numerous miracles in the field of quantum science. I am confident that under Comrade Xiao Luo's leadership, our scientific endeavors will reach unprecedented heights." Xin Yuanhe delivered his brief remarks, and once again, the audience erupted into applause. "All right, let us all return to work." Chapter 47. Initiation of the Particle Collision Experiment. Xin Yuanhe, already a 5th-level general and the highest-ranking officer in the army, held the position of commander at the Shaoshan Command Center, which granted him absolute authority over military operations. The Shaoshan Command Center possessed the capability to deploy the most advanced weaponry of the Dragon Nation, capable of delivering devastating strikes against any target in the world. The sudden introduction of the title Grand Marshal of Science and Technology by the leader was perceived by the military merely as a means to facilitate the mobilization of technological resources and talent. However, assigning this Grand Marshal direct control over the Shaoshan Command Center equated to wielding significant military coordination power, leaving everyone puzzled yet compelled to admire the leader's remarkable strategic acumen. From Xiao Luo's perspective, the leader's decision to grant him command over the military was primarily due to Xin Yuanhe's advanced age, nearing 70, despite holding a doctoral degree. Xin Yuanhe had not engaged in academic research and remained superficial in his understanding of scientific endeavors. During his tenure of military leadership, he had shown neither notable failures nor achievements. Had the leader not acquired the elixir of immortality, the command would undoubtedly have passed to Xin Yuanhe. However, with the leader now rejuvenating and achieving immortality, there was no necessity for Xin Yuanhe to succeed him. Thus, appointing Xiao Luo to command the military was the optimal choice, as Xiao Luo possessed extraordinary abilities and the potential for longevity. This arrangement not only placated Xin Yuanhe but also maximized the utilization of Xiao Luo, effectively achieving multiple objectives with a single stroke. Xiao Luo's aspirations were straightforward. If he could develop a planetary spacecraft, he could lead a carefree and ideal life within it. Consequently, he generously donated funds, considering that the wealth was his own to spend and could be replenished. Moreover, given that the particle aggregator could synthesize gold, he could produce as much gold as desired, rendering financial concerns trivial. After Xin Yuanhe briefly introduced the operation of the intercom and the workflow of the Shaoshan Command Center, he proceeded to introduce the members of the command center to Xiao Luo. Once these tasks were completed, Xin Yuanhe transferred the intercom usage rights to Xiao Luo. He demonstrated how to unbind the device on the screen and instructed Xiao Luo to place his palm on the intercom, which then recorded Xiao Luo's biometric information, including audio, facial recognition, iris patterns, static electricity, magnetic field signatures, and biological wave data. Upon verification, the screen confirmed successful binding, allowing Xiao Luo to use the intercom. This intercom has accompanied me for 20 years. Relinquishing it today feels somewhat disconcerting, remarked Xiao Luo. Xin Yuanhe observed the intercom in Xiao Luo's hand and said, "Brother." The leader's arrangement took me by surprise. Initially, I thought I was being transferred to the Kunping Mountain Laboratory, yet here I am. Feigning ignorance, Xiao Luo replied. The leader's decisions are guided by his own wisdom. He is of advanced age, and sometimes his choices are beyond my comprehension. For instance, consider how he betrothed my younger sister to you. We found it perplexing. Yet, through the course of a year, it has been proven that his decisions were indeed wise. Just the other day, you turned the military-industrial stocks of the United States into their shareholders, a truly gratifying blow to our dragon nation. Ultimately, how much did you profit? Over 340 billion. Well done, Xiao Luo. You have brought honor to our dragon nation for centuries. I imagine those Americans must be fuming. He laughed heartily. The highest officials of the United States summoned all their allies to cover this financial loss, Xiao Luo noted. Indeed, those Americans are quite cunning, transferring their losses onto their allies. But tell me, why didn't you allow the American military-industrial complex to sell their advanced weaponry to our dragon nation? This would have saved us considerable effort in development. From what I know, their so-called advanced weapons are merely superficial. While they appear sophisticated, they are overpriced. Take their aerospace aircraft carrier, for example. It is a massive target and too slow to evade missile attacks. They sell each for an astronomical sum of $1 trillion, which is utterly unjustifiable. I estimate their profit margin on such a vessel exceeds 50%. Why should we squander our resources on such an oversized target? You have a point. However, the Americans frequently fly their aerospace carriers over our territory, claiming that high altitude does not constitute airspace, which feels like an affront given our lack of similar capabilities. Americans are shrewd merchants, adept at capitalizing on opportunities. During my recent engagement with their military-industrial stocks, I identified significant economic vulnerabilities. Given time, I could dismantle the entire American economic system, leaving them without the means to stand firm against us. Xiao Luo. I did not expect you to have such profound insight into the Americans. Why not press the advantage and obliterate their economy? At that moment, I had already capitalized on their military-industrial stocks and made a considerable profit, but the leader suddenly called for a halt, advocating mercy. Thus, I ceased my assault on their banking stocks. Otherwise, chaos would have ensued in America, leading to widespread suffering among the populace. Your father, indeed, is too benevolent, unwilling to witness the common American citizen suffering from hunger. Nevertheless, your second strike against the American military-industrial stocks was remarkably astute, inflicting damage without harming the people, while siphoning off decades of savings from the Americans and their allies, a true double-edged sword. Regrettably, the leader has summoned me back to work, leaving no room for further stock engagement. Xin Yuanhe contemplated. I hope you can provide guidance on the workings of the command center. As a newcomer, I am unfamiliar with the processes here. Xiao Luo humbly replied. Commander, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. We are all working towards the prosperity of the Dragon Nation, and I am confident that under your leadership, we shall thrive. You flatter me too much. My achievements are merely a reflection of the leader's nurturing guidance. All credit belongs to the leader's sagacious leadership. I simply fulfill my duties. Yes. My apologies for the oversight, Xin Yuanhe chuckled. Throughout the conversation, Xin Yuanhe discerned Xiao Luo's exceptional intelligence and recognized him as no ordinary individual. With the leader's direct appointment, Xin Yuanhe felt a heightened sense of respect and deference toward Xiao Luo. Once Xiao Luo acclimated to the Shaoshan Command Center, He activated the intercom to connect with the leader, reporting on his progress. The leader's image promptly appeared on the large screen. Leader, this is Xiaoshan. I have completed the handover process and request your approval to initiate the particle collision experiment. Reporting from Xiaoshan Command Center, Commander Xiaoluo. Xiaoluo, I empower you with full responsibility for all scientific research experiments without the need for further consultation. Understood, Xiaoluo responded, and the leader's image vanished from the screen. Professor Yang from the Particle Collision Experiment Lab, Xiaoluo addressed the intercom, and the screen instantly displayed the image of Professor Yang, the head of the lab. Professor Yang, this is Xiaoshan. I command you to prepare for the particle collision experiment immediately. Mission objective, locate the field particle. Repeat, mission objective, locate the field particle. Detailed experimental parameters have been sent to your work email. Please check. The Particle Collision Laboratory acknowledges. Chapter 48. Research cannot be rushed. The Higgs boson, colloquially referred to as the God particle, derives its nickname from its unique characteristics. The advancement of physics has deepened humanity's understanding of particles, ranging from molecules to atoms, and further to electrons, neutrons, and protons, each of which is composed of even smaller particles. According to Einstein's equations, the existence of particles is essentially a manifestation of energy aggregation. Within the smallest particles, there exist components that do not constitute any material substance. Their presence serves to provide a field that allows for alterations in the physical properties of matter within that field. The Higgs boson is one such particle, as it creates a mass field, gathering energy from the field into matter, thereby contributing to the vast and diverse universe we inhabit today. In simpler terms, the Higgs boson is the particle that bestows mass upon matter, making its appearance at the very moment of the universe's inception during the Big Bang, thus earning the moniker of the God particle for its role in the creation of all things. In pursuit of this field particle, Xiaoluo conducts particle collision experiments to uncover its properties, laying the physical theoretical foundation for future particle colliders. During the experiments, he insists on multiple consecutive collisions to enhance the probability of success. Materials Science Institute, this is Command Center Xiaoshan. He communicates through the intercom, prompting the immediate appearance of Director Liu from the Materials Science Institute on the large screen. Director Liu, I hereby command the Materials Science Institute to develop high-temperature resistant materials within a specified time frame and to conduct research on ultra-high-temperature materials. The task email has been sent to your work inbox. Please confirm receipt. Is that clear? Understood, responds Liu, and his image promptly vanishes from the screen. Next, Group Leader Zhang, Xiaoluo continues. This is Command Center Xiaoshan. I order you to prepare 2 strong magnetic field generators for the Particle Collision Laboratory, to be delivered within 10 days. Is that clear? Yes, we will ensure the task is completed. Group Leader Zhang salutes before his image also disappears. Next, from Kunping Mountain Laboratory, the screen reveals the presence of the esteemed Director Xiao Jiangwell. Director Xiao, this is Command Center Xiaoshan. Please report on the assembly progress of the large quantum computer. Report, Xiaoshan. The assembly of the large quantum computer is proceeding smoothly. All modules are in place and assembly is currently underway, expected to be completed in 6 months. Good. Please transmit the assembly design schematic of the large quantum computer to Command Center Xiaoshan. Is that clear? Understood. Director Zhao's image swiftly fades from the screen. Commander, your actions seem rather hasty. Are you not being a bit too impulsive? Xian Yuan, he inquires, standing beside Xiaoluo. As long as it remains within a reasonable scope. Bold actions are justified, Xiaoluo asserts. However, our budget constraints may not accommodate such extensive expenses at this moment. Xian Yuan, he responds. Leave the budgetary concerns to me. Xiaoluo replies. You? Yes, I recently earned a sum from the Alaskan project. Let us utilize that for now. Have them submit the budget. And I will transfer the funds immediately. All right, I will take care of it. Xian Yuan, he says, promptly moving to the computer terminal to take action. Minutes later, he reports back to Xiaoluo, Commander, the total budget for these projects amounts to 1 trillion. Good, provide me with the account details. I will transfer the funds immediately. If that is insufficient, come to me again, Xiaoluo instructs. Understood. Xian Yuan, he guides Xiaoluo to the computer, meticulously verifying the account details before allowing the transfer to proceed. Now we can only wait. The preparations for the Particle Collision Laboratory cannot be completed in a short time. And we have only added to their challenges, Xiaoluo sighs. Indeed, in the realm of scientific research, haste is futile. We must proceed grounded in reality. The only thing left to await is the design schematic from Kunping Mountain Laboratory. I wonder how they have designed it. As Xiao Luo speaks, someone reports that the schematics from Kunping Mountain Laboratory have arrived. He promptly heads over to review them. A heavy forklift is seen slowly transporting a large box of schematics into the command center. It turns out, Director Xiao Jiangwo has transmitted the original blueprints via quantum teleporter. Observing the immense box, Xiao Luo estimates the schematics weigh several tons, yet he diligently examines them one by one. Xiao Luo immerses himself in the meticulous study of the several tons of schematics, snacking casually when hungry and merely sipping plain water when thirsty. He labors tirelessly, dedicating 10 days and nights to thoroughly review the documents. Xin Yuanhe, unable to assist, can only watch in anxiousness. Now connecting to Kunping Mountain Laboratory, he announces. Kunping Mountain Laboratory, this is Command Center Xiaoshan. There are issues with the large quantum computer schematics. I have made the necessary modifications and will transmit the revised schematics to you now. Please ensure that assembly is carried out according to the modified schematics. Is that clear? Kunping Mountain Laboratory understands, comes the reply as Director Xiao Jiangwo's image vanishes from the screen. Xiao Luo then instructs his team to send the modified schematics via the quantum teleporter to Kunping Mountain Laboratory, finally allowing himself a moment of relief. Commander, you have gone 10 days and nights without rest. It is time for you to take a break. Xin Yuan, he expresses concern. It's nothing. Has there been any news from the particle collision laboratory? Xiao Luo inquires. Another 10 days are needed before we receive any updates. Chapter 49. A true genius. The particle collider is an apparatus developed from large particle colliders based on high-energy synchrotrons. Its primary function is to accumulate and accelerate two beams of particle flows injected sequentially by preceding accelerators, colliding them at a certain intensity and energy to generate sufficiently high reaction energy. The types of particle collisions include those involving selected positrons and electrons, hadronic collisions, proton collisions, and single particle collisions, all aimed at testing experimental instruments and exploring the macroscopic effects of microscopic particles. This facilitates the understanding of new regulations governing quantum particles, new particles, and cutting-edge fields of quantum and particle physics. Concurrently, particle collisions represent a natural mechanism through which researchers investigate the causes of particle collision mechanisms, explore the existence of supersymmetry in higher dimensions, and develop new materials. Recently, a team of physicists led by Pier Paolo Mastrolia from the University of Padua and Sebastian Mazzara from Princeton's Institute for Advanced Study published 3 papers revealing the fundamental mathematical structure of these equations. This structure provides a novel method to fold infinite possibilities into dozens of fundamental components. Their approach may enhance predictive accuracy, which is urgently needed if theorists wish to transcend the leading yet incomplete models of particle physics. Dole remarked that they have provided numerous proof-of-concept results, indicating that this is a highly promising technique. The new method bypasses traditional mathematical approaches by directly calculating intersection numbers, with hopes of ultimately achieving a more elegant description of the subatomic realm. Quantum theorist Simon Caron-Hewitt from McGill University stated, "This is not merely mathematics. McGill is currently investigating the implications of Mastrolia and Mazzara's work. Infinite loops. When physicists model particle collisions, they employ a tool known as Feynman diagrams, simplistic schematics invented by Richard Feynman in the 1940s. To grasp these diagrams, consider a simple particle event. 2 quarks collide, exchanging a single gluon, and then diverging along their respective trajectories. In Feynman diagrams, the paths of the quarks are represented by legs, and when particles interact, they converge to form vertices. Feynman devised a formula to transform this cartoon into equations capable of calculating the probability of an event occurring for each leg and vertex. One writes a specific function, usually a fraction involving particle mass and momentum, and sums all products. However, the golden rule of quantum theory is to consider all possibilities, and the exchange of a simple gluon is merely one scenario in the vast array of occurrences that may transpire during a collision between 2 quarks. For instance, the exchanged gluon might instantaneously split into virtual quark pairs and then instantaneously reconstitute. 2 quarks enter, 2 quarks exit, but a myriad of events may transpire in between. A complete accounting, which would yield a perfect prediction, would necessitate an infinite number of diagrams. Perfection is not expected. Yet the key to enhancing computational precision lies in traversing further across countless events. This is where physicists encounter challenges. They possess algorithms to compute probabilities for tree-level and single-loop scenarios. However, numerous double-loop conflicts cause computers to falter. This sets an upper limit on predictive accuracy and on how physicists comprehend what quantum theory conveys. Yet, there exists a glimmer of hope. Physicists need not compute every last integral in intricate Feynman diagrams, as the vast majority can be amalgamated. Thousands of integrals can be simplified into dozens of principal integrals, which are then weighted and summed. However, determining which integrals can be included in which principal integrals is itself a challenging computational problem. Researchers essentially use computers to conjecture millions of relationships, painstakingly extracting combinations of significant integrals. With intersection numbers, physicists may have discovered a method to extract essential information from the vast calculations of Feynman integrals with ease. Geometric fingerprints. Mastrallia and Mazera's work is rooted in a pure mathematical branch known as algebraic topology, which classifies shapes and spaces. Mathematicians utilize homology theory for this classification, enabling them to extract algebraic fingerprints from complex geometric spaces. C.L. Mint-Dupont, a mathematician from the University of Montpellier in France, stated, "This is a summary, an algebraic tool that encapsulates the essence of the space you wish to study." Feynman diagrams can be transformed into geometric spaces suitable for homological analysis. Each point within these spaces may represent one of several scenarios that could arise during a collision between two particles. You might naively hope that by adopting the homology of this space, identifying its algebraic structure, one could compute the weights of the principal integrals supporting that space. However, the types of geometric spaces characterizing most Feynman diagrams have undergone distortions that resist many homological calculations. In 2017, Mazera meticulously analyzed how objects in string theory collided, serendipitously discovering a tool developed by Israeli mathematicians Gelfand and Andrei in the 1970s and 80s, known as strange homology. Later that year, Mazera encountered Mastrallia, who realized that these techniques could also be applied to Feynman diagrams. Last year, they published 3 papers employing this homology theory to simplify calculations related to simple particle collisions. Their method utilizes a series of interconnected physical scenarios, representing them as geometric spaces, and then computes the twisted homology of that space. Mazera remarked, "This strange homology has much to say about the integrals that interest us. Specifically, the twisted homology reveals the expected number of principal integrals and their respective weights, which manifest as values they refer to as intersection numbers. Ultimately, thousands of integrals condense into a weighted sum of dozens of principal integrals. The homological theory that produces these intersection numbers not only alleviates computational burdens but also highlights the physical significance of the most crucial quantities in the calculations. For instance, when a virtual gluon splits into 2 virtual quarks, the potential lifetimes of the quarks may vary. Within the relevant geometric space, each point may represent different quark lifetimes. As researchers compute weights, they observe that scenarios with the longest-lived virtual particles, i.e., instances where particles effectively become real, exert the most significant influence on the outcomes. Warner stepped out of the study to find Xiao Luo. Shinner was there, and upon seeing her son in the stroller, she remarked, "Oh, I am utterly exhausted. I have had no rest for 10 days and nights. I shall retire for some sleep now. When my phone rings, be sure to call me to wake me up," Xiao Luo said, then walked toward the bedroom to sleep, while Warner followed, gazing at his weary form with both concern and helplessness. Meanwhile, in the particle collision experiments, various preparations were underway at a rapid pace. The esteemed director Xiao Jiangwo of Kunping Mountain Laboratory, upon receiving the blueprints transmitted by Xiao Luo, expressed his admiration. "What a genius!" Consequently, Director Xiao Jiangwo had the modified blueprints reprinted and personally visited the assembly site to provide explanations. The pace of assembly accelerated, while Xiao Luo lay at home for an entire day and night. Chapter 50. Xiao Luo's return to the mountain. Xianyuan He's retirement after sleeping for a day and a night. Xiao Luo awoke the following evening. "Darling, you finally woke up," Warner said, reaching out her hand to grasp Xiao Luo's. Beside them, in the baby carriage, Xian called out, "Daddy. Daddy." Xiao Luo, seeing the haggard expression on Warner's face and the innocent gaze of their son, sat up and said with concern, "I'm sorry, Warner. I didn't mean to worry you. I'm perfectly fine." After assuring Warner, he turned to his son, "Shinner, were you worried about Daddy too?" "Daddy just took a short nap. There's nothing to be concerned about. Daddy is a superhero." With that, he struck a superhero pose, eliciting laughter from Xian. "Darling, can't you take a few days off to rest? You work so hard, and I worry about your health," Warner said with deep affection, her eyes reflecting her concern and love. "Silly, how could my body not handle it? Don't forget, We possess the enzyme of immortality. No matter how intense the work, the enzyme will help us recover. You fainted for 3 days last time, and now you've been unconscious for a day and a night again. Is it really necessary to push yourself so hard? Warner continued. The leader has entrusted me with a great responsibility. How could I not give my all? This is the best time for our nation to rise, and only through my utmost efforts can I remain unashamed before our country, Shalua replied resolutely. But your health? Warner sighed. What a little fatigue. Look at me. I'm perfectly fine, Shalua said as he got out of bed and turned around in front of Warner. Please don't worry about my health. Through these 2 periods of slumber, I have uncovered a secret about the enzyme of immortality. Oh, what secret? Warner inquired. It appears that when our bodies endure immense pressure, the enzyme enhances our resistance. During my previous dealings with the stocks of the Ilygian nation, I received an overwhelming amount of information in a very short time, which likely caused damage to my brain cells, resulting in my 3-day slumber. This time, having processed data for 10 consecutive days and nights, I only slept for a day and a night, indicating that my brain's resilience has significantly improved. Therefore, the enzyme allows our bodies to recover stronger than before. So, if I were to learn martial arts, would I quickly become a master? Warner asked eagerly. One could say that, Shalua replied. Wow, I want to give it a try. Warner exclaimed, her enthusiasm ignited. Are you not going to eat before leaving? Shalua asked. The unit provides meals, he said, leaning down to kiss Warner on the forehead, then planting a gentle kiss on their son's forehead. Daddy is going to work now, Shinner. Be sure to listen to your mother. Don't worry about me. I'm fine, he reassured her. Standing on the balcony, Warner felt a surge of emotions as she slowly raised her right hand to wave goodbye to Shalua. What about the deputy commander? He inquired. Commander, I regret that I can no longer work by your side. Having reached my 60s and having commanded for 20 years, I feel I have not lived up to the leader's expectations. I know you are only 136 and already an accomplished scientist, having dealt a heavy blow to the Ilygian nation recently. Your achievements are remarkable, while I have spent most of my life in vain, feeling undeserving. Unfortunately, my stomach ailment has recurred, and I must retire. Please do not hold it against me. Shalua sighed deeply upon reading the letter. Report, Commander. The Materials Science Institute requires an additional budget. A few days ago, the allocated funds were insufficient, only 10 billion. Didn't TI transfer 1 trillion to them? How could they only have 10 billion? Shalua mused, glancing at the letter from Xin Yuan he before realizing the truth. Bring me the official account of the Materials Science Institute immediately, he commanded. The advisor saluted and led Shalua to the computer. Commander, this is the official account of the Materials Science Institute, the advisor stated gravely. This matter is confidential, Shalua instructed. Understood, the advisor replied. After confirming the account via phone, Shalua transferred 5 trillion to the Materials Science Institute. Commander, there is another important matter to report. A flying vehicle from a southeast nation has unlawfully crossed the border. When did this occur? Shalua asked. This afternoon at 5:10 p.m., the advisor replied. Immediately activate the satellite to lock onto the target, Shalua ordered. The advisor saluted and promptly retrieved satellite surveillance images. The screen displayed the flight trajectory and details of the southeast nation's aircraft. Connect me to the leader's emergency line. Shalua instructed through the intercom, and a small window appeared on the screen, revealing the leader's image. Report, Leader. The southeast nation's aircraft has entered our airspace, and we have locked onto the target. Please provide instructions. Shalua, what is your assessment of the situation? The leader inquired. Report, Leader. I believe we should seize this opportunity to occupy the entire territory of the southeast nation, Shalua asserted. This is a significant matter. Are you confident? The leader asked. Report, Leader. I am 100% confident, Shalua affirmed. Oh, how long will it take to resolve this? The leader probed. Report, Leader. With just 24 hours. I can initiate a thunderous counteroffensive to occupy the entire southeast nation, Shalua declared. Very well. I appoint you as the commander-in-chief. You have full authority to mobilize the forces. It has been over 200 years. It is time to resolve this matter thoroughly. Order the troops to enter a state of first-level readiness, the leader commanded. Yes, Shalua replied. As soon as he finished speaking, the leader's image vanished from the screen. Order, Shalua shouted, and the command center fell silent. All land, sea, air, and electromagnetic units, enter combat readiness. Came the resounding reply from the command center, reverberating throughout the mountain. Brothers, the leader has entrusted us with such an important task. Do we have the confidence to accomplish it? Yes. Chapter 51. The chief's urgent summons to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo remained unmoved as the chief convened an urgent meeting concerning the incursion of the southeastern nation's aircraft at 5:10 p.m. Please, everyone, feel free to express your views, the chief began. We have already lodged a formal protest with the southeastern nation and hope they do not escalate the situation further. I believe they will refrain from any additional actions. The Secretary of Foreign Affairs remarked, "This incident strikes me as quite peculiar. For the past 2 centuries, such occurrences have been unheard of, and we have coexisted peacefully all this time. This sudden incursion suggests ulterior motives." The chief of the executive yuan added, "Intelligence reports indicate that the fleets of the Eastern Nation and the Han Nation are on high alert. Moreover, the fleet of Australia has left its naval port, and there have been unusual movements at the American base in Ryukyu. Just days ago, the Americans increased their stealth aircraft to a total of 100. And their strategic bomber bases in the Pacific are poised for immediate deployment, with their aerospace carriers slowly advancing toward our airspace." The director of the Intelligence Bureau reported, "Our military is now on high alert and ready to engage." Xiao Luo responded, "I perceive this incident is far from straightforward. In my analysis, the Americans have suffered considerable losses during the global financial crisis, leading to a wave of bankruptcies and rising unemployment. With their allies withdrawing investments, they are facing severe domestic economic issues. Recently, there have been numerous requests from them for supplies. Thus, I suspect this incident is a ploy by the Americans, using the southeastern nation as a pawn to create turmoil and distract their populace from the financial crisis." The chief inquired, "What are your thoughts, Grand Marshal?" Turning to Xiao Luo, "Esteemed leaders," Xiao Luo proposed, "we could turn the tables and occupy the southeastern nation." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to him. "Please elaborate," the chief urged. "The southeastern nation is small and has remained stagnant economically for 2 centuries, hardly surpassing our South Sea province. With a population of just over 20 million, they can muster only around 300,000 troops, which would be insufficient even in a rapid mobilization. Their military equipment is severely outdated, lacking even electromagnetic weaponry. Such a force is utterly inadequate against our military. We need only to conduct electromagnetic suppression before deploying quantum transporters into their central region, allowing us to swiftly transport troops and equipment for a decisive strike. I estimate we could capture it within 10 hours. However, modern warfare is exceedingly destructive." The chief of the executive yuan cautioned, "Even if we seize the southeastern nation, it would be reduced to ruins, incurring exorbitant costs for reconstruction. This concern is unwarranted." Xiao Luo reassured, "Modern warfare has evolved dramatically since 2 centuries ago. We now possess the technological advantage in electromagnetic warfare, cyber warfare, and information warfare, areas in which the southeastern nation is particularly vulnerable. Furthermore, we hold a trump card that, once unleashed, could facilitate swift decapitation operations, ensuring the war concludes rapidly with minimal impact on the civilian populace. With the infrastructure capabilities of our nation, we could restore it to its former state within 2 months. And the financial implications would be manageable, estimated at under 10 trillion. After sharing his battle plan with the attendees, Xiao Luo noticed everyone attentively reviewing the document. What if the Americans intervene in the conflict? The chief of the executive yuan expressed concern. "I have already prepared for that eventuality," Xiao Luo replied confidently. "Once authorized by higher-ups, I will implement my alternative economic strategy, ensuring the Americans will be disinclined to intervene. My plan is to remain inactive for now. The following day, as the American stock market opens, we will launch a precision strike against their stocks. They have already suffered significant economic losses and will likely be unable to withstand a second market shock, thereby deterring them from any reckless actions. Since we can resolve this swiftly without harming the southeastern populace and the Americans remain uninvolved, I support Grand Marshal Xiao Luo's plan," the chief declared. With the chief's endorsement, "I have no objections," the chief of the executive yuan concurred. "I, too, stand in support," the director of the Intelligence Bureau nodded. "I echo the sentiments of my colleagues." The Secretary of Foreign Affairs added, "Since there is unanimous agreement, we shall proceed to fully cooperate with the Commander's directives," the chief proclaimed. "Indeed." The assembly responded in unison. The chief, having reviewed the situation, addressed Xiao Luo, "Proceed." Upon exiting the conference room, Xiao Luo entered the quantum transporter. Emerging from it, he was met with a heavy guard at the entrance. The sentinel saluted as Xiao Luo stepped out, and the waiting officer hurriedly approached him. "Commander, what are the updates?" "The higher-ups have approved my plan," Xiao Luo stated as he made his way toward the command center, the officer closely in tow. When do we commence our operations? The officer inquired, visibly anxious. Connect me to the commanders of the Eastern, Southern, and Western troops, Xiao Luo instructed. And the large screen immediately displayed the images of the 3 troop commanders. Report, Grand Marshal. The Eastern troop is fully prepared for combat and ready to engage. Commander Lu Xiangyang, at your service. Report, Grand Marshal. The Southern troop is fully prepared for combat and ready to engage. Commander Zhai Yaohui, at your service. Report, Grand Marshal. The Western troop is fully prepared for combat and ready to engage. Commander Qi Meng, at your service. All troops, heed my command. The operational orders have been dispatched to you. Execute immediately. Those who disobey will face military law. Xiao Luo ordered sternly. All units, synchronize your watches, Xiao Luo commanded again. The screen filled with the images of the commanders of all military units. Comrades, for the dignity of our nation, we must brave the flames. Xiao Luo declared passionately. To defend our nation to the death. To defend our nation to the death. To defend our nation to the death. Echoed the military commanders in unison. Their images disappearing from the screen, replaced by satellite imagery of the Bailu Island. The officer inquired, Commander, what is our next course of action? Xiao Luo, alert. Glanced at the officer, startling him into silence. I will inform you of any developments, Xiao Luo replied coldly. Bring up the holographic representation of the enemy's military distribution. One of the strategists requested. At that moment, the large screen displayed footage of the encroaching aircraft. Commander, please give the order, the deputy commander, General SUSI-MANHUA, pleaded. The time is not yet ripe. Patience is essential, Xiao Luo responded, his gaze fixed on the holographic display. Report to the commander. The Eastern troop is requesting engagement. Seeking immediate authorization to strike the target. Please approve. The voice of the Eastern troop commander filled the screen. Stand by. Xiao Luo commanded. Yes. The Eastern troop commander replied before the image faded. Report to the commander. The Southern troop is requesting engagement, seeking immediate authorization to strike the target. Please approve. The Southern troop commander echoed. Stand by. Yes. Report to the commander. The electromagnetic unit is requesting engagement, seeking immediate authorization to strike the target. Please approve. They implored. Stand by. Yes. As the images of the requesting commanders disappeared, a war alert sounded throughout the command center. Alert. As the aircraft once again encroached upon our airspace. Deputy Commander SUSI-MANHUA urgently advised Xiao Luo, Commander, please issue the order. However, Xiao Luo pondered, the moment is not yet ripe. He commanded all corps. Do not act recklessly. Chapter 52. Xiao Luo resigns the following morning. Xiao Luo approached the leader to tender his resignation. Leader, here is my resignation letter for your consideration, he said, handing over the document. The leader glanced at it, astonished. You wish to resign? He inquired, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Xiao Luo affirmed quietly. It is a matter of exchanging real money for leadership, which would be disadvantageous in warfare. Why do you choose to resign? Leader, Xiao Luo explained. The reason for my resignation is that I have conceived a more ideal plan. Should this plan succeed, it will not only fulfill the grand ambitions of the Dragon Kingdom, but also render the United States hesitant to provoke us henceforth. Various signs indicate that the United States is orchestrating a scheme against our Dragon Kingdom, stemming from its economic losses incurred days ago, with the intent to extort us. We must turn the tables and ensure that the United States pays a heavy price. Your reasoning is sound. Please elaborate on your plan, the leader urged. Xiao Luo proceeded to articulate his strategy in detail. Firstly, as the primary orchestrator of this initiative, I cannot participate in an official capacity to avoid giving the United States any leverage that could be detrimental in future negotiations. Secondly, the operational plan remains consistent with the rough outline from last night. I have drafted a comprehensive combat strategy. If executed properly, the small southeastern nation will surely be defeated. He then handed the plan to the leader. This plan must be executed under conditions of absolute confidentiality to achieve optimal results, he added. Of course, a peaceful resolution would be preferable. However, if the United States truly intervenes, the leader expressed his concerns. This plan must be executed in my personal capacity. Having resigned from my position as the commander-in-chief, I can only represent my personal financial endeavors. Even if the United States pursues the matter, they can only blame their economic vulnerabilities, as I merely exploited a loophole. Furthermore, the United States has engaged in such dealings before. This approach allows our Dragon Kingdom to accomplish its great mission without incurring casualties. Truly, It is the most ideal solution, leader. Indeed, the grand ambitions of our Dragon Kingdom have long been a source of distress for its sons and daughters over the past 2 centuries. My father, on his deathbed, could not find peace due to this matter. If this plan succeeds, how many righteous souls could find solace? The leader sighed. We must act swiftly. Implement the plan immediately and let me know what you require. I will arrange it without delay. Then you should proceed to the Imperial Hotel and take the sword I have given you. If anyone dares to obstruct you, act decisively. Execute first and report later. With no punishment, even if it involves Xinyuan Hong. The leader continued. Additionally, I will dispatch a mobile unit to protect you. They will follow your command. However, your research. Leader, you need not worry. After I depart from the Kunpeng Mountain Laboratory, all my responsibilities will be assumed by the esteemed director Xiao Jingwo. 11 years ago, he imparted his knowledge to me and has been my mentor in research. Director Xiao is meticulous in his work and possesses exceptional skills, a true luminary in quantum science. With him overseeing the Kunpeng Mountain Laboratory, you can rest assured. Moreover, all my research projects are duly registered, even in my absence. They will progress systematically without oversight issues, only the timeline may vary. Very well, implement your plan immediately, the leader concluded, alleviating all concerns. Understood. Xiao Luo responded before exiting the leader's office. Subsequently, the leader urgently convened a high-level meeting to discuss the selection of the next commander-in-chief. The assembly struggled to identify a suitable candidate, recognizing the need for caution in leadership transitions during wartime. After much deliberation, they ultimately confirmed the leader as the new commander-in-chief. Chapter 53, Armed Takeover of the Emperor Hotel. After exiting the leader's office, Commander Liao Qihong of the Mobile Corps saluted Xiao Luo in the lobby of the office building. Your Excellency, I have been ordered by the leader to take immediate command of Mobile Corps 1 for your security. I am Major General Liao Qihong, and I await your instructions. Fully armed, Commander Liao was accompanied by a contingent of 20 combat personnel. Let us proceed to the Emperor Hotel, Xiao Luo instructed. Yes, please follow me, Liao Qihong replied, leading Xiao Luo and the accompanying team to the basement of the building. As they walked, Commander Liao communicated via his intercom. Issuing commands to the Mobile Corps, all units, mobilize immediately, target, the Emperor Hotel. Mission, secure the position and control the entire hotel. No one is to enter or exit. Reporting, Commander. Our full contingent has mobilized, with an expected strength of 3,000, currently at 2,980. Target, the Emperor Hotel. The Airborne Mobile Battalion will arrive at the target in 10 seconds and will parachute to secure the area. Ground forces are expected to arrive in 10 minutes. Deputy Commander Zhao Qigong, please advise. Order all units to advance at full speed. Commanded Liao Qihong resolutely. As a quantum transporter emerged, the hotel staff looked on in astonishment. Who are you? Special Operations Team 1, take immediate control of the hotel surveillance room. Understood, replied the team leader, who then swiftly led 10 Special Operations personnel to the monitoring center of the Emperor Hotel. Stay alert, Commander Liao continued, as the armed personnel swiftly established defensive positions, ensuring Xiao Luo's safety at the center. Your Excellency, please follow me. Commander Liao guided Xiao Luo towards the stock trading room in the basement, while reports of progress continued to arrive. Reporting, Commander. The Airborne Battalion has reached the airspace above the Emperor Hotel and is commencing descent. Parachuting will be completed in 5 minutes. Battalion Commander Meng Fan, please advise. Meng Fan, after your descent, deploy a company to swiftly secure all hotel entrances and await the ground forces. Any resistance must be detained on site. All other personnel are to enter the hotel and secure all individuals to implement the takeover. Execute the orders. Affirmative. Commander Liao's intercom crackled with Ming Fan's response, followed by a report from the Special Operations Team. Reporting, Commander. Special Operations Team 1 has secured the hotel surveillance room. Please advise. Upon hearing this, Commander Liao commanded, excellent. The Special Operations Team is to remain on standby. No one is permitted to enter the surveillance room without my authorization. Any violators will be apprehended on site. Understood. The Special Operations Team acknowledged as Commander Liao continued to lead Xiao Luo towards the stock trading room. Open the door, Commander Liao ordered the armed personnel nearby. Yes. 2 armed personnel responded, promptly unlocking a box they carried. They applied a deactivator to the electronic lock on the door, activating it. In 5 seconds, the door swung open. Seeing the door ajar, Commander Liao signaled the remaining armed personnel to rush in and establish control. Chapter 54, Xiao Luo persuades Xin Yuan Hong. The Mobile Corps, also referred to as the Mobile Troop, represents the most elite armed force within the Dragon Kingdom's military, primarily tasked with the protection of its leaders. This unit is intricately involved in population systems and intelligence operations. It is equipped with advanced technology, including all-weather, large disc-shaped aircraft known as the Phylong, specially designed by the Quantum Science Academy. This aircraft employs a magnetic field reaction propulsion system, enabling rapid and silent flight, as well as extended hovering capabilities. The Phylong can transport an entire battalion and excels in rapid armed deployment and covert operations. The name Phylong symbolizes an elusive presence, embodying mystery and enigma. The aircraft is outfitted with electromagnetic weaponry, capable of locking onto enemy aircraft and jamming surrounding electromagnetic signals. The Mobile Corps comprises 3 battalions. The 1st Battalion, known as the Dragon Battalion, is led by General Meng Fan, a first-level general. It consists of 40 pilots responsible for operating the Phylong and its various armaments, including missiles and laser weapons. Additionally, there are 90 personnel dedicated to controlling humanoid combat robots, alongside an elite force of 870 special operations troops. Each battalion is further divided into 3 companies, each comprising 320 special operatives and 30 humanoid robots. The 2nd Battalion, the Tiger Battalion, is commanded by General Zhao Qigong, a second-level general and the deputy commander. This battalion is equipped with 500 humanoid combat robots, each fitted with a miniature quantum computer and powered by electricity, allowing for continuous operation for 30 days on a full charge. These robots can disguise themselves as enemy units to deceive foes and possess the capability to autonomously seek and eliminate targets. They are armed with precision rifles, grenade launchers, assault rifles, and military daggers, capable of executing lethal strikes based on target parameters. Constructed from the latest materials, they are lightweight yet highly protective, rendering conventional bullets ineffective. Only artillery-grade weapons can inflict damage. Comprising 1,000 soldiers, the 2nd Battalion includes 500 tasked with remote operation and ammunition replenishment for the humanoid robots. These robots utilize quantum communication, rendering them immune to interference, and exhibit agility akin to humans, colloquially referred to as Tiger Biao within the military. An additional 100 soldiers operate various vehicles, including tanks, aircraft, transport, and supply vehicles, while the remaining 400 are also special forces operatives. The 3rd Battalion is primarily responsible for intelligence reconnaissance and collection, led by General Mi Ji, a second-level general. This battalion has direct access to population and military intelligence systems for investigative purposes, with the authority to deploy satellites for tracking targets. Cyber warfare has long been a forte of the 3rd Battalion, adept at breaching civilian networks to obtain intelligence. Furthermore, they are skilled in stealth and subterfuge, leading to the common military adage that there is no intelligence the 3rd Battalion cannot uncover if they so desire. The members of this battalion remain enigmatic, scattered across the globe, perpetually gathering intelligence. Xiao Luo and Commander Liao Qihong stood outside the command room in the basement of the Imperial Hotel, witnessing several special operations soldiers rush through the entrance before they followed suit. Inside the U-shaped command room, the computer stations were filled with stock traders, while Xin Yuan Hong stood centrally, facing off against the armed special forces. Who dares intrude upon my Imperial Hotel-esque basement? Xin Yuan Hong slowly turned, only to be met with Xiao Luo's composed voice. Second brother, the leader has instructed me to borrow your trading room. Oh, it's you, Luoge. Xin Yuan Hong exclaimed upon recognizing Xiao Luo and Commander Liao Qihong. General Liao, what brings you here? Second young master. I have been ordered by the leader to take control of the Imperial Hotel. I hope for your cooperation and ask for your understanding in this matter. Commander Liao Qihong replied. Luoge, General Liao, had you informed me prior to your arrival, this hotel would have been yours to command without fuss. There was no need for such hostility. Command your men to lower their weapons. Second young master, military orders are pressing, and your subordinates bear arms, leaving us no choice but to act accordingly. General Liao, my men carry weapons to ensure my protection. Otherwise, how could my safety be guaranteed? You should command your people to lower their arms, Xin Yuan Hong insisted sternly. Stand down, Commander Liao Qihong ordered. The special operations soldiers complied, lowering their weapons, which allowed Xin Yuan Hong's men to swiftly apprehend them. What is this? Commander Liao Qihong queried, perplexed. Ha, General Liao. After all these years with my father, you still lack basic awareness. I'm astonished at your naivety, Xin Yuan Hong boasted. Second brother, given the urgency of the situation. I hope you do not jeopardize the leader's significant affairs, Xiao Luo interjected gently. Second brother, I have no intention of involving myself. I did not anticipate matters escalating to this point. Luoge, you are a genius, and I commend you for the wealth you have generated for me. However, do not forget your position. You are but an outsider to the Xian Yuan clan. I fail to understand why that old man would marry my sister to you. Indeed, you possess the acumen for profit and technology. Yet remember, only power can govern the world, and I shall be the sovereign of the Dragon Kingdom. You ought to assist me, Luoge. Second brother, my service to the leader is in aid of the entire Dragon Kingdom, and thus, in assistance to you as well. Luoge, do you truly wish to support me? Xin Yuan Hong's inquiry left Xiao Luo momentarily speechless. Second brother, to speak candidly, I too question why the leader would betroth one heir to me. Yet, what can I do? I am merely a scientist. I am unworthy of being her husband. However, it is as it is, and I must accept reality. My elder brother's situation was unexpected. The letter he left me is perplexing. Is money truly that paramount? Of course it is. Wealth can procure weapons, technology, and luxury. Luoge, stand with me, and I shall fulfill all your desires. Second brother, wealth does not necessarily win hearts. The leader will always be the leader of the Dragon Kingdom. No one can replace him. If you seek the leader's favor, your focus should be on the greater good. Wisdom and virtue, along with empathy for the populace, are the true paths. Luoge, does this imply you are unwilling to collaborate with me? I am the legitimate heir of the Xian Yuan clan. My elder brother has retired, and that old man is nearing his end. Once he passes, the next leader of the Dragon Kingdom shall undoubtedly be me. Is that so? Xiao Luo affirmed with certainty. Indeed, second young master, I can attest to that. Commander Liao Qihong added. That old man even thought to leave me some inheritance. Humph. It seems I misjudged him. Xian Yuan Hong muttered to himself. Since that is the case, Luoge, feel free to proceed, Xian Yuan Hong concluded, signaling for Xiao Luo to use the computer for trading, prompting Xiao Luo to approach the quantum computer. At that moment, the command room was suddenly plunged into darkness. Chapter 55, Meng Fan turns the tide. Xiao Luo strategizes for the coming storm. The sudden blackout in the basement of the Imperial Hotel took everyone by surprise. As Xiao Luo entered the stock trading room, the scene had already been discovered by the special operations team in the hotel's monitoring room. They promptly reported the situation to Captain Meng Fan of the 1st Battalion, who swiftly organized his forces to converge on the stock trading room. Along the way, anyone they encountered was silenced and detained. The dialogue between Xiao Luo and Xian Yuan Hong provided Captain Meng Fan with precious time. Observing a shift in the situation through a real-time battlefield tablet, he seized the opportunity and ordered a special operations team to cut the power to the basement. Leading his troops, they stormed in, catching Xian Yuan Hong's subordinates off guard, and swiftly bound them all, while also rescuing the special operations members who had been captured by Xian Yuan Hong's men. With the situation now under control, Captain Meng Fan commanded the power to be restored. Report to the Grand Marshal. The 1st Battalion of the Mobile Regiment is here to report for duty. Please provide your instructions, said the 2nd-level General, Captain Meng Fan, bowing to Xiao Luo. General Meng Fan, you have accomplished a great feat, Xiao Luo remarked as he approached him. Is everyone uninjured? Report to the Grand Marshal. My battalion is entirely unharmed. Excellent. It is best that there are no injuries, Xiao Luo replied, turning to Commander Liao Qihong. Commander Liao, I order you to immediately disable all signals in the hotel area and detain all hotel staff, relocating them to a secure location. Once the 3rd Battalion arrives, they will conduct a thorough check of all hotel personnel. As for the hotel guests, they will be uniformly accommodated in the basement. Then, let our men don hotel uniforms to welcome the 2nd Battalion's arrival. Once they arrive, have the 1st Battalion elevate the Flying Dragon to hover 500 meters above the hotel, releasing clouds to conceal it, while monitoring all activities within a 10-kilometer radius of the hotel. Additionally, instruct the 2nd Battalion to set ambushes at all key intersections leading to the hotel. Any remnants of Xian Yuan Hong that attempt to approach must be captured, and those who resist with weapons shall be eliminated without hesitation. Xiao Luo provided these directives to Commander Liao Qihong. Understood. And what of Xian Yuan Hong? Commander Liao inquired. Search him thoroughly for all communication devices. Then assign personnel to confine him to the hotel's top floor. There must be no mistakes, Xiao Luo instructed sternly. Understood, Commander Liao responded. You may command from the Flying Dragon. I need to remain here to continue my work, Xiao Luo said as he approached the computer to operate it. As several special operations team members were about to detain Xian Yuanhong, he suddenly shouted, "On what grounds do you arrest me?" "By virtue of this," Xiao Luo replied. Brandishing his sword, the sword of leadership, it is better to strike first and report later. Seeing this, Xian Yuanhong was too intimidated to move. Allowing the special operations team to swiftly restrain him, cuffing his hands and escorting him out of the basement. Xian Yuanhong's subordinates in the basement were completely subdued, leaving only Xiao Luo, while the special operations team stood guard at the door of the trading room. Following Xiao Luo's orders, Commander Liao Qihong detained all hotel staff, directed technical personnel to swiftly grasp the hotel's management protocols, and had the special operations team members don hotel uniforms, resuming normal operations as if nothing had occurred at the Imperial Hotel. Commander Liao also handed Xian Yuanhong's communication devices to the technical team for verification. Meanwhile, Xiao Luo immersed himself in the study of stocks from the Alijian nation. A storm was on the horizon. Chapter 56. The Ruthless Manipulation of the Aryan Stock Market by Xiao Luo. Xian Yuanhong, as the favored second son of the leader, was pampered from a young age, garnering the unwavering allegiance of many high-ranking officials. As he matured, his arrogance grew unchecked, dismissing those around him with disdain. However, Xian Yuanhong was also drawn to various forms of entertainment, befriending numerous figures from the underworld. He frequently commanded respect in these circles, engaging in reckless behavior. While the criminal factions thrived under his name, amassing wealth, most of which found its way into his private accounts. As the leader approached his twilight years, suggestions arose for Xian Yuanhong to prepare for succession. Initially, he dismissed the notion of vying for power, recognizing that his elder brother, Xian Yuanhe, had been groomed for leadership since childhood. Nonetheless, those around him urged him to be prepared. Should Xian Yuanhe ascend to power, he must not appear weak, lest he be denied any chance of resistance. Heeding their advice, Xian Yuanhong actively cultivated his influence in both legitimate and illicit spheres, establishing a gang known as the Red Gang. Operating under Xian Yuanhong's banner, the Red Gang collected protection fees and engaged in stock market activities, while also procuring various beauties for his indulgence. The gang adhered to an unspoken rule against unnecessary provocations, thus rarely drawing the ire of law enforcement, allowing them to dominate the underworld in the capital. They also worked tirelessly to strengthen Xian Yuanhong's position among the elite, bribing high-ranking officials with attractive women and substantial sums of money, solidifying his status as a kingpin in both the criminal and legitimate worlds. Xian Yuanhong managed to win over several high-ranking aides, such as secretaries and assistants, as well as military officers in subordinate roles. However, the senior officials had already pledged their loyalty to Xian Yuanhe, leaving Xian Yuanhong unable to sway them. Even with his growing influence, he remained a formidable figure within the upper echelons. A decade prior, the leader had become aware of his two sons' antics. Initially, he perceived their mischief as harmless, believing some experience would serve them well. Yet, he soon realized that Xian Yuanhong was aimlessly drifting through life, associating with unsavory characters and neglecting responsibilities. After a conversation with his father, Xian Yuanhong vowed to change, and for a time, he seemed to comply. However, as the years passed, the leader, acutely aware of his advancing age and impending mortality, inherently considered his sons as potential successors. Despite the public's anticipation regarding the eldest son, Xian Yuanhe, who, albeit mediocre, held an inflated sense of self-worth, the younger son remained idle and rebellious. Frustrated by his son's lack of potential, the leader pinned his hopes on Xiao Luo's elixir of immortality. He believed that by harnessing this extraordinary substance, he could secure eternal life and alleviate the burden of succession, even if it meant sacrificing his daughter. The leader successfully acquired the elixir and launched a groundbreaking technological initiative. Xiao Luo's prowess in the stock market was also awakened, significantly bolstering China's economy. Most crucially, he managed to outmaneuver Xian Yuanhe, seizing military power, and now sought to eliminate Xian Yuanhong's supporters through Xiao Luo's agency. Should this plan succeed, the leader could reclaim control over China's governance, establishing himself as an everlasting authority. Even if Xiao Luo were to fail, the leader could still exploit the situation to eliminate obstacles and profit from the chaos. To the leader, Xiao Luo was merely a pawn, a piece whose fate could be manipulated at will. After addressing Xian Yuanhong at the Imperial Hotel, Xiao Luo entrusted the task of dismantling Xian Yuanhong's faction to Commander Liao Qihong, while he focused intently on the current stock market conditions in the hotel's trading room. Following the events of the previous night, The stock prices of the Aryan nation surged by over 100. Many investors speculated that the Aryan nation would respond with military force, escalating regional tensions, leading to a rush to acquire military stocks. Currently, acquiring Aryan military stocks was exorbitantly costly. The usual price for Aryan banking stocks hovered around 3,500 points. Yet they had plummeted to less than 800 points, showing little sign of recovery. Once the Aryan military conglomerates divested their holdings, they would undoubtedly turn to banking stocks, creating an opportunity for a buyer. Xiao Luo mused to himself, shifting his focus toward Aryan banking stocks. Despite the financial storm, no signs of the conglomerates entering the banking market had emerged, as their capital was tied up in military stocks, leaving them unable to withdraw. Seizing the moment, Xiao Luo invested 100 trillion long coins to acquire 100 trillion Aryan dollars for a bottom-fishing endeavor in Aryan banking stocks, purchasing every share available at 100 Aryan dollars, totaling 134 million shares. The price of Aryan banking stocks swiftly rose to 1,200 points. To avoid drawing attention from the Aryan conglomerates, Xiao Luo strategically listed his 200 trillion shares at 2,000 Aryan dollars, 120 million shares at 2,500 Aryan dollars, and finally, 200 million shares at 3,000 Aryan dollars. He decided to leave the remaining 1 trillion shares untouched for the time being. On the large screen, Aryan military stocks plummeted, while banking stocks soared. In a mere 10 minutes, Xiao Luo's 200 trillion shares had been completely consumed. A triumphant smirk crossed his face as he observed the shifting dynamics of the stock market. As his stock holdings dwindled, his account balance surged. The 120 million shares were swiftly devoured, indicating the Aryan conglomerate's substantial appetite. Remarkably, military stocks had dipped below 3,000 points, a curious development indeed. Xiao Luo recognized that 3,000 points represented a critical threshold, as Aryan allies had purchased stocks at this price and would not accept losses. Stocks priced above 3,000 points were entirely under the control of the Aryan conglomerates. With 140 million shares sold, Xiao Luo had amassed 340 billion Aryan dollars. His 200 million shares were also rapidly depleting. Meanwhile, Aryan military stocks plummeted from 3,000 points to 2,000 points, as the absence of major buyers contributed to their swift decline. As military stocks fell to 1,500 points, Xiao Luo's banking stocks were nearing completion of their sell-off. The moment had arrived. Xiao Luo listed the remaining 1 trillion Aryan banking shares at 3,499 points. And as soon as he completed the transaction, his 200 million shares were sold out, driving the stock price to 3,499 points. At this juncture, Xiao Luo had accrued 940 billion Aryan dollars, nearing his initial investment of 1,000 billion. With the remaining 1 trillion shares continuing to dwindle, Aryan military stocks gradually retreated to around 1,495 points. Amused, Xiao Luo seized the opportunity, utilizing 150 billion Aryan dollars to purchase military stocks at 1,495 Aryan dollars, acquiring over 1 million shares. The military stocks promptly rebounded to 1,500 points, even briefly surpassing this threshold, while his banking stocks rapidly diminished. Within an hour, Xiao Luo had completely liquidated his banking portfolio. Laughing heartily, Xiao Luo reveled in his success. By this point, he had earned 4,439 billion, achieving a staggering return of 343.9. He released his newly acquired military stocks at 1,000 points, quickly selling 10 million shares, followed by an additional 20 million shares at 800 points. The pace of sales slowed significantly, ultimately resulting in the sale of 18 million shares. Aryan military stocks continued to plummet, while banking stocks fluctuated around 1,500 points with minimal variation. You greedy consortiums, upon witnessing the surge in bank stocks, hastily divested your military stocks, just as I anticipated. Now, it seems there are no buyers left, is there? Relying on retail investors to take over is nothing short of a delusion. Having acquired bank stocks, you now find yourselves unable to extricate your investments, and I can only imagine your anxiety. At this moment, Xiao Luo has sold over 43 million shares of military stocks, retaining 67 million shares. With an investment of merely 150 billion yuan, he has successfully shorted the military stocks of the United States. It is time to reel in the profits. Currently, the confidence of shareholders in the U.S. military stocks has plummeted, leading many to sell their shares below 100 points, resulting in a relentless decline in stock prices. Meanwhile, the U.S. consortium has just invested in bank stocks, leaving them unable to allocate additional funds to military stocks, allowing Xiao Luo to seize the opportunity to buy at the bottom. He purchased all the shares being sold by the shareholders, leaving only one share unpurchased, which caused the price of U.S. military stocks to continue its downward trend without any signs of recovery. It was only when the military stock price fell to 1 yuan that the decline ceased, and Xiao Luo reveled in his acquisitions, with his holdings surging to 150 billion shares, costing him less than 100 billion yuan. Seeing that the low-priced stocks were dwindling, Xiao Luo promptly listed all his acquired military stocks at a price of 2,999 points. Consequently, the stock price skyrocketed to 2,999 points. At this juncture, Xiao Luo's stock account still held a balance of 4,339 billion yuan. Therefore, he invested another 500 billion yuan to purchase 1 billion shares of U.S. energy stocks at a price of 5,000 yuan, employing the same strategy to short the energy stocks, which subsequently plummeted to 200 yuan. Xiao Luo then utilized substantial funds to buy at the bottom of U.S. energy stocks, accumulating a total of 1 billion shares for less than 150 billion yuan. Now, Xiao Luo possesses 150 billion shares of U.S. military stocks listed at 29.99 yuan and 1 billion shares of U.S. energy stocks listed at 4,999 points, with a remaining stock balance of 2,800 billion yuan. Even if all stocks were to fail, he would still net a profit of 1,800 billion yuan. The U.S. consortium is currently unable to mobilize additional funds to counter Xiao Luo, leaving the U.S. stock market at his mercy. Chapter 57. Liao Qihong's ingenious strategy to clear the court. Xiao Luo was fervently engaged in the bustling activities of the national stock market within the Imperial Grand Hotel, while the protective unit stationed at the hotel was equally industrious. Colonel Liao Qihong spent half an hour addressing the affairs within the Imperial Grand Hotel, and the 2nd Battalion had already arrived. Colonel Liao ordered Deputy Colonel Zhao Qigong to split the 2nd Battalion into 2 teams. One team was to lie in ambush at the corner of the hotel's Seoul Passage, heavily fortified with armored vehicles and 800 Tiger Biao soldiers. Their primary mission was to intercept and capture Xianyuan Hong's accomplices entering the hotel. The other team was stationed at the entrance and plaza of the Imperial Grand Hotel, where they were to guard the premises disguised as hotel staff, appearing indistinguishable from real employees. Colonel Liao Qihong, Deputy Colonel Zhao Qigong, and 1st Battalion Commander Ming Fan entered the Flying Dragon for command. Ascend to 500 meters and hover. Colonel Liao commanded. Understood. Ascending to 500 meters, the operator responded. The Flying Dragon slowly detached from the ground, swiftly rising to 450 meters before decelerating to reach 500 meters. The Flying Dragon has ascended and is now hovering at 500 meters. The operator reported. Release the vapor for concealment, Colonel Liao instructed. Understood. Releasing vapor for concealment. The operator complied, enveloping the aircraft in a mist, rendering it merely a cloud from the ground. 3rd Battalion, this is the Colonel. How goes the reconnaissance? Colonel Liao called to 3rd Battalion Commander Mi Ji. Good. Initiate the Lure the Snake from its whole operation plan immediately. Send a simulated signal to all leaders of the Red Gang in the name of Xianyuan Hong, enticing them to the Imperial Grand Hotel. Once they have all landed, the Tiger Biao disguised as hotel staff will approach and capture the leaders, Colonel Liao commanded. Come to the Imperial Grand Hotel at once. I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Ring. Ring. Miji's computer rang with a call from the Red Gang. Initiate simulated audio communication. Miji ordered the reconnaissance soldier. Understood. The soldier activated the simulation of Xianyuan Hong's voice to answer the call. Boss, what orders do you have? Came a voice from the other end. Yes, I will bring my brothers to the Imperial Grand Hotel immediately, the caller replied before hanging up. Report, Colonel. The big fish has taken the bait, Miji promptly informed Colonel Liao Qihong. Good. Order the 1st Battalion to prepare the electromagnetic-controlled flying cars, Colonel Liao commanded. Yes, the operator answered. The electromagnetic capture device is activated. Please provide instructions. Stand by, Colonel Liao ordered. 10 minutes later, the large screen of the Flying Dragon displayed a fleet of flying cars approaching the Imperial Grand Hotel. Report, Colonel. A fleet of flying cars is moving towards the Imperial Grand Hotel, the operator reported. Lock onto the target, immediately identify the occupant information, and transmit it to the 3rd Battalion for confirmation, Colonel Liao commanded. Understood, the operator responded, promptly locking onto the target and initiating facial recognition. 10 seconds later, The operator reported, "Report, Colonel, the target is locked, facial recognition completed, and the information has been transmitted to the 3rd Battalion. 3rd Battalion, 3rd Battalion, this is Liao Qihong. Confirm whether the target is a leader of the Red Gang," Colonel Liao inquired through the intercom to Commander Mi-ji. "Good, proceed with electromagnetic control of the target." Guiding them to the hotel plaza, Colonel Liao ordered. "Yes." The operators echoed in unison. 2 seconds later, the operator reported, "Electromagnetic control successful," guiding the target. Approximately 10 minutes later, the operator reported, "The target has landed at the hotel plaza, guidance complete. Staff members, proceed to welcome and capture the leaders of the Red Gang." Colonel Liao commanded through the intercom. 50 Tiger Biao soldiers disguised as hotel staff formed 2 lines at the hotel entrance, presenting a welcoming formation. They greeted the approaching crowd. "Welcome to the Imperial Grand Hotel." "Wow, Brother Long, the Imperial Grand Hotel is indeed magnificent, just like a palace," exclaimed one of the younger members at the forefront of the crowd. "Of course, our boss is the second son of the leader, essentially a prince. A prince's residence must surely be a palace. Hey, Brother Long, why is it that as soon as our flying cars entered a 10-kilometer radius of the Imperial Grand Hotel, we no longer need to operate them? Isn't it obvious? This is our boss's territory. How could ordinary people dare to approach?" "True, our boss is indeed formidable." "Absolutely. As long as we follow the boss, we're guaranteed to live in luxury." Yes. The last to disembark were 5 young women, the eldest turning to the 3 younger ones, saying, "I told you, sisters, this is the legendary Imperial Grand Hotel. Anyone who can enter this hotel is either wealthy or noble. Ordinary people do not have the privilege. If you behave well, perhaps one day you might stay here and enjoy the splendor of the Imperial Grand Hotel." Indeed, seeing is believing. "We thought Sister Xing was joking," they giggled. "Sister Xing wouldn't waste time joking with you. To be honest, the income at the Imperial Grand Hotel is measured in billions. Buying luxurious homes or flying cars will be no problem for you in the future. Then we'll rely on you, Sister Xing and Sister Fei. As long as you are obedient, you will certainly reap the rewards." The group strutted confidently towards the Imperial Grand Hotel, but unexpectedly, before they could step through the grand entrance, they were all handcuffed and hooded by the Tiger Biao disguised as staff and taken to the 2nd floor of the hotel. "Report, Colonel, all targets have been apprehended, 50 in total, 45 males and 5 females. No injuries reported. They are secured on the 2nd floor of the hotel. Please advise." Reportedly Ching, the 1st company leader of the 2nd Battalion. "Good. The 3rd Battalion will immediately conduct reconnaissance on the apprehended individuals," Colonel Liao commanded through the intercom. "Commander Mi-ji, instruct the reconnaissance soldiers to perform facial recognition on each captured individual, then access the population system, academic records, and business registration system for verification." The computer swiftly retrieved and compiled relevant information for each individual. "Report, personnel information verification complete," the reconnaissance soldier announced. "Upload it to the Flying Dragon," Commander Mi-ji ordered. Suddenly, Mi-ji's dedicated phone rang, prompting him to answer hastily. Eagle S-Nest, this is Gu Yi. There's unusual activity in the capital military region. The deputy commander of the capital military district has unilaterally mobilized the garrison's 3rd Battalion towards the Imperial Grand Hotel. All armed with weapons, equipped with assault rifles, light machine guns, and a limited amount of ammunition. Eagle S-Nest acknowledges. Continue to closely monitor the movements of the garrison's 3rd Battalion. Yes, Guyu understands. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Commander Mi-ji promptly reported the intelligence to Colonel Liao Qihong. "Report, Colonel. The deputy commander of the capital military district has unilaterally mobilized the garrison's 3rd Battalion towards our position. Please advise. Maintain close surveillance on the movements of the garrison's 3rd Battalion." "Understood." Colonel Liao Qihong issued operational orders to the mobile 1st Battalion. "Units, be advised. A battalion of troops is converging towards us. The situation is critical. Please prepare for combat." "Yes." The commanders of the mobile 1st Battalion responded in unison. Colonel Liao Qihong then reported the situation to Xiao Luo. Upon receiving instructions from Xiao Luo, Colonel Liao continued to command his troops. "Units, be advised. Higher command has ordered us to annihilate the invading enemy." "Repeat. Higher command has ordered us to annihilate the invading enemy." "Understood." The commanders of the mobile regiment responded in unison as Commander Liao Qihong continued to issue combat orders. He instructed the 2nd Squad of the 2nd Battalion to wait until the enemy convoy entered the ambush zone. then to first deploy anti-tank missiles against the two vehicles in front of the convoy and the two at the rear, followed by precise attacks on the vehicles within the convoy. The mission was to annihilate the invading enemy. Is that clear? The second squad of the 2nd Battalion affirmed. Execute the orders. Yes. Time passed in a tense atmosphere, second by second. 3rd Battalion, report the position of the garrison. 3rd Battalion, Commander Liao Qihong shouted through the intercom. 2nd Squad of the 2nd Battalion, prepare for battle in 10 minutes. The 2nd Squad acknowledged. 2 minutes later, the pilot of the Flying Dragon reported, report. We have detected an armed convoy approaching our position, locking onto the target and conducting facial recognition of the occupants. Upon completion of the remote facial recognition a minute later, he reported, remote facial recognition complete. The first vehicle of the convoy contains the Deputy Commander of the Beijing Military District and the Commander and Deputy Commander of the Garrison 3rd Battalion, while the other vehicles are filled with soldiers from the Garrison 3rd Battalion. These traitors are using the lives of the 500 soldiers from the 3rd Battalion as a bargaining chip. How despicable! Commander Liao Qihong exclaimed with fury. Commander, do you wish to save the 500 lives of the 3rd Battalion? Asked Deputy Commander Zhao Qigong. The Garrison 3rd Battalion is also an elite force within our military. The soldiers have endured rigorous training to reach this point. Had they not followed the wrong people, they would not be facing such a tragic fate, lamented Commander Liao Qihong. Given the circumstances, if we save them, would that not be defiance against military orders? Then what should we do? Zhao Qigong expressed concern. This matter arose because of these few individuals. We only need to take their lives in exchange. The other soldiers can be spared if they surrender their weapons. We can simply dispatch the Tiger Strike team to capture them. But what about the order from the Supreme Commander in that case? We can first launch an electromagnetic attack on the convoy. The 3rd Battalion will surely be thrown into disarray. Once they come to a halt, we can take the opportunity to issue them false orders to remain in place. The Deputy Commander, who is under fire, will certainly draw attention. We can deliberately allow our scouts to reveal our insignia, and these few under fire will undoubtedly flee. We can then shoot out their tires, forcing them to disembark, at which point our snipers can eliminate them. Once the commanders are incapacitated, the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion will be left leaderless and in chaos. We can take advantage of the disorder to command them to surrender their weapons and capture them all, without the need to kill them. Should anyone resist, we will execute them. But how do we accommodate so many captives? I believe they're all innocent. The collusion between Xin Yuan Hong and the Deputy Commander of the Beijing Military District is something they are likely unaware of. As long as they remain loyal to the Dragon Nation, they can be reformed. Very well, if the higher-ups hold us accountable, I will bear it with you, good brother. I trust the Supreme Commander will not unjustly harm the innocent. After Commander Liao Qihong issued the new combat orders, 5 minutes later, the 2nd Squad of the 2nd Battalion reported, report, the convoy has entered the ambush zone. Please provide instructions. Initiate the electromagnetic attack, commanded Commander Liao Qihong. Yes. The pilot of the Flying Dragon activated the directional electromagnetic attack switch, resulting in severe interference with the signals of the Garrison 3rd Battalion's convoy. Map information vanished instantly. Communication was severed, and the convoy was forced to halt. The Deputy Commander was furious. What is going on? Go check immediately. The Deputy Commander hurriedly exited the vehicle and dashed toward the reconnaissance team. You all drive nearby and take a look. Yes. The reconnaissance team of the Garrison 3rd Battalion, responding to the Deputy Commander's orders, set off in 4 jeeps toward the front of the convoy. Minutes later, the reconnaissance team returned in a panic, reporting, there are personnel from the Mobile Regiment executing their duties ahead. What? The Mobile Regiment? How did they get here? The Deputy Commander exclaimed in astonishment. The Mobile Regiment is heavily equipped. We have no means to retaliate. Quickly, turn back, retreat, commanded the Deputy Commander. Suddenly, gunfire erupted around him, and his vehicle's tires were shot out. It must be the Mobile Regiment. They are armed with live ammunition 24 hours a day. No one else would dare to fire, asserted the commander of the Garrison 3rd Battalion. What are we waiting for? Get out, run. The personnel of the Mobile Regiment are operating under orders, and they can act first and report later. The Deputy Commander panicked. The Deputy Commander, the commander of the Garrison 3rd Battalion, and the Deputy Commander scrambled out of the vehicle in chaos. A series of gunshots rang out, and the Deputy Commander, the commander, and the Deputy Commander fell lifeless to the ground. At that moment, a loudspeaker blared. We are the Mobile Regiment, following the orders of our leader to eliminate the traitors of Xin Yuan Hong. If everyone lays down their weapons and disembarks, then lies on the ground by the roadside, you will be spared. Otherwise, you will be treated as traitors of Xianyuan. The soldiers of the garrison 3rd Battalion exchanged glances. Confused yet unable to locate the mobile regiment personnel. One by one, they began to comply, disembarking with their hands raised and moving toward the roadside to lie down. The leader is just in his judgments. He will not wrong the innocent. As long as they are not involved with Xianyuan, they can be spared. The loudspeaker echoed again. I do not wish to betray the Dragon Nation. If I die, who will care for my elderly parents at home? No. I cannot die like this. I am not yet married. The soldiers of the garrison 3rd Battalion murmured as they descended from their vehicles, hands raised high, and then laid down by the roadside. The 2nd Squad of the 2nd Battalion reports that all soldiers of the garrison 3rd Battalion have laid down their weapons by the roadside. Please provide instructions. Order the Tiger Strike team to proceed with the capture. Yes. In less than 10 minutes, 500 members of the Tiger Strike team had handcuffed all soldiers of the garrison 3rd Battalion. Report, Commander, all soldiers of the garrison 3rd Battalion have been captured. Please provide instructions. The soldiers of the 2nd Squad of the 2nd Battalion escorted the captured soldiers onto vehicles, proceeding in a grand procession toward the Imperial Hotel. Meanwhile, the 3 corpses were placed in body bags and discreetly transported to a nearby location to await processing after the mission's conclusion. What a pity to have followed the wrong leaders and now lie cold by the roadside. Decades of glory reduced to infamy in a single day. Commander Liao Qihong continued to draw out the snakes from their holes, subduing all of Xianyuan's forces in Beijing, imprisoning the captured individuals in the Imperial Hotel from the 2nd floor to the 20th. Those apprehended ranged from the deputy commander of the troop to ordinary soldiers, spanning across the administrative, judicial, and economic systems, with nefarious forces deeply entrenched across the land of the Dragon Nation. Chapter 58. Sentencing. Commander Liao Qihong led the Mobile Unit 1 to dismantle the faction of Xianyuan, which was essentially a rivalry within the Xianyuan clan. Xiao Luo preferred not to entangle himself in their affairs. After striking a blow to the stock market of the Aliqian nation, he ascended to the top floor of the Imperial building to visit Xianyuan. Brother Luo, why have you treated me this way? Have I wronged you in any way? Xianyuan questioned Xiao Luo. Brother, though I am not of the Xianyuan clan, we are still family. Everything I possess today has been granted by the leader. Can you not see that? Are you implying that father is using you to eliminate me? Brother Luo, you must save me. I am willing to grant you anything you desire. Brother, how can you still not understand? Reflect on your actions. What have I done? Is it wrong to strive for a place within the clan? Brother, I must speak frankly. The position of leader should only be held by the virtuous. Indeed, I have bribed some individuals, but I have not committed any heinous acts. Will father truly harm me? Will he kill me? Brother Luo, you must rescue me. Xianyuan said, panic-stricken. Brother, as the saying goes, even a tiger does not eat its cubs. You are the leader's own son. How could he bear to kill you? Besides, you have not committed any egregious offenses. As long as father does not kill me, I am willing to comply with any demands. I cannot presume to know the leader's thoughts, but as long as you remain composed and do not act recklessly, I believe the leader will not harm you. At most, he will merely tidy up the mess you've created. Thank you, Brother Luo. Thank you. All of it is yours. The Imperial Hotel, the Red Gang, the automobile company, all yours. Brother, these should rightfully belong to the leader, for I am merely acting on his behalf. Very well, I shall surrender everything. Just speak a good word for me before father. Xianyuan's mood lightened somewhat. I can certainly do that. However, what is it? You need only command, and I shall fulfill it. Brother, you may only live as an ordinary person. You shall never participate in politics again. Upon hearing this, Xianyuan felt as if struck by lightning. The endeavors he had painstakingly built were reduced to naught in an instant. Yet he had no choice but to accept reality. As dusk fell, Liao Qihong, Zhao Qigong, Meng Fan, and Mi Ji arrived at the top floor of the Imperial building to find Xiao Luo. Reporting to the Grand Marshal, the Mobile Unit 1 has apprehended 512 members of Xianyuan's faction, killing 3. The remaining will be eliminated in a few days. Please give your orders. Commander Liao Qihong reported to Xiao Luo. This operation has been executed exceptionally well. I shall commend you before the leader. I trust you will eliminate Xianyuan's remnants within the upcoming days. In no time, I will have them report to Brother Luo, Xianyuan said weakly. Since brother has taken responsibility for his past mistakes, the leader will surely show leniency. Xiao Luo replied to Xianyuan. Xiao Luo then signaled for Commander Liao Qihong to continue their actions. With Xianyuan's cooperation, Commander Liao Qihong swiftly apprehended all of Xianyuan Hong's remaining forces. The Imperial building was soon filled with thousands of people, totaling 536, including the original 512. The following day, Xiao Luo assigned Commander Liao Qihong to guard the Imperial Hotel and transferred Xianyuan Hong's case to the Supreme Prosecutor's office, which dispatched a team of senior judges to conduct the trial on-site at the entrance of the Imperial Hotel. The square outside the Imperial Hotel was packed with Xianyuan Hong's followers, each wearing handcuffs and leg chains, guarded by armed soldiers with rifles, squatting in silence. The final verdicts were as follows. The deputy commander of the capital military district was sentenced to death for the unauthorized mobilization of troops. The commander of the 3rd Garrison Battalion of the capital military district was sentenced to death for the unauthorized mobilization of armed forces. The deputy commander of the 3rd Garrison Battalion was also sentenced to death for the same offense. Other soldiers from the 3rd Garrison Battalion, aside from the commander and deputy commander, were expelled from military service for leaving their posts without approval. The trial recognized the Red Gang as a criminal organization and ordered its dissolution, sentencing 47 leaders of the Red Gang to death, to be executed immediately. Members of the mobile unit promptly escorted the leaders of the Red Gang out of the square, loading them into armored vehicles bound for the execution ground. The remaining offenders in the square were silenced by fear, and the atmosphere became eerily still. All officials colluding with Xianyuan Hong were stripped of their positions and permanently deprived of political rights. Their illicit gains were confiscated. All business licenses under Xianyuan Hong's name were revoked, and his enterprises, hotels, and entertainment venues were sealed and handed over to the relevant authorities for management. They would resume operations only after the handover process was completed. Finally, a judgment was rendered against Xianyuan Hong, according to relevant regulations. The examination of Xianyuan Hong's case is complete, and the evidence is irrefutable. All charges against Xianyuan Hong are upheld. He is permanently prohibited from entering the population system of Long Nation and placed on a blacklist. Xianyuan Hong is forbidden from engaging in business activities and from using public transportation. His descendants, including those up to the 10th generation, are also barred from entering the official system. The verdict is effective immediately and shall be executed without delay. In an instant, the once proud and defiant prince, who had toiled for decades, was rendered indistinguishable from any common citizen. The righteous path shall ultimately prevail, wisdom gleaned from the passage of time. At this juncture, the Imperial Hotel lay deserted, save for the members of Mobile Unit 1 and Xiao Luo. Suddenly, Xiao Luo raised his voice, commanding, "Mobile Unit 1, stand by." The crowd fell into solemn silence. Just then, Xiao Luo's phone rang, and he hurriedly answered. Chapter 59, The Arrival of the Elysian Delegation. Xiao, come to my office immediately. The voice of the leader resonated over the phone. Yes, I will be there right away, Xiao responded before hanging up. He quickly briefed Commander Liao Qihong, who was nearby. The leader has urgent matters to discuss. Once you finish here, please leave a company to guard the Emperor Hotel. It is essential to protect all the equipment here. Additionally, a unit from the 3rd Battalion should remain for intelligence support. Commander, is something wrong? Liao Qihong inquired with concern. Your assistance is not required in this matter, as it concerns the interests of the Elysian Nation and our Dragon Nation. Take care, General Liao. And also, General Zhao, General Ming, General Mi, I must take my leave. Commander, you will always be our esteemed leader, Liao Qihong solemnly declared. Xiao felt a surge of emotions but resolutely turned and saluted. A few minutes later, Xiao hurried to the leader's office. Leader, what is the urgent matter that summoned me? Xiao asked nervously. Xiao, you are here. Please sit down, the leader replied, rising to offer him a seat in the visitor's chair. Just as you planned, the highest official of Alicia has indeed arrived and has requested to see you. Seemingly in a great hurry, the leader continued as he settled into his chair. So, should I meet them, or not? Xiao queried. They've come all this way and are eager to meet you. It would be inappropriate for you not to appear, the leader advised. What should I say to them? At this point, we must engage in dialogue. If you can adhere to your planned discussions, that would be even better, the leader earnestly instructed. Understood, Xiao acknowledged, realizing that the initiative lay with them, depending on what Alicia desired. All right, I know what to do. When do we begin? This evening at 6, the leader replied. Such urgency. Indeed, I managed to arrange it. They are truly anxious, so I shall prepare myself, Xiao stated as he stood to leave. Just go home and change clothes. As for the speech, I will have my secretary prepare it. You can review it then, the leader advised. Understood, Xiolo responded before exiting the leader's office. 10 minutes later, Xiolo arrived at the wedding house, which he had not visited for several months. Memories flooded back like a rapid rewind, and everything felt so familiar and comforting. After a moment of nostalgia, he approached the wardrobe. It remains unchanged, he mused, gazing at the clothes that had hung for a year and a half, yet still appeared pristine. He ultimately selected a white Zhongshan suit and a pair of white leather shoes before hastily departing. Just as he stepped out, Secretary Zhang Wentian, the leader's aide, approached him. "Commander, are you ready? The leader asked me to give you the speech." "Please review it quickly," Zhang said, extracting the document from his briefcase. "Thank you," Xiolo replied, carefully accepting the speech. "Follow me. The leader is waiting for you in the conference hall. The Elysian representatives have already arrived," Zhang instructed. "Let on," Xiolo said as he followed Zhang, reading through the speech. 10 minutes later, Zhang led Xiolo to the office adjacent to the conference hall. "There is less than an hour until the meeting, Commander. Please review the speech thoroughly. It pertains to significant matters between our two nations. Every word must be precise," Zhang cautioned. "I understand," Xiolo replied, immersing himself in the meeting notes. Half an hour later, the leader and senior officials entered the conference room, prompting Xiolo to stand promptly. "Greetings, leader, esteemed officials," he said. "How prepared are you?" the leader inquired. "I can recite it," Xiolo assured. "Excellent, that brings me relief," the leader responded. "This meeting holds immense importance. Any oversight is unacceptable. If successful, we shall achieve great progress for our dragon nation, which is a monumental opportunity. Regardless of what Alicia proposes, do not refuse outright. We will deliberate on strategies after the recess. We shall remain vigilant here," the leader passionately addressed the senior officials. "Xiolo, this is your first time hosting foreign guests. Do not feel nervous. If you follow the speech, there will be no issues. We will be right beside you. If any confusion arises, just signal us with a glance or a small gesture, and we will assist you. Ensure you do not misstep. Additionally, the translator will speak slowly to help you fully grasp Alicia's intentions," the leader continued to reassure Xiolo. "Understood," Xiolo affirmed as the leader checked the time. "There is still half an hour until the meeting. Let us proceed," the leader stated, leading Xiolo and the senior officials calmly toward the conference hall. The hall, towering at 5 meters, was exceptionally spacious, roughly estimating around 1,000 square meters. At its center stood a long table, measuring 20 meters by 5 meters and 1 meter in height. Chairs lined both sides of the table for representatives and accompanying personnel from both nations. The backdrop for the Dragon Nation featured a grand mural depicting a golden dragon soaring across the heavens, while the visiting nation displayed an equally grand mural celebrating global prosperity. The carpet was adorned with a pattern of auspicious clouds, and 3 crystal chandeliers, each one 5 meters in height, hung above the table, illuminating it brilliantly. Xiolo admired the setting in silence. 10 minutes later, all representatives and accompanying personnel entered the conference room. After brief introductions, everyone took their seats. The leader delivered a succinct speech, welcoming the Elysian high-ranking officials to the Dragon Nation before transitioning to the main agenda. Alicia's highest official, Phelps Johnson, began. "It is a great pleasure to be in your esteemed country once again, and I am honored to meet the esteemed Mr. Xiolo. I recently witnessed Mr. Xiolo's extraordinary wisdom. You are a prodigious talent, truly remarkable. A month ago, I longed to see you, and today, my wish has been fulfilled." Hearing such praises directed at Xiolo from the Elysian leader, all eyes turned toward him. In a gesture of politeness, Xiolo smiled and replied, "I deeply appreciate your kind words. Your Excellency Phelps, I am not the deity you describe. I am merely an ordinary individual." The Elysian leader continued, "You are far too humble, Mr. Xiolo. Just a month ago, you multiplied your wealth by over 300 times in a single day, and just 2 days ago, you earned a staggering 180 billion Elysian dollars. Holding half the shares of Elysian military and energy stocks, your accomplishments are unprecedented and unmatched. Only a divine being could achieve such feats. This is merely a personal financial matter. I hope it does not affect the relationship between our two nations," Xiolo responded. The Elysian leader persisted. "Although it is a personal endeavor, it has significantly impacted our normal economic activities. The interests of our Elysian investors have suffered severe losses. Our visit to your esteemed nation is to negotiate how Mr. Xiolo can refrain from purchasing Elysian stocks. Of course, to safeguard your legitimate interests. We will also consider fulfilling the conditions you propose. What do you think?" Seeing an opportune moment, the leader interjected, "Since this is a negotiation between our two nations, we must discuss the interests at stake. Mr. Phelps, would you agree? 2 days ago, your nation's aerospace carrier was moving toward our territory, and your Air Force deployed an additional 100 advanced stealth fighters to an airport in the southeastern region of our area. Could you clarify your intentions, Commander? The esteemed leader of the Republic of Odyssey, Phyllis Johnson, hastily elucidated regarding the two matters raised by the chief. The actions in question represent the regular training of our Air Force. The failure to notify the esteemed chief in advance was a lapse on our part, and we sincerely hope that the Dragon Nation does not misconstrue this situation. Upon hearing this, the chief's ire was palpable, and he retorted, "Misunderstanding? Just 2 days ago, the aircraft of a minor southeastern nation repeatedly violated our airspace, despite our diplomatic office issuing numerous statements that have yet to halt these provocations. Is this also a misunderstanding?" As the chief spoke, his tone was laced with indignation, enveloping the entire assembly in a tense atmosphere. Seeing the precariousness of the situation and fearing it might jeopardize the negotiations, Phyllis Johnson interjected. "Concerning the actions of the minor southeastern nation, we were not informed. Should these allegations prove true, we stand in support of the Dragon Nation's pursuit of a just resolution." Observing this, the chief proposed a condition. "We demand compensation of 100 billion dragon coins from the southeastern nation." Phyllis Johnson, taken aback, exclaimed, "Oh, such a diminutive nation could hardly muster such a sum." The chief replied, "Then let them offer land in recompense, humph." Phyllis Johnson countered, "Even their land and entire assets would not suffice to meet such a demand." Xiao Luo interjected, "Not enough funds? Then I shall acquire additional stocks." Phyllis Johnson promptly dissuaded him, No, Mr. Xiao. Our visit to your esteemed nation is imbued with sincerity, and we shall endeavor to meet the request of the Dragon Nation. I hope Mr. Xiao will also consider the livelihoods of our citizens and refrain from purchasing our stocks." Xiao Luo affirmed, "Indeed, the welfare of the populace is the foundation of the nation. Your Excellency Phelps, since you request my stipulations, I shall present my personal conditions for your consideration. Should you satisfy these two conditions, I assure you I will cease my acquisition of Olygian stocks." Xiao Luo handed over a translated diplomatic document from the Republic of Olygian. The highest official, Phyllis Johnson, meticulously reviewed the document before circulating it among his aides, leading to a discussion within the Olygian delegation. After a minute, Phyllis Johnson resumed, "Mr. Xiao, the two conditions you have proposed pertain to issues of territorial sovereignty, which necessitate further deliberation before we can respond. However, the equity you hold, even for a mere second, would inflict significant economic detriment upon us. I hope we can arrive at mutually acceptable terms. I propose that we temporarily adjourn today's negotiations and reconvene tomorrow at 10 a.m. How does that sound?" The chief, upon hearing this, expressed, "Since you request an adjournment, we shall meet again promptly at 10 a.m. tomorrow." After a brief exchange of farewells, both delegations departed the conference room. Chapter 60, Successful Negotiation. In this meeting, we delve straight into the matter at hand. The performance of the representatives from the United States of Olygian is likely to be difficult for them to accept at this moment. However, the initiative remains firmly in our hands. During tomorrow's discussions, we can introduce the negotiation conditions from the Olygian side, allowing both parties to exchange views and strive for a consensus, the leader stated. Indeed, it is evident that the Olygian representatives are quite anxious. Yet, the more they rush, the more we must remain composed. The trump card held by the Grand Marshal is a killer move that the Olygian side cannot afford to ignore. In our negotiations tomorrow, we will endeavor to secure terms that the Olygian representatives can accept. We shall also consider relaxing our own conditions, given that the urgent visit from the Olygian side suggests they will not rest until they achieve their objectives, the chief executive analyzed. "Yes, let us discuss the concessions we can offer," the leader proposed. "The intentions of Olygian are quite clear. They desire the stocks in my possession. The concessions we can afford to make essentially come down to either reducing our stock holdings or refraining from selling them, ensuring that we will not purchase any further stocks from the Olygian side in the future," Xiao Luo remarked. Indeed, the Grand Marshal's perspective is astute. Our leverage lies solely in the Olygian stocks held by the Grand Marshal. If we assure that the Grand Marshal will not acquire any more stocks from Olygian, while it may not represent a loss for us, we would forfeit an important bargaining chip in our ongoing relations with Olygian, which would ultimately be detrimental to our long-term strategy, the chief executive analyzed. That is a valid point. The Olygian side is in need of our assistance. We must not relinquish our bargaining power. However, we must ensure that the discussions revolve around our sovereign demands, as that is our ultimate goal. We may choose not to sell the stocks, but we must secure our dividends. That is our rightful interest. I believe that not selling the stocks while only collecting dividends would constitute a significant concession. Furthermore, the stocks held by the Grand Marshal were obtained through legitimate personal finance, which is not our fault. The blame lies with the deficiencies in Alikian's financial system, the leader continued. I concur with the leader's viewpoint. Therefore, our discussion for tomorrow will center around whether or not to sell the stocks held by the Grand Marshal, the chief executive stated. Agreed, the leader affirmed. The chief of the Foreign Affairs Department also expressed agreement. The chief of the economic system echoed the sentiment. Other senior leaders likewise voiced their concurrence. Since everyone is in agreement, let us conclude today's meeting. Do you have any final thoughts, leader? The chief executive inquired. Let us end today's meeting. Everyone may disperse. The leader replied. With the influence of Xianyuan Hong eliminated, and Xianyuan He having retired a few days ago, there are no lingering concerns. Now, my greatest worry is likely myself. As the saying goes, when the rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. When the millstone is removed, the donkey is killed. The leader's demand for sovereignty is resolute, and I may very well become a sacrificial pawn in this game. Alas, I cannot afford to waste my trump card. Once it is lost, my life will be in peril. Xiao Luo pondered these thoughts, reflecting on Wanner and their son. What would happen to them if I were to die? With this in mind, Xiao Luo dialed Wanner's video call. Husband, Wanner greeted. Husband, you seem to be working hard lately. You've lost weight, she said. It's nothing. How have you and Shinner been? We're both well. Come, say hello to Daddy, she prompted, revealing their son's smiling face. Shinner, be good and greet Daddy, he encouraged. Ba, B.A., the child responded adorably. Ah, what a good boy. Daddy loves you. Observing his clever and charming son, Xiao Luo felt a whirlwind of emotions. He then broached the topic of future arrangements with Wanner. By the way, Wanner, there's something I need to tell you. What is it? Go ahead, she replied. In a moment, I will transfer the funds from my account to yours. You can use the money for anything you wish. If the leader needs assistance, you may donate, but do not deplete all the funds. Donating 20 billion should suffice. Additionally, if your mother requires help, you may invest up to 10 billion on her behalf. Xiao Luo had many thoughts swirling in his mind, yet he could only convey a vague outline of his intentions. Okay, I will follow your instructions, she responded. I may have to leave for an extended period soon. I cannot specify where, but I have a premonition. While I am away, please take good care of yourself. Is Dad sending you on a business trip again? Not yet. But I am merely sensing something. Oh, are you going to engage in research work? I understand. Do not worry. I will take good care of Shinner. As Xiao Luo gazed at Wanner, whose image reflected solitude, his heart ached. Wanner, you have worked hard, he said tenderly. It's nothing. I've grown accustomed to it. I know you bear the weight of Dragon Nation's expectations. Compared to your struggles, mine are trivial. I love you, Wanner, Xiao Luo said affectionately. In this poignant moment, Xiao Luo stared blankly at Wanner's image on his phone, choked with emotion and unable to utter a word. Oh. Please make sure you and Shinner get to bed early, he finally said. Yes, good night. Shinner says goodbye to Daddy, Wanner replied, turning the phone to show their son's cherubic face and chubby little hands, making it difficult for Xiao Luo to part. Goodbye, my son. Xiao Luo whispered softly to the phone. All right, I will hang up now, Wanner said. As the video call ended, Xiao Luo transferred over 200 billion dragon coins from his account to his wife, while the 280 billion Alichian dollars in his stock account remained untouched. Thus, Xiao Luo's current assets consisted solely of 280 billion cash and 5 billion shares of Alichian military stocks, alongside 10 billion shares of Alichian energy stocks. After completing the transfer, he fell into a restful slumber. The following morning, Xiao Luo awoke at 8:30. After a refreshing wash and changing his attire, he stepped out of his room. Outside, Secretary Zhang awaited him. Xiao Luo exchanged a few pleasantries with Secretary Zhang, accepting the documents handed to him while perusing them as he walked. A few minutes later, he arrived at the office adjacent to the conference hall. Have you rested well? The leader inquired with concern. The leader addressed the assembly. Today's negotiations are of paramount importance. We cannot afford any errors. If we succeed today, the grand undertaking of our Dragon Nation will be realized. However, should the discussions falter, all our efforts may be in vain, which is simply unacceptable. During negotiations with the Grand Marshal and the representatives from Alichian, no one is permitted to speak. If the Grand Marshal appears uncertain, he will signal us, at which point we may call for a recess to assist him. However, we must not allow the negotiations to collapse. The atmosphere in the office grew serious as everyone grasped the leader's emphasis on the negotiations, each person adopting a demeanor akin to preparing for battle. At 9:45 a.m., the negotiation teams entered the conference hall, taking their assigned seats from the previous day. Precisely at 10 o'clock a.m., the meeting commenced. The first to speak was the esteemed Olychian representative, Phils Johnson. Esteemed representatives of Dragon Nation, it is a pleasure to reunite here once more. There is an old saying in our country, fate brings together those who are meant to meet. We have traveled over 10,000 kilometers to forge a friendship with your nation, and I believe we are indeed destined to meet. In this wonderful fate, I am honored to once again see the esteemed Mr. Shao. Regarding the terms proposed by Mr. Shao yesterday, after a night of deliberation, we believe negotiations are possible. Therefore, we feel that Mr. Shao should make some concessions, upon which we can base the next steps in our discussions. What say you, Mr. Shao? After Mr. Firth concluded his remarks, the leader took the floor. Our two nations have coexisted peacefully for over 2 centuries. Through the concerted efforts of peace-loving individuals from both sides, we have resolved numerous disputes. Both countries have ascended to new historical heights in development, with profound advancements in economic cooperation, technological collaboration, and cultural exchange. This has fostered a deep friendship among our peoples. As the saying goes, friends meet even from afar, and any concerns can be discussed openly. What concessions does Mr. Firth hope our side will make? Mr. Firth continued. Mr. Shao mentioned 2 territorial sovereignty issues yesterday, and we express our agreement. These are internal matters of Long Country, and we shall not interfere. Should Mr. Shao assure that he will cease purchasing stocks from our nation, we are willing to mediate on these 2 issues and facilitate their resolution. Upon hearing this, Shao Luo spoke. I sincerely appreciate Your Excellency Mr. Firth's support regarding our territorial sovereignty issues. However, I must clarify that my purchases of stocks from your nation are purely personal financial decisions, carried out legally. I trust that the authorities of your country will safeguard my legitimate rights. Mr. Firth replied, certainly, we acknowledge that Mr. Shao's previous stock purchases were entirely lawful. We also assure Mr. Shao that we will not interfere with his rightful gains from these stock acquisitions. After discussions, we have decided to formally request Mr. Shao to consider acquiring the nationality of our nation and to take up employment here. Should Mr. Shao agree to our request, we will promptly take measures to fulfill his demands. That is agreeable. However, you must guarantee the personal safety of Mr. Shao Luo. Our embassy in your nation will maintain regular contact with him to ensure his safety. Additionally, all medical matters concerning Mr. Shao Luo must be conducted under our supervision. No medical examinations or treatments may occur without his personal consent, Mr. Firth stated. Of course, we commit to ensuring Mr. Shao's personal safety. This is a fundamental guarantee we provide to every citizen of our nation, Mr. Firth assured. Shao Luo responded calmly, understood. We will first issue a statement from our nation before 11 a.m. Subsequently, we will engage in diplomatic mediation with the relevant parties. And we anticipate deploying armed forces within a month to oversee the transfer process. Shao Luo smiled, and the representatives amicably concluded their negotiations, departing the chamber. True to his promise, Mr. Firth issued the statement precisely at 11 a.m., causing a stir worldwide. The senior officials in the adjacent conference room were filled with excitement, exclaiming, "Who would have thought? This is truly remarkable. After 2 centuries, our long country has finally awaited this day." Some were moved to tears. Marshal Shao Luo has made a significant contribution, the leader expressed. Indeed, the chief executive remarked. However, this credit belongs to the meticulous arrangements made by the leader. Shao Luo humbly replied, "Nevertheless, the condition from the other side is for you to acquire the nationality of their nation and work for them." The leader addressed Shao Luo. "I shall comply with the organization's arrangements. My personal gains are inconsequential, as long as it enables Long Country to achieve its grand aspirations. I am willing to face any challenges," Shao Luo declared. "Does this mean you agree?" the leader inquired. "Yes, I agree," Shao Luo affirmed resolutely. "Good. We also have our personnel in their nation, who can assist should any difficulties arise. Moreover, there are many compatriots there with whom you can forge friendships," the leader said warmly. "Thank you, leader." Chapter 61. Shao Luo grows taller. Shao Luo pushed open the door and called out, but receiving no response. He ascended to the 2nd floor, calling again. At that moment, he finally heard the sound of a bedroom door opening. "Oh, Shinra is asleep? I was just about to check on our son. Since he is resting, I shall not disturb him. Is there anything to eat at home?" "I have yet to have my meal," Shao Luo whispered as he made his way to the 2nd floor. Why haven't you eaten yet? Let me prepare some dishes for you. Look at you, so absorbed in your work that you neglect your health, Wana replied, ready to head downstairs to prepare a meal for Shaluo, only to be enveloped in a bear hug by him. That's wonderful. However, you still need to eat. Ah, my wife treats me the best, Shaluo said, planting a tender kiss on her. Time passed until 5 in the afternoon, when Shaluo finally awoke in the study on the first floor. Wana, radiant with joy, entered the study and called out, "Husband, you are finally awake." "How long have I slept?" Shaluo wondered, thinking he had been in a deep slumber for a considerable time. "About 2 hours. I almost forgot about Shiner, but fortunately, I heard his cries at 3 o'clock, which reminded me of him." "Is Shiner all right?" "He's fine. I comforted him for a bit, and he stopped crying." "Oh, how can you not feel tired?" "I'm not sure. Perhaps it has something to do with the everlasting enzyme. Will I become pregnant then?" "Please check my pulse," Warner said, extending her delicate hand toward Shaluo. He obliged. Not pregnant. But weren't you hoping for a second child? Why the rush?" "I don't want to give birth right now. Taking care of Shiano is already quite challenging. If I become pregnant again, I'm afraid I won't manage, especially since you are often not at home. I just don't feel secure." "Enough of that. Let's get up and have dinner." "Sure. What delicious meal have you prepared today?" Shaluo asked as he rose from the bed. "It's all your favorites," she replied with a smile. "Thank you for your hard work, Warner. It's no trouble at all. With you by my side, everything feels blissful," she said. As Shaluo got dressed, he noticed something unusual. "Hey, Wana, why can't I fit into my clothes?" "How strange. They're too small. It seems you'll need to buy new ones." "Huh? Let me try them on for you," Wana insisted, not believing him. Shaluo complied. "See, the sleeves are almost up to my elbows, and the shoulders are straining against the fabric," he said. "Husband, you've grown taller." "Really? Measure me with a ruler," he replied. Wana hurried to fetch a ruler and measured him. 1 meter 72. "You've grown so much. The everlasting enzyme has this incredible effect. Then why haven't I grown?" Wana pondered. "Perhaps you're already tall enough and can't grow anymore. I'm only 1 meter 76 myself." With that, the couple left the study and made their way to the dining table. Thus, Shaluo enjoyed a carefree month at home, while the United States fulfilled its commitments as planned. Shaluo's 2 requests were realized, and the Dragon Kingdom finally welcomed a day of celebration. Chapter 62. Promises Fulfilled. Shaluo arrived in a country. Master, your phone is ringing." "Humph." Shaluo's phone chimed. "Shaluo, the A country has fully honored its commitment and has sent someone to prepare for your departure. You should come to my office." The leader's voice resonated from the other end. "All right, I'll be there shortly," Shaluo replied. After hanging up, Shaluo sought out Warner. "My father wants me to work in a country. Would you like to accompany me?" "When?" "In a few days. But I haven't graduated from university yet. I wish to go after I finish. What do you think?" "Well, I'm off now," Shaluo said, stepping out of the house. To his surprise, he saw Commander Liao Qihong, Zhao Qigong, and Ming Fan waiting outside the Iron Gate. "All right, Deputy Commander. Let the 1st Battalion's commander and the others stay behind to assist the Grand Marshal with the move," Commander Liao Qihong commanded. "Yes, sir." Commander Liao led Shaluo onto an aerial vehicle, which soon took flight. "How have you all been?" Shaluo inquired of Liao Qihong. "Grand Marshal, we are all well. The brothers in the regiment miss you greatly and wish to be by your side. I will no longer be the Grand Marshal soon." "Is the leader planning to dismiss you?" "Don't think too much. The leader is assigning me a daunting task that could take decades to complete. So we may never meet again." "What task could possibly require such a lengthy commitment?" "I am no deity. This can only be accomplished under the leader's arrangements." "Grand Marshal. Regardless, you will always be the eternal Grand Marshal of our mobile brigade. If you have any requests, do not hesitate to ask. What weighs on my mind the most is my wife and child. My wife has graduated yet. She wishes to join me in a country after she completes her studies. Our son is just over 2 months old, so it's naturally inconvenient for him to stay in a country with me. And now that I am about to leave for a country, I worry for their safety. We will take care of this matter within our mobile brigade. I will assign personnel from the 3rd Battalion to secretly protect your wife and child." "I appreciate your concern, General Liao. There is no need for formality. Serving the Grand Marshal is serving the Dragon Nation." A few minutes later, the aerial vehicle landed in the spacious parking lot in front of the leader's office building. Commander Liao escorted Shaluo inside, where he took the elevator to the leader's office floor. "Grand Marshal, the leader is waiting for you in his office," Secretary Zhang Wentian greeted him. Shaluo acknowledged. Following Secretary Zhang to the leader's office. Reporting to the leader, Xiao Luo has arrived, he announced. Upon seeing Xiao Luo, the leader hastily invited him to sit. Is everything settled at home? That's good to hear. Additionally, I will send personnel from the mobile brigade to protect Warner and the child. That puts my mind at ease. Do you have any other wishes? I hope that during my time in a country, Warner and Shinner can occasionally come and live with me. This matter will require the consent of the A countryside. However, since you have raised it, we will discuss it with them. Do you have any other wishes? None. You may be in a country for an extended period. I will comply with the arrangements. Then let us depart. The representatives from a country have been waiting for several days, the leader said, guiding Xiao Luo out of the office towards the hotel where the 8 country representatives were staying. 10 minutes later, the leader, Xiao Luo, and leaders from relevant departments met with the representatives of a country. It is a pleasure to finally meet the esteemed Mr. Xiao. The representative from a country warmly extended his hand. Hello, Xiao Luo replied, shaking hands with the 8 country representative. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Muse Charles, the Chief Foreign Affairs Officer of a country. It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Xiao. Let us proceed. The spacecraft has been waiting for some time. Mr. Muse, may I make a request? What is your wish? Indeed, I am married and have a child. I wish for my family to live with me in a country during my time at service. This is my final request. This matter will be reported to Officer Phil, who will make the decision, Muse said, retrieving his phone to call Phil. After a brief communication, Muse provided Xiao Luo with a response. Mr. Xiao, Officer Phil's stance is that today's mission is to escort you to a country, after which Officer Phil will personally discuss matters with you. Is that so? Xiao Luo said, glancing at the leader. At this juncture, I believe we should heed the opinions of the 8 country representatives, as they have fulfilled their commitments and we have no grounds to decline. Let us set forth immediately, Mr. Xiao. Very well. Right this way. Muse instructed as Xiao Luo followed him and the A country personnel into a vehicle, which proceeded smoothly to the Kyoto International Spacecraft Airport. After a brief welcoming ceremony, Xiao Luo boarded the spacecraft bound for a country. Once aboard, the staff equipped him with a lightweight spacesuit, and once all was prepared, the spacecraft took off from the airport. 2 hours later, the spacecraft traversed 137 kilometers to the other side of the Earth, landing smoothly at the capital airport of a country where darkness had already enveloped the sky. Subsequently, several robust men in black suits approached Xiao Luo with urgency. We apologize, but our superiors have instructed us to handle Mr. Zhao's mobile phone. We ask for your cooperation. Xiao Luo reluctantly handed over his phone. Within 10 seconds, the men had processed the phone using their equipment and then escorted him into a bulletproof vehicle to leave the airport. After 2 hours of travel, the vehicle entered an estate. Minutes later, it stopped in front of a grand marble plaza at the castle. Upon exiting the vehicle, Xiao Luo saw Officer Phil and his entourage standing on the red carpet. A striking young woman with a Dragon Nation visage, dressed in a black suit, approached Xiao Luo. Welcome, esteemed Mr. Xiao. We have been eagerly anticipating your arrival, Phil remarked, and the woman behind Xiao Luo translated in Dragon Nation language. I sincerely appreciate the welcome ceremony you have prepared for me. May I ask why I am deemed worthy of such honor? Oh, you are a deity, naturally. I must treat a deity with utmost respect. This castle has been specially prepared for you, and everything here is at your disposal. From now on, you are the eternal master of this castle. Shall we enter? However, I have yet to contribute anything to a country. There is an old saying in the Dragon Nation, no merit, no reward. It troubles me to accept such generous gifts without having earned them. Oh, you truly are a diligent and responsible deity. Today, given your long journey, there is no need to discuss work. You should simply rest well. In a couple of days, I will assign a dedicated individual to manage your work arrangements. I appreciate your efforts. It is my honor. After exchanging pleasantries, the two entered the castle together. Chapter 63. Beneath the eaves, one must bow, accompanied by the esteemed Governor Phelps and his entourage. Xiao Luo stepped onto the soft crimson carpet as he entered the castle. This grand edifice stood approximately 15 meters tall and measured around 45 meters in width. Comprising 3 stories, each rising 5 meters, the entrance boasted a height of 5 meters and a width of 3 meters, flanked by colossal columns with a diameter of 5 meters that ascended to the 3rd floor. The 1st and 2nd floors served as living quarters, while the 3rd floor featured a circular dome measuring 15 meters in diameter, designed to allow sunlight and ventilation, with additional space available for helicopters or flying cars. The grand hall on the 1st floor was a vast square salon, each side measuring 20 meters. The flooring was laid with exquisite marble, covered by a luxurious crimson carpet. Above the salon stretched a 15-meter-high ceiling, adorned with bas-reliefs of the Statue of Liberty, Zeus, and other notable figures. This space was suitable for hosting grand balls or large dining events. To the right of the entrance, 2 elegant sets of royal leather sofas lined the inner wall, extending over 10 meters. If distinguished guests were to visit, discussions could take place here. Complemented by a dynamic electric fireplace set into the wall. Each corner of the first floor featured a door, likely leading to 4 spacious rooms. As Xiao Luo stepped through the castle's grand entrance, 2 elegantly dressed women in sheer gowns guided the party into the lounge area. Xiao Luo and Governor Phelps seated themselves upon a single chair situated between 2 sets of sofas, while the remaining attendees took their places on the other sofas. Governor Phelps inquired, "Mr. Xiao, are you satisfied with this castle?" Nodding, Phelps added, "Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. We shall certainly accommodate you." With a smile, he continued, "You are the most esteemed individual in our nation, and it is only natural that we provide you with a high-quality abode. To ensure your legal rights, we have prepared the necessary documentation." Upon this, a member of the entourage promptly retrieved a stack of documents from a briefcase and handed them to Phelps, who then presented them to Xiao Luo for his perusal. "This is the paperwork for your change of nationality. Simply sign here, and from this moment forth, you shall be an official citizen of our nation. All your assets will be safeguarded by our laws, and, of course, your personal safety will also be assured." As Xiao Luo listened to Governor Phelps' explanation, he meticulously reviewed the documents. "May I still purchase stocks?" he inquired. "In order to protect the interests of our citizens, we kindly request that you refrain from further stock purchases. However, you may invest in our nation's enterprises, and any lawful profits you earn will belong to you. Additionally, you are welcome to explore other financial products that also yield returns." At this juncture, an elderly gentleman on the sofa interjected, "Indeed. You may deposit your funds in the United Savings Bank of our nation. If you opt for a 5-year fixed deposit, you will enjoy an annual return of 4 on your principal. A 10-year fixed deposit will yield 5 annually. A 20-year term will grant you 6 per year, while a 50-year deposit will provide a remarkable 10 return each year. Mr. Xiao, as the wealthiest individual in the world, placing your substantial funds in our bank will generate interest income that is indeed a fortune in itself. Do you still worry about earning profits?" "Who is this gentleman?" Xiao Luo inquired of Governor Phelps regarding the elderly man. The elder quickly introduced himself. "Oh, my name is Amy Welsh, chairman of the United Savings Group." "Oh, I recall our conversation over the phone," Xiao Luo responded. Amy Welsh smiled and nodded. "Indeed, that was me." Xiao Luo, upon hearing this, extended his hand to shake with Amy Welsh, expressing his pleasure. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I shall certainly deposit my funds in your bank." "Oh, that is splendid news," Amy Welsh exclaimed. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Luo swiftly signed the documents and returned them to Governor Phelps. Following a thorough review, Phelps handed the documents to an accompanying official, who began processing the necessary procedures. Within 2 minutes, Xiao Luo received his social security number card and passport from the United States. Amy then sought Xiao Luo's opinion. "Mr. Xiao, if you wish, we can immediately issue you a bank card from our institution." Upon receiving Xiao Luo's consent, Amy instructed her staff to proceed. In less than a minute, the personnel had completed the issuance of both a debit card and an unlimited credit card for Xiao Luo. The bank staff reported, "Mr. Xiao, you may now deposit your funds onto this debit card." In response, Xiao Luo decided to allocate 800,799 billion yuan from his stock account into a 50-year fixed deposit, while the remaining 800 billion yuan would be placed in a savings account, also re-establishing the connection of his stock account to the United Savings Bank debit card. After confirming the details with Amy and her staff, they exchanged congratulatory handshakes. Governor Phelps then reminded Xiao Luo, "Mr. Xiao, there is one more document requiring your signature pertaining to the ownership of this estate." Upon reviewing the document, Xiao Luo noted that the property certificate in the United States differed from that in his homeland. Here, property ownership was considered perpetual, not merely for a lifetime, but inheritable by future generations. The ownership rights in the United States were divided into 2 categories: the rights to the building and the land, both of which were perpetual. While the ownership was indeed perpetual, the annual holding costs included 1. A property tax of 3. The 1 property tax collected in the United States primarily funded community employees' salaries, school construction, community facilities, environmental beautification, road construction, and landscaping, thereby enhancing property value. 2. A maintenance fee of 20 million yuan per year, covering services such as landscaping and security. 3. An insurance fee of 50 million yuan per year, providing comprehensive coverage. 4. And estate tax, applicable if the property was passed down to the next generation. Upon examining the estate's valuation at 2 billion yuan, Xiao Luo realized that, given his current wealth, maintaining the estate was certainly feasible. The stable income generated from bank deposits would yield 280,079,900 million yuan annually, and after deducting 39.6 in personal income tax, he would retain 169,012,48,002,596 million yuan. Over 50 years, the interest alone could accumulate to an astonishing 456,002,412,980 million yuan, propelling his wealth beyond 10 trillion yuan. After signing the document, Xiao Luo handed it back to Phelps, who then passed it to the official for data registration. In less than 2 minutes, all transfer procedures were duly completed. Mr. Xiao, you are required to settle the following costs: the purchase of ownership for 6 billion yuan, property tax of 180 million yuan, maintenance fees of 20 million yuan, and insurance fees of 50 million yuan, totaling 17 billion yuan. Additionally, you will need to pay annual property fees, maintenance fees, and insurance fees amounting to 170 million yuan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Luo could not help but exclaim at the numerous fees incurred before even residing in the house. Over 60 years, these costs would surpass the property's value. However, one must bow beneath the eaves. For the sake of the esteemed governor of the United States, this payment was unavoidable. With that thought, Xiao Luo produced his phone and transferred the funds to the official. As Governor Phelps observed Xiao Luo complete the transaction, he smiled and remarked, "Congratulations, Mr. Xiao. I wish you a pleasant life. It has been a delightful evening spent with you, but I must attend to some national affairs. The hour is late, so I shall not disturb your rest. Farewell." With that, Phelps rose to shake Xiao Luo's hand, who, in turn, stood to bid him farewell. The two elegant women escorted the party out of the castle doors. Chapter 64. The Roman Manor. Welcome, esteemed guest, to the Roman Manor. I am your butler, Alice, here to provide you with any service you desire. Upon witnessing Alice's unwavering confidence, Xiao Luo decided to test her. Could you promptly deliver a delectable dinner for me? Alice gracefully guided Xiao Luo to a door on the left as they entered. Curiosity piqued, he followed her. Please, enter, Alice invited. Upon stepping into the room, Xiao Luo was greeted by two tall, elegant women clad in sheer gowns, who first curtsied before assisting him in removing his shoes and replacing them with custom-made slippers. Once adorned with the slippers, Xiao Luo felt a significant lightness, as if gliding effortlessly upon the plush carpet. This is the dressing room, where attendants will assist you in changing, Alice explained, standing to Xiao Luo's right. The spacious room, approximately 10 meters in width and depth, revealed its purpose. Realizing that the two women in sheer dresses were indeed his maids, Xiao Luo allowed them to escort him further into the dressing room. Inside, an array of garments hung meticulously, encompassing summer, spring-autumn, winter attire, casual wear, sportswear, shoes, socks, belts, ties, sleepwear, robes, and more, each piece arranged with the precision of a luxury boutique. With arms outstretched, Xiao Luo surrendered to the maids as they delicately removed his clothing. Initially taken aback, he soon acquiesced to the professionalism of their duties. They draped a white bathrobe around him and escorted him out of the dressing room. Here's the bathroom, where you may indulge in our professional bathing services designed to alleviate your fatigue, Alice continued. Stepping into the bathroom, Xiao Luo noted that the maids did not follow. A tall, voluptuous woman in a bathrobe greeted him with a warm smile. Welcome, esteemed guest. I am your personal technician. Please follow me. As they walked, the technician elaborated on the array of services available: assistance with bathing, showering, scrubbing, sauna treatments, wellness care, full-body massages, and more. She guided Xiao Luo to an enormous, round ceramic bathtub, approximately 3 meters in diameter and 1.5 meters deep, outfitted with various jets. Please test the water temperature for your comfort. With a glance at the frothy water, Xiao Luo dipped a hand in, finding the warmth just right. The soothing foam enveloped his body, allowing every muscle to relax. He exhaled deeply and gently closed his eyes as the cleansing bubbles washed away the day's toils. After 5 minutes, he sensed a slight increase in temperature and, upon peeking, saw the thermometer reading 40 degrees. Is the water still comfortable, esteemed guest? The technician inquired. Yes, Quite pleasant, he replied, too relaxed to fully open his eyes. Very well. I shall change the bathing water. Would you like a beverage? Just some mineral water, please. Of course, she responded, rising to fetch a bottle for him. Xiao Luo sat up, accepting the bottle of Kobe mineral water, eagerly sipping from it. You may soak for another 2 minutes before showering, she advised. Thank you for your efforts, he replied. After 2 minutes, Xiao Luo emerged from the tub, and the technician led him into a shower room adjacent to the bath. Following his shower, he reclined on a scrubbing bed, while the technician meticulously cleansed his body, applying exfoliating mud to finish. He then entered a steam room, perspiring profusely until his skin glowed with health. A final rinse in warm water completed his bathing ritual. Next, he was ushered into a dimly lit room, where he reclined on a soft, comfortable massage table, surrendering to the technician's expert ministrations. The massage revitalized his circulation and eased his muscles, leaving him thoroughly relaxed. Xiao Luo lay there, reluctant to awaken until hunger stirred him 2 hours later. Esteemed guest, please enjoy some fruit, a maid suggested as Xiao Luo stirred. Finding delectable dishes laid out before him, he opened his mouth to accept the fruit she offered. It's best to start with fruit for hydration, followed by some soup to stimulate your appetite, Alice advised him. Did you carry me from my room to here? Xiao Luo inquired. Indeed, to avoid disturbing your peaceful slumber. I instructed the maids to transport you to the dining area and then to your chair. Truly a top-tier butler, Xiao Luo remarked appreciatively. Thank you for your kind words. Alice replied. After consuming fruit, porridge, and some vegetables, Xiao Luo no longer felt hungry. Noticing he had finished his meal, Alice commanded the maids to clear the table and guided Xiao Luo to the bedroom on the second floor. Accessing the second-floor bedroom required a private elevator, which only Xiao Luo was permitted to operate. Such an elevator also connected the living room to the first, second, and third floors. During registration, Xiao Luo's information had been recorded, granting him automatic access. The bedroom, airy and bright, featured a Bayer de Chino Supreme bed facing west, measuring 3 by 3 meters. The luxurious satin shimmered with opulence, while a Persian carpet covered the floor. 2 balconies, one on each side, offered ventilation and scenic views. Noticing the hour, Xiao Luo had little desire to explore further. He headed straight for the grand bed, eager to sleep. Observing this, Alice reminded him, Esteemed guest, your bill has been prepared. Please settle it. Oh, indeed. Thank you for the reminder. I would have been oblivious to my expenses, Xiao Luo replied as he took the bill from Alice. The costs were as follows: construction and renovation, 1 billion, custom soft furnishings, 4 billion, labor, 1 billion, personal technician services, 1 million, customized dinner, 200. 000, butler services, 500, 000, maid services, 86, 648 total, 6,218 million. Xiao Luo mused aloud. So, the renovation costs are still outstanding. Correct. The prior payment only covered the property acquisition. The furnishings and decor are tailored to the standards of the elite and are not included in the property value. Butler and maid services are charged daily, while technician services are billed per visit. Of course, you may opt to discontinue any service. Similar offerings will not be available tomorrow. Should you require any other services, I am at your disposal. Very well, please continue providing butler and maid services for me tomorrow. I shall settle the bill now. Having concluded his payment transaction without hesitation, Alice swiftly presented additional service options. Esteemed guest, should you desire companionship services, I can arrange that immediately. Companionship? It entails assistance in addressing sleep disturbances. Oh, I don't believe I have any such issues, yet I am intrigued. Please arrange this service for me. Certainly, esteemed guest. What are your preferences? Opt for the most luxurious arrangement. Very well, the premium package requires a payment of 100 million, plus a commission of 20 million, totaling 120 million. Please provide a prepayment. Understood. Xiao Luo promptly settled the amount of 120 million. On the very first day of Xiao Luo's arrival in Ligua, he expended a staggering 12.19218 billion dollars, demonstrating an extravagant spending habit. At this rate, his remaining 800 billion dollars will soon be depleted. It appears that being the world's richest individual is no easy feat. Chapter 65, The Transformation of the Alijian Nation over 150 years and discussing the appointment of Xiao Luo to work in the Alijian Nation. One must reflect on the tumultuous events that have transpired over the past century and a half. Prior to 150 years ago, a calamitous scientific oversight plunged humanity into a catastrophic disaster lasting half a century. Initially, this calamity failed to capture the attention of the Alegian leadership, who, in their hubris, believed that their technological prowess would swiftly contain the situation. However, as the disaster escalated, it spread globally, leaving nations grappling with immense losses and unable to assist one another. The calamity continued to worsen, but in a fortuitous turn of events, 5 years in, scientists from the Long Nation achieved a breakthrough, successfully curtailing the disaster within their borders. Nevertheless, the Alegian nation, unwilling to relinquish its status as a global hegemon, politically maneuvered to prevent the dissemination of these technological advancements. Consequently, only a handful of regions managed to mitigate the disaster's effects. This catastrophe resulted in a dramatic decline in the world's population, with some nations nearly facing extinction. The Alegian population plummeted from 328 million to 150 million, while the Long Nation saw its population thrive. Other populous nations experienced similar declines, with many losing over half their populace, such as the Zhou nation, which dwindled from over 1.3 billion to merely 500 million, leaving only the affluent behind. The Alegian nation seized the opportunity to monopolize essential global products, leading to a steady increase in prices and substantial profits. This windfall not only alleviated national debt and fortified the treasury, but also allowed the nation to dominate energy resources in the Middle East, channeling global wealth into its coffers. Meanwhile, the severely affected nations found themselves powerless against the intimidation of the Alegian military, leading them to surrender without resistance. Over the subsequent 3 decades, the Alegian nation amassed vast wealth, with its GDP soaring from 20 trillion al-yuan to an astounding 500 trillion al-yuan, although its population had shrunk to 150 million. The per capita income reached an unprecedented 33 million al-yuan. For a century following the disaster, the Alegian nation remained at the epicenter of global influence, attracting talent and wealth from various countries. By the mid-22nd century, its GDP had reached 1,000 trillion al-yuan, with a population of only 200 million and an annual per capita income of 5 million al-yuan, while the Long Nation's currency stood at merely 500,000 Long Nation coins. Yet, many technological fields encountered stagnation, leaving wealth ineffective and driving further advancements. In a bid to maintain its global dominance, the Alegian nation embarked on the development of fantastical machinery, such as the spaceborne aircraft carrier, capable of housing 500 fighter jets and powered by a nuclear fission reactor. However, the exorbitant costs and lengthy construction times, taking up to 50 years, resulted in the completion of only one such vessel in a century. Plans for a second vessel, with a projected cost of 2,000 trillion al-yuan, remained indefinitely shelved. In addition to the spaceborne carrier, the Alegian nation also developed colossal combat mechs, essentially oversized humanoid robots. Despite their impressive capabilities, these mechs consumed fuel at an alarming rate, equivalent to that of 10 fighter jets. Their construction costs soared to 500 billion al-yuan per unit, rendering them vulnerable targets against missiles from the Long Nation, while instilling fear in lesser nations, including the Arctic bear, Eros, which refrained from provoking the Alegian military. Thus, the global landscape transformed into a battleground for supremacy between the Long Nation and the Alegian nation. The Long Nation, having swiftly contained the disaster's aftermath, witnessed its economy flourish, bolstered by a robust manufacturing sector, and aided several nations in overcoming their predicaments while gaining significant prestige. However, after a century post-disaster, insatiable energy consumption led to factory shutdowns, particularly by the 2030s, as the Long Nation's population surged to 2 billion, surpassing import and extraction limits. In response, efforts coalesced around achieving breakthroughs in nuclear fusion technology, promising limitless and clean energy. Other sectors also experienced remarkable advancements, such as the civilianization of quantum communication and the realization of decimal-based computer operating systems. Conversely, the Alegian nation resisted adopting nuclear fusion technology due to the monopolistic grip its energy conglomerates held over global resources. Transitioning to fusion energy would spell catastrophic losses for these entities, prompting them to obstruct research and development in this area. The Alegian technological landscape became characterized by ostentation rather than practicality, squandering resources and time. This juxtaposition ultimately fostered a competitive dynamic between the Long Nation and the Alegian nation. All these developments hinged upon the presence of Xiao Luo. Initially, he facilitated the Long Nation's breakthrough in nuclear fusion technology, enabling the realization of limitless energy. He also successfully developed quantum computers, transforming computational capabilities to interstellar levels, capable of simulating the life cycle of a galaxy in mere seconds. His contributions accelerated breakthroughs across various scientific domains, particularly in particle physics, which necessitates processing vast datasets. The Alegian security apparatus recognized the value of these advancements and coveted Xiao Luo's expertise. In a mere month, Xiao Luo amassed significant wealth for the Alegian nation, shaking its financial sector to its core. This turmoil devastated the real economy, leading to widespread unemployment, while he controlled a substantial share of military and energy stocks, effectively grasping the nation's economic lifeblood. Faced with an untenable economic crisis, the Alegian leadership, desperate to ameliorate the situation, reluctantly agreed to all demands from the Long nation, solely to secure Xiao Luo's allegiance. For Xiao Luo, his foremost concerns remained his wife and children. Yet, his impressions of the Alegian leadership were far from favorable, as they professed to safeguard his rights, but betrayed him financially upon his arrival. This realization led him to conclude that entanglement with the Alegian leadership would be perilous, potentially severing his hopes of family reunion indefinitely. However, both he and his family possessed the gift of longevity, granting them the patience to endure. Additionally, the interest from the Alegian Union Savings Bank constituted a fortune in its own right, coupled with his substantial stockholdings in military and energy sectors, which promised significant dividends. Xiao Luo's financial prowess allowed him considerable leverage. In the Alegian nation, wealth could procure anything, including the possibility of campaigning for the highest office. Though such ambitions required residency of 60 years and a doctoral degree from an Alegian institution, obstacles that merely represented a matter of time for Xiao Luo. As we delve into the economic landscape of the Alegian nation, it is imperative to consider the plight of its common people. Originally, the nation of Alegian, after a century of wealth accumulation, enjoyed a period of strength and prosperity, with its citizens living in peace and contentment. However, the emergence of Xiao Luo disrupted this equilibrium. Financial turmoil precipitated a subprime mortgage crisis, leading to the collapse of numerous enterprises, soaring prices, drastically diminished incomes, and an escalating unemployment rate, resulting in widespread despair among the populace. Many capitalists faced bankruptcy, white-collar workers sought alternative livelihoods, and even cinematic icons were compelled to explore new avenues. Nevertheless, the proverbial emaciated camel is larger than a horse. The recent economic crisis in Alegian has indeed posed challenges for ordinary citizens, yet many affluent capitalists remained largely unscathed. The financial conglomerates adeptly leveraged their resources to capitalize on the situation, while it was primarily the small to medium-sized capitalists and speculators who bore the brunt of the impact. Numerous small capitalists succumbed to bankruptcy during this financial tempest, some accruing substantial debts. Consequently, these individuals resorted to various means within the gray economy to reap exorbitant profits, aiming to settle debts or sustain their livelihoods. For instance, the burgeoning live-streaming industry and headhunting firms emerged as significant players in this landscape. The headhunting company, to which the character Alice belongs, advertised lucrative job openings on specialized websites, attracting high-end talent who were either bankrupt or burdened by debt. They collaborated with real estate developers and political figures to cultivate networks among the wealthy, subsequently marketing luxurious services to these affluent individuals, thereby reaping substantial profits. Services such as private technical assistance, maid services, butler services, and sleep assistance flourished. The personnel catering to the wealthy were meticulously selected, with female staff embodying beauty and elegance. With adequate remuneration, they were prepared to fulfill every desire and requirement of the affluent clientele. Chapter 66. Though you are beautiful, my interest is limited. Ellis. What other services can your butler provide? Asked Xiao Luo, seated on the luxurious goose-down leather sofa before the bed. Ellis's eyes sparkled as she responded, Master, as long as the payment is sufficient, we can offer you any service you desire. For instance, we provide top-tier bodyguard services, which require the approval of our nation's highest authority due to the military secrets involved. Oh, how intriguing. Xiao Luo considered the necessity of ensuring his safety, as he was the world's richest man and likely had many who wished him harm. This service piqued his interest significantly. Is there a cost for acquiring such robots? Ellis replied readily, $100 billion each. And what if I wish to purchase an entire team of bodyguards? A bodyguard team consists of 4 personal bodyguards, 2 undercover guards at the front and back, 1 captain, and 4 remote fire support robots, totaling 13 robots for $150 billion. Should you wish to acquire 2 teams, they would possess reconnaissance capabilities, identifying potential threats within a 10-kilometer radius. Their combined operational proficiency would rival that of a special operations squad from our nation. They can operate various aircraft, vehicles, and vessels, and utilize an array of weaponry, including missiles. Thus, the price for 2 teams would be $400 billion. Delighted by this revelation, Sha Luo exclaimed, "Excellent, I shall purchase them." Ellis could hardly contain her glee, nearly bouncing with excitement. "Very well, I will contact headquarters to activate the permissions. Your robotic bodyguards will be en route shortly." Ellis happily informed Sha Luo that the permissions were successfully granted, expressing her surprise at the swift approval from the highest authority. Sha Luo, however, was more concerned with the arrival of his robotic protectors. Ellis handed him a device for confirmation. "Master, once you complete the transfer, the bodyguards will arrive via transport helicopter within approximately 5 minutes." Sha Luo promptly executed the transfer, and the device confirmed the successful transaction. Ellis, overjoyed, exclaimed, "Yes, thank you, Master. Do you realize this transaction not only clears my debts but also grants me a substantial profit?" She then embraced Sha Luo with fervor. Taken aback, Sha Luo attempted to push Ellis away but inadvertently placed his hands in an inappropriate position. Realizing this, Ellis responded submissively, "Master, I love you." Flushed with embarrassment, Sha Luo struggled to free himself from her grasp, explaining, "Ellis, I'm sorry, but I am a married man." With a smile, Ellis replied, "That is of no consequence. I am more than willing to do anything for you, including being your unofficial consort." Just then, the device in Ellis's hand chimed, signaling the arrival of the sleep assistant. "Please confirm." This alleviated the awkwardness, and Sha Luo finally extricated himself from Ellis's embrace. Ellis informed him, "Master, your requested sleep assistance has arrived. Please grant access." Sha Luo, still flustered, used Ellis's device to activate the elevator permissions. Moments later, a tall, stunningly beautiful woman with golden hair and striking blue eyes appeared in Sha Luo's bedroom. "Greetings. It is an honor to provide you with sleep assistance. My name is Juliana Rothschild. I am 20 years old, standing at 190 centimeters tall, weighing 81 kilograms, with measurements of 100, 770, 102, 6. Are you satisfied, Master?" Sha Luo gazed up at the exquisitely beautiful noblewoman, feeling an overwhelming pressure. Satisfied. Certainly. However, please wait a moment," he stammered, his heart racing as he sought to compose himself. Juliana, puzzled, inquired, "Why is that?" "From what I understand, your family is immensely wealthy. Why then would you require my sleep assistance? Has your father incurred substantial debts?" "How did you know?" Sha Luo replied, relieved. "Indeed. My father owes a staggering $100 billion. To assist him in repaying this debt, I resorted to offering sleep assistance, hoping to find a wealthy benefactor to help my father through this crisis. Otherwise, he risks being pursued by creditors." Sha Luo sighed. "Yet, you are charging $100 million for your services. To repay such a debt, you'd need to fulfill 100 orders. Can you endure that?" With resolve, Juliana stated, "I believe that any wealthy individual capable of accepting my services must possess a fortune exceeding 10 trillion. Since you are willing to engage my services, I assume your wealth surpasses 100 trillion. Additionally, I can offer you other services, such as a long-term, one-on-one loyalty service for 100 billion over 1 year, or 1,000 billion over 10 years. During this period, I would serve only you. Should I breach this agreement, you would not need to compensate me." Sha Luo pondered for a moment before responding, "I believe youth is invaluable. You are sacrificing your youth to repay your father's debts, an unfortunate circumstance indeed. However, I feel there are alternative means to alleviate that burden. I am willing to enter into a 10-year agreement with you. Yet, this arrangement is not entirely voluntary on your part. What I receive would merely be a cold, mechanical shell devoid of genuine connection, which holds little significance for me. Furthermore, I am a married man. My wife is a rare beauty, and we share a clever and delightful child. Though you are indeed beautiful, my interest remains rather limited." Chapter 67. The long romance song of the earth. Juliet pondered for a few seconds after hearing Sholo's remarks, and then replied, "Of course. A successful magnate would never allow their investments to suffer losses. However, my dear master, do not forget that I am a member of the Rothschild family. To be frank, although our family is immensely wealthy, that wealth is relative to the entire lineage. We have branches spread across the globe, with our enterprises spanning nearly every lucrative sector. Yet, not every family member is as fortunate. During times of financial turmoil or economic crisis, not everyone can navigate through safely. My father was caught in this financial storm, and when the banks cut off loans, our funding chain collapsed. Many in our branch faced similar fates, with no loans available and debts mounting to staggering heights. If you could assist my father in settling this debt, not only would you gain my 10 years of youth, but as I am still untouched, I would also introduce you to my father's business resources. How does that sound? My father's assets are valued at $500 billion. I wonder if that piques your interest? Upon hearing this, Sholo applauded, saying, I greatly admire Miss Juliet's courage and acumen. I would be delighted to befriend you. Your words have illuminated my thoughts. You are indeed an exceptional public relations talent, not only marketing yourself to me, but also promoting your father's commercial resources. The fundamental principle of business has always been to buy low and sell high, which aligns with the laws of commerce. Regrettably, I currently lack the surplus capital to acquire all of your father's ventures outright. However, to cultivate a friendship with someone as remarkable as yourself, I shall assist your father in repaying this debt of $100 billion. After Sholo finished speaking, he gestured for Juliet to provide her account details. Juliet was momentarily stunned, hardly believing what she heard, and quickly retrieved her phone to share the account information. Once Sholo transferred the funds, he inquired, Shall we need to sign a contract? The butler, Alice, interjected eagerly, Yes, we only need to sign an electronic contract, which holds the same legal validity. After saying this, Alice retrieved her device and presented Juliet's service contract for Sholo's confirmation. After reviewing the contract, Sholo signed it, expressing his hope that Juliet would indeed fulfill her promises for a pleasant collaboration. Alice then handed the device back to Juliet, indicating that she should sign as well, assuring her that they would certainly satisfy their master. With the collaboration finalized, Sholo felt assured that there were no further matters to attend to, and he decided to retire for the night, heading towards his bed. At that moment, Alice's device emitted a notification sound indicating the arrival of the security robots. Master, your robotic bodyguards have arrived. Please accept them. Oh, I almost forgot about that, Sholo remarked as he approached Alice to activate the door control. Within 2 seconds, a 2-meter-tall humanoid robot, dressed elegantly like a gentleman, entered Sholo's bedroom. Alice manipulated her device, causing the robot's eyes to emit a blue glow as it announced, It is a pleasure to serve you, Master. Observing the robot's muscular physique, Sholo felt a surge of security. He nodded at the robot, saying, Well, your safety is entrusted to you. At your command, the robot replied, and before long, 25 additional robots arrived, all with glowing blue eyes responding in unison, At your command. As they dispersed to their designated posts, 2 robots stationed in each corridor on the 2nd floor, 5 on the rooftop, 2 at each entrance on the ground floor, and the remaining 13 concealed in the corners of the estate, nearly undetectable to the average observer. Juliet was astonished by the display. Is this what they call a robotic assassin, Master? Alice quickly reassured her, Fear not. These are merely robotic bodyguards, tasked solely with ensuring your master's safety and not indiscriminately taking lives. Juliet placed a hand over her heart, relieved. That is good to know. Sholo, his eyes sparkling, remarked, It is getting late. Let us rest, for I am quite fatigued. He lay back on the bed, closing his eyes and gradually drifting into slumber. Seeing this, Juliet offered, Shall I play a piece of music for you, Master? After receiving his consent, she activated the sound system to play Song of the Earth, adjusting the lighting to a sleep mode, causing the lights in the bedroom to dim gradually. The Song of the Earth was composed by a deceased genius musician shortly before his passing. It is said that he grasped the essence of nature but refrained from articulating it directly, fearing misinterpretation by the masses. Thus, he infused his realizations into music, allowing listeners to glean insights through the melody. Although subsequent generations have attempted to add lyrics to the piece, the words have often fallen short of capturing its profound spirit, leading many to abandon the endeavor altogether. Consequently, the Song of the Earth has remained lyricless, with its initial rendition featuring only the piano. Later, the addition of the guzheng brought forth a harmonious dialogue, while the eru infused life into the piece. Ultimately, the inclusion of the suona added significant richness, and the subsequent incorporation of the violin harmonized perfectly. The composition's melody resonates deeply, its rhythm evokes nostalgia, and its varied cadences inspire boundless imagination, rendering it a masterpiece. Spanning 5 hours, the piece never feels prolonged. Rather, it serves as a cleansing of the soul. Thus, listeners never chastise the composer but instead find themselves enamored, as each listening experience yields a distinct epiphany, fostering immense reverence for the creator. Although Sholo kept his eyes closed, he was not asleep. Rather, He was fully absorbed in the song of the earth. As the final notes faded away, tears of fervor streamed from the corners of his eyes. For he had comprehended the essence behind the music. The cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death is not the original intent of Mother Earth for humanity. Yet, if the Earth does not venture beyond the solar system, its fate shall be demise. Hence, to awaken humanity's potential, Mother Earth orchestrates trials and tribulations, compelling humanity to evolve through adversity, ultimately guiding them beyond the solar system for survival. Even if Mother Earth were to perish within the solar system, this sacrifice would be worthwhile. Conversely, had she permitted humanity to live eternally without challenge, the Earth's resources would inevitably be depleted, leading to the extinction of both the Earth and humanity. Chapter 68. Phil's consultation with Sholo at 6:30 in the morning. The butler, Alice, donned in a black suit, gently approached the sleeping Sholo and the languid Juliet, rousing them from their slumber. Sholo, still half asleep and reluctant to rise, was informed by Alice of the day's agenda. At 10 o'clock, the esteemed Chief Phil would be visiting their master. With a murmured acknowledgement, Sholo reluctantly got out of bed and proceeded to the washroom to freshen up, while Alice stood beside him, handing him a water cup and a towel. Once refreshed, Sholo followed Alice to the bathing room on the first floor, where he indulged in a soothing bath. The maids presented him with warm milk, steak, and fruit, his breakfast. After finishing his meal, he concluded his bathing ritual and, with the assistance of the maids, changed into today's formal attire, a suit. The maids also styled his hair into a princely fashion, rendering Sholo the very image of nobility. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was only 7 o'clock. With some free time on his hands, he ventured to the rear of the estate to explore the grounds. To his surprise, he discovered that the castle's backyard was a meticulously tended garden, lush with greenery. At the garden's forefront lay a circular swimming pool, approximately 15 meters in diameter, with depths ranging from 1.5 to 2.5 meters. Adjacent to the castle was a single-story glass house, its 3 glass walls capable of being moved, housing various fitness equipment, a gym, no doubt. In front of the gym was a shaded relaxation area, furnished with 2 sun loungers and a table set for post-exercise leisure, perfect for basking in the sun. After discovering his little haven, Sholo eagerly tried out the gym equipment, unwittingly breaking into a sweat that soaked through his freshly donned dress shirt. The maids promptly provided him with a bathrobe, and Sholo reclined beneath the umbrella on a sun lounger, soaking up the sun. A gentle breeze caressed his face, and the warm sunlight embraced his body. With his eyes closed, he reveled in the symphony of birdsong and floral scents, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Master, Master, Alice whispered softly in Sholo's ear, rousing him from his dreams. Sholo blinked and squinted at her. Master, Chief Phil will arrive in 30 minutes. Please prepare yourself. Upon noticing his bathrobe, Sholo deemed it inappropriate attire for meeting the chief, exclaiming, "Is he arriving so soon? I must change my clothes." With that, he rose and headed to the bathing room for a quick shower, followed by a change of suit with the maid's assistance. By the time he finished, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Sholo made his way to the marble plaza in front of the castle, awaiting Phil's arrival. 2 minutes later, Phil's official vehicle pulled up to the estate, and Sholo greeted him with a beaming smile as he stepped out. "Welcome back, sir. It is a pleasure to have you here again," Sholo said, extending both hands to grasp Phil's right hand in a courteous manner. "Indeed, it was rather late yesterday. To avoid disturbing Mr. Sholo's rest, I chose to visit you this morning," Phil replied with a chuckle. "Thank you very much for your kind words. But I am merely an ordinary person, certainly not the divine being you speak of," Sholo humbly countered. "Oh, ha ha ha." Mr. Sholo remains as modest as ever. As the two shared a hearty laugh, they entered the castle. Phil, with a meaningful glance, inquired, "Were you satisfied with the quality of your sleep last night?" Understanding the underlying implication, Sholo responded, "Of course, especially the song of the earth captivated my imagination." Phil, taken aback, exclaimed, "Oh, please, enlighten me. Such a request is too grand. I shall merely share my thoughts with you. The earth and humanity are intrinsically linked. Without the nurturing of the earth, humanity would not exist. The earth is akin to a mother, the true sovereign of humanity. Through the trials posed by harsh conditions, she seeks to awaken our potential, ensuring humanity grows stronger, capable of venturing beyond the solar system into the cosmos. Otherwise, we risk perishing alongside our Mother Earth in the distant future, a fate she wishes to avert. However, for humanity to endure, we must enhance our genetics, enabling us to meet the conditions for immortality. Only then will technology advance, allowing us to comprehend the language of the universe, enabling humanity to traverse the cosmos and possibly ascend to realms beyond our universe. Phil listened, both fascinated and perplexed, replying, "Your words resonate deeply. I grasp your concept of Mother Earth, yet the notions of immortality and a universe beyond our own leave me bewildered." Certainly. Many nations are researching the secret to human longevity, yet after 2 centuries, little progress has been made. No viable medications have emerged. Our nation has conducted studies as well, yet only on animals, as human trials remain unsolved mysteries fraught with risks no one dares to undertake. After all, health and life may only offer one opportunity. Regarding your mention of a universe beyond our own, our scientific institutions deem such theories to be mere fabrications. Perhaps we should focus our energies on governing the nation and fostering economic growth. Wouldn't you agree? Certainly, your points hold merit. I express these thoughts solely as my personal reflections. I hope you do not find them bothersome. As for governance, I am but a layman, and my background does not encompass such matters. I have not conducted any professional studies in this area, thus I cannot be of assistance, Sholo replied. With your knowledge, one might presume you have transcended to realms beyond mortal comprehension. Your humility is commendable. Setting aside abstract terminology, could you offer insights on the trajectory of the Dragon Nation? Phil inquired, puzzled. Are you suggesting that the national strength of the Dragon Nation will wane in the coming decades? Sholo remained silent. Ah, Mr. Sholo, do not take offense. I am genuinely intrigued by the classical theories of your nation, hence my probing questions. I hope you can forgive my curiosity. Your concern is unwarranted. I merely fear my words may mislead you, hence my hesitance, Sholo replied. Given your vast knowledge, might you share how the United States could maintain its global dominance? Phil asked, his tone earnest. Such a question is fraught with peril. Should I impart the secrets of dominance, I might find myself in grave danger, Sholo replied, straightening in his seat. Rest assured, our system is designed to protect every citizen of our nation. Besides, you are already safeguarded by lethal machines. What cause for concern could there be? Phil reassured him. Sholo, with a composed demeanor, articulated, the art of dominance aligns with the principles of the universe, wielded appropriately. It can earn one eternal glory, yet misused, it invites divine retribution. I possess neither the virtue nor the authority to contend with the universe's loss. That would be a path to self-destruction. Furthermore, I hold no official position or power. My words lack legitimacy, thus I dare not speak of dominance. Chapter 69. Shaluo signs a 20-year contract. As Shaluo watched the silhouette of fields fade into the distance within the luxurious car, an array of emotions stirred within him. On his very first day in the United States, he had already incurred an expenditure of $512.19218 billion, alongside the exorbitant daily costs for maids, meals, and the butler's fees. He found himself cursing the ancestors of the United States, yet constrained by his circumstances, he resigned himself to spending in order to avert disaster. How could he possibly face his family and colleagues back in the Dragon Nation, especially if one day the United States were to annex it, rendering him a pariah in his homeland? Such a fate, laden with infamy for eternity, was one he would never accept. Contemplating this predicament, Shaluo acknowledged that tolerating the incessant pestering of this impetuous youth was not a viable solution. He summoned his butler, Alice, to his side. Alice, what qualifications are necessary to secure employment in the United States? One must possess at least a level 6 proficiency in the recognized language and a university diploma accredited by the federal government, she replied. Unfortunately, I have neither. It appears I shall need to seek out an institution to obtain these qualifications. By the way, Juliana has yet to graduate. You could enroll in her university, Alice suggested. Very well, I shall inquire with her, Shaluo responded before ascending to the second floor via the elevator. Juliana, I wish to discuss something with you. Juliana, her complexion pale, approached Shaluo. Master, what queries do you have? I shall share all that I know. How does one obtain a university diploma without a qualification recognized by the United States for immigration? This is a minor issue, she replied. Although you have attained American immigration status, you have not studied in a country where Arabic is the native language for over 3 years. Nor do you possess any evidence of your Arabic proficiency. The application process entails preparing for the TOEFL or IELTS examinations, typically submitting university applications around November, with acceptance notifications arriving between February and April of the following year, and enrollment in August. You must also provide your high school transcripts for the past 3 years, along with application materials including a resume, personal statement, and letters of recommendation. The examination scores may vary. Students generally average around 80 for TOEFL and 6 for IELTS. If you have lower scores or choose not to take the examinations, you may apply for language courses at the university. Alternatively, if you prefer not to attend classes, you could enroll in a federally recognized training institution and hire a tutor to study at home, taking the exam when the time comes. At the dining table, Xiao Luo invited all the maids to join him for a meal. The maids were taken aback, gazing at the sumptuous delicacies laid before them, and soon reveled in the feast. As Xiao Luo dined, he contemplated the potential risks of their presence, while they were merely there for the money. The possibility of someone prying into his affairs through them posed a threat to his safety. Perhaps securing their lifetime commitment would mitigate the risk of information leaks. However, that would mean paying 6 maids 80,000 each daily, totaling 480,000, with the butler's additional 500,000, culminating in 980,000 a day, including meals. The total would reach 480,000 Arabic dollars daily. Over a year, this would amount to 402 billion Arabic dollars. Given his current account balance of 78 billion, he could manage this expense without issue. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Luo approached Alice. Alice, I wish for you all to provide me with your services indefinitely, whether for 10 years or 100, I am willing to cover all expenses, provided you remain by my side. Alice beamed with delight. Really? Master, if we are to enter into a long-term agreement, insurance must be purchased for each member, along with annual bonuses and retirement funds once we reach the age of 60. Without hesitation, Xiao Luo replied, no problem. Alice, elated, retrieved a handheld device to present the contract to Xiao Luo for his signature. He carefully reviewed the terms. Each individual's insurance would adhere to the highest local standards, with coverage reaching 100 million, requiring a monthly payment of 100,000 per person. The year-end bonuses would be double the monthly salary, tripling after 5 years, quadrupling after 10, and quintupled after 20. Retirement funds would be calculated based on tenure, equating to 20 of the monthly salary, amounting to 24 times the monthly salary after 1 year, 240 times after 10 years, and 480 times after 20 years. Ultimately, the total obligation for the 7 individuals over 20 years would be 4,332 billion, plus a 10 commission of 2,34332 billion, resulting in a grand total of 77,652 billion. Xiao Luo then inquired of the other maids, are you all willing to continue serving me for 20 years? Absolutely. The work here is easy, the pay is generous, and you, master, are so kind. Where else could we find such a position? Seeing no objections, Xiao Luo signed the device and proceeded to settle the account in full with his mobile phone. Well then, the contract is finalized. We shall live together at Roman Mountain Manor for the next 20 years, hoping it brings joy to each of us. Alice verified the device, casting a look of admiration at Xiao Luo. Master, thank you. This contract secures my income. Indeed, master, I was concerned about finding work elsewhere. The economy this year is truly dire, and many of my classmates are struggling to secure decent employment. Your offer of 20 years of work with such an excellent salary fills me with gratitude, one maid expressed, visibly moved. This allows me to earn 2.4 million monthly, amounting to 28.8 million annually, which is incredibly reassuring, especially for someone who has yet to graduate. Observing this, Juliana turned to Xiao Luo with a playful tone. Honey, I want that too. Xiao Luo glanced at her. What is it that you desire? I wish for similar benefits. But we have already signed a contract, Xiao Luo countered. However, I had to give all my money to my father to pay off debts, leaving me with no income. Realizing her predicament, Xiao Luo declared, very well. I will transfer 100 million to your account. You may manage it as you wish. Consider it a gift. Juliana's face lit up with joy. Thank you, honey, she exclaimed, bestowing a sweet kiss upon Xiao Luo. Chapter 70. Earning a living. Xiao Luo signed a 20-year service contract with the 7 employees in the castle, additionally granting 100 million yuan to Julie. The relationship between Xiao Luo and Julie left the 6 maids puzzled and hesitant to inquire further, burying their feelings of envy deep within. However, the housekeeper, Alice, was rather straightforward. Linking her arm with Xiao Luo's, she said, Master, I would like some as well. Xiao Luo, momentarily at a loss, asked Alice, what is it that you desire? Alice, in a playful tone, replied, something like what Julie has. Realizing the implication, Xiao Luo quickly clarified, I must explain that the terms of Julie's service are distinct from yours. She has endured considerable hardship to earn such compensation. This money is meant to compensate Julie for her sacrifices, allowing her to recuperate. Of course, she is free to use it as she pleases, purchasing gifts she desires. I am not well versed in romance and do not know what gifts you girls might appreciate. Thus I opted to provide her with the funds for her to choose. After explaining to the other maids, he turned to Alice and asked, "Do you wish to endure hardship as well?" Alice gazed at Xiao Luo with wide, innocent eyes and softly replied, "Whenever master needs, I am available." "But we have not signed a relevant contract," Xiao Luo responded. Alice bit her lip and said, "We can create a private agreement, master." Confounded, Xiao Luo remarked, "I do not understand." Julie then interjected, "The contract I signed with master encompasses services akin to those of Julie's, albeit not explicitly stated. Whenever master requires, I can provide services similar to Julie's, as long as master offers a gratuity." Xiao Luo finally grasped the situation and asked, "So, how much would a 20-year gratuity amount to?" "That is up to you, master," she replied. "Then, it seems that offering you 100 million would be rather insufficient, considering it is for 20 years, Xiao Luo mused. Alice felt a surge of delight and said, "Thank you, master." Xiao Luo then took out his phone and directly transferred 1 billion to Alice. "I believe this amount is reasonable." Alice confirmed the transfer, her excitement prompting her to kiss Xiao Luo and exclaim, "Thank you, master." On the other side, Julie, witnessing this, playfully said, "Honey, why did you give Alice so much?" "I want some too." Xiao Luo explained, "Oh, that is her gratuity for 20 years. Julie replied, "Then I wish for a 10-year gratuity." Xiao Luo thought for a moment and proposed, "How about this? If you wish to increase your income, I am in need of a home tutor. You could teach me the American language at a rate of 100,000 per day. What do you think?" Julie agreed, "All right." Xiao Luo comforted her. "The compensation I offer each individual is based on their contributions, ensuring fairness. Would you not agree?" The other 6 maids seemed to understand Xiao Luo's perspective, continuing their meal in silence. Julie, while recognizing she had not received as much as Alice, felt balanced by securing a lucrative job, and thus happily resumed her meal. Meanwhile, Xiao Luo privately regretted his extravagant spending, realizing that with over 280 billion at his disposal, it might be depleted in a matter of months. The stock returns would not arrive until the year's end, leaving him concerned about whether he could sustain himself until then. With over 3 months until the new year, he pondered how to generate more funds, fearing the implications of financial scarcity. Turning his gaze towards Julie and Alice, Xiao Luo instructed, "Alice, please order 2 top-tier computers and set them up in the study. Do not worry about the cost. Additionally, find a training institution for TOEFL or IELTS preparation. Ensure it allows for self-study, as I wish to learn the American language." "Not a problem. I will arrange it immediately," Alice replied. "Thank you, Alice. You are doing splendidly. It is my honor to serve you, master." Julie then asked, "Honey, why do we need 2 computers? One for me and the other for you to use for online classes, eliminating the need to go to school daily." Julie, touched by his thoughtfulness, hugged him tightly, exclaiming, "You are so kind." Releasing him, she said, "If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. I will ensure it is done." Xiao Luo smiled contentedly. "Then I hope you will assist me well in my studies." Julie beamed, "No problem." Observing the flourishing situation at Roman Manor, Xiao Luo felt a surge of happiness and decided to take a refreshing swim in the pool. Alice stood under a sunshade, silently watching over him, ready to hand him towels and a bathrobe. After swimming for half an hour, Xiao Luo emerged from the pool. Alice instructed 2 maids to dry him off, and they helped him into a clean bathrobe. Lying on a sunbed to bask in the sun, Alice approached him with a glass of mineral water, saying, "Master, you must be tired. Here, have some water." "Thank you, Alice." Xiao Luo lay comfortably on the sunbed, drifting into a nap. He was roused by Alice's gentle voice, "Master, the 2 computers you ordered have arrived." Drowsily, he replied, "Oh, just set them up in the study. You may carry on with your tasks. I will not interfere. I will grant you access." "Understood," Alice said, heading off to arrange the installation while Xiao Luo continued to soak up the sun. An hour later, feeling sufficiently warmed, he rose and headed to the gym, where he engaged in a rigorous workout on the treadmill, rowing machine, a wheel, pull-up bars, and weightlifting equipment, completing a full session. After an hour of intense exercise, drenched in sweat, a maid handed him a towel, and he wiped his face and forehead. She then offered him a glass of mineral water, which he gulped down before heading to the bathing room. After enjoying a hot shower and a sauna session that left him feeling rejuvenated, he changed into casual attire and made his way to the dining room. The table was set, with everyone already gathered, awaiting Xiao Luo's arrival. "Let us eat, everyone. No need to stand on ceremony," he said, picking up his chopsticks and serving dishes for everyone, which eased the atmosphere. Once the meal was finished, Xiao Luo dashed to the study, eager to reconnect with the internet, hoping to discover avenues for generating income to alleviate his financial predicament. The computer was equipped with top-of-the-line specifications, featuring a 30-inch rotatable, high-fidelity holographic display. Its motherboard and CPU were of national caliber, boasting computational speeds rivaling supercomputers. Not only could it project from mobile devices, but it also enabled immersive gaming experiences, akin to being physically present in the game. The accompanying sound system was among the best available, providing a truly authentic auditory experience, transporting users to the ambience of an opera house or a DJ bar. Alice elaborated on the features for Xiao Luo. "Wow, this is amazing," Julie exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "This is precisely what I envisioned," Xiao Luo replied as he settled into the ergonomic chair and powered on the computer. In less than a second, the computer welcomed him with a startup voice. He opened the browser to search for the information he sought. "Julie, there is another computer over there. You can use that one." Julie, thrilled, responded, "Thank you, honey." She activated the second computer beside Xiao Luo, who continued to search for pertinent information. He began by reading a plethora of current news articles before delving into the latest economic developments. "It seems that earning money has become quite challenging." Xiao Luo has finally summarized it succinctly. Alice leaned closer to the screen and remarked, "Indeed, otherwise I wouldn't have sought this position as a housekeeper." Upon hearing this, Julia also expressed her sentiments. "Absolutely. This year has truly been a financial catastrophe. Last year, jobs with a monthly salary of 200,000 were plentiful. Now, positions offering 50,000 are fiercely contested, and there's always the looming threat of layoffs. I am currently in need of funds. Which industry do you think I should explore?" Xiao Luo's statement elicited incredulous looks from the two ladies, who wondered how such a wealthy individual could possibly be short on cash. Sensing the awkwardness of the situation, Xiao Luo quickly clarified, "Oh, what I meant was that my expenses are particularly high at the moment, and without any income. I am eager to find ways to supplement my household finances." "You? Supplement your household finances?" Alice and Julia questioned in unison. "Yes. My stock dividends won't be available until the end of the year, and my fixed interest will only come through around this time next year. So I currently have no income. A successful capitalist cannot afford to operate at a loss. Wouldn't you agree?" "Agreed. I believe such is the nature of capitalists." "Is it not?" Alice retorted indignantly. "That cannot be entirely true. If one cannot earn money, how can one pay your exorbitant service fees?" Xiao Luo defended himself. "A gentleman values wealth acquired through righteous means. As long as fortune is obtained legally, it reflects capability. Throughout history, wealth has favored the able. And there is nothing excessive about it," Julia stated, halting mid-sentence. Understanding Julia's unspoken thoughts, Xiao Luo reassured her, "Do not worry, Julia. Your concerns are my concerns. I will certainly assist you." Julia responded with a soft turning her attention back to her computer. "Hey, Alice, don't you have a wealth of resources? Can you share with me which industries are currently lucrative?" Xiao Luo inquired, turning to her. "Well, gambling is certainly one of them," she replied. "However, that is illegal. Not in Alaska, it is legal there. But even then, the winnings are not substantial. I would consider it fortunate to win a few million, which still falls short of my needs. There are large casinos where one can bet hundreds of millions, even billions. Yet, even then, the maximum daily winnings might only reach around 1,000 billion. Moreover, would such wealthy individuals gamble with me? Some would, and the market is quite vast. With that in mind, I might be tempted to try," Xiao Luo mused. "However, if I were to engage in gambling, bringing along these robotic bodyguards would seem rather excessive. Perhaps I should refrain." "Alice, aside from gambling, are there any other avenues? How much can one earn from that?" "Currently, those excelling in the live streaming industry can achieve annual revenues of up to 500 billion. "Wow, that is an impressive income," Xiao Luo exclaimed. "Indeed. But competition in this field is becoming increasingly fierce. However, I prefer not to be in the limelight. Are there other options? One could consider acquiring companies on the brink of bankruptcy, nurturing them to success for significant profits, thus allowing the owner to remain out of the public eye. Though, it would require keen judgment and an astute eye for risk." Julia interjected, "Why not allow me to provide you with some resources for consideration? Once successful, I would take a 1 referral fee from your earnings. What do you say?" "Deal." Honey, how much capital are you prepared to invest? 100 billion. 100 billion would suffice only for small to medium-sized companies, and additional operational costs might be required later. Companies like my father's are out of reach, but smaller firms should be feasible. All right, I will defer to your judgment. Seeing Xiao Luo's agreement, Julia opened a dedicated website on her computer showcasing several companies. These companies have a market value of less than 50 billion, yet they are high-tech firms with immense growth potential. They have simply fallen victim to this year's financial storm, resulting in a broken capital chain, and are now on the verge of bankruptcy. Honey, take a look. Xiao Luo and Alice huddled closer, examining the information with great interest. Chapter 71. A step closer to realizing wishes. Xiao Luo reflected on this and said to Julia, "These companies yield insufficient returns. Please recommend firms with a larger market capitalization." Julia glanced at Xiao Luo and replied, "Very well, honey." She then proceeded to access additional information on the website. These companies have previously collaborated with my father's firm, and their market values range from 100 billion to 500 billion. We need to identify firms with a market capitalization of around 800 billion and liabilities of approximately 250 billion. Oh, why? Investing in such companies could yield the greatest profits. All right, at present, I only know of one, Alone Trading Company, Limited, which specializes in trade related to the Dragon Country. Due to recent policy adjustments in the Dragon Country, this company has suffered significant losses, with its market value plummeting from 1.2 trillion to 800 billion, alongside a continuous decline in revenue. To ensure its operational continuity, the company urgently requires 250 billion for liquidity. Otherwise, it faces a cumulative debt of 500 billion and potential bankruptcy. Then let us pursue this company. Contact the person in charge immediately and inform them that I am willing to provide the 250 billion funding. The condition is that they must allocate 20 of the company's profits to me annually for a period of 5 years. The principal repayment can be made in installments based on 20 of the annual profit or paid in full. Julia exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh, all right. I will contact the head of the company right away." After speaking with the owner of Alone Trading Company, Limited, and after several rounds of negotiation, they ultimately agreed to Xiao Luo's terms. "Honey, Alone Trading Company, Limited has accepted our conditions, and they want us to sign the agreement immediately. I will draft the agreement now, and after their confirmation, we will need to go to a designated location for the signing ceremony. You will need to be present." "Very well, no problem. Honey, here is the draft of the agreement. I will make a few minor modifications, and you can review the specifics. If everything looks good, I will print it out for legal certification, which will give the agreement legal validity." Xiao Luo reviewed the content of the agreement, found it satisfactory, and replied, "Good. Let us proceed." Julia sent the agreement to Alone Trading's official email and printed a copy. "Now, let us go to the legal institution for certification." As Julia gathered her belongings and prepared to leave, Xiao Luo and the butler, Alice, followed suit. As the trio reached the square in front of the castle, a humanoid robot dressed in a black suit approached Xiao Luo. "Master, we will accompany you to ensure your safety." Xiao Luo felt that having too many robots would be overly ostentatious. "All right, just arrange for 2 bodyguards to accompany me." "Understood." With that, another humanoid robot in a black suit stepped forward to join Xiao Luo. The 3 individuals, accompanied by 2 robots, exited the estate. "Alice, please summon a vehicle to take us for legal certification." "Certainly, Master." Alice took out a handheld device to make the arrangements. "Master, a dedicated vehicle has been called, and it will arrive in approximately 5 minutes. The cost is 10,000. "Very well." Xiao Luo took out his phone and paid the fee. In 3 minutes, a black luxury van came to a halt at the estate entrance. A suited driver exited the vehicle and respectfully gestured for them to enter. The 5 of them stepped into the spacious van, with the robots taking positions at the front and back, while the 3 humans settled into the interior seats. The driver closed the electric door and proceeded to the driver's seat to start the vehicle. After an hour's journey, they finally arrived at the law firm designated by Julia. The group disembarked, leaving the driver waiting in the vehicle. "Honey, why not purchase shares in Alone Company? Once their valuation increases, we could reap even greater rewards." "Oh." Alone is a physical company with substantial annual revenue. Given the improved relations between the Dragon Country and the United States, their business will surely rebound to previous levels, leading to significant profits for us. With so many journalists hired by Alone, could they be leveraging this for publicity? Wouldn't that expose your identity? I trust that the owner of Alone is a shrewd businessman. He would not disclose my information. This creates intrigue while shrouding our collaboration in mystery, making their success inevitable. Indeed, Julia and Alice regarded Xiao Luo with newfound admiration. Sure enough, on the computer screen in Xiao Luo's study, Julia spotted a headline that read, "Mysterious tycoon injects $250 billion into Alone trading company," with extensive coverage across major websites and video platforms. The public discourse surged, and Alone's stock price skyrocketed by 10. Honey, just as you predicted, Alone's stock price has indeed surged. Unfortunately, it won't yield immediate profits for you. Rest assured, profits will come soon enough. Oh, that would be splendid. Alone's strong ties with my father will also significantly benefit him. So, what shall we do next? My course textbooks have arrived, and you can assist me in learning the English language. I believe you have already mastered it and require no assistance. This is merely a formality. Since I have immigrated to the United States, I must adhere to the local laws and regulations. Without the relevant educational credentials, I will need to take an examination. Otherwise, how can I secure employment here? Honey, your thoughts are quite extraordinary. You're already so wealthy. Do you really need to work for money? Of course. While I possess substantial wealth, to work in a research institution, I must obtain the necessary professional certification. Should I wish to establish a research facility, I must also have the relevant authority. Thus, obtaining certification is imperative. Don't you agree? Very well. Perhaps you have many unconventional ideas. However, I trust your judgment will lead you correctly. Thank you for your faith. Let us commence our studies. All right. As December arrived, Xiao Luo attained full marks on his examination and successfully applied to the Capital Institute of Technology in the United States, ready to commence studies with the new students in the following spring. However, disliking traditional classroom settings, he opted for online courses, allowing him to complete his studies from the comfort of his study without financial worries. With newfound wealth, Xiao Luo began devising plans to construct a planetary spacecraft in the United States. However, he soon realized that relying solely on his own skills would be inadequate. He must leverage American technological prowess and resources. The spacecraft's propulsion would necessitate energy derived from nuclear fusion, requiring approval from the highest authority, President Fields. While construction materials could be entrusted to various research institutions, obtaining a doctorate and recognition from authoritative bodies in the United States was necessary before placing orders. This would entail completing university coursework and publishing academic papers, a process taking at least 5 years. Pondering this, Xiao Luo sighed deeply, prompting Alice, the butler, to inquire, "Master, if something weighs on your mind, you may share it with me. Sharing it with you will not yield a solution. Is it concerning extraterrestrial matters? How did you know? As long as it pertains to matters on Earth, our company can facilitate it, provided the funds are available." Really? Indeed. I harbor a profound aspiration to construct a spacecraft akin to Earth itself, allowing me to traverse the cosmos, free from the burdens of worldly affairs. Upon hearing this, Alice chuckled, remarking that my vision was far too advanced, which is why I had claimed she could not resolve it. However, she inquired, given the remarkable capabilities of her company, whether it would be possible for them to establish a permanent research base measuring 1,000 meters in height and encompassing 1,000,000 square meters. Alice responded earnestly that she would need to consult her company's proprietor. Very well. Contact your boss immediately and state the required budget without hesitation. Alice, not daring to delay, promptly retrieved her phone and urgently dialed her employer. After receiving a definitive response from her boss, she informed Xiao Luo, "The boss has approved this undertaking. However, we must conduct an expert evaluation of the specific proposal before we can provide you with a quotation. Should you place the order now? A deposit of 100 trillion yuan will be required." Xiao Luo, elated upon hearing this, exclaimed, "Excellent. I shall place the order at once." Alice produced a handheld device, and Xiao Luo swiftly completed the transaction. Upon witnessing the successful transfer, Alice's jaw dropped in astonishment. She had never imagined her master possessed such wealth. "To me, this is merely a trifling sum," Xiao Luo replied, leaving Alice profoundly impressed by his financial prowess, leading her to hold him in the highest regard. She realized that from this order, she could earn at least a 1 commission, equating to 1 trillion yuan, with subsequent payments likely exceeding this amount, a fortune she deemed unattainable in her lifetime. With the deposit paid, Xiao Luo's spirits lifted significantly. To celebrate the successful transaction, he instructed Alice to host a grand feast, inviting everyone at Roman Manor to indulge in a lavish meal. In a remarkably short time, Exquisite dishes were airlifted via helicopter from various seven-star hotels, costing an astonishing 1 billion yuan, leaving all in attendance astounded. Xiao Luo raised a glass of Lafite from a century past and declared, "I am particularly joyous today, for I have taken a step closer to my dream. Let us all revel in this moment. If you have any wishes, speak them aloud, and I shall fulfill them." What wish has been realized to bring such joy? A maid interjected eagerly. This wish is hard to believe, but I have placed the order, and it may come to fruition in the coming decades. This is my most fervent desire. She laughed heartily. Another maid chimed in, expressing her wish to purchase a lavishly decorated villa in the capital and to possess a savings of 10 billion yuan. Very well, Alice. Procure a luxurious villa for me, ensuring it is splendidly adorned, and put it in my name. Alice immediately began operating her handheld device, and within 10 seconds, she reported to Xiao Luo, "Master, the villa has been successfully acquired, and the total cost is 1.5 billion yuan." Xiao Luo promptly completed the transfer and requested the maid to provide her account details, subsequently transferring an additional 10 billion yuan to her. Upon seeing the funds credited to her account, the maid leaped with joy, exulting in her newfound fortune. Chapter 72. Xiao Luo's Wish Fulfillment and the Return of Julie after the first maid's wish was granted by Xiao Luo. The remaining 5 maids pondered for a moment before expressing their desires. Some aspired to possess a lavish yacht, others yearned for a luxurious private jet, while a few wished to become stars or esteemed physicians. Surprisingly, the last maid articulated a hope for everlasting peace in the world. Xiao Luo fulfilled the wishes of the first 5 maids, but when it came to the last one, he replied, "Your desire exceeds my capabilities. For I am not a politician and cannot influence the political direction of nations." Yet, the maid insisted, "I understand that you may not be able to achieve this, but it is indeed my ultimate wish. The conflicts in the world have left countless individuals homeless, destitute, and vulnerable, forced to live under the open skies, perpetually fearing for their lives, while the perpetrators offer not even a word of apology. They are truly pitiable." She continued, "I know no nation can halt the strife, let alone a single individual, but this belief cannot be extinguished. What is your name?" Xiao Luo inquired. "My name is Alex Powell, and I am 19 years old." The other maids introduced themselves in turn. "Call me Corliss Bryant, and my wish is to live in a villa. I am 18. I am Mattia Chris, wishing for a yacht, and I am 19. I am Ruth George, desiring a private jet, and I am 18. I am Mona Anthony, hoping to become a star, and I am 17. I am Lola Lewis, wishing to be a physician, and I am 20. I sincerely apologize for just now learning your names. I understand your wishes, and I shall fulfill them to the best of my abilities. Just recently, through my butler, Alice, I have granted 3 of your wishes. As for Mona's aspiration, I have already contacted a top-tier company through Alice for a contract. With dedication and talent, you will surely shine as a star." Regarding Lola's desire, Alice is in discussions about this matter, and with guidance from esteemed medical professionals and your diligent studies, you will undoubtedly become a remarkable minner. Of course, this requires time, but I shall continuously support you with resources and connections. The 6 maids were moved to tears by Xiao Luo's generosity. To alleviate the awkwardness, he encouraged everyone to indulge in the exquisite feast. "Honey, may I express a wish?" one maid asked. "Of course," he replied. "Then I shall say this. I wish to leave you." "Very well. I shall have Alice terminate your contract and restore your freedom. Do you not feel regret? You have invested so much in me, yet gained nothing in return. In our dragon kingdom, we have an ancient saying, a gentleman appreciates the beauty of others' accomplishments. I do not feel regret. My choice to have you serve me stemmed from mere curiosity, and you have successfully facilitated my investment in the A-Long Trading Company. I believe this venture will yield substantial returns, so how could I possibly feel regret? Reflecting on it, knowing you has been my fortune. You not only cleared my father's debts, but also freed me from the obligation of serving you. Frankly, I am quite touched. If it were anyone else, I might not have been so fortunate. Now, you grant me my freedom. Your kindness overwhelms me. I once told you that we are friends, and as friends, we should cherish our camaraderie. Thus, I should not impose upon you to do anything against your will." After Xiao Luo spoke, he turned to Alice. "Has the contract been dissolved?" "It has been successfully terminated," Alice confirmed. "Julie, you are now free. You need not remain here. You may go wherever you desire. Yet, I still wish to be with you. Well, as long as you wish, you are always welcome here." "Thank you, honey. As compensation, I relinquish my introduction fee from the A-Long Company, and should you need me in business, do not hesitate to reach out. Xiao Luo raised his glass, proclaiming, "To our enduring friendship, cheers." The guests all stood to clink their glasses together, and the banquet was spent in a joyous and harmonious atmosphere. Master, do you not feel regret over Julie's departure? How could you say that? You have invested so much in her, a 10-year contract, and she has only accompanied you for less than half a year. What she possesses is worth more than her youth. Oh, pray tell, master. She is astute and perceptive. Had it not been for her father's financial struggles, she would never have entered this line of work. With her talent, she could turn the tides and transform adversity into triumph at any moment. That is her true value. Women, after all, can be found with money. But a woman like Julie must be treasured for her wisdom. In doing so, she will generate wealth for me. Are you not concerned she might turn against you? Rest assured, she lacks the capability to do so. Xiao Luo replied, taking a sip of tea. Ah, this tea is exquisite. It reminds me of home. What is this tea? Hainan Red, the most expensive tea on the market. Hainan Red boasts excellent quality, with robust, tightly rolled leaves and a bright red infusion. Its aroma is high and enduring, while the taste is strong, fresh, and invigorating, with a rich concentration of tea polyphenol among the highest in the world. No wonder it evokes the taste of my homeland. Should you enjoy it, I will brew it for you daily. Very well, ha ha ha. After Xiao Luo savored several sips of tea, he suddenly turned to Alice. Alice, why do you not share your wish? Perhaps I could help you fulfill it. I have already garnered enough wealth in your service to last a lifetime. I am completely satisfied. I have cleared all my debts, including those of my family. Initially, I thought that serving you, solely on the salary of a butler, would require at least 20 years to settle my debts. However, I never expected to have cleared them all in just 2 days of following you. Your order today will yield me 1 trillion yuans, enough to indulge for 10 lifetimes. Hence, I am truly content. Oh, I see. In truth, you have earned all of this. I am new here in the United States, and your assistance has been invaluable, helping me navigate countless challenges. With you by my side, I feel much more secure. Serving you is the greatest fortune of my life. Alice, I believe we share a relationship built on mutual need and cooperation, and I hope we can continue this pleasant partnership. A month later, one midday, Xiao Luo finally received news from Alice regarding the construction of the research base. Master, there has been progress on your research base. After expert evaluation, a plan has been finalized. However, a final payment of 200 trillion is required, covering both land acquisition and construction costs. Once you provide this payment, the project shall commence. Rest assured, the ownership of the research base will belong to you, and no further payments will be necessary. Xiao Luo mused that constructing such a base in Dragon Country only cost 110 trillion dragon coins, yet here it required nearly 20 times that amount, though it was exorbitant. He resolved to endure the expense for the sake of his dreams. After all, it was the only path forward. Alice, I am curious. What is the name of your company that possesses such remarkable capabilities? Xiao Luo, while initiating the transfer to Alice's handheld device, remarked, Our company is named World Billionaire Services Limited, controlled by the Rothschild family lineage. The ownership is not vested in a single individual, but rather a family, of which I am uncertain about the exact number. I only know that the direct contact I have with my employer is Wells Rothschild. Our company operates discreetly, remaining largely unknown to the general public. Only those whose assets reach several $100 billion catch our attention. We dispatch representatives to establish one-on-one services with these affluent individuals, profiting through commissions. We can provide any service you desire, including taking a life or launching military strikes against a nation. Wow, your company is incredibly powerful. No wonder you can construct a permanent research facility spanning 1 million square meters for me. Alice glanced at her device, confirming the successful transfer. Master, from this moment forth, you become a valued client of our company. We will deploy a substantial armed security force, composed entirely of retired Special Forces members, to ensure your absolute safety. At no cost to you, they will arrive within 5 minutes and will secure every corner of the estate. Even the highest-ranking official, Firth, must seek your permission to enter the premises. Any intruder will be neutralized by our security personnel, and you shall bear no responsibility. Additionally, we will provide you with nightly assistance for better sleep, allowing you to select from the world's most renowned stars, beauty queens, or princesses from various nations. Any woman existing on Earth can be arranged for you, though the expenses will be your responsibility. Then, can you arrange for my wife to stay with me? Please provide the information of your beloved. I regret to inform you, Master, that there is no record of such a person. Xiao Luo felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. It seemed he would never see his wife again. Master, although we cannot locate her, you may place an order, and we will send someone to investigate. There's no need. Perhaps this is my fate. Xiao Luo, disheartened, walked towards his study. Lying down on the rest bed by the window, allowing the sunlight to wash over him, unable to shake off his melancholic thoughts, he stared at the ceiling, lost in contemplation, eventually closing his eyes. Alice observed Xiao Luo's despondent demeanor, feeling helpless and troubled herself. She understood that words would offer no solace to him at that moment, so she quietly departed. Heroes lament their fate in times of turmoil. Wealth cannot buy the joy of reunion. Reflecting on Xiao Luo's life, he was once a gifted youth, adored by many, yet lost to the demands of dowries. He smoothly entered prestigious research projects, only to mistakenly consume an immortality enzyme that led to the demise of his mentor, resulting in a century of regret. Though he reemerged, celebrated and accomplished, he became ensnared in high-level conflicts. Despite his wisdom in resolving issues, he found himself as collateral, forever separated from his loved ones. At this moment, Xiao Luo had evaded the struggles of the elite, yet he was stripped of his freedom, compelled to spend wealth to secure his safety through a billionaire corporation, while his plans for an Earth spaceship were indefinitely postponed. Of course, with the immortality enzyme coursing through his veins, he could afford to wait. As days turned into weeks, Xiao Luo dedicated most of his time to online courses in his study, while Alice, the housekeeper, provided monthly updates on the progress of the research facility's construction. In his spare time, he either engaged with his computer or worked out in the gym, successfully building a robust physique. One day, he received a call from Julia. "Honey, I miss you." "Oh, Julia, I miss you too. I want to see you." "You're welcome anytime." "Great. I'm heading to Roman Manor now. Looking forward to your arrival." After hanging up, Xiao Luo instructed Alice to grant Julia access through the security protocols. 10 minutes later, Julia arrived as promised. Xiao Luo awaited her at the castle's front plaza. As she approached within 10 feet, she opened her arms and dashed towards him, triggering the security protocols of the robots. 2 robots descended from the second floor, rushing to Xiao Luo's side, while 4 others sprang up on the lawn, positioning themselves protectively around him. The 2 robots blocked Julia's path, issuing a verbal warning to halt or face lethal consequences. This startled Julia, compelling her to slow her pace. Xiao Luo, witnessing this, promptly commanded, "Cease all actions, allow Julia to pass." Upon receiving Xiao Luo's verbal command, the robots cleared a path for Julia, but they continued to trail her, remaining vigilant. As Julia reached Xiao Luo, the robots behind her scanned her for safety, their red lights dimming only after confirming her security. Julia embraced Xiao Luo, exclaiming, "Honey, I missed you so much." Xiao Luo reciprocated, "I missed you too." Overcome with emotion, Julia leaned in to kiss Xiao Luo, prompting him to suggest, "Shall we discuss this in a room? It's quite crowded here." "All right." Subsequently, the two spent an entire 2 hours conversing in the bedroom on the second floor. Chapter 73. The profound transformation of Xiao Luo. After an extensive 2-hour conversation in the bedroom, Juliet, utterly fatigued, reluctantly brought it to a close. Observing the encroaching twilight outside, Xiao Luo proposed, "It is nearly dark. Shall we rise to dine?" Juliet, languid and unmoving, replied, "I need to rest for a moment." Upon noticing her state, Xiao Luo chose to lie down beside her for a while. Eventually, at 7 in the evening, the two emerged from the bedroom and made their way to the bathing area on the ground floor. To Xiao Luo's surprise, Juliet exclaimed, "Honey, why have you grown taller?" Stunned by her astonishment, Xiao Luo responded, "Really? I am unaware of the reason." The pair hurried to the changing room to measure their height on the body scanner. And indeed, Xiao Luo's height had increased from 172 centimeters to 185 centimeters. Initially incredulous, he confirmed the measurement twice, realizing that he had indeed grown to 185 centimeters. Contemplating the situation, Xiao Luo wondered if Juliet's genuine affection for him had triggered this growth through the effects of the longevity enzyme. Reflecting upon his past with Wanner, he deduced another characteristic of the longevity enzyme. Those who possess it experience growth or rejuvenation only when catalyzed by mutual affection with the opposite sex. Naturally, Xiao Luo kept this revelation from Juliet. "Darling, could it be that you are not from Earth?" she queried, incredulously. "How could that be? I was born in Qiangyao province of the Dragon Kingdom. This can be verified. But how could you have grown so tall all of a sudden?" She persisted. "I cannot explain it. Perhaps it is due to you." "That is impossible. Why would I not experience a sudden growth as well?" Faced with this extraordinary predicament, Xiao Luo admitted, "I cannot elucidate this phenomenon, as I am not a scientist in that field. But I can assure you, I am indeed an Earthling. Oh, how astonishing, Juliet declared. All right, let us wash and then have dinner. Xiao Luo gently urged her to shower, and she reluctantly ceased her inquiries. After their bath, the dining table became the focal point of attention, as everyone was aware of Xiao Luo's startling transformation. Seeking to divert the conversation, he remarked, though my muscles are well defined. There is no need for such scrutiny. Master, how could you have suddenly grown so tall? It is incredible, Alice exclaimed. The other maids echoed her sentiments. Indeed. Why is this? It is miraculous. My goodness. Some speculated, Master, do you possess magic? Yes, otherwise how could you have grown so suddenly? Xiao Luo attempted to diffuse the tension, stating, I cannot explain such occurrences. I assure you, this is not due to magic or any fantastical spells. While this was indeed a reality, he remained perplexed by the reasons behind it. He glanced at Juliet, who quickly averted her gaze and declared to the maids, This has nothing to do with me. Alice, catching on, teased, Hee. This afternoon, it was only you and the master together, and now his height has changed. The other maids shared knowing looks with Juliet, who blushed furiously. I do not possess magic. I truly do not, she insisted, seeing the situation unfold. Xiao Luo called everyone to dinner, encouraging them to dismiss any wild thoughts and consider it a secret of Roman manner. The butler, Alice, solemnly affirmed, Yes. We shall certainly keep this secret for our master. The other maids concurred. Once dinner concluded, Juliet eagerly followed Xiao Luo to the second floor. Alice, astutely, refrained from accompanying them and instead engaged the other maids in thoughtful discussions. Juliet pondered aloud. Honey, could it be our afternoon activities that caused this transformation in your body? Xiao Luo, aware of the truth but unable to disclose it, feigned ignorance, saying, There is no scientific basis for that. Do not dwell on such notions. In an effort to ascertain whether their earlier activities were indeed the cause of his growth, Juliet suggested, Let us try again. Xiao Luo acquiesced, Very well. But we have only just dined. Let us wait a bit. He entered his study, opened his computer, and began typing. Meanwhile, Juliet, disinterested in the computer, chose to observe him silently. After an hour had passed, Juliet, growing impatient, said, Honey, I assume you have completed your tasks? Yes, sorry to keep you waiting, he replied, shutting the computer and rising to head towards the bedroom. Juliet promptly linked her arm with his, following him eagerly. With a strong sense of curiosity, Juliet and Xiao Luo reenacted their earlier activities until exhaustion overcame them, leading to a deep slumber. Observing Juliet, who resembled a limp doll, Xiao Luo shook his head and succumbed to sleep as well. The following morning, Juliet awoke and promptly urged the still sleeping Xiao Luo, Honey, let us measure your height, quickly. Xiao Luo yawned. I have not had enough rest. It is already bright outside. Do not sleep any longer. Unable to resist Juliet's insistence, Xiao Luo reluctantly rose and made his way to the changing room. After measuring, Juliet expressed her confusion. Why have you not grown taller this time? How strange. Xiao Luo speculated. Perhaps it was a singular opportunity. What do you mean by a singular opportunity? Juliet queried, perplexed. It might be that having already grown taller, I cannot do so again. No. You look even younger now. Yesterday, you appeared to be in your mid-20s. Today, you look like you are in your 20s. My goodness, how could this be? Xiao Luo exclaimed, promptly gazing into the mirror. Wow, it truly is remarkable. Your body surely harbors unsolved mysteries, Juliet remarked, her gaze fixed on Xiao Luo. Oh, what does it matter? I do not care, he replied, taking her hand and discreetly checking her pulse. Relieved to discover she was not pregnant, Xiao Luo's words deeply touched Juliet, who said, Honey, just as you mentioned, we have indeed fallen in love. She then embraced him tenderly. However, I have already been married and have a child. I cannot marry you. I believe our love does not require marriage to be validated. The two gazed lovingly into each other's eyes and shared a kiss. 10 seconds later, they entered the bathing area together. After their wash, they dressed and proceeded to the dining area for breakfast before entering the study. Xiao Luo powered on his computer to attend an online class, while Juliet, feeling idle, perused the books in the study. By the way, Juliet, we are no longer bound by a contract. What brings you here? Oh, if you had not asked, I would have almost forgotten to tell you. Did you know? The stock price of the A-Long trading company you invested in has doubled over the past few months. The United States and the Dragon Kingdom have signed a series of trade agreements, restoring trade levels to those of previous years. Consequently, A-Long trading company's business volume has more than doubled, with a trend of further expansion. Your investment has been remarkably successful. If only you had purchased their stocks. You would have already made a return of 100 by now. That is indeed excellent news. However, my investment only constitutes 31.25 of their market value. If their market value has doubled, it indicates a substantial profit. Based on the previous market value of 800 billion, the annual profit should be at least 800 billion or even higher. A 20 profit would yield at least 160 billion, which means in 5 years, I could earn 800 billion. After deducting 48 for personal income tax, I would net 416 billion, a considerable gain, though stock prices may not always rise. That is a valid point. Darling, since your insights into the stock market are so astute, which stock do you believe would be the most lucrative to invest in at present? Juliet, if my memory serves me right, I invested in the Alone company based on the information you provided. When it comes to stocks, I believe your talent surpasses mine. Indeed. However, I still hope we can collaborate once more and reap substantial profits together. What do you think? I find the risks associated with stocks to be rather daunting. I prefer the safer route of investments. Is that to say you agree? Very well, let us venture into an investment together. You shall provide the capital, and I will furnish you with resources and the necessary procedures. Upon successful completion, I would only require 10 of the net profits. How does that sound? That sounds agreeable. As long as there's profit to be made, I'm certainly willing. Excellent, it is settled then. Juliet cheerfully activated another computer and accessed a dedicated website to present various company profiles to Xiaoluo. Initially, Xiaoluo dismissed several companies, either due to their low market capitalization or unsatisfactory returns. Honey, you dismissed a company with a market value of 100 trillion. Pray tell, what size company are you seeking to invest in? Juliet, do not forget that my pursuit is for maximized returns, and I do not wish to invest in stocks. Very well, I have some companies with market capitalizations exceeding 1,000 trillion. You may peruse them at your leisure. All right. Xiaoluo meticulously reviewed the company profiles that Juliet had sent. As he pondered, he realized these companies were indeed impressive, yet their immense market values were beyond his reach. As he currently had only 700 trillion at his disposal, it would be more prudent to bypass Juliet's resources and seek out companies that were more suitable, focusing solely on their profits. Juliet, I find these companies less than ideal. Please develop more resources for my consideration. I must prepare for my upcoming class shortly. Let us pause here. Very well. The two focused on their respective computers until Xiaoluo's class concluded. Stretching, Xiaoluo suggested, Juliet, let us head to the dining hall first. We can work after our meal. All right. Juliet reluctantly complied and accompanied Xiaoluo to the restaurant. At the dining table, the maids and Alice no longer marveled at Xiaoluo's physical transformation. However, his youthful appearance and radiant skin made him exceptionally handsome, often causing the maids to fawn over him for extended moments. How are your findings coming along, Juliet? There is no need to rush. Take your time. 10 days, or even half a month, is of no consequence. I have identified a few companies. However, I am not familiar with them and will require some time to verify their details before forwarding them to you. I trust you will deliver good news. I shall head to the gym for a workout. Very well, go ahead. I will continue my research. After exercising until 6 o'clock, Xiaoluo returned to the study to check on Juliet, who was still diligently working. My dear Juliet, shall we dine? It is already dark outside. Oh, it is nothing. I just need to organize a bit more. Xiaoluo patiently waited beside her until, after 30 minutes, Juliet finally shut her computer and contentedly requested a hug. At last, I have completed my work, honey. We can enjoy a proper dinner now. You must have made significant progress. Do share. As they walked towards the dining hall, they discussed the day's findings. Of course, I shall not disappoint you. I have gathered the necessary information and will continue my research tomorrow. If needed, I may even visit their companies for an on-site investigation. Would you accompany me? Certainly. This pertains to my interests, and I will be hands-on. That is splendid. Unbeknownst to them, they had already arrived at the restaurant. After dining and showering, they returned to the study, immersed in their respective pursuits, resembling a devoted couple. Unable to bear seeing Juliet toil so hard, Xiaoluo suggested, why not establish a company? This way, all profits will belong to us. I will be the legal representative, and you can serve as the executive director, managing the company's affairs. What do you think? That is an excellent idea. I will assist you in applying for a business license tomorrow. Very well. Honey, what type of company do you envision? I wish to establish a technology company focused on producing high-tech products, such as robots. However, such companies already exist, and their products are quite advanced. Given that these bodyguard robots are nearly indistinguishable from humans, would it not be too risky to enter this market? That is of little concern. It has always been my dream to develop robots. Even if we incur some losses, it is acceptable. But did you not express a desire to make a profit? Why contemplate losses now? I have faith in your business acumen. You will surely ensure my success. Juliet felt a surge of happiness at his words. Thank you immensely for your trust. I shall not let you down. Chapter 74. Xiao Luo's dream of his wife and children. Roman beauties competing for affection. Xiao Luo soared through the skies, surveying his territory, when he suddenly spotted someone on the ground wielding a hoe. In the 22nd century, there are still people laboring with hoes. I must investigate. With that thought, he instantly transported himself next to the farmer. To his surprise, the farmer was none other than Warner, and the child beside her was Shinner, who had grown so much. Warner, dressed in the attire of an ancient peasant woman and donning a straw hat, was toiling under the scorching sun with her hoe. Beside her stood a child, about a meter tall, also wearing a straw hat, who asked, "Mother, why don't you use machinery to work in this era of advanced technology?" Hearing this, the child picked up a hoe and joined Warner, saying, "All right, mother, you rest. I worry the sun will darken your skin, and father might not recognize you. Let me cultivate a vegetable patch for him." With determination, the child began to work diligently. Warner, feeling a sense of pride, replied, "Shinner, you are still young. How much strength can you muster? I am capable of finishing this task shortly. You should take a break." The child continued to labor while responding, "I do not fear exhaustion. I hope that when father returns, he will see the fruits of my labor and be very pleased." As he worked, the child inquired, "What kind of person is my father?" Wana paused her work and replied, "Your father is an exceptionally gifted hero. He has made immense contributions to our dragon nation with his intelligence and talent. He is a great benefactor of our country and a person we are immensely proud of. Mother, when I grow up, I want to be just like father. My son, as long as you study diligently, you will surely become a person like your father in the future." Yes, Xiao Luo's voice, however, seemed to have no effect. Both Warner and Shinner continued their labor as if he did not exist. Xiao Luo, in a fit of despair, awoke from the dream. Sitting on his bed and murmuring to himself, so this was merely a dream. How vivid it felt. Could it be that Wana misses me? Over a year has passed, and I have been unable to contact her. It is only natural for her to long for me. How I too yearn for her and the child. I have caused them suffering. I am truly sorry. Overcome with emotion, Xiao Luo buried his face in his hands and wept. His distress roused Juliet, who, upon seeing his state, held him close and comforted him. "Honey, you will reunite with your wife. Do not be sad." Xiao Luo struggled to regain his composure, crying, "Why is fate so cruel to me? Why? They are my only family in this world, yet we are separated, never to meet again. Why?" Tears fell onto Juliet's shoulder as he sobbed there. Understanding his sorrow, Juliet gently patted his back, saying, "Honey, you still have me. I am your family too. Although we cannot marry, I have come to regard you as my beloved. I know you still love your wife, but since I began assisting you, I have found myself slowly falling for you. Your gentlemanly demeanor captivates me. Ever since I left you, I have thought of you nearly every day. I think I may have fallen in love with you. You can share your troubles with me anytime." Listening to her words, Xiao Luo felt somewhat calmed. He released Juliet from his embrace, apologizing, "I am truly sorry, Juliet. I lost control of my emotions and woke you up. Everyone has their burdens to bear. Your longing for your family shows how important they are to you, and that is perfectly normal. I believe that fate is kind. One day, your family will surely reunite. As for me, I deeply love my father. Throughout my life, he has spoiled me, granting me every gift I desired. Therefore, I will help him repay his debts, no matter the cost. And fate has brought you to me. I believe you are an angel sent to resolve my difficulties. I am genuinely grateful to you. So, fate will not abandon anyone. Thank you, Juliet." Xiao Luo finally felt a sense of relief. "We need not be polite with each other. Your matters are my matters. Let us continue to rest." With that, the two lay back down and drifted into sleep once more. The following morning, Juliet accompanied Xiao Luo to complete the company registration application. Under the guidance of their butler, Alice, the process went smoothly. "Honey, I find it troublesome to rent a car every time we go out. We should buy one instead. It will make our outings much more convenient. What do you think?" Juliet proposed. "All right, we shall proceed as you suggest," Xiao Luo replied, instructing Alice to purchase a vehicle. Under Alice's arrangements, their car was directed to the largest luxury car dealership in Washington. Upon entering the dealership, they were greeted by a polite, 2-meter-tall male salesperson. How may I assist you today? I would like to buy a car. Oh, sir, what kind of vehicle are you looking for? We offer the most luxurious and comfortable cars in the world. I want to buy a 5-seater business van and also a luxury sedan, Juliet immediately added. Noticing Juliet's enthusiasm for cars, Xiao Luo added, and I also want the best sports car. Money is no object. The salesperson, visibly excited, exclaimed, Oh, sir, we will fulfill all your requests. Please follow me. He led them to the van section, where a variety of luxurious vehicles awaited them. Xiao Luo gazed at a magnificent behemoth, 4 meters high and 13 meters long, reminiscent of the grand vehicle Warner's uncle had gifted him. Juliet was beside herself with delight. Honey, this car is stunning. With it, we won't need to stay in hotels anymore. It's like a mobile castle. I initially intended to buy something similar to the one we rented, but if you like it, then we shall purchase it. The salesperson, thrilled, responded, Oh, sir. Let us proceed to payment. This vehicle is priced at 50 million AR yuan, and with insurance and registration fees, the total comes to 51 million. Upon hearing the price, Xiao Luo remarked lightly, So inexpensive. Following the salesperson's guidance, Xiao Luo generously paid the amount. Thank you, sir. Did you know? This transaction is the quickest sale we've ever made. Congratulations on breaking a record. I would like to buy 2 more cars. Could you kindly recommend some? Absolutely. Please follow me. The salesperson led them to the luxury sedan section, where an array of exquisite models awaited. Here, we have limited edition top-tier luxury cars, including the Royal Rolls-Royce and the ultimate hypercars like Pagani and Koenigsegg. These vehicles guarantee extreme safety, prioritize driving comfort, and allow clients to experience the pleasures of luxury. They are constructed with high-strength, lightweight carbon fiber, and the engines are made of titanium alloy, keeping the weight below 1 ton while providing immense power. The high-strength materials ensure reliability during emergency braking, complemented by opulent interiors for unparalleled comfort. What is the price of the most expensive sports car? The limited edition Koenigsegg, of which only one exists globally, is priced at 500 million AR yuan. Then I shall buy the most expensive one, and also a 4-seater. The most expensive 4-seater is the Rolls-Royce Dream, priced at 50 million, with only 5 units available worldwide. All right, let us proceed with this. Please take us to payment. Certainly, sir, this way please. You have once again set a sales record. This is owed to the gentleman's generosity. Very well, these 2 transactions shall not exceed 1 minute. I have but one request. Do not disclose any of my information. Please rest assured, even if the Federal Bureau of Investigation inquires, we shall not divulge a single detail about you. Upon returning to the estate, Juliet eagerly began testing the vehicles, first the sports car, then the sedan, and finally the RV. After completing her trials, Juliet suggested to Sholo that it appeared they would need to hire a driver. No need. The robot can drive, Sholo replied. And Juliet suddenly realized the truth. Indeed, robots are capable of so much. They can not only drive cars but also pilot planes and even operate armored vehicles. Juliet. It's nearly noon. Shall we go for lunch? All right, but I don't feel particularly hungry. Then let us eat lightly. After lunch, Juliet resumed her enjoyment of the vehicles, and Sholo had no choice but to accompany her. After an hour of play, they grew weary in the RV. Juliet led Sholo to the bedroom of the RV. Honey, don't you think this is a remarkably romantic place? Sholo sensed the atmosphere was charged with intimacy and replied, Yes, it is somewhat so. Juliet smiled as she slowly began to undress. Sholo thought to himself that he must prevent Juliet from becoming pregnant while simultaneously not rejecting her. Otherwise, given her temperament, if she were to become angry, it could be detrimental to his interests. What would become of his business endeavors? He resolved not to neglect her. The best course would be to take control of the situation. Sholo pondered and conceived a strategy that would allow him to maintain his autonomy without dismissing Juliet's advances. Juliet, you are becoming more beautiful by the day. 3 hours later, Juliet finally settled down to sleep. At 5 in the afternoon, when Juliet awoke, Sholo instructed Alice to replace the disheveled bedding in the RV's bedroom. The affair between Juliet and Sholo had become known among all the inhabitants of Roman Manor. The maids were eager to draw near Sholo in hopes of attaining material satisfaction, particularly Corliss Bryant, Mattia Chris, Ruth George, and Mona Anthony. As Sholo entered the changing room, Corliss Bryant and Mattia Chris vied to assist him with changing clothes, even making fervent insinuations, yet Sholo chose to ignore them. He was unwilling to incite jealousy among them, which might ultimately jeopardize his own interests. Since the matter had already emerged, Sholo understood that he must nip it in the bud. After dinner, Sholo had Juliet organize the company registration documents in the study while he summoned the maid Corliss Bryant to the RV. Corliss, have you been short on funds lately? Master. How did you know? Intuition. Master, your intuition is remarkably accurate. Indeed. The villa you purchased for me and the 100 million you provided has come to my father's attention. He has been extravagantly spending money and has accrued considerable debt. Consequently, I used half of the 100 million to settle his debts, yet he remains unrestrained in his spending. Now, he incessantly pesters me for money. While I still need to buy a car and clothes, and I feel that the remaining 50 million will soon be exhausted. So, you wish to request money from me? As long as you grant it, I am willing to serve you just as Juliet does. Upon saying this, Corliss began to disrobe, but Sholo intervened. Corliss, I believe you have misunderstood the nature of my relationship with Juliet. Our true bond is one of mutual love, free from interference. Moreover, Juliet is entirely voluntary in her affections. She has always initiated our encounters and is not with me for monetary gain. Do you understand? Corliss responded joyfully, that is wonderful. Thank you, Master. Chapter 75. Shaluo skillfully resolves collective difficulties and acquires stocks under false names in the land of Olijian. The cost of labor is exorbitant, particularly the salaries of servants, which are calculated on an hourly basis, starting at a staggering 1,000 al yuan comparable to that of scientists. Not only do they enjoy an 8-hour workday, but they also receive weekends off and an additional 3 days of leave each month. The maids at the Roman estate cease their duties by 8 p.m., rotating in shifts of 3 among 6 individuals, granting them ample leisure time for entertainment or other pursuits. Consequently, Smith approached Chorus once more for funds, this time not for 1 billion, but for 2 billion. This demand left the extravagant Chorus feeling the pinch of a financial crisis. With only 4 billion remaining, the prospect of relinquishing another 2 billion was intolerable. To make matters worse, Chorus was unaware of the additional demands her father might impose. Upon observing how swiftly Julia received numerous gifts from Shaluo, Chorus contemplated serving Shaluo in a similar fashion, aspiring to gain more benefits from him. After gathering intelligence through his butler Alice, Shaluo pondered, Chorus's father had ceased gambling. All that was needed was to keep him away from those women and secure an income. Thus, Shaluo devised a plan. First, he instructed Alice to bribe Chorus's most intimate female companion, inciting her to belittle and scorn him, leading to his humiliation and subsequent disdain for such women. Following this, he arranged for the father to understand the challenges Chorus faced in earning money, warning him against soliciting funds from her again, lest he inform his wife. Should he comply, Shaluo would provide him with 2 billion al yuan, which he was to invest entirely in stocks of the Alone Trading Company. With Alice's meticulous arrangements, the plan proved effective. Henceforth, Chorus's father ceased his financial demands, and the bond between father and daughter was restored. This outcome deeply moved Chorus, enhancing her admiration for Shaluo. She constantly sought ways to repay him, but Shaluo graciously declined. In her eyes, he became a figure of immense reverence. Having resolved Chorus's predicament, Shaluo turned his attention to the matters concerning Mattia Chris, Ruth George, and Mona Anthony. Upon understanding the nuances of their situations, he found them far less troublesome than Chorus's, which brought him relief. Mattia and Ruth, having acquired yachts and airplanes, faced financial strain due to their extravagant spending, leading to their vexation over their unsustainable vanity. Shaluo, seizing the opportunity, purchased 500 billion al yuan worth of stocks in the Alone Trading Company on their behalf, ensuring that 50 of the profits would be allocated to him, while granting each of them an additional 50 billion for daily expenses. This arrangement provided them with a stable income, alleviating their worries over high expenditures, much to their delight. Mona Anthony's predicament was even simpler. She merely required a luxurious residence, an opulent vehicle, and sufficient savings to sustain her acting career. For Shaluo, this was a trivial matter. He directly transferred 20 billion to her, allowing her the freedom to purchase whatever she desired and utilize the funds as she saw fit. Driven by Shaluo's financial acumen, he adeptly resolved the concerns of the maids, which in turn lightened his own burdens. Simultaneously, he procured 1 trillion in stocks under their names. Although this sum was inconsequential to him, the resulting profits would completely offset his recent expenditures and even yield a surplus. While Shaluo managed the issues brought forth by the maids without Julia's knowledge, she, in turn, did not disappoint him. Julia successfully facilitated the registration of a technology company named Cosmic Technology, albeit with a meager capital of only 1 million al yuan, which left her bemused. Honey, you are not short on funds. Why invest only 1 million in registering a company? Is there a problem with that? Typically, lower registered capital attracts less scrutiny, which could hinder the company's future development. That is inconsequential. I have yet to complete my studies. I only need to register it for now. Once I graduate, I will manage it properly. That will take several years, and you haven't graduated yet either. If you invest too much time in running the company, it may hinder your studies. Wouldn't you agree? Well, you make a valid point. However, this is a period of economic recovery, brimming with vast opportunities. It would be a pity to let it slip away. I have contemplated this issue as well, but my account cannot be used to purchase stocks. Unless the funds are transferred to your account, it would be feasible. Would you agree to such an arrangement? Of course, I would. All right. I will transfer money to your account to purchase 50 of the Alone Trading Company's stocks, and we will share the profits equally. That sounds fair. Currently, the stock price of Alone Trading Company is 500, requiring 600 billion yuan to acquire 50. Very well, I will transfer the funds immediately. You can proceed with the purchase. Julia promptly retrieved her phone for Xiaoluo to transfer the funds. Upon receiving the money, she indeed purchased 50 of the Alone Trading Company's stocks in full. Honey, the purchase is complete. By the way, why didn't you directly buy the Alone stocks? Why opt for cash investment instead? Oh, I see. As Xiaoluo anticipated, following his substantial acquisition of Alone Company stocks, the market was abuzz with speculation, leading major media outlets to report on this significant transaction, causing the stock price to surge to 1,000 points overnight. The following morning, the dining hall of the Roman estate was abuzz with excitement. Master, did you hear? The stock of Alone Company doubled overnight. Indeed, Master. This is splendid news, truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, Xiaoluo remarked, I see your joy. You must have invested quite a sum, congratulations. Mattia, Chris, and Ruth George understood the need for discretion, yet could hardly contain their elation, responding, Hee, we bought a little. Chorus exclaimed, Wow, then you must have made a fortune. Had I known, I would have invested too. Mattia replied, Chorus, you should have told me sooner. Ruth added, Yes, you ought to have mentioned it earlier. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known you were interested in stocks. Julia interjected, You see, Hani is an expert in stock investments. It was his acquisition of 50 of Alone Company stocks that caused the overnight surge. Upon hearing this, everyone cast admiring glances at Xiaoluo. Xiaoluo quickly clarified, Julia, I am no genius. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck. Mattia gasped, Wow, 50 of the stocks? How much is that? 600 billion. Julia responded with a grin. Ruth cheered, That means Master earned 600 billion overnight. Wow, Master is truly impressive. Chorus chimed in. I've never seen so much money in my life. Master, you are incredible. Xiaoluo humbly replied, I'm just an ordinary person like you. This time it may have just been luck. Alice could not help but comment, Master's wisdom is unparalleled. Who can match such audacity in purchasing 600 billion worth of stocks? I was merely passing time and playing around a bit, Xiaoluo shrugged. Mattia incredulously exclaimed, What? 600 billion is just a casual play for you? Ruth admired, Wow. From now on, you must inform me before buying any stocks. I want to follow your lead. Mattia then expressed, Add me to the list. I wish to accompany our master in purchasing. Xiaoluo inquired, Are you truly inclined to heed my counsel? If so, I recommend holding on to your stocks a while longer. They are poised to rise further. All right, Mattia and Ruth replied in unison. Meanwhile, Alexis Powell remained composed, merely offering a smile as she enjoyed her meal. Corliss, however, was preoccupied, torn between the desire to invest in stocks for profit and the fear of incurring losses. Alice marveled at Xiaoluo's foresight, but having already amassed a fortune, she felt little desire for further wealth and chose not to engage. Juliet shared her inner joy, her spirits lifted, and the collective happiness of the group elevated the atmosphere of the restaurant. Yet, Xiaoluo regretted not advising Juliet to maintain a low profile, leaving him feeling awkward and flustered. After breakfast, as per routine, Xiaoluo retreated to the study for his online class, with Juliet following closely behind. Honey, what shall we do next? She asked. It's time for class. The teacher is about to begin, he replied. I meant regarding stocks. Let it be. We shall proceed with our lessons. Do you not wish to earn more? Of course, but the stock market carries risks. We must tread carefully. Based on my analysis, the shares of Aaron Company are likely to rise. Investor confidence is surging, and with the media's influence, the momentum for price increases is substantial. Furthermore, trade between the United States and Dragon Country is flourishing, heralding a bright future for Aaron Company. Thus, we need only await our profits. Well, honey, Your analysis is remarkably astute. According to the information I have, it aligns perfectly with your observations. Have you considered purchasing other stocks? We should invest in stocks with larger market capitalization for greater returns. However, one must not be overly greedy. Being able to profit is already commendable. I'm not well versed in the circumstances of other stocks, and any potential investment would require time for research. Nevertheless, I believe the returns from Aaron Company alone suffice. I see. I believe your father is a devoted parent. His hard work must stem from a profound love for you. Dear, do not be disheartened, Xiao Luo said, gently wiping away Juliet's tears. How can I assist your father? I wish for you to inject funds into my father's company, allowing his stock price to rise as well. This way, his company will be profitable, and he will not have to toil so hard. All right, please provide me with the information regarding your father's company. I shall examine it. Upon hearing this, Juliet's spirits soared as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, honey, and happily presented the details of her father's company to Xiao Luo.